Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Friday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Chris Strong filling in again for Pepe. We got Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And if you are watching on Twitch or YouTube, you'll see two things. One, RJ Choppy did not make it in. And two, you are being weird already. What's the problem?
I don't see the alcohol. Where's you promised the listeners when you were wrong that you would get drunk on the air this morning. I see no alcohol in the studio.
Well, look, there is no fear. Like, this is not one of those bets to where I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to do it. It's a shot collar. I would love to drink on the air. Here's the problem. I blame KNC. Had a little bit of a stressful week, probably.
The heat's too high this week.
Yeah, we got like a behind-the-scenes issue with one of our producer people. I didn't want to take the spittle yesterday. That's more of an in-person thing that I'll deal with after the show. Then I'm going to hit him up and be like, hey, you know, we've been joking, but we're serious. I do want to get loaded starting at 7 o'clock with mimosas and Bloody Marys because of a fun bet payoff. I just feel like I'll do something else because you did win the bet. I'll do something else. You can choose something reasonable that I pay up with. I have no problem with that. I didn't feel like yesterday or today was the day to hit Gavin with that after he's been on with podcasters 24/7. I didn't want to break up his podcast conference calls.
Yeah, he's got a lineup of them coming. You were shocked this morning.
I am shocked. I cannot believe that RJ Choppy missed the second straight day because of grass allergies. And then the way he delivered it, the way he told us his test method, I didn't even write back. I didn't even write back on the group messages.
You did the spits. You no reply whatsoever.
No reply whatsoever. Good job, Chris. I wouldn't say too much like that because you're kind of new.
It is 5:32 though. Yeah. He's not up yet.
But I appreciate the joke. Hey, if you want to keep firing, keep firing. But Choppy texted us yesterday and said, just tried to read a commercial to test the voice, and it just hurts too much to get through 4 hours. So probably going to take another day. Sorry, guys. In my years of radio, I've never sat at home.
That's what a pro he is.
With my hot tea and lemon and gotten out my piece of paper and said, okay, zero res. So zero res is the thing that I'm out. This is the test method.
Does your lady feel like you're not performing in the bedroom?
And he's like, just to follow up for effect, he's like, the dog's looking at me like I'm crazy. The dog's looking at me like I'm nuts. So RJ took out a piece of paper or tried to go through a mock commercial, and that determined that he could not be in today. I can't remember him ever missing like 2 straight days. He always feels like he must feel good about the ratings. Or he must not want to be in for the rest of spring break.
It's funny because he was somewhat guilted, I feel like, into coming in on Wednesday. Like, I think he would have preferred not to come in on Wednesday.
Yes.
And so we're talking about RJ, if he had his druthers, was prepared to take off 3 days from mowing the grass. Like, it was just that taxing.
What a humongous mistake to talk about this coming from mowing the grass.
He really screwed himself there. He should have just said, I got something, it's one of those bugs going around. The kids are Petri dishes.
No, but he'll spin it and be like, well, at least I got sick being a man. At least I got sick doing, yard work.
This means he's literally allergic to doing manly things. Like, it's you don't get credit for trying it.
It was the worst possible day for you because you were out with a fancy sushi lunch with Jane Slater.
A dinner, Sean.
Oh, dinner, I'm sorry.
A dinner, because I didn't get to bed until like 11:30, and it's daylight savings time, which I still have not adjusted to. And then I'm getting up at 4 o'clock because Choppy's got a grass injury. But yeah, we went to Shinsei with Rachel Ring, big time loyal listener to the show, listens in the morning, listens to KNC a lot, afternoon show, big time Rangers fan, and she supported Jared's charity for a long time. So we were doing Sandlot charity dinner last night with Jane Slater and her better half, John, who was great. And then Kristen went. The listener Rachel had insisted, she's like, could we please get Kristen to go to the dinner? I just like hearing all the stories about her and stuff on the morning show.
So I can't get you to like eat a piece of avocado or dip a chip in guacamole, but when it's Jane Slater, you will go out to a sushi restaurant and eat sashimi and peppers with Peyton's chopsticks.
No.
Amazing.
Nope, and I didn't use chopsticks. Couldn't do it. I tried, and I couldn't pick anything up, so I just threw them to the side and started using a fork. But
that sounds about white.
Yeah, it does. No, this is it's the same thought process that goes behind the pickleback that I took, where it's like somebody paid for this, and I'm not going to be rude or whatever else.
Like Choppy.
Just like Choppy. When Rachel's bidding on this dinner, and that's where we go, I'm not going to sit there and be picky. So it wasn't about Jane. It was about Rachel doing a great thing and donating to Sandler's charity. I will say I did try some sushi.
Ooh.
It was what was
raw
it?
fish or cooked?
Like,
what did you eat? Did you take some pictures?
I did take some pictures. I'll send it here to Ryan here in a sec. It was Dragon Lady pressed sushi, which is flame seared salmon, spicy tuna, serrano peppers, and onions.
How was it?
It was okay.
Onions.
Yeah, I mean the food overall was really good. They had
I've heard about that place.
Like baby back ribs and some really good fried rice.
Very Japanese. Yeah.
And what was the we ate something else there. It was called braised pork steam buns.
Oh yeah,
with
the
Asian coleslaw in it and stuff. Those were really good. Those were like eating like a pillow. They were like fluffy but Shinsei was fantastic. Didn't have any issues tipping or anything else. Slater and I figured that out rather easily. And then we went next door to Inwood Tavern after.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
Okay, so and I've never been to Inwood Tavern. Like that's just
what time
not
did
my
dinner start?
7:30. So 7:30 dinner.
Wow.
And we go to Inwood Tavern, and as we're waiting to go in, Jane goes, "Hey, be sure to tell Sean. Be sure to tell him this is proof. I can go into a bar that's not full of douchebags." And John, her date, turns over and goes, "This bar is the definition of nothing but douchebags." I don't know what she's talking about.
Really? So I thought Inwood Tavern was like a hole.
It's a little bit, but it's
a hole for douchebags.
It's a little hip and trendy. It is, but I mean, it's all sorts of. It's a cool spot.
So she knows that I call her like Uptown Jane and everything.
Oh yeah. She's well aware of it, and so she was like, "See, I can go to just a nice hole in the wall bar," which it is. It was a really cool spot. All different types of people in there though. And so it was it's this very narrow walkway in the bar. Like this, it's like a little skinny hallway is basically the entire bar. So it's tight and it's all sorts of different people. It was, I would guess, somebody from like college age. There were college age all the way up to like the people in their 60s in there.
And you don't look hungover one bit.
No. If I would have mowed the grass, I probably would have had to call in. But I don't. That's why I don't have a house. I have an apartment. So yeah, alcohol. I mean, Choppy can handle all the shots that he takes when Tennessee loses in the NCAA tournament or whatever else. But dear God, don't let him get any Johnson or ryegrass in his sinuses because he'll be out for a week.
Here's the question now, because you know he gets sensitive over the weirdest things. How many times are you going to bring this up? How long are you going to hold this over his head? And
boy, things happen in threes. So, I mean, Peyton Russell, Carter Freeman, and RJ Choppy are probably all going to hate me with how much I lean into this for Chop. Choppy I am going to routinely hammer him with, he was out with the beta flu. And I think that's going to hurt his feelings being called a beta.
877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line. Chris Strong, how are you doing? Day 2, wake up time number 2.
Dude, solid. I also had a bender a little bit last night, so.
Oh, I'm glad. What a professional show we are.
Well, we were all expecting you were going to have one on the air this morning. So
what did you do? Where'd you go?
Went up to East Side just for one drink, up in Denton, and Denton
got some weather.
Yeah, well, avoided it somehow. Watched the Sad Stars game up there. Just went straight home. Slept for like 4 hours.
Okay, but just one drink.
Just one drink. You know, keep it professional. I don't want to be hungover at 5 a.m.
What you probably had with those glasses like a Negroni or something like that.
Nice craft beer.
I had a pina colada.
You having drinks in the hot tub with Mike Fisher or something?
Nothing like
What was that?
March 15th in Texas. Get a pina colada with hail outside. Let's
Dude,
set the mood.
Baseball-sized hail out there in Denton County. It was like people were holding up pictures of it, and they were doing, of course, you always got to get the social media picture of here's the hailstone, here's a baseball that I'm holding. Look how close they are in size. But man, it was not as widespread as they were talking about yesterday. But we got hammered in Denton County. It just missed us in Flower Mound.
All right, hopefully you all are okay. Glad you're waking up with us to start off the Friday edition of Sean and Bobby, along with Chris and Rai in the back. Bobby got home, or he could just watch the end of the Mavs game at Inwood Tavern. Mavs, Stars disappoint, but not Wyatt Langford. We'll bring it all to you along with more NFL. Stephen Jones talks about Cowboy offseason disappointment. We're loaded. Glad you're starting off your weekend with us on The Fan.
A happy place.
Wallace with the offensive rebound. Williams and an exclamation point.
That was the call on TNT. Mavs tried to keep it close without Luka. They also lost Josh Green to a scary, scary ankle roll with Derek Lively, but the Thunder end up winning 126-119, the late game last night on TNT.
It should not be legal to have a game between two teams in the Central time zone start at like 9 o'clock at night.
I know.
That is ridiculous. But man, this is a game that even though Luka being out, them losing Josh Green, they didn't get the best performances from, like Derek Lively didn't play great yesterday. Daniel Gafford had the missed record on what was, man, for such great shot selection, 33 shots in a row. I don't know what that first one was that missed the record.
8 for 11 for Gafford. He ended up with 19 and 15.
So he played well overall. I didn't think Lively was great yesterday. They were missing Luka, but even still, it felt like this was one that was within their grasp, and they just let kind of go. They were just really sloppy with the ball. 19 turnovers, you're going to lose. If you're turning over the ball 19 times, and Oklahoma City's getting like 40 points off that or whatever it was last night, that's going to be tough to win, especially when you're missing Luka.
My person to blame, PJ. Come on, man. I know, friend of the show, need more from you in a game like that. Come on now. 1 of 11 from the field, 0 for 7 from 3, 6 points for PJ Washington. He's got to be the second scorer. I mean, you're going to have, otherwise it's going to be Kyrie and Hardaway. Like, PJ Washington need you for games and moments like that.
Yeah, he was not great in this game, and it's funny. I was really prepared for coming in here knowing Luka was going to be out. I was like, all right, this is a game where you're going to have a lot of Tim Hardaway Jr. shots being chucked up, but Timmy wasn't bad.
No,
Tim was not bad yesterday. You had a lot of issues with PJ Washington. You had issues with defense. They turned the ball over, I think it was 9 times just in the third quarter. 9 times. You can't do that, and especially in a road environment like that without your best player. I thought Kyrie played really well overall and, tried to do the Superman bit for a lot of the game. But overall, I mean, it's one that you kind of expected to lose going into it knowing you weren't going to have Luka. But it's still frustrating when you see the way that it played out and you think, man, this was kind of right there for you.
And the consecutive field goal streak for Daniel Gafford stops at 32. So, fantastic run for DG, but the Mavs end up losing, and so did the Dallas Stars.
America again shortly. Rack to the slot. Meyer scores! Timo Meyer from Jesper Bratt, and that's 3 straight for New Jersey.
Ooh, 3 straight. They end up pummeling the Stars. Chris Strong, you were out sipping your pina colada, checking out some of the hockey. Give us your recap.
Yeah, Ottinger is a big question mark right now. He needs to heat up before the playoffs, and Wedgwood is starting to feel like the goalie that I trust more. And I can't believe that I'm saying that at this point of the season, but got to trust Ottinger a bit more as we get closer to playoffs here.
And look, this was despite Wyatt Johnson scoring 15 seconds into the game, but they dropped their second straight at home. The final was 6-2. Careless with the puck. You talk about the Mavericks being careless in the third quarter. Stars were careless with the puck and too loose in coverage at times as well. Jake Allen played well in his New Jersey debut in net coming over from Montreal at the trade deadline, but they erupted for 5 straight goals. And Ottinger, to Chris's point, pulled 4 minutes into the second period.
Yeah, I mean, this is the other night against Florida. They get up 3-0, then they allow 4 unanswered goals. Now you're up 2-1 in this game, and it's 5 unanswered goals, and it's just they've had a bad run here the last couple games of just not being able to respond when things start kind of snowballing on them.
There was one shining moment.
One shining moment.
The Mavs lose, the Stars lose, but the Phenom. What are we calling him? One of the
Stankassin.
No. The other Phenom that swings the bat.
There's a drive to right center.
Stop it, Chris. Woo! Did you hear that?
You can hear it.
Did you hear that? Again.
There's a drive to right center. That could be the grand slam. He tours out of here. Sold-out crowd watching the youngster clear the bases with his 5th Cactus League home run.
Well, I was hoping for it. I won't say I predicted it, but I know how strong and powerful and how good this young man is, and that was really fun to see.
I love the mic call. Well, I was hoping. I'm not going to say I'm a genius. I'm not going to say I called it, but I sure was hoping for it. Yeah. Boy, he is so much fun. And, you'll hear baseball scouts talk about this, and I remember this was something that back in the day, the scouts around Josh Hamilton when he was coming out of high school, they said that coaches around the area used to say you knew, and this is the case whenever you hear major leaguers take BP compared to other people, like you hear it off the bat, like you can tell by the sound when Josh Hamilton was taking BP. You could hear the crack, and it sounded different coming off of his bat. And that's the way it feels like with Wyatt Langford. Like when we play that clip at the beginning, you just hear the way it comes off the bat, and he is just like that. And he is this. I'm trying really hard to control expectations, and not feel like this guy is going to step out here and immediately be a 30, 35 home run type of player, and contend as one of the better sluggers in the AL West, but. It's getting really hard to temper those expectations the more and more we see him.
That call gave me some chills for a number of reasons, but Wyatt Langford at 22, the youngest Ranger to hit as many as 5 home runs in a single spring since stats began tracking in 2006. His 5 home runs are tied for the spring training lead in 13 Cactus League games. Okay, this is mainly in lineups with the big league starters. He is slashed 361, 442, 806 with 5 walks and 14 runs batted in. Please let him start the season up here.
Let him hit third like Jared Sandler wants. He is. This is. You got to think about, for all the bad luck that it feels like the Rangers have had with their pitching development and everything else, just that first year of the MLB draft lottery where they were slotted, they were supposed to pick 7th, and then they get this break of the lottery breaks their way, unlike the way that it has with the Mavericks. They end up picking 4th. They're able to steal Wyatt Langford after everybody just kind of passes over him. And the luck that they've had with, or not the luck, the work they did on Evan Carter compared to the rest of Major League Baseball, and the scouting that they did on him, they have just been really fortunate with those two.
And as upset as I was that the Mavs started at 9, I was really upset this game started at 8 because y'all, and I would not say this if they weren't good or impressive. I mean, I didn't say much after Sandler's first TV call. There was a reason. But after this one, man, they were good. Jared Sandler and Mike Bassick, it was natural. I'm sitting there texting Sandler throughout. It was enjoyable. Yes, it's cooler that you know them calling a game on TV for Bally. It was really, really good, Bobby. I would have rather been maybe eating sushi, onions in my sushi rolls, but you miss out on Jared and Mike's television call.
CJ Nitkowski, who? Just kidding. CJ Nitkowski, still a good friend of the show, and we enjoy it. But I've said it so consistently. I mean, I think Sandler's really, really good. We troll him, we like to have fun, but Sandler's clearly really good at what he does. And Bassick is, I've said it before, he is a guy that whenever he talks baseball, it like exposes to me how little I understand it.
Yeah.
Like on that deep level, like it's like, oh, there's a whole other level of understanding here to this game that you can't get even close to, because Mike just sees things completely different, and baseball players in general have that baseball brain that allows them to see things in a completely different light. But it's really enjoyable when Mike gets that space to be able to kind of flesh things out and talk at length like that.
And he needs space. Man, if Bassick does not run out of things to say, he's going to be phenomenal. Or say something stupid, he will be phenomenal on the Bally calls. They were really, really, really good last night, in my opinion. So that is your sports night in DFW. 1 for 3. Unfortunately, the one didn't really count with Wyatt Langford as the Mavs and the Stars lose. Derrick Henry exposes the Cowboys. They didn't even call. We got 2 investigations taking place, maybe even 3, with the Dak Prescott update and Stephen Jones on why All In is such an absolute joke. Won't want to miss the start of the 6 a.m. Club Friday edition with Sean and Bobby next on The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Where do we start? First, with a good morning Metroplex and a shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We want to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. This is the unofficial start of the weekend. It's a Friday edition with Sean and Bobby with Choppy out on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. In case you did not know, we got Stephen Jones talking about Dak legal. What they're going to do at running back. Is the door still open for Tyron? Their new linebacker, Eric Hendricks. The laughable statement of all in. But first, let's start with the big man, Derrick Henry, going on Mad Dog Radio. And, of course, instead of talking about the fit with Baltimore, they have to ask him, hey, by the way, this is going to absolutely blow up on social media. Did the Dallas Cowboys ever call you King Henry?
Dallas didn't even, not at all. I'm not, I don't really know what's going on over there, and but they weren't nicking 10. Baltimore was showing the most interest, and somewhere I wanted to be. I was glad that we got it done, but the Cowboys never called at all.
Well, it's interesting. You hear him there. First off, it sounds a little bit of like, I don't know what's going on over there. Like almost like he's frustrated by the idea of like these guys clearly don't know what they're doing over there in Dallas right now. But this is. This is a principal thing that I have in life. It drives my wife crazy. When we're going to start looking at something, whether it's blinds, chairs, TVs, anything, I have to do a research project. I have to know. Like, she likes to go into the... You're one of two shoppers. You go into the store, you see it, like my mom... We don't have to look for anything else. That's good enough. Let's get it. Yeah.
I have to make sure there's not a better deal. There's not a better value. There's not a wow factor that's worth splurging the money on. And I have to see it's going to take me 10 times longer. And I say all that to say, make the phone call. Just see. Just see and make the phone call. Even though in principle, I agree with the Cowboys overall in terms of staying away from an older. The likelihood is that Derrick Henry has been run into the ground. That's probably the likelihood.
Sure.
But what if Derrick Henry goes, I live here. I love Dallas. Everyone sees me around here. I'll take 5. I'll take 6. And maybe his agent would have reached out to them and let them know that I always have to pick up and do the what if.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think that it's tough enough for Cowboys fans to accept the fact that they're not going to play market value for good players or market value for anybody, really. They want a discount. They want a deal on everyone.
Yeah.
And that's hard enough for Cowboys fans, I think, to accept. It's even harder to accept when you're not even picking up the phone to call and see if they would take one of those deals. When you're talking about, hey, we'd really like a discount. We want a break on cost or whatever else. Okay, but if you're not even going to place the phone call to see if they take one of those, that's where it starts going, okay, that's negligence. You need to do, for all the talk of due diligence, it's one of their favorite phrases, not even picking up the phone
24/7.
That's not due diligence.
Well, let's see. I'm trying to check out the South by Southwest schedule. Chris, I'm hoping you're aware of what South by Southwest is, since Peyton Russell, older than you, was not.
Austin, Texas, film and music.
Good job, sir. Good job, sir. So I'm trying to check out who Steven...
And Cowboys executives, not just film and music.
I'm trying to check out who Steven was watching on like the third day schedule of South by Southwest, and I'm having a hard time pinpointing, but there were a lot of performers. So maybe that's the explanation. And then the follow-up to Derrick Henry, were you interested? Like, if the Cowboys checked in, how interested were you in Dallas?
Yeah, I mean, of course, because that's why I stay in the off season. And that's a great organization, and been a great opportunity. But I'm thankful that I ended up here in Baltimore, somewhere I wanted to be, somewhere that they wanted me here as well. And it's a perfect match, and I'm excited. This is an exciting time for me and my family, and just ready to get to work.
Boy, how common is that, though? to sign a new deal. Did you see the photos, the promo photos Baltimore did with him yesterday, Derrick Henry?
No.
They gave him a giant purple throne to sit on to announce his with a crown and everything. So they're leading into the King Henry thing. They do all this for him, and then he's jumping on national interviews to go, yeah, of course I wanted to go to Dallas. Of course. Yeah, Cowboys love them. That's my off-season home. I'd love to be there, but I don't know what's up with them. They didn't have any interest in calling. That's a problem to me. Make the call. It doesn't take much to just make the call to the agent. This is why you know what you do. This is why you take those meetings on the bus in Indy that they didn't want to take. When we hear they didn't meet with this agent or that agent or whatever else, this is why you need to take those meetings.
Michael Lombardi on the GM Shuffle yesterday, he did bring up a point. He was defending the Cowboys yesterday. He said, look, if you get Derrick Henry, you have to build your offense around him. All right? You got to run you got to run, what Taylor Lewan was talking about, what Derrick likes to run. And you're going to have to make sure you make a volume commitment. He said, do you want to build with Dak Prescott and the MVP type season that he had? And again, everyone is going to forget. I think it's the most disrespected second MVP season in voting that I've ever seen or ever heard anyone talk about. You want to build everything around a 30-year-old Derrick Henry versus pass it around to Ferguson and CeeDee Lamb and everyone else. So that was a point that Lombardi was making. Okay, this isn't going to be a 12 carry, 11 carry, 13 carry thing. At least you would not think of it when it comes to Henry. So that's a point.
Yeah, and I mean that's fine. Just to me, it's again the issue of you have just driven into the ground like what you were just talking about a second ago. Player acquisition is 24/7, 365. Unless it's spring break, it's really like 24/7, 358. We're not going to make a phone call if that's the first week of free agency. But it's the lie of that 24/7, 365, due diligence, all in, like these buzzwords that they always pitch as to the Cowboys fans is guys, listen, it's not that we're not researching it. We're researching it and we're telling you this is not worth it. You wouldn't want us to get involved in these. That's a hard enough pitch for Cowboys fans to accept. Yeah, and the Cowboys, that's the angle that they try to take of this. We've done the research, we've done the work. We're telling you it wasn't a fit. When you don't make a phone call, you're telling me you didn't even do the research. You just made a blind read of it from the outside. I don't really want to mess with that.
All right, Stephen Jones. So that begs the question, what do you say to all the pissed off fans and media that are laughing and mocking what y'all said about being all in?
Everybody certainly has that right. I mean, we've, I know where the frustration is, the fact that we haven't had success in the playoffs to their satisfaction. Until we do that, then, the criticism is certainly something that's going to be there. And we know that's going to be there, but we're going to stick with what we believe will ultimately get us a championship here for our fans. But, we don't define all in as what you spend in free agency. It's keeping, the core, keeping some of the great players in this league, like Dak Prescott, like CeeDee Lamb, like Micah Parsons, like Diggs. That's what we define as all in.
Okay, I have a big problem there with a couple things. One, and look, Steven's in sort of it feels like is in the position of,
covering for Jerry,
White House press secretary or something, where it's like something has been said by the White House and now you've got to stand up there and tell them, well, this is why we meant that. We meant every bit of it. He's got to talk through that now, and he's got to kind of cut it from that angle. What I don't like there is look, they're all upset. Again, he's been pretty good this offseason. Early this year, he's they have every right to be upset. We've fallen short. There, it started out as a good answer to me, where it's look, we haven't had the success in the postseason that we've wanted to have. But to say it's to their satisfaction, the exact quote was, it's the fact that we have not had a lot of success in the playoffs to their satisfaction. Shouldn't it be to your satisfaction? Haven't you fallen short? Maybe this is an instance of the Tank Lawrence having to sit up there on First Take and come up with some answer as to why things didn't work out, and he ends up probably just kind of spitting out fatigue. We were tired, because he doesn't want to say what's really plaguing this football team. Maybe that's the same sort of thing Steven did there, where it's just He's trying to talk through something, and he ends up.
You think you're putting a little too much of a microscope on a word there? Let's hear it again. Chris.
Everybody certainly has that right. I mean, we've, I know where the frustration is, the fact that we haven't had success in the playoffs to their satisfaction. Until we do that.
No, he paused. There's you can drop it. We haven't had success in the playoffs. When he goes,
I'll just say our.
Yeah, you can't say our. Just say success in the playoffs, or say success in the playoffs to our satisfaction. To say to their satisfaction, to say, well, that's their right. They have the right to be upset. I'm not saying it's reasonable, but sure, free country, you could be upset by. That's where it's like, look, this has been a bad enough offseason for the optics and the approval ratings of this administration, this Cowboys administration. Stuff like that doesn't help.
Well, if you side with Bobby on the wording of it, then that lends to Dan Orlovsky, Mike Bassick's theory of they're fine just being really relevant. They're fine just being really relevant. Is it does not keep them up at night. A question does not keep them up at night to come up short. Question everyone always asks about GM Jerry is, would any other team in the National Football League have hired him as their GM? I'm going to turn that around on Steven. If Stephen Jones was not Stephen Jones, it didn't have like his last name in the affiliation, where would he be hired? What would he be doing in the NFL?
So
a capologist?
If you mean if he were to walk away from his job right now,
Yeah.
or his right now, yeah, somebody would hire him. I do think that, yeah,
As
he'd be in a front office somewhere, probably as a
a capologist, a numbers guy.
I don't know. I could see him overseeing a personnel department. I could see him getting the GM title where he's like managing people.
Yeah.
It's not
because again, they're a 12-win team.
Yeah, and it's not one he would have gotten probably initially. Of course not. He was brought in with no experience and trained in a lot of ways by Gil Brandt and some of the other people to learn the ropes. But now that he's learned them and he's been in the job where he has experience that people would probably consider valuable and say, yeah, that's somebody that we want kind of overseeing our draft process or overseeing our free agency. This is somebody who knows how to do this or that. So I do think that even if his name weren't Stephen Jones, if he were to lose his job tomorrow for whatever reason, Cowboys sell and he walks away from the team, if he wanted another job in the NFL, I think somebody would hire him to be a GM or a director of personnel.
All right, Steven, we got Eric Kendricks at linebacker. What else?
I don't look at it as the next few weeks. I look at it as, all the way up and through the season in terms of, how we continue to address this. And, just as we all see, that first negotiating day, it's wild and it's big dollars. And but then as you see now, things are calming down. And, that's where we think, you can be efficient and do good things. I think we have in the past, and whether it's via a trade or whether it's via just like we did yesterday with Kendricks. I'm sure there'll be more players released around the league as people move forward and work within their cap. So you never know what you might see that you don't see today. So those are all things that we feel very prepared to make quick decisions on, and I look forward to it.
Efficient.
Why? That's a little interesting. The distinction of we expect people to be released. Does that mean you've made assessments here on the free agent pool and you just decided hey, the opportunities we would take advantage of are guys that are getting released for cap reasons. The top free agents that are left here, we're not interested in.
Leftovers, baby.
I guess so. You're looking for, and I mean, Eric Kendricks was a guy who was released. He was a cap relief guy. He was not a free agent initially. They went and scooped up Gilmore and Cooks as guys that teams wanted to get rid of last offseason. So, I mean, I guess he just, what it feels like? It feels like they don't want to, they're very big, it feels like, in the assessment of why doesn't your team want you back? If you are an unrestricted free agent, why is your team not signing you? That's an analysis that we have to make here. We don't want to, if your own team knows you better than anybody else and says, we're not going to pay that, then why would we pay that?
Which is
not bad logic.
Yeah.
Whereas if they are going to say, no, what we'd like to take more advantage of is a team that's in a bad cap spot that had to get salary relief, so they had to make a release. They had to do this. They had to do that. That would make more sense. That seems to be their approach on it, is they don't want to bring on anybody that a team decided we don't want to pay you that.
We do have 2 Dallas Cowboys re-signing. We do have multiple official Dak Prescott investigations now. We got a trade that happened overnight with a big-time wide receiver. And did the Commanders just signal what their exact plan is at quarterback? Around the rest of the NFL with Sean and Bobby next.
If you're
segment of Sean and RJ is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Thank you, Chris Strong, in for Pepe. Chris did such a fantastic job yesterday that Peyton Russell was calling for follow-up intel.
Yeah, he did the old Troy Hughes bit. He picks up the phone and goes like, "How'd everything go?" "Well, it was gone. Everything handled." And not
How
how
much did he mess up while I was out?
Yeah, not like it was not in like a, hey, does he have everything he needs? Does he need me to catch him up on anything? It was more in a like, you know, how awful is it not to have old Pepe there? How was it missing out on the payload?
Yes.
And things like that. But no, he was just like, yeah, I was just calling to see how things went today, and I was like, pretty good. And then we talked about some other stuff from going on around the building, and he was just like, wow, that's interesting. I tried to tell Sean.
Not KNC related.
No, not KNC related.
Yes.
No.
Well, this is kind of KNC related. 2 police investigations are now happening. Prosper Police, where Dak lives, are investigating his claim that he was extorted. And Dallas Police are investigating her claim that she was sexually assaulted in 2017. And some of the other details came out with it last night. I think the supposed strip club that Dak and her went to was Ecstasy.
No, XTC.
XTC.
Yeah,
I
come
thought-
on.
I
Come
thought
on,
someone that we were texting with said, I thought it was pronounced ecstasy. See, I
I've
knew
al-
my strip club street cred was there.
I grew up around Dallas, and everybody I know calls it XTC Cabaret.
XTC?
That's what they call it. That's what everybody around Dallas I've ever known.
Not ecstasy?
The girl who invited me to her birthday party there called it XTC Cabaret.
She had a birthday party there?
Yeah, this is the same one that I did the music ringtone trick to. That we talked about the other day, where I set my ringtone to her favorite band, and then had somebody call. That she didn't invite me right after that. It was a little bit later on down the road. She had a lot of problems, Sean. She dealt with a lot of things throughout her life.
Yes.
She's no longer with us, but
Okay. I want to say let's move back to something more comfortable. This is not comfortable. So yes, the allegation took place in the parking lot of XTC, according to
drive by it most every morning. Drive by it most every morning when I'm coming down 35, and it's a happening place. There's a lot of vehicles parked there even at 4:30 in the morning.
So what does it mean that they're launching an investigation? How does all this mix in with statute of limitations? It's 7 years later. What are you investigating if the statute of limitations says you can't pursue certain things?
So Dallas Morning News had an article about it yesterday where I guess civil cases, at least their interpretation of what they're looking at, said civil cases were 5 years statute of limitations typically, and the criminal cases were 10 years. And so that's within the criminal case, I guess, but they never filed a civil lawsuit against him. They just sent that letter over that said, hey, if you want to handle this privately, go ahead and pay us some money. But
right. $100 million.
To Florio's point, when we talked to him the other day, Florio would say that's not extortion within the realm of like legal communication. And so
what would extortion be?
If there's something other than a letter from lawyers saying, hey, to avoid litigation, let's talk about a settlement.
Yeah.
If there's something other than that, I guess that's what they would be investigating. But I mean, the way Florio made it sound is like, okay, if that's the only example of this is extortion, I don't know how much that criminal case will fly.
And Florio also wrote the other day or yesterday, even if any civil claim for the sexual assault might be too late to pursue, the criminal statute of limitations might provide more time and might still allow the case to be brought in criminal court. So that's the update on that. A Tolo with a brilliant point for all the conspiracy theory nut jobs out there. Man, if Jerry Jones really wanted to take down Dak Prescott and set up this interview and this whole allegation, why would he give Dak his attorney? And I was like, wow, what a really, really good point. Because Levi McCathern is who the Cowboys turn to. So
unless are you trying to get the societal verdict rather than the actual one? That's all you do. You plant enough doubt. I'm just saying, devil's advocate would say, are you just trying to stir up enough bad publicity? That's not what I think is happening.
Okay,
But
I was waiting for you to say that.
No, that is
part.
not what I think would happen. By the way, the fan text is coming in. They're saying that you do know your strip clubs. That I'm wrong. Somebody said sounds about white. That's how white people pronounce ecstasy.
Yeah, no one's gonna XTC.
I mean,
let's go, Chris. Let's go. Like I heard they have awesome pina coladas at XTC.
It doesn't roll off the tongue, Bobby.
You guys
Ecstasy,
are right.
come
I
on.
think I went to Ecstasy with Ivan one time, and it was such a scene in there. And my wife's got some type of seedy past because when I was. Because yesterday when I went home and I was like, oh, apparently this is the strip club. She's like, oh, I've been there like 4 times. I said, what?
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like this
4
girl,
times.
This girl was throwing her birthday party there. Was like, hey, I'm doing a birthday party. Like, I mean, I'm not. It's
Amanda told me it was BYOB. And I said, what?
Bring your own boobs.
What the heck? Are you kidding me? And it was such a scene. It was so chaotic in there. I had to sneak out and call the Uber, and I pulled the sneak out with my boy Ivan out of Ecstasy.
Look, I've never been in a strip club.
XTC.
I've never been in a strip club, so
You
I mean,
haven't?
No, we've talked about this before. I've never
that's
gone in.
right.
Yeah, I've never gone
I bet
in.
I could get your wife to go.
You
Take her to
probably
an all you can eat seafood place and then hit the strip club after.
you probably if
Crabs
she was
and clam legs, clams and crab legs everywhere.
clams and clams. Yeah, if you were to get her drunk enough, I bet you could convince her to go in.
Oh yeah, I can get Kristen to do anything like that. Well, not that, not like in that family of. You know what? Let's move on.
Marked it.
Let's move on. Jordan Lewis is re-signing with the Cowboys on a 1-year, fully guaranteed deal, and they're going to be bringing back C.J. Goodwin. So re-signing our own. That's what all in means.
Boy, you have solidified your 2 best special teamers, man. CJ Goodwin, Trent Sieg. Well, that's not true. Brandon Aubrey, too. Brandon Aubrey would be in there as one of your best special teamers. But look, you're solidifying the Bones Fossil unit. It's clear Bones Fossil runs free agency. He's the only one who didn't go on spring break, I guess. But Jordan Lewis, good signing. Don't let that be the reason you don't re-sign Stephon Gilmore, though. Don't re-sign him with the idea that Jordan Lewis is going to start here full-time. I still like Jordan Lewis. I think Jordan Lewis, as a glue guy and as a football character guy, he's somebody you absolutely need here. He's 5'10", 190 or whatever he is, but I mean, that guy plays more physical than almost anybody else on the football team. He's not afraid of run support. He'll get in there. He'll tackle guys 40 pounds heavier than him. He's not afraid. I love Jordan Lewis's attitude and the way that he is. I just think that if you're looking at him as something other than depth, you're misevaluating where Jordan Lewis is at this point in his career.
This really blew up yesterday, became a social media discussion. Trayvon Diggs expecting his 3rd child, and everyone went to the age range here. He's 25, and this is some influencer named Joy Chavis. My wife knew who she was. She's 35. She has 2 kids already with Bow Wow and Future.
Let's check her
or
out
as
here.
Bobby would say, Bo Whoa. So Trayvon Diggs expecting his 3rd child. Congratulations to Trayvon.
She's cute. Yeah, she's I'm looking her up. I'm looking now. She's cute. Boy, she has a lot of photos with a lot of very famous men.
Oh,
Yeah, there's some photos with Diddy.
that's kind of what the conversation was online.
Yeah, Future. Yeah, Quavo. Yeah, this is a lot. Now it's did you see the old Orlando Scandrick flame?
Oh, Drea.
She's having a baby with
One of the Rockets.
Yeah, and who's like as old as her first son.
Yes, Drea, she don't stop. All right, let's move on to some of the other signings in the NFC East. Devin White is going to the Philadelphia Eagles. The former Bucks linebacker, 1-year deal up to $7.5 million.
Devin White is not the same player that he once was. And I mean, that's not like it's weird. It's not like an issue where it's like, oh, well, Devin White, he's so old and past his prime. No, Devin White's 26, I think, or is going to be 26 this year.
26.
He's young. But he's far removed from the all-pro player that he was during the Super Bowl year when they won in 2020 Tampa Bay. What are we looking at?
His PFF grade.
Oh, what was it?
A 46.
He's not good.
A 46.
He's not good anymore. He has not been good for a little while. And so to me, it's okay, go ahead. You guys can sign Shaq Leonard and you can go get Devin White for $7.5 million. But I would actually, I White is the younger player, the more athletic player, whatever else. I think that Eric Kendricks is a better player, like right now.
Did the Commanders just confirm what we all knew anyway? They traded Sam Howell to the Seahawks in a pick swap. So Seattle's going to get Sam Howell, a 4th and a 6th. The Commanders are going to get a 3rd and a 5th. So you talked about the darts now that Washington and Dan Quinn now have to throw.
7 picks in the first 102 selections. That's a lot of capital that they're going to be able to spend. And they've already been spending a lot in free agency. They had to, though. I mean, they were $90 million under the cap. They have to spend money to get up to the cap floor. But, man, they have spent a lot in free agency. They're going to have a ton of draft picks to throw out there. They've revamped their coaching staff. I think if you're a Washington fan, I think you should be excited.
I agree.
Right now for what what's occurring, what's happening. I think the acquisition for Seattle of Howell is interesting because if you're Geno Smith, do you feel a bit of disrespect in Seattle? Like, hey, I played at a really high level, and then you guys still brought back in Drew Lock, who's kind of a challenge, and now you're bringing in Sam Howell, who could be kind of a challenge. Now, John Schneider said yesterday, this is Geno Smith's job.
Sam Howell's a backup,
but Sam Howell definitely feels like stronger insurance than just your typical. Oh, this is a backup to back up our totally solidified starter.
Yeah, Geno's 33. What's his contract situation? Did they extend
He
him?
got a 2-year contract last year. And so I mean,
smart move by Seattle. But it's like, okay, Geno.
Especially for just a pick swap. You're not even have to just give up a straight pick. You're just swapping value. He signed a 3-year deal at the end or before last year.
So I'm fascinated by Jim Harbaugh in general. I'm fascinated by what the Chargers are doing. Late last night, they sent Keenan Allen to the Chicago Bears for a 4th-round pick. Meanwhile, Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack both restructured to stay in L.A. So I was like, are they blowing it up? Are they not blowing it up? But Keenan, and then you got to go look at Chicago, as it looks like they're trying to go ahead and build up some more weapons. So now Keenan Allen, DJ Moore for Caleb Williams, but Bosa and Khalil are staying.
Yeah, there is a lot of, this is definitely Jim Harbaugh kind of making his presence known. You got to remember Kendricks, the fact that the Cowboys were even able to get Eric Kendricks, that was a release by the Chargers. The Chargers move on from Mike Williams, Keenan Allen. Like, they're doing a lot of different revamping and kind of creating things in their own image. And if it was,
why are they taking away Herbert's weapons? Which, by the way, I quietly agree with, because the Chargers' weapons to me are always hurt.
I mean, I don't know. Think of they've walked away from Eckler too. Think of what Jim Harbaugh's offenses were at Michigan. It may just be a stylistic change.
They're about to run.
It could be either they're going to run the ball or it's one of these, like the McCarthy approach to Dak last offseason. Harbaugh may view Herbert similarly. Like, hey, I got to protect him a little bit.
Are you surprised Keenan went for a 4th?
No, because I mean he is getting older. I would trade a 4th for him. You don't have a 4th because you gave it up for Trey Lance to sit on the bench behind your starting quarterback. But I think that I would give up a 4th for him. I'm not totally surprised though. He is getting up there in age. He is I don't know how well his athletic profile translates to aging is another thing. And he's started to get more banged up. He's starting to deal with injuries more consistently. But he's a good player. Like Chicago's going to be interesting next year. Like, Caleb Williams is going to be put in a position to succeed. They're investing in offensive line. They've given him weapons now at receiver. Caleb Williams is going to have an opportunity to be really good right out of the gate.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club and our YouTube and Twitch audience for turning it on and leaving it on. You are appreciated. Appreciated. Aaron Rodgers, did he actually deny Sandy Hook on the way to this vice presidential run? And everything else you need to know if you're traveling this weekend for spring break, next on Sean and Bobby. But you also
Lottery registrations 2023.
Metroplex going 1 for 3 last night, and it was the Texas Ranger phenom getting us on the board. We'll talk about it all at 7 o'clock here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out. I'm absolutely shocked and blown away. I did not think it was going to happen. Bobby Belt, your instincts were correct for once.
817. Oh, I think I've won several bets now. I think I've won several bets. Look, to be fair, it is not instincts. I just took Choppy at his word when he said on Wednesday, I don't know when I'm going to see y'all again, but I guess I'll see you when I see you. It's like, okay, you are not coming in the next 2 days. 817 did say, Bobby, RJ's not in today. You won. Will Sean do Drunk Friday? Where is it? Where's Drunk Friday, Sean? You got to explain to the 6 a.m. club.
I mean, I guess Spittle's up right now. I don't know if we have anything in the fridge.
We got some, isn't there some tequila behind you, Chris?
Yep, we got it ready.
Yeah, there's some tequila back there.
I would have
or something.
I would have to know when I could drive home fine because I have a house closing today. But I did not want to take this to Gavin Spittle given the week that he has had. But I will pay up to some degree.
Okay, all right. We'll figure it out. I was gonna say I could drive you home. I could drop you off, but I'm without. Kristen doesn't even have a vehicle right now.
I thought you changed the car battery.
Yeah.
Or the other man did.
We did.
The real man
I did it. Let's be clear. No, but she
in Choppy's world, someone would get AIDS from changing a car battery.
Yesterday we were going to Shinsei for the Sandlot charity dinner, and because of that, like, Kristen was driving separately, and there were these hailstorms that were supposed to be coming, and she was just getting paranoid, like, the Explorer is going to get crushed by hail, and there's 4 years left on this note, and this is and so she parked it here. I gave her my card. She parked it in the parking garage, and so she did it there. And so then I took her home from there, and then I drove the car out here. So there's like no car at home. She's just like sitting at home with the kids for spring break, and I don't know when we're gonna have the time to drive back down here and take the second car back out of the building.
All right, Aaron Rodgers felt the need, which I would have as well, to put out a statement after there was a story that he went up to someone from CNN at a random party and basically suggested that Sandy Hook was a hoax or had actors and wasn't really what the rest of us thought, with the exception of Alex Jones. So that obviously blows up, along with him maybe being on RFK's vice president car with Jesse the Body Ventura. Aaron Rodgers tweeted this yesterday. And Mike Florio thinks this is not a 100% retraction.
I agree.
You agree?
I do agree.
Okay. As I'm on the record saying in the past, what happened in Sandy Hook was an absolute tragedy. I am not and have never been of the opinion that the events did not take place. Again, I hope that we learn from this and other tragedies to identify the signs that will allow us to prevent unnecessary loss of life. My thoughts and prayers continue to remain with the families affected, along with the entire Sandy Hook community.
Yeah, so as CNN brought up and reported, and I'm not saying CNN's great, I don't read a lot of CNN, but as CNN brought it, like, CNN's claim was that he had said that this was a government inside job and everything else, using the language, I've never said it didn't happen. Well, like, yeah, but the claim was that CNN made was that you claimed it was the government did it. Not that it didn't happen. And he doesn't say anything about that there. He goes like, it absolutely took place. Well, it's like, well, that doesn't totally address it didn't take place
with
under
actors
in this context. Yeah.
Man, I got no tolerance for this. I have zero tolerance for this. I go back and forth on Rodgers because I'm like, I find him interesting. I love listening to him talk about football on McAfee, and then he does some of the other dumb stuff. And like, you're gonna align yourself with something like this, like Alex Jones did, man. You are an absolute piece of freaking garbage. And you know what? Put your chest out fully with it. You know more than everyone else, and you're so much more intelligent. And going back to Cal when he said JFK, that's when I first started looking into things because. Michael Lombardi, RJ Choppy, the whole, the single bullet and all the conspiracy theories. That's when he started questioning things. Go ahead, just go full in with it, bro. Like, say what you're Mr. Fight the Man. Go ahead and do it.
But he
just
does
go ahead and fully announce it.
He does have a history though of, even though he's Fight the Man, it's Fight the Man like with his weasel words. Because you remember, and again, I'm not addressing the validity of him choosing or not choosing to get the vaccine or whatever, but he wouldn't just say it. He kept saying, "I'm immunized." Yeah, for sure, I'm immunized. He knew it, he picks his little words to like. All right, let me carefully words. He's a smart guy. He is a genuinely smart guy.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think that when you've got to really read between the lines whenever he posts a prepared statement. And so to me, it's like, that doesn't sound like a total denial to me.
He was apparently on ayahuasca when the rest of us found out he could become the next vice president. He's on some Costa Rican retreat with Jordan Poyer. Von Miller and about 9 players went out to some type of retreat where apparently he's doing some ayahuasca. So Jordan Poyer, who we were kind of wanting around here because of his wife, ends up in
Is
Miami.
that why we wanted him?
Yeah. And then
she's good looking.
This is really perfect for Choppy because Choppy is all into the conspiracy theories now.
Y'all pray for Choppy, by the way.
There was him being out for grass is a conspiracy theory. He's on a lawn retreat. So during an appearance on the Look Into It with Eddie Bravo podcast, he talked about a number of different theories. We're actually going to, I don't have anything to say on these to add. I'm just going to give you the topics, but
I'll weigh in on them. Give them to me.
Okay.
I don't know what they are.
Remember, I don't like to get in trouble on Fridays. Immigrants infiltrating and then turning on the American army.
That's more a Peyton topic.
Antibiotics not actually helping people fight illness.
So antibiotics, Sean, they can if you take them too often. I will say maybe this is what it means. If you take them too often, they lose their effectiveness and you develop a resistance to them. Maybe that's what he means.
Experimental gene therapy, President Biden not being in charge of the country, JFK being the last real president, and then the QAnon of architecture. Is it the Jerry Tarkanian Empire and more? So I can't wait for RJ Chopper to break these down next Wednesday when he recovers.
Yeah, if he's here, if he's been able to take some Claritin in between now and then, if he's hopefully he doesn't do any weed whacking or edging over the weekend and really like set himself back. We wouldn't want to miss him for a whole other week. Hashtag pray for RJ.
Meanwhile, be careful if you're traveling for spring break because Boeing continues to get absolutely crushed.
Dude, is there like just flat out and I know there's plenty of companies you could probably say this about, but is there any company right now that you think has less public trust than Boeing?
No.
Which is hilarious because, when you watch the Boeing documentary, they talk about one of the things they lead with is for years, Boeing was held up as one of the examples.
The Cowboys and Boeing.
Just like blind trust in Boeing. Like the country had absolute faith in what Boeing was doing for a number of years. Well, remember that plug door that got blown off the Alaska Airlines flight? NTSB investigators were trying to figure out, all right, let's see the video of the plug door removal. Well, Boeing is telling them, we don't have it. That footage was accidentally overwritten. We recorded over it. We were trying to tape Vanderpump Rules, and we ended up covering over the video. So this is just another instance of, and we've seen this a lot lately, of just Boeing doing some shady stuff when investigators come around, and them trying to, the whole MAX 8 storyline, where initially when it first went down, they're like, this is pilot error. The pilot didn't respond correctly to it. And then when it happened again and the investigation came out, it's like, oh yeah, actually Boeing kind of screwed this up and they were trying to cover their tracks. Boeing is very shady at this point.
Yes.
And there's absolutely no trust in them. I had asked a friend the same question yesterday about, is there a company right now in America you have less trust? He's like, no. He's like, I would not get on a Boeing plane right now.
What else would y'all say at 877-881-1053 in terms of the trust factor? For a split second, I fell for Tolo Austin Grimes, Emerald Custom Pools, Instagram story. Screwdrivers, drills now permitted on Boeing flights. And I was like, wow, that's going to result in a lot of violence. And then I was like, oh, okay, that's to help with maintenance and the door. So I fell for that for a second from Austin.
Yeah, the NTSB's chair said in a letter to senators that investigators sought security camera footage when the plug door was open and closed in September, but were informed the material was overwritten. The absence of those records will complicate the NTSB's investigation moving forward. So this is another instance of Boeing just getting in the way of people trying to find out the answers to why there are so many issues.
Chris, are you a freak out plane person?
Yeah.
When you want to fly to I don't know, Mexico to get your authentic pina coladas? Do you freak out? You get worried on a plane?
Yeah, especially going over water. And I found there's actually a website now where you can book flights for non-Boeing flights specifically.
Oh,
So
Airbus.
that's how big of a deal this is to some people now.
That's a good idea. That's a good opportunity to capitalize on it. Like, hey, we can help you sort your flights by making sure you're not ending up on a Boeing.
Yeah.
That's a good
idea. What's the website? You know what it is?
I'll find the website for y'all. Yeah.
There's a nuclear cat walking the streets of Japan. Japanese city put on high alert thanks to a cat that fell into a vat of toxic chemicals.
So what? This is like a...
They noticed like these yellow footprints next to a vat of chromium, which is the same substance that sparked the environmental saga in Aaron Brockovich. So they noticed like these little yellow cat footprints, and there's like, what the hell is this? And they go on the security cam, and they determine that a cat fell into the vat of chromium, and they're warning everyone because if you come into contact, look out for a cat with abnormal behavior because the risks in terms of coming into contact with this substance is abdominal pain, diarrhea, heart failure. They think the cat could be dead, but they're just warning people. The nuclear cat. Like a Simpsons episode.
Yeah, what is it? This is like the ooze, the green ooze that caused the turtles to become the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, is that what that? This is I just saw it, by the way, recently. Have you seen Aaron Brockovich?
No.
I watched it for the first time.
Is that Julia Roberts?
Yeah, and she's kind of... It's tough because she's such a hero in the movie. And when you watch it, we watched it for the first time a couple of weeks ago, Chris and I. Kristen loved it, and Kristen loved Julia Roberts' character. I watched it, and I came away from that going, this chick is kind of a B. The character, Aaron Brockovich.
Well, is her character supposed... It's okay if she's playing that part. Doesn't mean you have to put the hate on Julia Roberts.
No, I'm not saying Julia Roberts. I'm talking about the character. The character was kind of a B. I came away from the movie. Yeah, no, it's like, I mean, she's supposed to be like tough and like I get things done, but like I came away from going like, I would never put up with working with you. You are a pain in the ass.
And now you know how we feel.
Yep.
Bassmaster on Twitter. I own a recruiting company, got a resume last year from a quality assurance manager. He spelled quality assurance. Quality works at Boeing. True story.
They've all, by the way, everybody on the fan text coming in, and Boeing is by far the one that like, yeah, I don't trust that company right now. Because, you know, with the other story, we didn't get to talk about it, but the Boeing whistleblower, he mysteriously shows up dead. They're calling it suicide, but there's a lot of people saying like, why is this whistleblower who's going after one of the most powerful companies? Why is he all of a sudden gone?
What was the cause of death?
They're saying suicide. I don't know specifically what it was. Yeah.
Basically getting on a Boeing flight.
Yeah.
877-881.
He was sitting next to the plug door.
877-881-1053. Chartwreck.com text line. Let's talk about Wilt Chamberlain. Despite the Mavericks loss last night, the Stars get worked, but the Phenom strikes again on the home of the World Series champs. We'll bring it to you next. But I got to...
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Gilgeous-Alexander just lost his dribble. Jones. Oh! Jalen Williams, a defensive highlight of the game.
Mavs solid effort last night, but they didn't have Luka. Second night of a back-to-back in Oklahoma City, and the Thunder win 126-119. And Daniel Gafford does not catch Wilt Chamberlain. He finishes his run with 33 straight field goals. Chamberlain made 35 straight back in 1967.
You know what's frustrating about it, too? You're talking about 33 straight made shots. And then 34, you get that close to it, and the shot selection he had.
Shot selection? I mean, it was like a tip-in.
He threw it up in the air.
It was like a tip-in attempt. You're making it look like he pulled for a baseline jumper.
It's like he felt too much of the pressure. He's like, I can't be Wilt. We can't have a Wilt Chamberlain record be broken by Daniel Gafford. I can't make this bet.
Probably a few drinks deep at Inwood Tavern.
Sounds like you're a few drinks deep. Damn it.
Yes! You had me.
It is hard to stumble over it.
You had me there for just a second. Here is Tim Legler, Mr. Maverick, on his podcast. Now, he's on ESPN, but this is Legler's podcast talking about DG.
Now, let's get into this Gafford thing. So, because it's so weird. Like people in some of the chats that I'm in, with just talking hoops with some buddies, and they act like it's not impressive. Like, all he does is dunk. I'm like, let me tell you something right now, man. I could put these clowns on a ladder and give them a basketball, okay? And they're dropping the ball in the hoop. They're going to miss 1 out of 33, okay? So the fact that he's doing it in live game action, and number one, it speaks to the fact that he doesn't do things he can't do. So I think that's a good thing. That's a good thing, right? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not criticizing a guy for that. And I also don't think, by the way, he's like going to abort a play when he thinks like, oh, man, that guy's kind of close. If I jump, I might not be able to make this. So I don't want to keep the streak alive. Like, he's not thinking about the streak. He's just playing. Screen dive, screen dive, screen dive. Offensive glass, take it back up. Those aren't easy to finish, by the way. He's got a number of those during his streak where he's going up contested shots after an offensive rebound. So 33 consecutive field goals.
And counting.
I'll be honest, I did think we were going to get a Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery contract before he missed another shot. We were very close. We were very close when the Garrett Cole news came down. But, man, he's been... Yeah,
I love him.
It comes to an end last night, but he is so
he's my Jake Ferguson on the Mavericks.
He's so good, and he's like, it's just, we've talked about it in recent days. I was talking about it last night when we were at Shinsei. It's like, it's so easy to forget what an advantage good center play is until you have it again. Like, they've been without it for so long that when it shows back up, it's like, oh, this is why this position still matters. Like, you try and reason with yourself and say, it's a 3-point shooting league. You don't really need a big man anymore. But then when you have it and it's back and it's good and it's effective, you go, oh yeah, this is a serious advantage whenever you're able to use it. It's not the way to win in the NBA anymore, but it is a serious advantage when you have it.
Mavericks are still 2 games up on the Lakers. So they're in the 8th spot. They are a half a game back of the Suns, who got trounced by the Boston Celtics. Man, Boston owns them recently. And they are a game back of Sacramento. So now the big Sunday matchup at 2:30 against the defending champion, Denver Nuggets. Mavs, Denver on Sunday. So that was the Mavericks night. 0-for-1.
Fingers crossed Luka's back. Fingers crossed.
Oh, against Joker?
You would hope so. I would think I would think he's going to do everything he can. He was ducking SGA though, so who knows?
Shut up. Stars made it 0-for-2.
Still pretty rewarding. And
Fire in the front, and a chance, and Holt buries it. Alexander Holt scores, and it's 6-2.
And that's the way it ended. The Devils erupted for 5 straight goals. Wyatt Johnson scored 15 seconds into the game, but the Stars were careless with the puck like the Mavericks with the basketball in their third quarter last night. Ottinger pulled 4 minutes into the second period. Stars are a different team at home than they are on the road. Better record on the road. And they are 31st in home save percentage. Back at it tomorrow, they will unveil Mike Modano's statue outside of the AAC prior to the game when they take on the LA Kings. And I was asking this in our meeting the other day. What's the Madonna statue have to be? 877-881-1053 for the hockey heads. Help me out. What does the Mike Madonna statue have to be? Chris Strong?
We've seen a preview on Dallas, Texas TV, and it's not what I wanted. I wanted a cup raise. I felt like I needed a cup raise, but there's no cup raise. Spoiler alert.
How did they spoil it? What is it?
It's still under some sort of mat, but you can kind of see the outline of it. Big stick, of course, and no cup. So that's all I know so far. Kind of looks like an alien, but yep, no cup.
It's got to be better than the initial statue they threw out there of Dirk with the you remember the multiple basketballs?
Oh yeah, with the beads.
Yeah, that looked like beads.
And then the Kobe one. I don't love the Kobe one
because of the misspellings and how disrespectful that was.
Because of the misspelling.
Who's next to get a statue in this city?
Beltre?
I was about to say, is it Beltre? And Beltre's would have to be swinging on one knee,
no doubt.
But I mean,
we're standing in the circle, the on deck circle.
Yeah, dragging the on deck circle, swinging from a knee, like taking his helmet to throw it at somebody because they rubbed his head. Something
swinging from a knee.
Swinging from a knee that's got to be the one. But
according to you, it would be Elvis. And we'd also give Holland one, and you get a statue, Oprah belt, because you won Draymond and Clay to get theirs.
We put Aikman. Oh, look at Ryan coming through with the Dallas, Texas TV video that Chris Strong was just referencing. There's the covered statue with the outline there. But no, it's like the triplets going into the Ring of Honor at the same time. You didn't give each one of them their own individual night. You put them in together. That was my entire argument with Draymond, Steph, and Clay.
Steph needs to be by himself. He's an immortal, life-changing basketball player. It's insulting to him.
Does he win all his titles if Draymond and Clay aren't there?
Stupid counter. Does Michael win without Scotty?
Yes.
Does Scotty have to be there?
He would have won without Scotty.
No. 87. You're too young. You don't know anything about that. 877-881-1053. Chartwreck.com text line. Mavs lose. Stars lose. Ranger fans win.
There's a drive to right center. That could be the grand slam. He towers out of here. Sold-out crowd watching the youngster clear the bases with his 5th Cactus League home run.
Well, I was hoping for it. I won't say I predicted it, but I know how strong and powerful and how good this young man is, and that was really fun to see.
Okay, Mike. God, Mike trying so hard to be humble. An awful job of being humble because he predicted it a couple of pitches prior. So that was Mike Bassick and Jared Sandler. They were awesome on Bally.
They were.
I loved listening to them. Sandler's like, how's it sounding? Does it sound like we're definitely the backups and the replacements? It sounded natural and this and that. And I was like, man, it sounds really, really good. I was ticked off that it was on so late at 8 and then against the Mavericks, who tipped at 9. But Wyatt Langford hits a grand slam in front of a record crowd for Surprise Stadium, Rangers or Royals, as they had an announced crowd of 12,026. And the Phenom launched his first granny of the spring. So he's the youngest Ranger to hit as many as 5 home runs in a single spring since they started tracking the stats in 2006. His 5 home runs are tied for the spring training lead. In 13 Cactus League games, he slashed 361, 442, and 806 with 5 walks and 14 runs batted in after a slow start where he went 1 for 10. He's on fire, and the hype machine, at least in this room, out of control.
Yeah, you remember last year we were leading into the season and we were talking about, look, regardless of if the Rangers are going to be good or not, you're excited. Like, you're excited to see DeGrom and you're excited to see Evaldi. And I mean, DeGrom was really the headline, but like getting Seager and Simeon together and watching them hopefully play a full healthy season together. That was the kind of thing that we were looking forward to, is like, hey, regardless of what the outcome is, I'm excited about this. This year, regardless of the outcome, regardless of how they play this year, if they come in with a World Series hangover, whatever else, I am so excited to see Wyatt Langford play baseball. Like it's one of those things where it's like you're going to want to make sure that even if you're out somewhere, it's like, well, let me stop down. Like Wyatt Langford's about to come up to bat. I want to see this because the hype machine surrounding him, the fact that every level of baseball he's played, college, summer league when he was in college, the minor leagues and now into spring training, he is producing at a massive rate at every single level that he's had to hit. And I'm just so excited to actually see him, taking a bat at the Globe.
Leftover NFL. A.J. Dillon, Dallas Cowboy possibility, is going back to the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, well, I mean, that's unfortunate. But, you made your one off-season move. You signed Eric Kendricks. That's going to be it. You're going to sit out for another 2 weeks, I would assume.
Re-sign Jordan Lewis and C.J. Gilpin.
Look, I mean, A.J. Dillon is... I'm not going to get as worked up about A.J. Dillon as some of these other ones that they've missed out on. Like, I don't even view it in line with Zach Moss. A.J. Dillon's just not very good. But I understand wanting a power runner for the offense.
Eric Armstead, 3 for 51 with Jacksonville. San Fran released him. Today's Friday. 2 days ago, they released him after they failed to work out a restructured contract. And a guy that you were interested in,
Randy Gregory,
going to Detroit on a 2-year deal.
DJ Reader is a really good player. Now, DJ Reader got a significant amount of money. He's a defensive tackle. He's played with the Cincinnati Bengals the last couple years. He goes to the Detroit Lions on a 2-year deal. It's worth up to $27 million. So we're talking about $13.5 million a year for a one technique defensive tackle, a run stopper. That is DJ Reader's game, but he is so good at it. You want to improve your run defense immediately, DJ Reader would have done just that. But I understand that Dallas only pays with their EBT card. That's it. That's how they shop in free agency. They're not going to spend a whole lot. But it's disappointing that you weren't able to get in on that action at all, and instead you allowed him to enter the conference and go to a rival that you expect to be competitive along with you for the next several years.
And John Gruden is going to Italy. Awful announcing.
Italy, Texas?
Not Italy, Texas, although he may prefer that. I don't know. He's going to be an advisor for a European football team, the European League of Football. Didn't you think?
Didn't work out with the Saints.
I know, he was an advisor, right?
The Saints were trying to slowly work him back in, see what they could get, make happen, and then bring him back. I think Gruden eventually does come back. I think somebody eventually, enough time passes and they give him a
this is
shot
the
again.
wrong way to go.
You would think, but I do think that eventually, I think it's just he found, all right, waters are still a little too hot for you to bring Gruden back. But I think ultimately he ends up coming back on the sideline. I don't think he'll ever have a head coaching job again, but I bet he'll be on a sideline coaching in some capacity.
Stephen Jones with a State of the Star update. Is the door still open for Tyron Smith? What are y'all going to do at running back besides Deuce Vaughn? And are the Dak investigations going to impact the negotiations at all? The commercial-free expressway on a Friday with Sean and Roberto starts right after this. Thank you, Chris Strong, in for Pay. This is Sean and Bobby with Peyton and Choppy out on a Football Friday, as always.
How much better a job do you think Chris is doing than Peyton?
You know, I wanna back off Peyton a little bit. I like Pay. There's a lot of people that we've worked with who could not take the ball busting, and he does it brilliantly. But Chris is killing it.
I want to be, I want to say this while he's not here.
The only thing that Chris is really missing is he doesn't have that big pot of coffee going at 4 a.m. like Peyton does. Otherwise, he's been crushing it.
He only drinks ground tree bark or whatever the
Chicory.
hipsters have. Yeah.
Yeah, anything like kombucha. Yeah.
Yeah, of course you drink kombucha.
I don't drink kombucha.
What do you drink to get going in the morning?
McDonald's coffee usually.
Did you get a Coke Zero yesterday?
I haven't gone to Coke Zero. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go downstairs. 10th floor has them, I think. But no, I will say this because Peyton's not here right now, and I know he's on his way to the casino or whatever. That's what he was doing. He was like, "Yeah, we're going to the casino tomorrow." Blah blah blah. So he was going casino tripping again. I'll say it while he's not here because a lot of people think because of my ball busting that like, ooh, Peyton and Bobby hate each other. Peyton is genuinely like fantastic at his job. Like I've done board work for a long time. Peyton is really good at the drops and running things. Hey, he's great at the drops.
He's good. Where Peyton stands out, his personality. Like
he's just naturally one of the funniest people I know. Genuinely.
Yeah, and he seems to be a very good person.
Yeah, he doesn't get sensitive about that. The only thing he's ever gotten sensitive about was the Chat GPT thing. He got sensitive about that.
No, I've worked with other people in his position in years past, and I mean, you can have other people that are more talented. I would not trade Pay out because of his attitude.
No, he is a great team player. He is. I think he's really good at what he does.
Then we got Ryan in the back.
I know, the best video coordinator at the station. Love him.
I'm already making plans not to lose Ryan.
He's waving back there at us.
Like RJ worried about Wally Pipp, Peyton worried about Wally Pipp. No, other people should worry about Wally Pipp. We're right here. We're right here. My new garage companion with our
that sounds weird.
I don't care. With our post show conversations. So there it is for Peyton Russell. I need to have a big dinner. I mean, we probably blew up my bonus with the KNC interview recap the other day. We'll see how many Tolos.
Yeah, let's see your journalistic integrity in about 6 weeks, Sean.
I know, but I got to get Peyton and the girlfriend out for a big show dinner for all of us to go celebrate.
On you,
only
for sure.
It'll be on me if we finish at a certain spot. If we finish at a certain spot. All right, this is the Expressway, and we are commercial free here on DFW Sports Station. So, where do things stand with the Dak investigation? Well, 2 police investigations are now happening concurrently. Prosper Police, where Dak lives, are investigating his claim that he was extorted. Dallas Police are investigating her claim that she was sexually assaulted in 2017. Stephen Jones yesterday was asked, this is the big conspiracy, right? This is the podcaster conspiracy. Has Dak's legal matter impacted contract talks?
No. We visited with Dak about that, and certainly a legal matter, so something we can't comment on.
And again, to point out and just reiterate, Dak is basically using Jerry's and the Cowboys' attorney in this matter. So if they wanted to set him up and sabotage him and leak the story and make us do the interview on the KNC Masterpiece, it would be a weird follow-up to say, hey, use the attorney we trust to get us out of hot water.
Yeah.
Jams.
The same attorney that is representing Jerry right now in these lawsuits that we've talked about with related to the paternity case and stuff like that. That's the same lawyer that Dak is using, and it's somebody who offices right out of the Star. They're in the. You could walk upstairs. Dak could walk upstairs from the locker and walk down the hallway and go see him. Like, I mean, it's right there.
Now let's have a real conversation. Keep it real.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they will use, not that they set this up, because that is ignorant, stupid, and I lost respect for a lot of the people who float that, whether you're Tolo or not. That goes for some people all up in my mentions, but they didn't follow me anyway, so I know that you're just a troll.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that this could be used in a negotiation of, now look, we got to wait and see?
Like, do I think they will?
Yeah.
like that they'll verbalize that?
Not verbalize it, but that it will be a factor or used.
No, I don't think so. I think that they're.
It's like if I have a contract negotiation coming up and I get a DUI and this is pending and it's like, look, we want to keep you here, but you do have this matter out there. That's what I'm wondering here.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to.
Which would be very rich and ironic with all the trouble and legal stuff that the Jones family gets into. They should know more than anyone about claims that are made out there, but that doesn't necessarily mean they will keep that same line of thinking when they're trying to save money and not give him $60 million.
I'll be honest. I don't think the Cowboys have really any reservations about paying him like $60 million. Like, I don't think it's the number. I think it's more they're just curious about, like, do we need, like, and I don't even think it's like a serious thing that we're debating. So I don't want anybody to confuse this and be like, oh, the Cowboys are considering cutting Dak or anything else. I think the question for them would be more, is it time for a reset? Can we get better? I think they believe this is Dak's market value and we're willing to pay it if we believe that, like, this is going to, but I don't think that they would ever, I don't think they're trying to go up to a used car and go, well, when was the last time the timing belt was changed? That could go out on me anytime soon. I need to do this. Do you have the maintenance records? I need to see all the oil changes. Oh, I'm going to have to, this fender here, it's got a little dent in it. We're going to need to knock off some of the price. I don't think they're doing that with Dak. I think they just want security in what they're about to pay him. I think they want to believe that you're going to get us where we want to go. I think that's all they're looking at. I don't think they're trying to knock down the price. To me, it's if they're going to pay him, they're going to pay him $60 million. I don't think they're trying to get him at 52, but we don't want to go to 60. To them, it's do we want to lock in for the number of years it's going to take?
Okay.
I think that's the bigger question.
If I asked you, if I told you 3 months ago that his deal would not have gotten reworked by the start of free agency to go play and spend with, what would your shock level have been 1 to 10? I told you 3 months ago.
3 months ago, yeah,
reworked the deal.
A 7. I would have thought they would have got it done by now.
Me too.
Now, like, if you would have asked me 6 weeks ago, I would have said there's been too much buzz about them going back and forth and being cute with this. But I don't know. I mean, Jane Slater has talked about that. The sense from some people is that it's gonna get done. They feel like they don't need to get it done until maybe August or something like that. Which they do have a history of getting training camp deals done. Zach Martin was that way. Travis Frederick was that way. I think Tyron was leading up to training camp. They do have a history of getting July and August deals done for extensions. Diggs got done, I believe, in August.
Yeah, but can I come back and say that you not getting it done now handcuffed you in free agency? Now, maybe they're never willing to spend anyway, but couldn't I come back and say that? You cost yourself in free agency by waiting till August if they do that?
I mean, the way Steven made it sound like the guys they were interested in are potential releases, and so they feel like we don't need to maneuver for the cap space until we're ready to go sign those guys.
Has Dak Prescott's cap number impacted what Stephen Jones in the front office could do with free agents?
No, the cap number, it's so overblown in a given moment because you have to look at a cap, what the situation's going to look like, not only this year but next year. When you have to franchise because you're having a tough negotiation, not unlike we had with Dak 3 years ago. You've got to be able to account for all things. But no, I feel like we're able to cut and shoot. Dak's been willing to work with us. We've had great discussions about him and his contract. And he's all in on working with us, and we've had personal discussions with Dak as well. So,
got to stop using that word. Got to stop using that phrase. Got to stop saying all in. Yeah. Just stop saying, like, don't it, even if it's in regards to like Dak's perspective of getting the deal done. I think there's so much visceral reaction to the term all in. Just find a synonym. Don't say that anymore.
I want Peyton to sit at the blackjack table tonight and tell the dealer all in and put in half his chips. And when they go, sir, that's not what all in means. He goes, I work on the home of the Cowboys. Do you know who Jerry Jones is? Are you aware of who that is? Do you know who Stephen Jones is? They said that's all in. I can put in 50%. My auntie, just my little auntie is all in. So know your role. Shut your mouth. Hit me.
Here's the thing. If they need to free up money, There's a bunch of different ways they could do it. You could restructure. Here's what you can do with restructures. You can free up $21 million from Dak doing that, $4 million from DeMarcus Lawrence, $8 million from Trayvon Diggs, $5 million from Michael Gallup, $5 million from Terrence Steele, another $4.5 million from Brandon Cooks. Like, they have these switches they can flip. That's just restructures. If you want to talk about post-June 1 cuts, okay, they can get $10 million out of Gallup. They can get $8 million out of Brandon Cooks, $10 million out of DeMarcus Lawrence. Not that they're going to do those things, but they've got these different things that they can do to try and free up money. An extension. If you get an extension done with CeeDee Lamb, you free up $13 million. Just like that. If you just get that done. If you sign Brandon Cooks to an extension, maybe you want to add a void year to him or do something different and turn it into a signing bonus, you can get $5 million out of that. And so, I mean, there are all these different ways that they can kind of flip a switch or change things up to free up money that, yeah, he's right. They don't have to get a deal done with Dak in order to have the money to spend, but it's just that is the biggest savings. If you want to talk about what is the largest amount of savings they can possibly get off of one contract, signing Dak to an extension can free up to $26 million.
This is the Expressway. We're commercial free. In case you did not know, we are the home of the Dallas Cowboys here with Sean and Bobby Butt, our Cowboys insider on DFW Sports Station. That would be Chris Arnold. Were they right about Tyron Smith?
Chris Arnold?
Shut up. They.
Oh.
Not he. Them. He. Were they right about the market? Because Tyron Smith is unsigned.
Right. So the question would be, which is more beneficial to Dallas?
And this happened with me and not me and Ray Lewis, because I lived to tell about it. But this happened with Ray Lewis in Baltimore. Ray wanted his respect contract towards the end. And they're like, go out and get it. And over half the city was like, no, you can't risk this. You can't do it. Kind of like what the Cowboys did with Amari Cooper a little bit. And then Washington was like, okay, we'll give you 19, 20 million. The Cowboys like, okay, we will too. Ray never got that money out on the market. And he came back a little bit with the tail between the legs back to the Ravens. Is that happening here?
Yeah, I'm trying to see so far. Realistically, one tackle is off the board. It's Jonah Williams, and he signed 2 years, $30 million in Arizona. So you're talking about that there's a significant number of tackles that are still out there. Bakhtiari's available, Charles Leno, Tyron Smith, Dwayne Brown, Trent Brown. Like, these are guys that are out there available. So to me, it's been a slow developing tackle market. The tackles just haven't gone off the board yet. I think the longer that this waits, the question becomes, okay, is it more beneficial to Dallas? Does Tyron start to feel the heat a little bit of like, oh, I'm unsigned, I'm not getting the deals I want, maybe it's just more comfortable to go back home? Or does sitting out there, because the 33rd team for the last 2 days has had the top free agent available as Tyron Smith. And so the longer that he sits out there and becomes the clear-cut number one free agent, does that create a market? Where like a competitive market where the cap has gone up so much and teams have all this extra cash that they wouldn't normally have a week or two into free agency. Does that create a competitive market that then ensures with certainty like he's gone and you can't compete at that level? I think that's more what the Cowboys would have to consider, is which plays more into our hand. Because I think that the big dispute was Cowboys wanted him to take another deal that was incentive laden, and hey, it's dependent on you being available and you playing. And I think Tyron Smith is saying, I proved that already. I want guarantees. I want my money now. I've cut you guys a couple different deals. I'm not cutting you a deal anymore.
Is the door still open for 77 to come back, Steven?
Open. I mean, no one thinks more. Tyron Smith's going to be a Hall of Fame football player, and has had an amazing career, and we certainly hadn't shut the door on a continued career here in Dallas. But he's a man's man. He's one of the great left tackles to ever play the game. And no one's feels better about Tyron Smith than this organization, whether it be Jerry, whether it be myself, the coaching staff, Will McClay. I have nothing but big-time thoughts about Tyron and what he's all about.
Why is it always the team that's saying goodbye to you is the one that just thinks better of you than we think so much better of you than anybody else? That's why we're saying goodbye.
Yes.
That's why we're walking away. Now, I do think that it's also possible that, when you hear Steven talk about that, you can also probably hear a little bit of their perspective as to why they think the way they do, is that like, hey, nobody knows Tyron Smith better than us.
Yeah.
And I think that's like we understand what it takes to keep him healthy now.
Yeah.
We understand how you have to stagger his workload and where he's comfortable and what he's able to do. So it's almost like I think it's like one of those carefully worded Aaron Rodgers statements where it's like we think the world of him, but also we recognize this is where he needs to be to have his best success, and so we have some leverage too. I think that's their thought process. Whether that's a fair thought or a good negotiating position to have, that's up for debate. But I think that's how the Cowboys view it.
Yeah, to me, I think his contract should be incentive-based, health-based.
But if somebody's willing to, outside if here, give you the guarantee, then I don't blame Tyron Smith for saying, well, I'm going to go take the money that I know will be there for me.
Absolutely not. You do not blame him whatsoever. Finally, Stephen Jones on the newest Cowboy linebacker, Eric Kendricks.
I mean, obviously, with our cap situation, we're, moving some things around, trying to, make sure where we want to allocate things. And, just the more we visited about it with him coming, obviously he was one of those guys that was released late. And, but being, playing under Mike and Paul, certainly influenced us in a big way. And, I've gotten to talk to Eric since, and I just think he's going to be a great fit. And he'll walk right in, be one of the leaders on this defense right away. He knows exactly what Mike's trying to accomplish with this defense, so he'll know it as well as anybody, and certainly understands the whole defense. And just felt like it was a fit for us. And the great news is we did have Mike and Paul here. He's comfortable playing for them, and have nothing but respect for the 49ers. But I think he was comfortable playing, and we've lost players like that before where they're comfortable, with coaches, where they're going to go, and coaches that they play for, and they feel like they know how to use it.
And nice job, Ryan, getting all the video clips up of Stephen Jones on Twitch and the fan cam YouTube, courtesy of John Machota.
What I'm really interested to see, the way they've talked about free agents and the things that they've done, and talking about coming in at the 11th hour and taking them away from San Francisco or whatever else. I cannot wait for the terms of this deal to be announced, because I want to see exactly what kind of a deal they got on this. We know it's 1 year, but are we going to see it's worth $3 million in base, and incentives can get it up to 8 or something like that? They love those deals. So I'm going to bet whenever the terms are released, we're going to look at that and go, yeah, they probably got a guy because he wanted to be here. It wasn't because they out-negotiated another team. It's because he wanted to play with Mike Zimmer, or he wanted to be in Dallas. He wanted to play with, Paul Gunther. Like, those are the things that I think are going to be more impactful to signing free agents than anything else. And that's probably why they lose out so consistently, because at the end of the day, people are trying to get paid.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to get paid. Everybody's trying to secure their future. And if you're not willing to play on those terms, it's going to be really tough. You're going to get guys on the back end of their career who are just looking to check a bucket list, essentially, of career accomplishments.
Hollywood Brown to the Chiefs on a 1-year deal, and Odell is available again.
You know what? Let's start that up again. Maybe Jerry will come back from spring break for that, to come back and court Odell Beckham, who was not great last year. I mean, he was like, what was he?
No, I'm glad the Cowboys didn't do it. They right.
They won on that one, which, to be fair, we kind of felt like, what was that? That was the end of the 22 season where they were courting him very publicly, and I think they knew the entire time they were never signing him. Like, I think they knew it pretty quickly. Like, he's not going to be available to play, but what's it hurt to talk about it a little bit? What's it hurt to have that conversation?
Take him to the Mavs game? Well, they had put him courtside, and
that was Micah and Diggs. They probably look up to Odell Beckham and like, oh, this is one of our favorite players from when we were in high school or whatever. I think that's them more just like getting to hang out with an idol.
But I'm not interested. I'm
at
not,
any price.
I mean, yeah,
if he's willing to do like a $2 million deal and come play in Dallas, like, I got my last payday, I'll play for $2 million.
$2 million. Expressway Friday, commercial free all the way up until 8 o'clock here on Sean and Bobby. That means junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin'. It's only fitting with RJ Choppy out with, what are we calling it, Bob?
The beta flu.
The beta flu.
Mm-hmm.
We need some other lawn jokes to make with RJ's allergies keeping him out for a second straight day.
He inhaled grass.
Yes. Inhaled grass? Smoked grass.
He didn't inhale.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's only fitting with RJ out that we talk about the abbreviated work week that some people are trying to finally really make happen.
He was Bernie Sanders has submitted. I never in a million years did you think you would ever see RJ Choppy sharing Bernie Sanders legislation on his Instagram account. I would have never thought about it. Bernie Sanders is now pushing for a bill to establish a 4-day work week. The Sanders-led bill would reduce the standard work week from 40 to 32 hours over 4 years and protect workers' pay and benefits. This is something that Choppy only half agrees with, because Choppy is one of the 4-day work week, but he still wants to seem like tough man, and he's like, well, no, not for 32 hours though. It's got to be 40.
Yeah.
10-hour work days.
Right.
Yeah, but no, we're not cutting corners here.
Well, we're in the building for 5 hours.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and in his case, he's in the building for 15 hours total during the week. And so the bill titled the 32-Hour Work Week Act would reduce the standard work week.
Do you bust my balls this much when I'm out?
No, we did with McCarthy that one day. But to me, you didn't call out with I mowed my grass and I can't come. Yours is like you had a immune response to something. Like your body was saying you need to heal. His is
for a day.
Yes, and for a day. You did not go, yeah, look, I think my sinuses are going to screw me for a long weekend.
Because to me, it gets in my head where it's like, okay, it's way too obvious I'm trying for a 4-day weekend. It's way too obvious.
Even optics, even if you didn't feel great, you'd probably come back in like, this is going to look bad. I need to show. And I thought, or you thought that's what Choppy was going to do, but he was laying it on thick on Wednesday. Yeah. We knew.
You knew.
I did know. He set it up too much. He's too often saying, yeah, I'm gonna try to come in. He wasn't even faking like he was gonna try to come in or anything else. A press release on the bill described it as, quote, an important step toward ensuring workers share in increasing productivity and economic growth driven by technological advancements. Moving to a 32-hour work week with no loss of pay is not a radical idea, Sanders said in a statement. Today, American workers are over 400% more productive than they were in the 1940s, and yet millions of Americans are working longer hours for lower wages than they were decades ago. That has got to change. So he's pushing that, and RJ Choppy is only semi-rejoicing because he wants that. He wants the 4-day work week, but not at the expense of 30. You can't just lose 8 hours. This is interesting, though. There was a study a couple months back. I can't remember where it was, but it was talking about that San Francisco and some of these cities that extended the lockdown or the stay-at-home stuff, and you had people working it. They talked about how so many different buildings in downtown San Francisco had lost an enormous amount of value, and people were just bleeding cash over it because it's like, well, there's nobody in here working in these buildings.
Look at our sales department.
Yeah,
we boarded
we threw
it
a wall up.
We boarded it up. All right, you don't need the lease space.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's caused them to bleed money, and so but here's Choppy. He's a big Bernie Sanders guy now.
But
he's feeling the burn.
I'm really I'm trying to put into words my reaction and explosion of excitement if it just announced, if there was an announcement we were going to a 4-day work week. I don't even know how I could contain myself.
That we were going to one?
No,
they would never let us go to one.
No. I mean, it was federal legislation.
Which, and he's talked about this before. I would prefer a Wednesday. If we were going to go to a 4-day work week as broadcasters, I prefer hump day off.
That's how Bassick is. No, I would, for our job, I would pick a Friday.
2 days on, 2 days off. It's great. And then you get a middle.
Why would you not just want 3 straight days?
No, you
can't take a trip. You can't go anywhere.
Well, with vacation, you could. You
Chris, what do you think? Monday, Wednesday, Friday off.
I feel like you need a 3-day weekend, Bobby. I think that's the whole economic part of this. That's Bernie's point. I think he's like, yeah, they're going to go on 3-day weekend trips, and it's going to boost the economy, all that.
Thank you, Chris. And the fan text is going to pick Monday.
That mustache and those glasses. That's a guy who says bourgeois.
Think how many? Think how many? Crypto bro. What is it?
Oh yeah, what is that?
Pied à terre.
What is it?
Pied à terre.
Think how many pina coladas Chris could drink a 3-day weekend.
817 has diagnosed Choppy with Movid.
I knew it. Oh my God, that will set him off. That right there will trigger him so bad.
Movid-19. Very good, 817.
Yes. What's today's date? Can we tie it in with a number?
March 15th.
Movid 15.
Boy, this is around the time of the lockdown.
What was COVID? What was COVID's thing?
COVID-19. It was because it was COVID.
It was 19?
Yeah. It was 2019.
So we can't say Movid 15?
It would be Movid 24. Yeah.
Movid 24. Yo. That is brilliant. Whoever came up with that.
That's
Movid.
That's very good. And by the way, I think
Texas
it was,
William, get that on a meme.
I think it was. This is around the time that
Yo, that will legit freaking tick him off.
States began to implement shutdowns in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19 on March 15th, 2020. Today is the 4-year anniversary, and Chop is out with COVID-19.
Oh my God. Yo, there's no one out here on the road too. Everyone.
No, it's all spreading. Choppy's patient zero, just breathing his grass clippings onto everybody.
He's seriously gonna get mad.
We need to have
I
a
hope he
mask
plays along with
hanging
it.
from the microphone when he gets in here. You think he'll get this jab for the Movid?
The green finger. All right. Let's continue with the junk drawer here at 877-881-1053. Where do you want to take it?
Oh, let's go to Olivia Rodrigo. Things aren't controversial
My wife
enough,
did not
right?
believe this yesterday.
I wouldn't have believed it typically. So obviously, there's a lot of controversy out there in the wake up. Very good with the Olivia Rodrigo music, Chris. There's a lot of discussion out there and debate about contraceptive.
Spittle just sent this RJ selfie at his house. Get this on the fan cam. You can zoom in on it, Ryan. This would be.
You need to just text it to him. He'll throw it up on the fan cam.
This is some props right here to you, the old Wally Pipp.
Wally Pipp,
Yeah.
indeed. The Lou Gehrig.
He obviously
man
doesn't
Lou
think
Gehrig.
you're too much of a threat in order to miss a second straight day.
I know, but then he's begging me not to take off for Indy. Like, please, dear God, don't miss Friday. I don't want to have to talk. That kind of thing. Because his throat, it hurt so bad.
Movid.
Olivia Rodrigo is a very politically involved individual. And of course, there's been a lot of controversy about birth control and, decisions related to Roe v. Wade and stuff like that over the last couple of years. So as court decisions have come down and outlawed certain issues across the, different states and various state laws are coming down, Olivia Rodrigo is going activist. And fans at her concert in St. Louis got access to the $50 morning after pill and condoms that were being available at a table. Hey, come on over here.
Glad the kids are not on the road.
There's a lot of 13-year-olds that go to Olivia Rodrigo shows and stuff like that. And so to me, it's like,
and
look,
Mac Angle.
I totally, yeah, exactly. I totally understand being passionate about an issue. Okay. I totally understand having, this is a thing that I'm really convicted about and I want to do something about it. And I understand that. This to me, though, knowing there's a lot of kids, young
They're
kids.
$50 pills?
Yeah. A lot of kids that go there, it feels tacky to me.
Tacky?
Yeah, tacky. I think it's wrong. I don't think you should.
Why is it wrong? It's preventative.
But we're talking about the ages of the kids who go to these concerts
and
to just have a display hey, kids, come here. You want some of these?
And Choppy would tell you that kids are doing this now.
Too bad he's not here to talk about it, I guess.
He said that. He said the stuff that his kids talk about and the activity of younger ages. Chris, how old are you?
24.
24.
Yeah.
At what age, and let's try to keep it a little bit PG. I do want to respect the Tolos who
Spring break, they're sleeping.
I want to keep it a little respectable for the kiddos in the car. At what age would you say that your classmates in high school were starting to mess around? By mess around, I mean, 3 letters.
I'd say freshman year of high school. Yeah, 15, 16 is probably the average age nowadays.
Okay. So in my day, it was junior, senior. So I would say junior at the youngest.
So my point exactly, though.
And y'all let us know, 877-881-1053.
You're wanting to make sure that we talk about it in a certain way because of kids who could be in the car. Kids that are the same age as go to these concerts and are then standing right in front of it.
You know
to
what
me, I think it's
you know what this is? This is taking the car keys for the underage drinking party. You wanna be real, or you wanna pretend? Look, we know you are gonna go out and drink on your backcountry roads. I'd rather you do it here at the house, but you're all gonna give me the keys. Okay? So now, does Olivia Rodrigo have to take on this responsibility? No, but it's hey, we know y'all are going out here and doing these things. Let's try to help out with
817. But I mean, you're having 12 and 13-year-olds at the concert. 12 and 13-year-olds are not doing it widely.
Right. Yeah.
817. I'd rather the kids have it than not have it. 817. It's called indoctrination. What else do we have
And is this
here?
introducing the idea into the minds of those who haven't even thought about it whatsoever? Like, oh, what is this pill?
That's
Why
my
are they
point.
handing out these pills?
Like I said, it's not. To me, it's just like I said. I think it's just tacky to have it as a setup, knowing that there's like.
The word tacky, I want to pick that apart.
Okay.
Okay, like tacky is to me, is tinsel on the Christmas tree. So what is it like?
I view tacky as trashy. I think it's trashy.
You think it's trashy?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
I think it's trash to have it as a setup, knowing the ages of kids that go into your show.
Okay.
I think if you have it, look, there's certain areas of concerts that you go that have like bar setups or whatever. So if you have them in certain places, this was like right in the door next to the merch table and by the bathrooms. Like where everybody's going to be walking by grabbing shirts who are like 12-year-olds going, Dad, can I get a shirt?
Yeah.
So to me, I wouldn't like it if I was bringing my 10-year-old in there. If Addison would love to go see Olivia Rodrigo. I wouldn't, if I took Addison in there and then like they've got a little table set up while Addison's buying shirts. It's like, here, come get your condom and your plan B.
Yeah.
I would be like, this is a little trashy.
Is the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition dead and gone forever?
No, you saw Fish's little hot tub photo that he sent out there with the pina coladas with Chris Strong.
That's what we've gotten to is Mike Fisher shirtless for the SI swimsuit.
Yeah, that's all we're gonna have left is those tweets. According to Awful
Geographic.
Announcing, Minute Media, who is the front runner to publish Sports Illustrated, take over and publish it. It may be done without the acquisition of the swimsuit issue. So Minute Media is looking to make a deal for SI and their properties after the announcement was made, obviously, a couple months ago that SI was kind of shutting down, formerly the management was, and they were looking to offload it. And a lot of people felt like this is the death of SI. Well, Minute Media is coming in under a revised deal, trying to take over, trying to save it. But this is apparently a deal that would be done without acquiring the swimsuit issue. That would be broken apart. That would be left in the dust. And so you're talking about a very iconic part of Sports Illustrated, the swimsuit issue. I would assume this would also mean no more, whatever the swimsuit models and cover models and all the other different things that SI does. This would cease. And so all you would have left is, Fish's Don King chest hair in the in the hot tub.
When is the last time that you've ever read a Sports Illustrated even a thing for you? Have you ever read a Sports Illustrated or an ESPN the magazine?
Yeah. I'd say the covers are the biggest part of culture for me growing up. So I didn't read beyond the cover. I'd look at the covers, be like, hey, that's a pretty cool cover. Then go forward from there.
And not open it up and read the rest?
Yeah, I think the covers have been the most important part to me growing up.
When is the last time that anyone has read one?
That's how I learned to read I learned to read when I was 5 from Sports Illustrated for Kids. Like my mom got me a subscription and she knew that, like, she told me, she was like, I'm not going to read the articles to you though. If you want to read it, it was a way to encourage me to get on top of it. And so I learned to read in a couple days basically because of the drive for that. So I've always loved Sports Illustrated. I used to subscribe to it, get the issues. I haven't read one in probably 4 years.
4?
Probably.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's probably been a decade here.
Yeah, I'm like 14 probably. Or ESPN the magazine.
Oh, I never thought ESPN the magazine was at the level of SI. SI used to, it's funny, I was talking to somebody in a meeting, they're like, SI used to have, it's just silly what it's become. Like when you look at what the product is now and you think about the weight that SI used to carry, an SI cover story, an in-depth investigative piece, or some of the stuff they did on LeBron when he was coming out, the Grant Wall pieces. SI was absolutely fantastic. And
Rick Riley, baby.
It's just not the same anymore. But I will say, when we're thinking about ESPN, or we're thinking about SI and the swimsuit editions, most iconic one, it's the Tyra Banks one, right?
Yes.
I think there might be a Kathy Ireland. I don't know. That you don't bring this up in the last minute of a segment talking about the greatest SI swimsuit covers. That is a beginning. It's got to be that one. That's a beginning of Expressway topic.
You remember when Tyra recreated it too, with the yellow swimsuit?
God, yes.
Look at that.
Now you're gonna make me go over the clock. Hang on, covers. I want to say there was an Elle McPherson.
I know we're
one,
treating this clock like we're Sandler or something.
But the Kathy Ireland. No, I don't have enough time to go down this rabbit hole. I just can't do it. 877-881-1053, Truckwreck.com text line. Is the team with the number 1 pick in the draft absolutely screwed? What are the Commanders going to do after they traded away their quarterback yesterday? A free agency and NFL draft update. How are the draft picks being affected by everything this week? That's next on Sean and Bobby.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hours. We try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible here on Sean and Bobby. RJ and Peyton are out. We got Roberto and Chris Strong along with Ryan powering up the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Yeah, we're trying to get the rest of you to your weekend as soon as possible because RJ and Peyton started it on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think we exercise enough jokes in the expressway. Let's move on. Let's get some new material.
Oh no, I'm going to drive this until RJ Choppy's going to hate me here in a couple days.
Yeah, him and Carter. 877
he's already there.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Let's talk about some of the other moves that happened yesterday. The Chicago Bears get Keenan Allen for a 4th-round pick. So Caleb Williams, we think, is now going to have DJ Moore and Keenan Allen to work with. Does that make Chicago dangerous or what? Fill in the blank. The Chicago offense with Caleb Williams and those weapons could be or would be what?
I mean, they're not. You got to remember they're picking at the top of the draft, but they're not. They're not a horrible football team.
No, RJ thinks that they are in the best position of like any team in the past. How many years that have had the number 1 pick?
Yeah, I mean that's just because he needed a take though, and so he threw that one out there.
He had some back. He has some research.
I know. I'm going to troll him. I'm going to troll so hard. No, this is. You look at the fact that they've already added DeAndre Swift. They went and traded for DJ Moore last year. They went and got, now they get Keenan Allen now. They used their 10th pick last year on an offensive lineman. They're in an offensive line heavy draft. They're going to be able to go get another one at 9 if they want because they got 2 picks in the top 10. They are in a really good position, and they showed some fight at the end of the year. Like the way that they were doing things. They've moved on from Luke Getsy. I know Chicoline down the hall. He's thrilled about that. Big Chicago Bears fan, Chicoline from La Grande. But they've shown, I think, They've set things up to where if Caleb Williams doesn't have success early on, then Caleb Williams is only going to have himself to blame. Like that's all that's going to be to it because they're going to put him in a position to have weapons to succeed.
People think the Bears are screwed with the number 1 pick now. That they waited too long. I know Michael Lombardi, you and RJ both lost to me with the Justin Fields bet of
you can have one.
Getting traded for a 1st-round pick. Are the Bears, how screwed are the Bears? And what is the value going to look like now for Justin Fields? As Choppy wrote the other day, now they definitely are going to have to wait till after the draft.
It kind of feels like they have to, right? But here's the problem. This is why, and I know we didn't like dive into it, but I know we had like traded a couple different prep emails back before the draft or before the combine. Where we're like, when makes the most sense to like leverage Fields? Because they would probably look at it and they thought if we do it after the combine, that allows teams to come in here, fall in love with Caleb Williams. We can taunt like we're going to potentially trade Justin Fields. Like basically try and sweeten offers or get whatever else. Or have somebody come away from it and go, we're not as thrilled about this draft class and who might be available. The problem is that Michael Penix went out there and Bo Nix went out there and J.J. McCarthy went out there and they did really well at the combine. And that made teams feel better about it and I think kind of killed any potential market. Then you see Baker Mayfield taking less money than we thought he would. Even somebody like Gardner Minshew, I would have thought he would have gotten more than $12 million, which is what he ended up getting. You look at the fact that Mac Jones gets traded for like a 6th-round pick or whatever. So I think that, what was it, Sam Howell yesterday just gets a pick swap. The market is not what the Bears probably anticipated it would be. And so they should have, in hindsight, it says you should have made the deal in February. You should have made the trade, come off of it, tried not to get you. Ian Rappaport said earlier this week, the Bears have not taken calls on Fields yet. Said they haven't placed any calls and they have not taken calls on Fields yet. Is that posturing? Is that them trying to say, look, this is because we're slow playing it, okay?
I think that's Ian doing someone a favor.
That's totally possible. But
which I get.
Yeah. I mean, I think that when you look at how things have shaken out to this point, it probably would have served the Bears better if they would have done something in February and just moved off of Fields if they're going to move off him or move off of the number 1 pick. Right now, they could move off the number 1 pick a lot easier if they wanted to buy in on Fields or if they wanted to trade down a little bit and get somebody like May or McCarthy or somebody like that.
Well, now the quarterback light is blinking in Washington for sure. We already probably thought we knew, but yesterday in trading Sam Howell, it's like, okay, whoever is left over after Caleb, that will be our guy at number 2 for the Commanders.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I know there's a lot of people. Initially, everyone thought slam dunk. it's Caleb Williams 1, Drake May from North Carolina will go number 2. But there's a big push from a lot of people that think Jaden Daniels ends up there, and that Jaden Daniels as a mobile quarterback could be the guy. And Cliff Kingsbury, for all of his faults, he did help get Kyler Murray paid. Like, he did help him develop into a guy that, Arizona said, we want to pay this guy despite all the other things that are telling us, hey, we don't necessarily feel comfortable with this or that in terms of his leadership or reported issues like that. They bought into what he had done on the field in part because of how Cliff Kingsbury had fostered that. So he's shown he's got the ability to take a skill set like Jaden Daniels and make it work. But yeah, with the move to trade Sam Howell to Seattle yesterday for a pick swap, I think it's pretty clear at this point it's going to be Daniels or May.
And I finally got you trapped. I've been waiting.
Oh, no.
I've been waiting. I set the bait. I got the nice piece of cheese. And now it's time to snap your little head, your big ass head, really, after the Keenan Allen deal. 6-time Pro Bowler being traded away from the Chargers. Mike Williams, cut. Austin Eckler, little pass receiver, you're up out of here too. You love, look at his face. He knows I got him set up right here.
Yeah, look here's the deal. I don't know what you expected Kellen Moore to do when all of his weapons, the Chargers were like, we're not going to pay these guys.
I'm not crapping on Kellen Moore, but that was a good preemptive strike. Jim Harbaugh is a guy you love.
Yes.
You would have wanted Jim Harbaugh here.
Yes.
Jim Harbaugh went and got Greg Roman, who got killed in Baltimore as the offensive coordinator, and he's trading away all of the receiver weapons for the great Justin Herbert. Greg Roman told reporters a while back, what's the difference going to be? We're going to establish a consistent running offense to elevate Herbert. What is the difference between the guy you love in Jim Harbaugh doing exactly what Mike McCarthy talked about last year?
Well, the main difference is an inferior quarterback in LA. So it's more negligent to do it here. No, honestly, what it is like, if he came in and he was making these same sort of sweeping changes, I would not be in favor of it.
Oh,
so I'm saying,
okay, but so are you questioning now Harbaugh as a football mind?
No, not as a football mind. I just think that that's a poor decision. Now, look, if you watch his Michigan teams, that's clearly the way that they play football. But I mean, I think that when you've looked at over the past years, the way that they attacked teams when he was in San Francisco, it wasn't always just run the ball down their throat. And so I don't know. For me, I look at Harbaugh. I think he's really, really good. I wanted Harbaugh to come in here and push things over the edge. I didn't want Harbaugh to tear it down to its foundation, which is a lot of people felt like something that was needed in LA. And there's a lot of people who feel like it's needed here in Dallas. I disagree with that, but I think that Dallas needs somebody to push them over the top, not tear it down. Chargers were in a bad space with cap. They had made a lot of personnel decisions. They've missed a bunch of different picks in the draft in recent years. Jerry Tillery was a bad miss for them. I just look at it and I say, Harbaugh's a guy to push you over the
same philosophy.
It is. And if he came in and did that, I would be critical of Harbaugh.
Greg Roman said, quote, can you imagine Herbert with a great running game? The Chargers last had a feared rushing offense over a decade ago, ranked outside the top 10 in rushing yards per game every season since 2007. They've been outside the top 10. They finished 24th in rushing yards per game. Last year, Austin Eckler averaged the fewest yards per carry of his career. So I just wanted to see what you had to say with the great, brilliant Jim Harbaugh going in and talking about running the football and getting rid of Justin Herbert's weapons.
I would be critical of it if he came in here and did that, but also I will say, this is Greg Roman saying this, not Jim Harbaugh.
Jim Harbaugh just hired
He did. Greg Roman is an idiot, though. He thought Lamar Jackson could play. So
8-7, which makes Jim Harbaugh even more questionable.
But he didn't.
He's bringing in an offensive coordinator that people thought.
Yes, it's bad. It's a bad hire.
His exit was a huge difference in Lamar winning his second MVP.
I would not have hired. If he would have made those decisions, I would not have been in favor of a Harbaugh hire. So
877-881-1053 is the chartrec.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. That had been set. I can finally erase that out of my email after about 2 months. I had that just sitting in there percolating. And you weren't prepared because you fools don't even read what I send or write.
Wrong. I read everything. How do you think I'm so good at the odds game? And then I just fake like I didn't read it.
Oh, with the Vegas odds?
Yeah.
Cowboy fans are pretty furious and ticked off after Derrick Henry went on Mad Dog Radio and was asked, yeah, congrats. What was that?
Olivia Rodrigo's still going. My bad, boy.
Did you just?
He went to go pull up the pod. He's let Olivia Rodrigo
Oh
go.
man, Chris just lost a perfect game. We got a no though.
Peyton just got an 8th inning base hit.
Yeah, Peyton's alarm just went off. As he's listening with Mackenzie on vacation, he's doing a fist pump. Yes, Chris messed up. All right, this is Derrick Henry on Mad Dog Radio asked if the Cowboys ever called.
Yeah, I mean, of course, because that's why I stay in the off season, and that's a great organization, and been a great opportunity. But I'm thankful that I ended up here in Baltimore, somewhere I wanted to be, somewhere that they wanted me here as well, and it's a perfect match, and I'm excited. This is an exciting time for me and my family, and just ready to get to work.
Chris, I think you just lost the no as well. Was that cut 16 instead of 15?
Bro, your hands, man. You put up. No, you put up 16. I thought I saw.
Oh, I took it to my hand. He took it to my hand.
Hey, small hand gang.
I didn't even put up numbers here. I don't even think I put up a signal, Ryan. If you go back.
So did he think were you doing this for 16?
I didn't put
that was 15.
I didn't put hands up.
You were doing this for 15.
I don't think I put hands up. Did I put hands up for a signal?
I think you put hands up, but.
Ryan, you're going to have to check the tape. Check
the tape. I don't think I did an audio signal. I don't think. I could be wrong.
15 here.
Yeah, we're going to play 15 in a second after we sort this out.
But even still, even if he put up the hands, this would be 1-5. Not or like I don't know
that would be 6 or 15. Yeah. 6 or 15. Look, we got him. All right, now we got the one hitter. It's all downhill from here. Derrick Henry, 15. Where the Cowboys. Wyatt Langford up here against Chris now. All right, Derrick Henry was asked if the Cowboys ever call.
Dallas didn't even not at all. I'm not. I don't really know what's going on over there, and but they weren't in contend. Baltimore was showing the most interest, and somewhere I wanted to be. I was glad that we got it done, but the Cowboys never called at all.
And that blew up yesterday. Tolos are not happy.
That's a problem. Like, that is a problem that
By the way,
didn't even reach out.
I am being told from a very reliable source that Jerry Jones, let me read this word for word. I'm not going to say who sent it to me, but it is from a very reliable source. Jerry has been in the building this week, not on spring break or his boat. So that's just for the record from someone who would definitely know.
So then it's just being completely removed from actually doing it. You don't even have the excuse that you're not even out there on the yacht or whatever. You're just sitting around going like, yeah, I don't think I want to get involved in this. That's the problem. It's tough enough for Cowboys fans to accept that you're not going to pay guys market value. It's even worse when you say, I'm not even going to check in to see if they would take below market value.
Yes.
That feels like you're not trying. That's really hard to justify, not even picking up the phone and saying, hey, would you take nothing? By the way, I just went back and looked at the video. You did hold up a 6, or you did hold up 15. You held up 1.5.
Okay, I think that makes me right.
Yeah, either way, it was going to make you right, because either you didn't hold it up or you held that up, and that would be 6 or 15, not 16.
Oh God, Peyton, we just made Peyton's weekend. Peyton would rather Chris screw up twice than to win 500 at the casino.
Oh, yeah. If you told Peyton, you can come back negative 500 and know that Chris just messed up a couple things, then he would be like, oh, give it to me. He would gladly pay for that. He won't pay for avocado. He will pay for Chris Strong to mess up. But that's the thing, is that I think when you look at the approach that the Cowboys have in free agency, it's one thing to say, like, I don't think I wish Choppy was here right now, because Choppy is one who always goes, re-sign your own, do this, do that. You only take deals if they're just like blinking lights, staring you in the face. That's the only time.
And Choppy says he answers every call. Any spam call, that's what we want the Cowboys to do. We want them to make all the spam calls.
That is why. So I would really be interested to hear Choppy here, because I think Chop would agree with us here and say, like, yeah, this is negligent. This is one where this is really hard to justify.
No, he would say you don't call 30-year-old running backs. Smart.
You don't call. You answer that. They need to call you. That's what needs to happen. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. That's what he do. He do the chop-a-crit bit.
Texas William just came up with the COVID-19 meme. Have you seen Patient Zero? And he got Choppy with his handkerchief on over his face.
Oh my God!
Ruin RJ's weekend. Have you seen Patient Zero for COVID-19? Man, that's good. Way to go. The Tolos collaborating for the Chopster. Where are the Dallas Mavericks now in the power rankings after not having Luka last night against OKC? That's next on Sean and RJ. But I know what is
brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door in Proud Tolo. Call us today for your free garage door repair estimate. 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
There's Wallace with the offensive rebound. Williams and an exclamation point.
That was the call last night on TNT as OKC beats your Dallas Mavericks without Luka Doncic. Kyrie did his best. Gafford had the Wilt Chamberlain streak, the basketball one, not with the women. And
maybe with the women, you don't know.
No, 3,300 maybe for Wilt. I can't even remember what that number was.
Wasn't it 20,000?
Yeah.
But somebody crunched the numbers once and we're like, that's impossible. He lied. He massively exaggerated because it's like the number of women he would have had to have slept with between the time he made the claim and like the time you assume he started doing that was, it had to be like 3 women a day or something.
Bad ankle injury for Josh Green running up there on Derek Lively. Hopefully he's able to recover soon. But the Mavericks remain at 8th in the West, and hopefully Luka is back to take on his BFF, the Joker, on Sunday. The Stars get whipped by New Jersey, and the Mike Modano statue is coming out tomorrow. I do want to know from the truckwreck.com text line what the Modano statue should be at 877-881-1053, as Chris Strong and Ryan have kind of put together and surmised on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube that it will not be him raising the cup, as Gavin Spittle had called for on the Love of the Star. Love of the Stars. What is his? Spits and Studs.
Spits and Studs. That's what it is.
That's right.
The raising the cup over his head would seem to make, like, I know when you asked in the meeting the other day, I was just sitting there trying to go like, okay, what's an image of Madonna that stands out to me? And that was the one, was the cup of that. We did have somebody on the fan text earlier suggest that they said they wanted it to be single stick in the air with like a skate up, like celebrating a goal. They thought that that's what it should be. A lot of people said the flowing mullet with the flapping sweater in the wind. That was another one. But yeah, generally the consensus has been you want him raising the cup and holding it over his head.
All right, back to the Mavericks real quick. Where are they now in the power rankings?
They're back up, baby. We up. They have moved up to 11th in ESPN's power rankings. And this is one of the things I write. They say that the move of putting Daniel Gafford and Derek Jones Jr. in the starting lineup has been a massive boost for the Mavericks. So at the time of this, when this was released on Wednesday morning, the Mavericks were 3-0 since putting Gafford and Derek Jones Jr. in the lineup. They're now 4-1 after losing to the Thunder last night. But as of that point, in 30 minutes played between those with those two on the floor with the rest of the starting lineup, that lineup had outscored opponents by 24 points in 30 minutes in those 3 games. And so that's been a very effective, very efficient lineup. And this is what good center play will do for you. This is what having getting good center play consistently out there for 48 minutes, not having to sub into Dwight Powell, staying out there with Lively or Gafford or whatever else. This is what that presence can do for you.
And Kyrie, before last night, in games without Luka, 30 a game, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. So 36 and 6 as he was trying to carry the load. Come on, PJ Washington. Come on now, man. Like we're all celebrating the other part of the trade. All of us were talking about PJ except for our boy Ruben, producer Ruben, or what does Peyton want to call him?
Remote engineer Ruben.
Yeah, producer's too fancy, too high of a title, and you're gonna sit there and go 1 for 11. These are the nights where you have to step up and be the team's true 2. And then with Luka there, be the real 3. 1 of 11, 0 for 7 from 3 with only 6 points as Kyrie tried to carry it with 36 and 12 assists.
This has been a tough stretch here for PJ Washington. In the month of March, his minutes, he's averaging 32 minutes a game. He's shooting under 40% this month. And so it's not been good. He's 24% from 3 after that 0 for 7. These are his last several games from 3. 1 for 6, 1 for 3, 1 for 3, 1 for 6, 0 for 7.
But his defensive metrics.
Hey, he did.
But he defeated metrics, buddy.
Hey, look, you know what? When they're allowing under 100 points in back-to-back games against Golden State and Chicago, yeah, we're going to talk about his defense and what he's contributing there.
Chicago and Golden State without Steph.
They kept Stacey King in check.
Yes, that's right. Well done. Jerry Krause reference and old Bulls reference. All right, I got to take a second to talk about the power of this radio station because yesterday in my DMs,
J Tuck,
it was it was all celebration. You're throwing me off now, okay? Just shut up for a second. I had 3 things that happened in my DMs yesterday as a result of this radio program. Number 1, I told the story of the hot dog race in Kansas City with the Royals.
Yeah.
Putting on the hot dog costume and being banned from any Royals extracurricular activities because I dove and tried to get the tip of the wiener across the line.
Sure.
And I ended up muddying up the uniform. You're not supposed to dive and hit the ground with the hot dog race. Well,
Makes sense.
A guy named John Claybrook DM'd me, and he's like, I was in the broadcast booth with the promotions director that day at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. I now work in Austin, and I remember the promotions director flipping out and losing his mind that you screwed up the costume. So just wanted to say that I was a Tolo and that I'm working in Austin. So that was from John Claybrook. I also was at Metro Sports in Kansas City for over a decade, was there for the George Brett S. Storm when he wanted you fired as well. So there you go. He's with Flow Sports in Austin. He hit me up.
That's awesome.
Number 2, a Tola named Sean Young said, hey, I have a commercial furniture company. You're always talking about needing chairs. Hit me up for that. He hasn't hit me back. I've been just trying to hit you up, Sean, since then. But that's not the number 1 development. The number 1 development from yesterday's show.
The Russell Street Report post you made?
I bet you went through my articles and you were actually impressed. That's
I didn't yesterday.
You didn't bring up any of
I didn't yesterday.
Okay.
I slept. I'm going to go through these. We're going to wait till the whole team's back. This is something we share as a family.
When I was a Ravens online reporter, Casey Spencer hit me up because I was talking about Love After Lockup, my wife and I's favorite Friday night show. And there's a character on there from Arlington. We were talking about Arlington yesterday, and there's a guy named Kevin from Love After Lockup that my wife can't get enough of from an entertainment value. And I was like, oh yeah, my wife just wants to meet Kevin. That's it. She follows him on Instagram and everything. And a Tolo named Casey Spencer DM'd me and said, I'm best friends with Kevin. I let him know and sent him the audio clip. And Kevin followed me and started DMing me on Instagram to go hang out. And my wife, I thought the baby was gonna pop out right there because of our reality trash TV show Love, and one of the stars in Arlington followed back and hit me up to hang out.
So what's gonna happen now?
Well, she's gonna have to be okay with me going to a strip club because that's the video that they were sending me. They're like, we like to hang in strip clubs. And they're sending me videos of them partying it up in there.
At Ecstasy?
XTC, according to you. Sounds about white. And I said, okay, well, here it is. They're sending me strip club videos. You wanted me to associate and hang out with Kevin. So that's where they like to go. So if my wife is willing to go, if she wants to go 8 months pregnant into the strip club, of course she's allowed to go. Me, Tolo Casey, Kevin from Love After Lockup, and my wife, 8 months pregnant, in the strip club. Baby dolls, set us up. And I bet my wife would think about it while going to there. How many pregnant women do you see in the strip club?
I've never been in the strip club, Sean. I'm a good Christian boy, so I don't know. I've never gone in there.
Yeah.
But I would imagine there's not a lot.
Yeah. That was my day yesterday. Yeah, I don't know why I'm asking you. Chris, you been in the strip club?
Once. Not in DFW, but I went to college up in St. Louis and went to probably the worst strip club out there.
What's it called? The meth house? How many teeth did all them have right there? The den.
At least a couple, I think. Yeah, at least a couple teeth. It wasn't a great experience, so I don't know. Maybe Ecstasy is better, or XTC, but...
So that was my day yesterday. It was fantastic. Chairs, hot dog memories in Kansas City from someone who was there, and Kevin, reality star, Love After Lockup, saying, let's do it. He's like, I think your wife already follows me. He didn't even make me
Did he follow her back?
Yeah.
He followed her back
If you
too?
watch Kevin, you know he already done followed her.
See, I need to watch. I need to watch Love After Lockup.
Oh.
Is this on like most recent season?
Oh,
Like if I go to the
so
most
good.
recent episodes, is he going to be on there?
No, he won't be on there.
Ah, damn it.
But she was, I'm telling you, it was like a step down from J-Lo. She was that excited.
Is J-Lo her top seed?
She's turned on J-Lo. She's
What?
turned on
Oh
J-Lo.
yeah, 'cause she thinks she's phony now or something.
Yeah, she didn't like
She's not
the
Jenny
whole,
from the block anymore.
Yeah, the whole A-Rod thing. She didn't like what she did with the anthem at the inauguration. I don't want to get into politics too much, but there we go. All right, 877-881-1053, truckback.com text line. So that'll be my weekend, trying to chill with all those people.
Which was she more impressed by? You glad handing with Jerry Jones on the field before a big game, or Love After Lockup Kevin DMing you?
Kevin. My wife lectures me about the Cowboys and stuff. Like this whole can't see interview stuff. Like, I like to, I obviously wanted to marry an intelligent woman, so I like to bounce things off first. She's like, y'all should not have done the interview. I agree. That's like the only time in life she's agreed with Bobby. She's
No.
She's like, you're the Cowboys station. And I was like, that has nothing to do with it. It's irrelevant. Being the Cowboys station means nothing for journalism, dear. And she's like, it doesn't matter. You're supposed to. And she has like the cowboy goggles on, like a lot of these Homer listeners do. And she's like, no, you just shouldn't have done it. And it's not the same. You're not the same as WFAA.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Choppy up here going like, we are journalists. We had to interview this woman. All right. Now, for chopping it up, let's talk about the latest cosmopolitan study on Gen Z bathroom habits and what it says about them and their reproductivity or whatever. Like that's where it was. But no, you know what? That's the thing, is that Amanda and I agree on so much, I feel like. I feel like we actually agree on a lot.
She
and
doesn't
that's why it's so
understand you.
frustrating that she doesn't think I'm funny.
She doesn't understand you. A lot of people don't understand you.
No.
And I just try to. So I take that as a loss on myself, not explaining to people, including the boss, the beauty of
You
Roberto.
should have been as
Look at the
eloquent.
numbers. The numbers are saying it. I mean, look at the ratings you're bringing
That's true.
in.
That's true. You should have been as eloquent explaining me to them as you were in your Russell Street report analysis, where you're making Nick Lachey references and Ashton Kutcher.
Look, it will be embarrassing when you read my old blog posts and everything, but I'm feel confident, because the reason I can never write is I overthink. Like, I want every line to make sense. I want every reference to be like Rick Riley and SI. I want to be like Bill Simmons and that, and I rewrite. It takes me forever.
It's not poorly written, but some of your references.
And how many? What year was that from?
07.
07.
You were
So
27.
I was 27.
What I just want to get.
I was hoping I was younger.
Real quick, I just want to know this reference. If you could explain this reference to me, because I don't get it.
Don't say something that's going to get me in trouble
I don't
in
think
today's
it will.
day and age.
I don't think it will.
Because
my phone's going off.
Yeah, why don't you worry about that? Why don't you worry about being a professional?
What is the "you can be marked down faster than a chick" in that Nick Lachey commercial? What reference is that?
I don't know.
I don't know what that means. I don't remember
I don't
Nick
even
Lachey doing
remember a Nick
commercials.
Lachey commercial.
No.
I don't remember.
Probably just a bad reference on your part.
Yeah, probably. Who's
Collector, I
Victoria?
think.
Who's Victoria?
Shut up.
Below the belt, talking about lessons that we can hopefully learn from an all-time great. That's next right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, try to get me in trouble again. Is your portfolio in trouble? Do you need a little bit of...
Tyron and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Will the Dallas Cowboys play in these free agent waters? No, probably not. That's not going to happen. More on that in just a second. And more also here in just one moment on a great book that I've read recently by Bill Walsh, Building a Champion. This was a book that he wrote back in the early 90s. That was just kind of like a summary of his team building process and what he thought it took to win championships.
Babe Laufenberg would be so proud of this segment right there with the sponsor that you all used to share, as Peyton points out.
As Peyton pointed out, ChatGPT doesn't know what it is anymore. But it's a really good book. I think people are going to be a little thrown off by some of the things that Bill Walsh has to say because it's going to sound like a certain former Cowboys head coach that no one's a big fan of. Before we get into that, the Dallas Cowboys yesterday, Stephen Jones spoke at AT&T Stadium for the announcement of they're doing a bull riding PBR and Kid Rock event. They were out there speaking on that, but Stephen Jones had talked about Dak Prescott, the sexual assault case that's been brought up, the extortion lawsuit, how that affects things. They talked about a number of different things, but the biggest thing, and Chris, this is going to be cut 11. Has Dak's cap number impacted what the Cowboys want to do in free agency?
No, the cap number, it's so overblown in a given moment because you have to look at a cap, what the situation is going to look like, not only this year but next year. When you have to, if you have to franchise because you're having a tough negotiation, not unlike we had with Dak 3 years ago. You've got to be able to account for all things. But no, I feel like we're able to cut and shoot. Dak's been willing to work with us. We've had great discussions about him and his contract. And he's all in on working with us, and we've had personal discussions with Dak as well. So,
what's interesting there is that Stephen Jones says we've had great discussions about him and about his contract. Because one of the things that's not been clear, and I think Jane Slater even reported this the other day, but they haven't had discussions yet about the contract itself. And that doesn't sound like they have. That sounds like, again, like Steven's using specific language where we've had great talks about him and about his contract and about what we want to do. And we've had great personal discussions with Dak. I think they've just talked generally. It does not sound like they've come to the negotiating table yet, which they don't have to in order to flip switches and do restructures and things like that. But this definitely sounds like they're in no rush to get anything done. And the possibility, at least, of just riding this out continues to grow. And if they let this thing ride out, then I think the probability grows to where you say Dak is not going to play ball with you if you let him ride out this whole contract. He will be gone if that's the case.
Would you want to have Jerry and Steven on today, or do you think it would just get really contentious? 9 a.m.
I don't think it would get I don't think it'd be like after the San Francisco game when we interviewed Jerry. I don't think it'd get that contentious, but I think that I think that Jerry would be I think Jerry would be pretty even. I think Jerry feels confident about where they're at and what they want to do. But
how are you going to have right now be any different from last year? What do they think is going to be different? What's going to be an over-the-top thing? You had a second-place MVP quarterback season.
Yeah.
What's different? How much better are you going to get in that area? Okay, we're going to put it all on one game. He's going to have to play better in the first round, and then every other game after that. Like, you had a really, really nice season.
Well, the fair argument that's been made is that they'll say, well, it's not one game. It's you had the opportunity to play well against Green Bay, and you had the opportunity to play well against San Francisco in 22 and San Francisco in 21. You need to show that it's going to click. Dak needs to show it's going to click in those big games, in those big moments. He's got to play better. And if he's not going to do that, then to your point, how much better is it going to get than finishing second in the MVP? Like, how much better can he play? And so if they've got that, hey, you've got this, you're playing at this high level, how are you going to play in big games? That's all I need to see. I don't need to see anything else. And if you're not going to play well in big games, I'm not going to pay it. That may be how they're looking at it. But I still think they're playing a dangerous game here if they let this go too long. Are you a little more inclined? Because I know a couple weeks ago, you thought, I think that's. You seem to express that you thought it was a little extreme to think they could just blow the whole thing up after this year.
Yeah.
Are you a little more inclined the more this goes on and the more they seem to just be willing to let everybody play on 1 year? Are you a little more inclined to believe they could blow it up if things go sideways?
They'll never blow it up because of Jerry's age and stubbornness. They will try to find a Dak replacement as good or better. That's what I mean. They'll never start over unless they fall into a top 10 quarterback pick with Jerry's age.
Here's a question for you, because this is what they have to weigh too. Let's say they let Dak play out the contract, he goes off. How long do you think, if you look over the next 8 years after next season, so 2025 through 2032, what would you put the percentage chance that they have a quarterback here during that window that's better than Dak played last year?
In what window?
In that 8-year window. Let's say 8 years after, as long as Dak's been in the league, 8 years. I think it's less than 50%.
That a quarterback matches his level, it's way less than 50%.
And so to me, it's a stupid gamble.
Yeah, but you have to look, there's certain people that I've worked with. Just don't say anything. There's certain people that I've worked with that are fine if we are a top 5, top 4 show. I look at those people as losers. Okay? That's a loser mentality. Kevin Hagan just gave me. I don't know why Kevin's making a face. You're 1 or 2, not 4 or 5. 1. Until you were 1 until this week. And if you're comfortable just sitting at 4 or 5, I don't want to work with you.
Yeah,
I don't want to work with you. And that is the mentality you're showing with this.
But no,
it is. Let me finish. It is. Okay, like we can get MVP level quarterback seasons. Choppy and Mike Bassick want to take that swing, and they'd rather fall to 10th place than middle around at 4th and 5th, which is where the Cowboys are. They'd rather fall to 10th place swinging for the 10% chance that you increase to elite special from where Dak is. And you are way too safe in this area that has not sniffed an NFC title game.
Here's what
you're being scared, and I'm being scared too. For all these numbnuts this week on social media that don't know, I'll remind you. I think they should give Dak $60 million. So I'm being scared as well because of the fear of the unknown. I'm just telling you, I do respect those that are like, yo, if we fall to 3-14, fine. But we know we have a dead-end road right now.
Here's just how I look at it.
I respect those people for having balls and stones. Now, they're not making the decisions up top, and they don't have anything to really lose from it, but that's the mindset to get someone else.
The odds are not great that you find somebody better than Dak. Like you just said that.
Right.
Are the odds better that you find somebody better than Dak in that window, or that Dak gets on a 3-game hot streak? Because they will always be competitive. They'll always be in playoff contention. So are the odds better that you find a quarterback better than Dak, or that Dak plays well enough in a 3-game stretch to get you to a Super Bowl?
I would personally say a 3-game stretch, the odds are better. But,
I would too. That's why I wouldn't make the move.
Yeah, but you have to acknowledge and not shoot down the narrative and the belief from the Mike Bassicks, from other people, that this guy is a playoff, I don't want to say choker. That's a strong word. But there are people who just believe he can't get it done. There's a mental hurdle. He's not big enough for those moments, that he will fall short, that there is. I think it's way too simplified to boil it down to, all right, well, we know he can't win a second-round playoff game. Get rid of him. It's like one game. We're going to make all these major decisions off of one game. But that is the narrative out there on him, that he's a playoff choker.
And that's he's got to overcome that. He has to change that narrative. That's on him. I would say this, though.
Like, do you think that Kirk Cousins, I know we fight about Cousins. Do you think the Minnesota Vikings were winning a title with Cousins?
No.
So then getting rid of him is the smart play in many people's minds. You can be good. You can be a playoff team. You can be 10-7. You can be 11-6. But you're not winning it, and that's how people feel. A lot of people feel about this.
But the way I view it is like, I as we've brought up many times on this show, Sean, I'm not in the house. I'm in an apartment. I want to get a house. It's a rough market out there.
That's why you're here, not sick today. You don't have a lawn to cut.
Exactly. I can avoid Movid. To me, I look at it like this. It's like if I were to say, I'm going to just take my rent payment then in order to try and get a house, instead of working to try and save up the money or just continuing to work towards getting a house in my current situation, I'm going to take my rent payment and just spend it all on lottery tickets. Because if I can hit the lottery, then I'm going to be able to turn that lottery money into buying a house.
The lottery odds are much worse than finding an upgraded quarterback.
They are, but you're talking about taking a ridiculous chance where the odds are not as good as just continuing to try and make it work with what you have here. The odds are not as good that you're going to find somebody better. And that's where I just think that they run into some issues. Bill Walsh, good head coach, right? One of the better ones.
All-time great.
A decent head coach. The innovator of the West Coast offense, something that the Cowboys implemented in large part last year. So he wrote this book, Building a Champion, and I was looking at modern lessons that the Cowboys could potentially take from it. And do you know what the main takeaway from this book was for me? The main point that I was like, this is what Bill Walsh thinks is the most important thing to have on a championship team. Culture and process. Those are his two big checkpoints. This is one of the things that Bill Walsh wrote. He said, the culture precedes positive results. It doesn't get tacked on as an afterthought on your way to the victory stand. Champions behave like champions before they're champions. They have a winning standard of performance before they are winners. So he was very big in terms of the process and coaching up different things like, we hear the right kind of guy quote from Jason Garrett, that we want the right kind of guy, and we're like, this isn't Boy Scouts. That's not what you want here. Again, little bit
Choppy loved Jason Garrett for that.
Walsh leans into that. Bill Walsh had a similar thing. This is one of the things that he wrote. He said, great teams in business, in sports, or elsewhere have a conscience. At its best, an organization, your team, bespeaks values and a way of doing things that emanate from a source. That source is you, the leader. Thus, the dictates of your personal beliefs should ultimately become characteristics of your team. If I told you that was a Jason Garrett quote, wouldn't you believe that was a Garrett quote? So that was one of the big hallmarks here. He obviously talks about different things that he wants in terms of innovation, the ability to adapt to different scheme changes that teams have, discipline, preparation, but the hallmark to him, he's like, this is the non-negotiable to become a championship team. To him, it was leadership and vision, team cohesion, and culture. And that's something that, while we don't feel like they have a cancerous culture like some of the narrative has been with the Cowboys, we don't feel like they get a big benefit from that.
Yeah.
And so Walsh would believe, if Bill Walsh were around today and looking at this football team, there's a good chance that it sounds like Walsh would look at it and say, they're not going anywhere until they fix that. Until they fix the culture, until they turning that into an advantage and true core values, like the San Francisco 49ers. Remember, we read that piece from The Athletic a couple weeks ago where Lynch said that was the first thing they did when they got in there was create a vision, make sure everybody's on board with the vision, got to have these values in place. That sounds like Bill Walsh would look at that based on this book that I read and would say that is the biggest thing the Cowboys need to address before they do anything else in terms of their players.
What's the name of the book?
Building a Champion.
Was it really good?
Yeah, it was very good. Yeah, it was. I mean, a lot of it, people would obviously say it's 30 years old. How much are some of the innovations and stuff like that?
Culture never going to stop.
Culture's never going to change, and I think there's some really interesting lessons you can take from a guy who is one of the greatest head coaches in the history of the NFL.
Below the belt, right here with the Friday edition of Sean and Bobby on your home of the Cowboys. He is our Cowboy Insider. We got breaking news that is going to affect us. We just got jumped. That starts off the final hour of the week next on 105.3 The Fan.
Turn It On, Leave It On with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam. Chris Strong knows what to do. In for Peyton Russell. You got Bobby Belt in for RJ Choppy, at least in his chair. I'm Sean Sharif. Final hours, we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And my thanks to Kobe with a C.
Kobe.
Andre and Texas William all sent the same story. The Dallas Cowboys just got jumped in the first round. Yep. If you were a real insider, you would have known that instead of back there messing with Ryan.
I wasn't messing with Ryan. I was talking to Alec.
The Minnesota Vikings are moving up in the draft. They will trade with the Texans. Minnesota gets pick number 23 and 232. Houston will get 42, 188, and a second in 2025. So the Minnesota Vikings have moved up.
All right, let's
in front of the Cowboys.
I'll tell you right now what this is going to be. This is going to be, let's see here. That's 2000. This is going to be them trading pick 23 and 11 to the Cardinals for 4.
Oh,
they're going up to get a quarterback.
I love that. I love that from you right there. Even if you're wrong,
we'll see. But I'm just looking at. So Minnesota, that is one of the buzz things you've heard coming out of the combine is Minnesota's trying to get up in the draft so that they can go get a quarterback. That's
not even a buzz. It's like obvious.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. They want to get up into the top 5. And so if you look at the trade value chart, which is a system that the NFL teams have used for forever, it's like each pick gets assigned a point value. So generally most trade value charts say the number 1 pick is worth 3,000 points. Number 2 is worth 2,600, and you go down the list. And by the time you get into like day 3, you're talking about point values of like 5 because it just keeps, getting smaller and smaller. So if you take 23, that's 760 points. And then Minnesota's pick at 1,250, their pick 11 is worth 1,250. That totals up to 2,010 points. The Arizona pick is worth 1,800. The Patriots pick is worth 2,200. So you're probably jumping up there to try and get McCarthy, I would guess, is that you go up to 4 or 5 to get JJ McCarthy. You're honestly probably trying to get ahead of the Giants. So you're trying to go to the Chargers or the Cardinals, I would guess.
All right, so that could be good news if they rob the Giants of a quarterback.
Or maybe they just try and say, hey, instead of you guys picking the quarterback, you jump back here, and then the Giants end up with 2 first-round picks. Could do that, too.
So that is the breaking news here on 105.3 The Fan, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
If I'm right, if they go up and get Arizona, I'm going to spike that football. I'm going to spike that football right here on the air.
Well, I mean, it's not like a genius take.
Oh, it's a genius.
You're looking at
Chris,
the second.
I'm a genius, right?
You're looking at the
genius.
2 seconds. Chris, don't get pulled in the 4th. You had a perfect game. You screwed it up in 1 minute. You lost a no-hitter.
He's coming up with a Luka hammy with 6 minutes left.
Yeah, now you're about to get yanked. Peyton, where are you? Let's go.
Yeah. Know who to side with here, Chris. I'll make your way.
It was good quick math. It was good quick math right there. But either way, the Minnesota Vikings are trying to.
That's got to be what that is. Yeah, that's trying to get up, and I don't know, man. That seems a little steep, doesn't it?
I'm not good at these.
No, I know, but just
calculations.
like Houston's going to go back 20 picks, basically. They're going to get rid of that first-round pick at 23, and in exchange, they're getting like a 5th rounder and a 2nd rounder next year, which generally the rule is add a round. So if you're trading a year in advance, back everything up by a round. So a 2nd rounder in 2025 would essentially be worth like a 3rd rounder.
Do you love what Houston is doing?
Yeah,
better off season so far, and we'll kind of try to keep it connected. The Commanders, East, the Armpit, same state.
I mean, I really, the Commanders are going to end up with more impactful moves just from where they're at and what they're able to do. But I mean, when you consider what Houston already has established themselves as this year, with CJ Stroud and everything else, and then, they lock up Schultz. They get Danielle Hunter in there. They go and get Mixon, make the aggressive move there. I really do like what Houston, they got one of my favorite value guys on the market, Azeez Al-Shaair, the linebacker, who had been with D'Amico Ryans in San Francisco. So, I mean, I really like what Houston's done. I think that the Commanders are going to have more impactful moves just from the fact of They got a ton of money to spend. They got a ton of draft capital. They're going to get a lot of really good players this year. But in terms of where they already are and significantly moving the needle, I mean, Houston's done a good job.
Around the rest of the division, Devin White, the former Buccaneers linebacker, 1-year deal with Filthy for $7.5 million. Are you worried about that at all, as the Cowboys have been looking for linebackers?
No, Devin White has not been the same player for about 3 years now. And to me, that's more concerning than...
Isn't he only 26, you said?
Yeah, and that's what's concerning. The guy just, it looks like he's not, he's just regressed. He was kind of a one-hit wonder. I mean, look, when you see a guy like Leighton Vander Esch, who the best football we ever saw from Leighton Vander Esch was his rookie year. And then it kind of regressed from there. But Leighton, when you can point to injuries and some of the other things, Devin White just has not played very well. And the Buccaneers were like, yeah, you know what? I know you were an all-pro 3 years ago, but we're ready to walk away from you. And the fact that he gets a 1-year deal at 26 and to a linebacker-starved team like Philly, who's just like, we got to do something here, that to me speaks to exactly what his value was.
And speaking of the Eagles, little tampering investigation.
Yep, indeed. We've got they were the big ones last year who were whining about tampering. Remember when the Cardinals came in and hired Jonathan Gannon? They complained about that.
And they won out in that.
They did. Well, now the NFL is investigating the Eagles for tampering over Saquon Barkley. There also was an announcement from an NFL spokesman that the Falcons are being investigated for tampering on Kirk Cousins. But the NFL spokesman said the league is exploring the question of whether the Eagles tampered with former Giants running back Saquon Barkley. It has been described as part of a standard review process, so they're not saying it's anything out of control or anything else. But Mike Florio says there's nothing standard about any of this. Penn State coach James Franklin told reporters on Tuesday that Barkley spoke directly with Howie Roseman during the recruitment process. Direct communications during the negotiating window between a team and a player who is represented by an agent violate the tampering rules. The Eagles are denying any direct communication with Barkley. So James Franklin may have screwed the Eagles here on this one, but can you imagine not only overpaying a dead position, in essence, across the NFL, but you tampered to do it. You tampered to pay $13 million to Saquon Barkley. Howie Roseman has lost his touch.
And Ryan Clark and Tiki Barber are like fighting over all this. Ryan Clark put Tiki... Man, Tiki... I like Tiki personally when he gave us his time at the Super Bowl. Really nice guy, but man, he seems like a fake, a phony, a fraud. He really does. And Ryan Clark put him on blast.
Yeah,
I like Ryan Clark.
Fake, phony, and fraud, just like the NFL draft in 2007. That was your opening line there. A fake, a phony, a fraud.
What are you talking about?
Yesterday, the report we read on your draft analysis.
No one knows your references.
That was from yesterday in the same hour.
Okay, no one knows. That was at the end of the show.
I thought you were making the reference. It's clearly just a crutch phrase that you've been writing for 17 years.
What I wrote 17 years ago.
But I will say this. Ryan Clark annoyed me at first. Like, I thought he was, but I've really come around. I really like and respect Ryan Clark. Now, Tiki to me is the same thing. You mentioned you're like, he was really nice to you at the interview. Are you sure he was nice, or is he just doing this? The big Cheshire Cat smile to you.
Yeah, he never talks while not smiling.
He dupes you a little bit.
Just like he did all the networks who thought he was going to be the first Michael Strahan. As Ryan Clark said, you thought you were going to be Michael Strahan.
Boy, he fumbled that opportunity.
Okay.
What is that?
I don't know. It's Friday. The Commanders trading Sam Howell to the Seahawks in a pick swap. So obviously they are sitting there open for business at number 2 for a quarterback. And as you pointed out, now 7 picks in the first 102 selections in the draft.
Are you, given what you've seen from Howell, what was your thoughts on Sam Howell when we've watched him over the last year? Did you think he had anything to hang around the league?
Yeah, to hang around the league. I laughed and mocked those who try to say he was the answer. Ron Rivera, that was foolish.
Are you surprised he would get just a pick swap? Like, do you think he's a permanent backup, or do you think he can be... Like, I think he could potentially be a bridge quarterback at some point.
Yeah.
Like one of these guys who can get a job like Gardner Minshew does, or Foles or Tannehill, or one of these guys who they just get you over.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of surprised it was just a pick swap for that. But, I mean, Washington is doing a lot to kind of stack themselves up and put themselves in a good position to renovate things with free agency. They have to spend, in essence, to get to a certain salary cap floor. But, man, with 7 picks into the first 102, they're going to be in a position to either make a number of picks, or if they want to move back a little bit, add some more capital. This is a really good spot. This is the San Francisco 49ers way. And they've hired a bunch of 49ers executives in recent years. This is what the 49ers did, was they stacked up capital and just started throwing darts.
This is the second time you've brought up Gardner Minshew today, so I'm assuming that's your way of trying to tell me to
No, I genuinely was not. It was just Minshew. It's a good clip, but I was not trying to do it.
Go ahead. There's 3 of them.
So Gardner Minshew, the first one, and I just threw it in there just in case we needed it, but we don't need to play that one. We all remember it. The Lil Ass Boy. That was the viral clip last year. Max Crosby Max Crosby.
I'm holding up 30.
Yeah,
it was a joke. It's a joke.
Max Crosby sacked Gardner Minshew and called him a little ass boy. And there was Gardner Minshew. We played it just a couple days ago. Minshew being like, man, he's so angry. He's calling me a little ass boy or whatever else. So they were asked. Gardner Minshew signed with the Raiders. Little bit awkward now. So this is cut 19. Gardner Minshew gave a press conference with the Raiders. Cut 19 gave a press conference with the Raiders the other day and reacted to, hey, what's it like being teammates now with the guy who called you a little ass boy?
Yeah, sure enough. Saw him. He's a big ass boy, is what he is. Yeah, dang. But nah, man, it was awesome. You know, those are guys, you know, not as much fun to play against, but if they're on your team, I absolutely love it, man. Excited to be with him, Christian, some of the best, you know, talkers I've been around in the NFL. To have them on our side, to practice against them every day, it's just going to make me better. I'm super excited about it.
Okay, first I thought that was a sitcom. Play the first 5 seconds of that, Chris. I thought that was a live in studio audience.
Yeah, sure enough. Saw him. He's a big ass boy, is what he is. Yeah, dang.
Stop. I'm like, that doesn't sound like a media
Those
crowd.
Vegas reporters.
Canned laughter in the background.
Yes.
It does. It's the laugh track. That's what it sounds like.
But what else could Minshew's voice be used for? It's so great.
Like a stoner on a cartoon show or something like that.
I was trying to think of what cartoon.
He's so funny. I love the end of that quote, the mic'd up clip where he's like, when he's talking about the little ass boy, he goes, "I'm little out here, but not always." Like he's such a stoner.
Dazed and Confused.
Type. Yes, that's exactly what it is. He is a character from Dazed and Confused. That's exactly it. Well, Max Crosby was on with NFL Network yesterday, and he was asked, "All right, we know Gardner Minshew's reaction. Max, we got to get your reaction now. You're a trash talker. You're an intense individual. This is cut 20, Chris. Max Crosby reacting to the signing of Gardner Minshew."
You know, when I first found out, I just started laughing. I'm like, wow. You know, it's you never expect that to happen, but it, you know, for me, I think it's hilarious. You know, Gardner is a hell of a player, and just seeing what he did last year, taking the Colts. You know, where basically everybody wrote them off and winning a lot of football games and giving them a chance to, you know, make the playoffs was super impressive to me. And everywhere he's gone, you know, he was one of the first quarterbacks, you know, I sacked when he was in Jacksonville. So I know him very well, and I definitely plan on having a lot of fun in practice and talking mess and going back and forth. But a dude I got a ton of respect for. He's going to come in and he's going to compete. So that's all you can ask for at the end of the day. And a guy like him, he's going to bring great energy to the locker room. And today I got to be with him and Christian as well. I was, you know, in there working out this morning, and, you know, got to spend some time with them. So I know they're fired up, and we're definitely ready to go.
It's interesting. Max's reaction, it's like, well, what is it? You know, you get Gardner going like, man, he's a big boy. He's so awesome. He's great. And like Max's quote to start off is like, yeah, when I saw it, I laughed. And then he's like, he's a great player. I sacked him at another team. It's like, you can tell he's such a competitor the way that he is. Colleyville alum, Max Crosby, by the way. But
I love Max Crosby. Gosh, if I could get like just 5 of the attitudes on the Cowboys, they'd be set. They'd be fixed.
He is
Little ass boy.
little ass boy. He is so great. And that's one of the big misses. You had to get Tristan Hill.
When is the last time you were this excited about a DFW prospect? They didn't have to hit. It could have been an epic fail. But the last time you had this type of Wyatt Langford excitement, especially after what he did last night on this radio station, we'll talk about it on the home of the World Series champs after this. Is your job...
and Sewell.
Experience Sewell's obsession with customer service at Sewell Buick GMC of Dallas. Test drive a new or certified pre-owned vehicle at Sewell Buick GMC or visit SewellBuickGMC.com.
This segment of Sean and RJ is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
There's a drive to right center. That could be the grand slam. He towers out of here. finishes with his 5th Cactus League home run.
Well, I was hoping for it. I won't say I predicted it, but I know how strong and powerful and how good this young man is, and that was really fun to see.
Sandler and Bassett crushing it last night on Bally TV as Wyatt Langford crushed his first Grand Slam of the spring, and at 22, he is the youngest Ranger to hit as many as 5 home runs in a single spring since they started tracking it in 2006. 5 home runs tied for the spring training lead. In 13 Cactus League games, he slashed 361, 442, 806 with 5 walks and 14 runs batted in. We also had this game last night on this radio station. In case you did not know, we are your home of the World Series chance. We got the Rangers and the Cowboys on lock. I'm Sean Treif alongside Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair for today. And what I need from you now is to text the last prospect, draft pick, acquisition, whatever you were this hyped about. Did not have to hit. It could have been Profar. It could have been Mo Claiborne. Does not have to hit. The hype, the excitement, the anticipation was through your roof for who at 877-881-1053. Was it CeeDee Lamb? After some of the classic draft reactions we had on our draft coverage. Was it Evan Carter? Who was it?
Rangers only or Dallas Sports?
Dallas Sports.
Luka.
Really?
Yeah, Luka. There was just so much about his game that was exciting.
I disagree.
Well, I mean, for me, I was pumped about Luka. Because I felt like, oh my gosh, to me, it felt like you've run into this changing of the guard that the Packers ran into with like Favre to Rodgers. Like I felt like going Dirk to Luka was like I had really high expectations for Luka. And
yeah,
so
I was worried about like Dirk, his athleticism, like. You watch him, like, how's he going to defend? Still some questions over that. How's he going to get by people? Okay, these are Euro highlights. Choppy was really in on Luka, and now, of course, you're using hindsight to say you were too. So, all right, that's yours.
I've got plenty of tweets we can go back and dig up, just like when I, in 2016, said I had a first-round grade on Dak Prescott. See,
Did you?
You've always thought it was about being a homer.
Yeah,
now you realize it's about me being right.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's an 8-year play about me being right. No, if it's not Luka, I'd have to go back to Feliz. Neftali Feliz getting called up.
Really?
I was so excited for Feliz. When that year, 09, when they started that year and you started to sense, okay, they're coming off of 08 where they were a fun team. Kinsler got hurt at the end of 08 and it kind of derailed everything for them. But you thought, okay, they got something to build on now. And you were curious about, okay, what can this pitching be? Everybody's trying to push, like, I think 09 was the Rich Harden year. You had Scott Feldman. Like, that was the kind of pitching that you were looking at. And so you just kept looking down at the minors going, when is this going to hit? And so the two guys that you were really excited about going into that year were Derek Holland and Neftali Feliz. Those were the big-time arms that people were like, this could change the trajectory of the Rangers franchise. Obviously, you know, Holland got here, contributed to the rotation for several years. Feliz, pretty quickly, they decided you're bullpen. You're back into the bullpen. And he had been really good there, but when he showed up to that Oakland A's game in August of 09, and he struck out the first 4 guys and was hitting like 102. I was like, this is it. We've got right-handed Randy Johnson here just throwing heat. And I was so pumped, and it all became very devastating very quickly.
I'm seeing a couple Luka Doncic in the Twitch chat. Whiskey Proper had Luka. I'm also seeing Miro Heiskanen. But I'll bring up Logan Stankoven. I think it's super comparable. Stankoven crushed every level from the AHL to junior hockey, and he's pretty comparable to Langford, I'd say.
This is interesting. 940. This is a value bet. I can't bet, so I can't comment on this, but value bet right now. Wyatt Langford, 250-1 for AL MVP.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not a bad value bet if you want to throw down on it.
$10.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
That's a nice little return.
250-1?
Yeah, and I mean, if he just continues, because you got to think about it. And I'm not going to say all he has to do. He is a rookie. But, like, realistically, what you're looking at is he just needs to continue to show what he's done his entire career, which is just perform at every level at a really high level. And so, I don't know. This is equal to me. Profar was exciting because you had the number 1 prospect, but Profar to me was like it was more like, oh, he's a 5-tool guy. It was about him being a complete player. It wasn't like he had this like dominant trait that you were really pumped about and thought was going to be like exciting to watch. Langford is a guy that you're sitting here going like, this guy could hit potentially 50 home runs.
What about Darvish hype?
Darvish hype was pretty big. I thought Darvish was going to win a Cy Young.
We were doing daily you Darvish segments.
I thought Darvish would win a Cy Young award. And I still to this day think if you want to talk about just pure stuff, like not always the ability to command it or do whatever else, you want to talk about pure stuff, like there's an argument to be made that like Darvish has the best stuff that we've ever seen come through Texas.
I was there for Gallo. There was a ton of Gallo.
Gallo was exciting.
And he delivered in the first at bat, I believe, that first game at least.
He hit it up to the upper tank, his dad crying in the stands. I still remember, I think it was the rookie year. If it wasn't the rookie year, it was the second year. He hit that bomb off of Kershaw when they went to L.A. And there was just, you were always waiting for him to put it together, and you just were like, if he can make a little more consistent contact, he can be something more than just Adam Dunn.
I was really hyped up for Rondo. A humongous miss. I was hyped up that Rondo was going to be like a championship finishing piece.
So this was back when that deal was made. I was engineering the first Rondo game.
Well,
for ESPN Radio when they were still alive around here, and Mike Peasley was on the broadcast. I remember talking to Pease, and I was like, I think I'm going to go downstairs and get a Rondo jersey. I haven't bought a jersey in forever. I was like, I just don't know.
Marcus Mosher like him too?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, that's what I do. I put money in the pockets of athletes who troll Marcus Mosher, Dan Orlovsky, people like that. But I had told Pease, I was like, I'm going to go down there. I was like, I just don't know if he's going to... He hasn't re-signed yet. They haven't gotten a deal done. And like Pease is like, they'll get one done, I'm sure. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to go down there and buy it. And I just like... the hangar, which was the thing, the door was closed, and so I was like, crap, okay, I guess I'll just go home. And I never ended up getting the Rondo jersey, but I was about to drop $100 on a jersey that would have ended up being one of the more embarrassing jerseys I could have owned.
Anyone else on the Mike Olt?
Oh, Olt was somebody I was excited about. They traded him. That was the Garza trade, I think it was. There's a lot of answers on here for Zeke. When they picked Zeke, were excited about him. Adrian Beltre is getting some answers here in terms of when they signed Beltre, they were excited about him. Darvish, Gallo, Olt, those are the big ones. Somebody said Joaquin Arias here. Roddy
B?
Roddy B was one who, when he dropped 40, was that on the Warriors? He did that. He scored 40 that one night. And it was so funny the next year. You're talking about LeBron's a free agent the next year after Roddy B's rookie year. And he had looked really impressive and like, oh my gosh, you might be able to develop something here. I remember like DallasBasketball.com forums debating like, well, would you give up Roddy in a sign and trade for LeBron?
I was
Can you
Choppy,
do that?
There's no way. And Choppy's like, no, it was legitimate talk.
It was
Carmelo or something.
100%. People were treating it like this might be our LeBron. We got to team him up with LeBron. We can't give him up. I'd give up Dirk before I give up Roddy B.
Speaking of Zeke, one of the aggregators, Dove Kleiman, is attributing this to Patrick Walker over at DallasCowboys.com. Do not rule out Zeke possibly returning to the Cowboys, Bobby?
I wouldn't look. I think there was a time last year where it could have happened. Like, I think it legitimately could have happened at different points last year. Leading into the season, if he wouldn't have had a deal, I think there were times that could happen. If the Patriots would have cut him at the end of the year as like just a, hey, go catch on with a contender, I do think he would have ended up here.
Really?
Yeah, I think he would have ended up back here. So given that, it's certainly possible they want a power runner. I don't know that they've had any contact yet. I don't think that there's been anything on that point. But if you asked each side, hey, would you be open to a reunion? I don't think either side would say no, absolutely not.
What would RJ say right now? Spinning in his grave.
Yeah, I mean,
you would be satisfied. Y'all would be satisfied at bringing him back for what
minimum?
Role?
Veteran minimum.
No, but what role?
Short yardage stuff. That's it. Inside the red zone, that kind of thing. I mean, pass protection, pass situations where he's pass blocking or doing different things. I'd be okay with that. But I mean,
last 2 years, 3.8, and last year, 3.5 a carry.
Again, it'd have to be for the minimum. If you bring him back without ever even picking up the phone to Derrick Henry, though, that would be really tough to swallow.
Which they did not do.
For all the fans out in Dallas of Ezekiel Elliott, and I mean within the building, like Jerry's obviously a big fan. Jason Garrett used to be a big fan. Like, people are big fans of like Zeke as a football player. Mike McCarthy might be one of the biggest fans of his. Like Mike McCarthy thinks that's just, that's a pro football player. That's a classic, blue collar football player. He has a lot of respect for what Zeke does.
Zeke and Michael Gallup, McCarthy loving them.
Could you imagine if that's all in? All into them is, let's make sure we preserve Gallup and go sign back Ezekiel Elliott.
And A.J. Dillon back to the Packers. All right. It was going to take something really crazy for me to play this guy and his audio. Because I know he's a hero, a New York radio hero to RJ.
God.
But I think this offseason qualifies as crazy. Yesterday, I was looking for any potential explanation to not believe that Jerry and Steven really don't care about winning a championship like Dan Orlovsky suggested. Like Mike Bassick has said. What could justify what they're doing, being so cheap? This is the second time this guy has said this now. So I'm going to play it because it did get me to thinking a little bit. Before yesterday, I said, no possible way. There is a better chance of RJ Choppy calling out sick for a second day in a row having COVID-19 than this happening. Craig Carton, FS1, on Jerry Jones selling the Cowboys.
I think there's something wrong, and I hate to say this. I think there's going to be a major announcement coming from Jerry Jones in the near future, and I would not be shocked if there are talks to sell the team. Because as much as he loves owning the Dallas Cowboys, he is making decisions that are financially motivated in the exact opposite manner that he always has. He's a gambler. He's a guy that's been bankrupt whatever amount of times in building his fortune and taking chances on different businesses and different opportunities. And even in his long stewardship now of the Dallas Cowboys, the one thing you could never say about Jerry Jones is that he wouldn't make a decision based on money. Now that's all he does, is make decisions based on an unwillingness to write a check. Do not be shocked if you start hearing rumors about Jerry Jones looking to get out.
Just get a general.
And by the way, I think that's going to make Cowboy fans very happy. I really do. I think Cowboy fans are done with Jerry Jones. I think they're at their wits' end. And I think if you found out tomorrow that some wealthy prince from Abu Dhabi, if he was allowed to, or Saudi Arabia was going to continue to greenmail people and put money into American sports, it would not shock me if Jerry Jones is working towards a deal to sell the Dallas Cowboys. Would not surprise me one little bit.
He is more full of S than anybody speaking about sports today. He consistently just I have no words for what a liar that guy is.
Bobby, if I just said randomly in the middle of the show, what if Jerry's selling, like, to justify what they're doing and not trying to go all in and spend? Is it the worst theory ever?
Yes. The absolute worst.
I thought for 5 seconds about it yesterday because there has to be something else. That's how crazy they're acting. There has to be something else. So I wanted to go ahead and give that some airtime. I'm sorry.
That's worthy of a
All right. You have to pick one. You have to pick one conspiracy. My wife said that now they're talking that Kate Middleton's absence is because of a Prince William affair. You got to pick one.
Like father, like son.
Jerry Jones. Oh, Jerry Jones sells the Cowboys, or Prince William cheated on Kate, and that's why she's gone to the public hiding. Which one do you believe more?
That. I totally buy that. Like, honestly, saying something as ridiculous as that is more worthy of time at Rikers Island than what Carton actually did to end up in prison previously.
But didn't that give you a little bit of hope, of some excitement?
No.
Listening?
No.
As a Tolo? That Jerry would sell?
He's not going to sell.
All right.
It is a legacy. It is that is like a family heirloom.
I know. I just wanted this. I'm looking for anything. I'm looking for possibilities anywhere.
Look, even people who have been frustrated internally working there for years, or like, man, I don't love that we made this decision or whatever else. Nobody in there ever questions that Jerry wants to win and that Jerry's whole life is the Dallas Cowboys. They all will tell you, like, no, he loves this and he wants it so bad.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece on the home of the Rangers and Boys, 105.3 The Fan. Crosstalk is...
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Uh-oh.
Talk, Mike.
Oh, no.
He
It's
is
the
talking.
Mike Bassett crosstalk.
Can
He's
you
talking.
not hear me?
Oh, now we can hear you. Yeah, Mike.
I was talking.
Okay.
That's not my fault.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, I'm Engineer Mike, okay? Engineer Mike got this thing together. I might have broke the stick on the Comrex, but don't worry about it, okay?
Okay.
Well, that is the internet for the Comrex if you broke the stick.
No. It's like a fake pen, you know, to like move things on the screen. It's broke.
Like a stylus?
I don't. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, the stylus is what I'm talking. I feel like you're talking about. Mike.
You know where it looks like a pen, like you could write on a computer screen with the pen.
That's
called a stylus.
Yeah, it's called a
I
stylus.
thought those are people who did hair.
No, those are stylists.
Stylist.
They should give you an illustrator for Bally.
Yes. That would be amazing.
I want to say something to you real quick, even though it's your crosstalk.
Yeah, no, I'm glad because I don't have much.
And you know, and you know, I don't like to cancel. I do like to cancel your crosstalk. I don't like to compliment you to your face, but you and Jared were really, really good. It was natural. Much better than Jared's first game. But y'all's interaction. I mean, seriously, it was really, really good and natural. Bassick. I didn't listen to the whole thing because the stupid tip-off in OKC was at 9:00, but very, very, very well done.
Man, it was really fun, and to get into the rhythm of it, I felt like took a little bit of time for me, but as the game progressed, you feel a little bit more comfortable. Obviously, it's game one of, I don't want to say 162 because there's more spring training games to go, but I think the more you do it, the more comfortable you feel and natural it will be. But it was really fun getting to work with Jared on television. And Corey, he didn't call me out. I didn't say this, but last year around this time when I worked a webcast with him, I said, this is awesome for the first time ever to be on radio calling a Rangers game. And he's like, we're not on radio.
So what did he say this time? What did you say this time?
I decided not to, in the first inning, say, this is awesome, we're on TV, Jared.
I was worried you were going to run out of things. Like, you know how you have that little window, and I was worried you were going to empty your bucket with all your nuggets or, you know, your things to say about each player, your recaps. And I'm like, you're going to run out of things here eventually or repeat them during the season, which is fine.
Let's see how Saturday goes as we're on Bally's again, Jared and I believe at 3:00 Central Time for the rematch of the World Series. So it'll be Arizona here in Surprise versus the Texas Rangers. But I'll start off with this. Even though I can't see, I'm assuming you were right. Did Choppy miss today? He quit?
Yep, I was right. And
they're calling it Movid-19.
Yeah, the fans call it he has Movid.
That is tremendous.
Because he was mowing the yard and he got sick from it.
Allergies.
It irritated his throat.
That's good. That's quality.
You got a little...
I'm in shock. I cannot believe he caught us. He's never done that.
I told him all he had to do was wear a bandana and he'll be fine. He's like, can't wear a mask.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
On the computer, you ever looked at the computer? I mean, I've been here since 2013. It looks like I have 752 sick days available.
Yes.
I don't know if that's true or not, but I was just like,
look,
this is it.
Yeah, they're his days. Take him if you need him. Don't tell us it's you mowing the grass and your throat hurts.
Yeah.
And also, didn't he not really call in? He goes, I don't know if I'm going to be here tomorrow.
Oh.
And then he...
No.
Guys.
This is the greatest work excuse ever. He texted, he said, hey, guys, I just tried to read a commercial. I just tried to read like a 30-second commercial here at the house. Couldn't do it. No way I can do 4 hours. Have you guys ever to test yourself?
Yes.
Got out your copy? Well, you don't have commercials, so I know you're lying.
Yeah.
Have you ever sat there and read, your show prep or your topic and your script and said, no, that's the indicator. I'm out for the day.
Well, Kevin has had moments where he's tried to say words and just nothing comes out. Well, every year, there's about one time
Not
a
this
year.
last year.
This is the one time it didn't happen.
But he didn't sit there and go, oh, does your girl need it this weekend? Blue Chew. Spell it backwards or four. I'm out. I can't. That was the test. Sorry, Mike.
Well, I feel like Kevin just
going off of this conversation, you said you want less commercials, and I feel like
I want more commercials.
More commercials.
Commercial-free radio, and we're getting closer and closer.
Higher TSL.
Well, I'll tell you what, being here, obviously, I know we're going to start off the show, Corey, with Mavericks and Stars talk. What else do we have coming up on the show?
At 12:20 today, NFL Hall of Famer, Heisman Trophy winner, and Woodrow Wilson alum Tim Brown will join the show today. Plus, we do have Masterpiece of the Week at 1:30, and that's everybody's favorite segment of the week. So looking forward to it.
Well, I know I'll have in baseball nuggets coming up at 10:45. I was here for the spring breakout game, so I don't know how many listeners, Tolos, got to watch that. I didn't go, obviously, to the webcast that maybe you could have picked it up on, but I did get to see Brock Porter pitch. I did get to see Walcott, who turned 18 years old yesterday, play shortstop and get 3 at-bats. So I'll give you kind of what I saw there. And then I'm hoping everybody, even if you didn't watch the Ranger game on Bally's, got to see the Grand Slam home run from Wyatt Langford. And that was really special.
That you kind of predicted.
I kind of did. I mean, the bases were loaded, and I'm thinking, wouldn't this be cool if he hit a Grand Slam home run without saying
that doesn't count.
Right. I'm not taking credit for it either. I'm just saying that I was like, well, this could be a Grand Slam. You know, it was a Grand Slam opportunity, and when he hit it, I was like, wow.
Have you heard your call? Have you heard your call, Mike?
I saw from Jamie Newberg posted where I said that he's just smiling, just ready for the pitcher to throw a pitch.
No, but the call after, like, Chris, go ahead, play it. Listen to the hysterical hesitation of Mike deciding whether to call himself a genius.
Well, there's a drive to right center. That could be the Grand Slam. He turns out of here. Sold-out crowd watching the youngster clear the bases with his 5th Cactus League home run.
Well, I was hoping for it. I won't say I predicted it, but I know how strong and powerful and how good this young man is, and that was really fun to see.
Also,
when he hit it, I just put my hands. When he hit it, I threw my hands up. I know I'm not supposed to talk because I know that is Sandler,
just like in your pantry.
Raymond's moment, but I just put my hands up like he has done it. That ball is getting out of here.
And listen to the beginning of that. It sounds like it is Mike going, yeah, yeah. Listen to the beginning of this.
Well, there's a drive to right center. That
does sound like
Mike.
That sounds like
Mike.
And you talked about the crowd.
Yeah, dude.
Corey, a record crowd of 12,000, most ever for a Rangers or a Royals game there in Surprise, right,
Yeah, it
Michael?
sounded like a World Series game, dude.
There are a lot of people here. I did
Especially
see
in our
people,
stadium, 12,000.
I did see people packing up this morning at the hotel because spring break, this is a big spring break week in the Metroplex, so a lot of people are here from the Metroplex for spring break. And I tell you what, I'll expand on this more during the show. I'm struggling not to go insane about what I think Wyatt Langford could be.
That was our last topic.
Trout.
The last prospect, DFW, any sport, who's the last person, and it doesn't matter if they hit or not. Could have been a bust. Could have been Profar. Could have been, Mo Claiborne. Who's the last person you were that hyped up about, and you just could not wait to watch them play?
Luka for me in
Yeah,
2018,
me
and he has lived up to those expectations. I'm not saying the team success has been there, but he's lived up to being he's the greatest offensive player in the game today.
The real, I mean, it's actually recent, and he hasn't quite turned out, but is Jack Leiter. I went to the Rough Riders game. Like I was like, I got to go see this guy pitch live, and the place was electric. It was packed, and everybody was ready for it, and we're still kind of waiting for him to turn out. But that was the most recent one for me, for sure.
I was really excited about Claiborne. I was like, oh my gosh, it's like a Dion. Look how, you get all Cowboy comparisons and all that stuff. A lot of people answering with Zeke.
Oh, that's a good one,
especially after that Seattle game, the preseason game where he was like, he trucked Cam Chancellor. That was, you were like, okay.
Monster rookie.
Yeah.
People were saying Trey Lance, TBD.
That was the Tony Romo game.
Trey Lance.
Trey
Mike,
Lance.
you didn't have to do that.
Well,
changed the history of the Dallas Cowboys.
That was the moment.
I think he handed it off to him one time. They got Zeke for Romo, and I think Romo handed it off to him one time against Seattle, and that was it. Mine was, other than Luke, it was Neftali Feliz. I really thought Feliz was going to be a damn good starting pitcher.
You had was it one of our coworkers?
Yes, it was one of our coworkers at the newspaper who, when you can create your own jersey, he created a Feliz jersey before they were available to the public, and said if he makes the All-Star game 10 times, that would be a disappointment.
Dang. I was hyped up for Prince. Yeah. That didn't really.
Purple rain. I'll tell you what, when you bring up Neftali Feliz, it makes me think of another topic for another day. Is
we have
who
3
are
minutes.
Who are the athletes? And I'm just throwing out this question for later. You guys can do it next week, Sean. Is who are the athletes that there's one moment in time, one singular moment where something goes wrong and it changes their career and they cannot, like, mentally.
Calvin Joseph.
Yeah, and I mean, I think of Nick Anderson at the free throw line. He says, I was never the same. After that Orlando Magic versus Houston Rockets NBA Finals, he's like, when I miss those, can't remember, 5 or 6 free throws in a row to close out game 1 or game 2.
Yeah.
He's like, that was it. He's like, I can admit now, I'd never admitted it while I played out another 3 to 5 years of my career. He's like, that ruined me. I mentally was done wanting to be in clutch situations.
Now, that is a great topic. I really look forward to that. But, Bobby, you heard what I heard, right?
Yeah,
Is that
and I don't
Sean
appreciate
Sharif
it.
just said Prince the musician is overrated?
This is the man, though, who, to be fair, we got to consider the source here. This is the man who doesn't sing lyrics. When a song gets stuck in his head, he runs around the studio going,
I just don't think you can.
You sound like
Cartman. I just don't.
That's what he does.
His
Purple Rain will go.
I just don't think you could put Prince like on Michael Jackson's level.
Oh, I disagree. I think if either of the two are overrated, it would be more Michael Jackson. I still think Michael Jackson's great. No. I don't think he is, but I'm saying like Prince is, if anything, underrated. Prince is a genius to me.
If you want to talk about singing, maybe you could go with Michael Jackson, but Prince did play instruments, write music. He did a whole
Play
bunch.
basketball.
Yeah, yes, that too. Yeah, go if you get a chance, go watch. Sean, go watch the Prince guitar solo at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction.
As my guitar gently weeps.
Yes, he's got Tom Petty on stage, and he goes into a guitar solo that just shreds. And even Tom Petty's sitting there going, "What the hell is happening? This dude's amazing."
Look, I don't give any credit for instrument playing. What are you singing?
What?
That's it. That's a choppy tape.
His guitar sang for him, Sean.
And you know what he does at the end of the set? He throws the guitar in the air and it never lands. Go watch the video back. It's
just like when he dunked. Right? He never came down from dunking.
Exactly. He throws the guitar. It never comes down.
Blouses. Wrap it up, Michael.
Pancake.
Well, coming up next, the KMC masterpiece. I'm in surprise. Deal with it.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, is it still? From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Alec Medford, and in surprise again, getting ready for Saturday's game, which he'll be on the broadcast call of as well. It is Mike Bassick, and gentlemen, it is a Shout-Out Friday.
Yeah, I want to start things off here with multiple texts that are already pouring in. Text from the 806, 2 questions. Are we getting Friday Energy Mike from Surprise? And did Kevin have a special self-destruct button overnight to cut Mike off at any time created? No, Mike. He cannot do that. It's built into our contracts that can never happen.
Oh, really?
So
That's great.
As long as you signed a contract, Mike, then he can't cut you off. So you're going to be okay.
Oh, but Chris can.
Chris or Alec can do it too.
Alex here today?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, Chris was here earlier. He was taking Mustache Peyton's spot.
And from the 682, to start the day off right, shout out to y'all. Greatly appreciate all the laughs and knowledge. You guys are the best. Love y'all. And Kevin, as you know, we try to read every fan text that comes in.
I mean, yes.
Even if we hate some of them.
Sometimes it's hurtful. Sometimes it is just not achievable.
We appreciate the love, though. Thank y'all so much. For
Unless
all
Kevin
of you who love
blocked
us.
you.
Oh, man. How many people have you blocked on here? Because I don't know how to block people.
On here?
On the fan text.
Definitely a few
Yeah.
who have said inappropriate family things.
Okay, yeah.
Those people absolutely get blocked.
I don't know how to block people on here, but on Twitter, I'll mute the hell out of you so fast.
But you don't block people
I
on
love
Twitter.
muting people because I want them to get their say.
You know, it's
but I never
interesting,
want to see it.
because Mike, I know you do block people on Twitter, and obviously this has been a super fun week for us all.
Yeah.
I've seen some people who have gone after you, Mike, and just said awful things, and he's like, look, now he blocked me. And I was like, well, guess what, Nimrod? What did you think was going to happen? He was going to be like, oh, hey, thanks for saying crap about me. That's not even true. Good job.
Yeah, it is what it is. I just am like, well, I don't want that in my life. I don't want people calling me names when I go to Twitter and look for information and stuff like that, and then go to like, hey, you were tagged in this. And then I was like, well, I mean, if that's the way they feel about me, I understand. Like I said yesterday, I'm commanded to love those people, but I also don't think that I should just make sure that I follow them back or allow them to just talk to me that way on there. So I just decide that I think it's best for everybody, for me and that person, that, you know, I am away from their feed and they're away from my feed.
From the 817, Mike. Mike, you did awesome on the broadcast. I genuinely love listening to you call the game and break down pitching.
It was really fun. John Gray was awesome yesterday. I know Andrew Heaney the other day on Tuesday was great. I have no clue if it's going to carry into the season. That's the one thing that I can't say, well, the pitching staff, especially the starting pitching, is just doing great here. So is the relievers, but the starting pitching, as they're getting extended to 5 innings, are just throwing. Andrew Heaney is shut out against Cleveland for 5. And he has to go into the bullpen and throw extra because they're like, you didn't reach your pitch count, so we need you to go in the pen and throw more and throw like a simulated inning.
Wow.
Same thing with John Gray yesterday. He was supposed to throw 80 pitches in 5 innings, and he only threw 70. So they said, all right, when the 6th inning starts, we want you to go down to the bullpen, and we're going to simulate like a 12 or 15 pitch inning, even though obviously there's no hitter. And that's how good it's going for those guys. That being said, I can't say because they're throwing great in mid-March, I know they're going to have a great season. It doesn't correlate that way.
From the 945, Kevin, I'm just taking all the texts here.
Okay, great.
I don't even like baseball, and I still listen to y'all talk about baseball. That's how much they love the show.
Ooh, that's
Mike did a
nice.
great job from the Fork 6'9". I enjoyed it. It was my first time hearing him call a game. And then from the 254, I have a Mike Bassick baseball card. Is it worth as much as a Wyatt Langford card?
It's a good news, bad news scenario.
You just have to get 100 of mine to equal one of his worst ones.
The bad news is, so then the answer is no.
Okay.
And you have to find me or a family member that wants a Mike Bassick card.
The good news is, if you want autographed baseballs of Wyatt Langford, cars of Wyatt Langford, bats of Wyatt Langford, we will have all of those ready for Peace-a-thon, which I know is a ways away, but
Yeah, I can't wait.
we will have them all ready to
Can we
go.
get him to possibly write ROY on those and MVP 2024.
Are you going to go with both of those right
Why
away?
not?
Why
not?
Man.
Who else has 5 home runs in spring training this year? Nobody.
Okay.
I don't think anybody does. I think he was tied at 4. I don't know who he was tied with, but now he has 5.
From the 972, Kevin, do you ever block someone on text just wanting to troll them? I don't think so. Like I said, it usually has to be something like remarkably inappropriate and usually not about me that would force someone to get blocked.
We're being really open right now on this show, really sharing, getting it all out there.
I mean,
any other stuff we need? Can we be talking doctor today for people? Yeah, if you want us to be talking doctor,
sure.
Text in.
We'll
wait.
Oh no,
you don't want to do that.
Leaf blower guys here.
Oh, okay.
No! And it rained this morning, so literally it's all wet. So I don't know at this point what he's going to do.
The whole thing?
He literally has to. I won't say it. I was about to say it, and then I'm like, wait, this is going to get Kevin going. You can't say it that way. He's literally going to have to leaf blow the whole stadium.
He's gonna have to blow the whole park.
Is that better than I threw
Yes,
in the word
and you
leaf?
can reflect on that sentence now, right, and see how problematic that would have been.
Yes, right before I said it, I said, don't say it that way. But there's no leaves here. He's just leaf blowing the water.
I will say this. I can't hear him.
Well,
and so
he hasn't started yet. He's walking.
Okay.
With his leaf blower.
Kevin, I really want to
and
know
his
how this
earbuds.
works because when we're there, it feels like it's the loudest thing in the world and
Yes.
that it's irritating the listeners as well, but maybe it's not as loud as I always think it is.
I feel like you quit today. You're like, this is useless. it rained.
You just looking at it
Everything's
going,
wet.
no, I'm not going to do
Yeah,
this.
like I can't win. This is a losing situation.
Can't dry the whole planet.
This is where you put in the towel waivers in a basketball game and say, finish it off.
From the 214, will Wyatt Langford be starting the season? I mean, it feels impossible to ignore.
In the major league? Or
Yes,
just
in the
starting
major.
season?
Yes.
Okay. I think he's going to be batting third. I'm going to assume, even though we've had discussions about this, I'm not crazy about this. I think he's going to start as the designated hitter on opening night. I could be wrong. Maybe he is in left field. Yesterday, he was the designated hitter. Carter was in left. Tavares was in center. Adolis Garcia was in right. I don't know if that's going to be the primary way to do it, but I think, Kevin, what you've kind of been talking about is I do think that Bochy and Chris Young have something in their heads that we don't know about yet. How they're going to use all 4 guys to make sure that they're DHing every once in a while, but they're also getting time in the field. We know that Langford will only play left.
Yep.
Carter will be the guy roaming around. He'll be the guy that gives Tavares a day off in center. He'll be the guy that gives Garcia a day off in right.
And we all feel comfortable with that, right?
Yeah, and I probably would say this. Leote probably won't DH. Right, on the days that Leote doesn't play center, he's probably going to have the day off, and they'll go with more of a traditional just hitter in that situation where Leote could have that day to be a pinch runner. He could go in for Wyatt Langford in the 7th or 8th inning for defensive purposes, something like that.
Now, Kevin, I know you had lots of plans for this segment, but I'm sorry, man. I'm going to have to blow this up. I have
That's
questions.
fine. That's fine.
When in Wyatt Langford in the outfield, have you gotten to see him make a play or like how he navigates the outfield? When I watched Leote, I was like, dude, that guy he's a natural defensive center fielder. You could see it all except for diving forward. Other than that, everything else he does very well.
That is true.
I just
He only slides.
I was kind of curious if you've seen like, man, no, he tracks really well. He has a great arm. I just didn't know if you've kind of been watching that and observing him from that
Since
perspective.
I've been here, obviously, I got here Wednesday night, and then yesterday, he DH'd.
Okay,
so,
all right, gotcha.
I mean, I think he has the talent and ability. We know he can run. He's a fast runner. From what I understand, I haven't seen it on display here, but I've heard that he has a good arm. So I think he has all of the athletic ability to be a good outfielder. But you have arguably 3 center fielders in your outfield because we've seen Adolis play center. Leote obviously play center. And Evan Carter is – I don't want to take anything away from Leote, but Evan Carter might be the future center fielder of the Texas Rangers when maybe a couple years down the road stuff happens possibly. So it's just tough for Wyatt Langford to be like, I'm better than one of those three guys defensively.
Gotcha.
Now,
and then Jankowski's a good outfielder too.
That's a good point. Now, as long as we're kind of bouncing around, I wanted to throw out a couple of these questions. We're helping people out this morning.
I'm all in for that.
This is the difficult part, Mike, and we've talked about this quite a bit about how much trading cards have evolved, because we've got multiple questions already this morning about Wyatt Langford cards. By the way, I know you're in Arizona, but I'm going to be at the Dallas Card Show today and tomorrow. And Allen, if you want to come hang out, you're always welcome, Corey. People always ask for you.
Or if you want to send Kevin some Zelle and then have him pick up a card for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've done
you're
that.
going today. Dang it.
I've done that for Mike in the past. So for the 682, would a $1,500 signed Wyatt card be a good investment? Do you ever expect his cards to go over $10,000? You need more specifics on that for which card you're talking about, same as this. Picked up 5 Langford rookies for $20 yesterday. Was that a good deal in your opinion? Tell me specifically what the card was. It's not like, hey, I got a Joe Montana rookie, and you're saying, okay, it's the 81 Topps version. Like, I know which one it is. Wyatt Langford already has a crap ton of cards. Hell, Sebastian Walcott, who just turned 18, already has cards out on the market. So you just need a little bit more specifics there.
Yeah. There's one primary card, and that's the Bowman first card of 2023 for Wyatt Langford. But there's, and I'm not exaggerating, there's about 60 different parallels of that card. So when you say, I have a Bowman first of Wyatt Langford, did I get a good deal? Well, you have to tell me which one of the 60 variants that it could be.
Yeah. I will say this, because of you two guys, I'm not going to take as much credit on this because you two guys really have helped my knowledge of it. If you've been listening to this show for the last, how many years, Kevin, has this part of it been together?
This part has been together for almost 5 years
All right,
now.
if you've been listening for the last 5 years, you are the most educated card listening audience out there. Just understand, like, you have knowledge above everybody else because these guys have given you tips on what to look for and what to stay away from. And then the other part of it is, if you just say, I like to collect because I like to collect, then you've also gotten that advice as well. I like to collect just because this is my favorite player. I want to collect him.
And I felt bad yesterday because somebody on Facebook asked me, and I answered their question at absolute face value, is I'm getting back into cards. What is the absolute most expensive Wemby card? And so I looked it up, and I said the most expensive one I've seen sell went for $250,000.
Oh, my God.
Which his response was very reasonable, oh, is there anything more affordable? And I was like, for sure. For Hoops, Donruss, Prism, there's all kinds. Yeah. But he said, what is the absolute most expensive card? And I wanted to factually answer his question. But no, there are plenty of cards out there on the market. But like Mike mentioned, whether it's Hoops, but especially Donruss and Prism, there could be a bajillion different variations that could wildly change the price.
And you know it's fun. Obviously, Wyatt Langford in the card world right now is getting compared to, and I'm not exaggerating, Mickey Mantle, Mike Trout, Hank Aaron, Willie Mays. His prices are getting compared to, he's going to be, and he might be. This is the thing that like I struggle to say because
you want to say it though.
It's such high expectation, but he might be the next. He might be the next greatest player not this year. He's probably going to win Rookie of the Year. This is pretty impressive from what we're seeing in a small sample size, but it's really tough right now. His cards are so expensive because everybody's seeing what we're seeing. If you're listening right now, guess what? All the baseball world is seeing this too on the highlights on MLB Network. It's a grand slam home run. He leads all of spring training in home runs. I believe he has 14 RBIs right now in 13 games. Like it is crazy what he's doing. But if you love Corey Seager, you love Marcus Semien, you love Adolis Garcia, if you wanted to spend $1,000 on their cards, you could get an unbelievably great collection because they're very inexpensive to get some really cool cards and really limited cards of them. So sometimes in the world of collecting for fun, if you love Marcus Semien or you love Adolis Garcia, which a lot of Ranger fans love Adolis Garcia, your issue is all of his rookie cards are in Cardinals uniform, but you can get one of ones, you can get numbered to 10, you can get some of the most rare Adolis Garcia cards. You could probably get 20 really rare Adolis Garcia cards and spend $1,000 for those 20 cards and have an unbelievably rare, unique collection.
From the 817, and this is fair, as long as we're just talking doctoring it up. Kevin needs help because of the Duke destruction. Can Duke even get into the NIT tournament?
Right now? Dude, I think they intentionally lost.
Why?
So they could really rest up for the tournament.
Yeah.
Like the Mavericks.
Yeah, they're really taking the Rangers' perspective from last year, where they're like, let's just lose all our games going into the postseason.
I'm not lying. In the 7th round, the Cowboys should take that NC State center.
Yes! Yes! DJ Burns!
Colorado
Does he play
player
football?
like that as
he
well.
doesn't play football, does he?
He plays big, all right? That's what he plays, Mike.
He's 300-plus pounds. I don't know what his height is. I'm going to guess 6'9". I'm going to guess. But I literally would if – I don't think he's an NBA player. There's no way. At the pace of play that the NBA goes at, there's just no way to be 325 pounds and play that style of basketball. But I'm dead serious. I watched some of that game yesterday, and I thought, wait a second. This is those guys you take with one of your last picks in a draft and go, look, let's just make sure we secure this guy and go, you are 6'9", 330 pounds and really athletic, and I know you're knocking the crap out of basketball players, but I think I can teach you how to do that in football.
Yeah, he's 6'9". He's listed at 275.
He is lying.
We will continue to answer all kinds of your shout-outs and your questions today. By the way, let me hit this real quick, and I know we got to bounce. From the 817, is there a website that y'all would trust to look at what your cards are worth? What are the things that you could do?
KevinHagelin.com.
That should be a website. Is my card worth anything? No. If you go to eBay, you can type in like the exact card that you're looking at, and if you go down the left column, you can find a sold items, and it will break it all down for you by date. That will give you like kind of a good idea of what it's going for. You can do that on the sports card investor app as well, which is super helpful, and it plugs into a lot of that auction stuff. But that's why if you ever see me, Mike, Corey out at, well, it's Dallas Card Show this weekend, whether it's somewhere else, we'll try to help you out with those.
Dude, can we create a website? Can you guys do it? And y'all just every day you update your price values on stuff, and I'm like, all right, I'll just go in and type it in for you, and you guys just tell me what they are. And
I don't know. We feel like we're really trying to focus on making the show good.
We call it,
you know,
we call it
Mike has enough jobs already.
We call it approximatevalue.com or something like that.
That's not a very catchy name.
We're not going to find, nobody's going to find that.
How many people can spell approximate? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mavs and Stars combo as they took on the Thunder and the Devils. Who played who, though? Because they both lost anyway. Let's talk about it next on The Fan.
Free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
There's Wallace with the offensive rebound. Williams scores! And an exclamation point!
That was a sweet dunk. I mean, the game was over either way. Yesterday, a humbling sports evening for both the Mavs and the Stars. I guess we're getting a good look at the field right there with the tarp on it as Mike Bassick is in surprise, going to broadcast on Bally again tomorrow. I guess we'll start with the Mavs. I have to admit, I mean, I know they didn't win, and so you might be like, who cares? But I have to admit, I appreciated this was a back and forth game for a good chunk of the evening.
I picked it up when Dante Exum smoked his head on the ground after being tripped with no call. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
By the way, Cason Wallace, that young man from Richardson's pretty darn good for a rookie. And I love Derek Lively. Here's my question. That's when I picked it up. Gafford was playing really well when I watched. Obviously, Oklahoma City was getting after it on defense. And Kyrie Irving was great. Tim Hardaway Jr. had his shot back finally. Why did we not play Derek Lively? I guess when Gafford got tired. I'm struggling with he's having a great game. Did he just run out of energy? Why did we go to Maxi Kleber? I'm not picking on Maxi, but it wasn't like I was struggling. Help me out since you watched the whole game.
Well, I'm going to have trouble helping you out because immediately, like as soon as you said that, and this is kind of what I was thinking is from the 682, what the hell was Jason Kidd thinking on the last minute rotations though? So I am also struggling with you there because I guess I did not feel as though either one of those players were overwhelmed.
Yeah, and Corey, I thought to myself as I was watching, maybe P.J. Washington should try to miss.
And then maybe he'll make
Maybe
one.
that'll go. I mean, it's just one of those games.
It was a terrible
0 for
game.
7 for him from
And
three. That was
I
bad.
understand why they had him in for defensive purposes and like, dude, eventually it has to go in, right? And he's like, no, watch me at the free throw line. I'll miss these.
Well, and Mike, you say defensive purposes, and I don't know how y'all feel about plus minus. He was one of the 3 pluses from last night. He was a +1. So for as poor as he was offensively, his defense balanced out for him in some way. So
Was Derek Lively hurt?
Nah,
I don't believe so. I
They
mean,
just-
obviously
he
Josh
just-
Green
All right.
got hurt.
Maybe on back-to-backs, Mike. You were discussing it yesterday. This was one of those kind of ideally like, hey, go out there and play hard and everything, but let's scale back the minutes on back.
Sorry, Mike, I was responding to somebody to say I wasn't calling Tolos dumb. I meant that approximately was a tough word to spell.
Okay.
To our last segment.
I'm 90% sure I'd spell it wrong. This is what scares me, and I'm admitting I did not watch the whole game, obviously. Is Jason Kidd is obviously a former player and one of the greatest players in NBA history. I don't think he's going to trust the rookie in the playoffs. I think we could see that was a playoff environment. That was
Okay.
against a possible first-round opponent if you make it out of the play-in situation. And I'm afraid a lot of veteran players that become coaches will not trust a 19 / I know he just turned 20, a 20-year-old. Think of what Bruce Bochy did. He went from batting Evan Carter 9th against Tampa Bay to batting Evan Carter 3rd in the World Series. That is coaching, and that takes a lot of guts to put a 20 or 21-year-old into that spot with very limited action. I'm afraid, and I'll throw it to you guys, that we're going to see Derek Lively play 5 minutes a game in the playoffs.
Oh man,
I
mean, that makes sense if you feel like your best guy is Gafford and he gives you the most, but to put Kleber out there instead of Lively, that's something I can't get down with.
Mike, you can mark this, and this really might come to backfire on me. I understand the logic exactly behind what you just said. I just don't think it's going to come to pass, and that might be too optimistic because I'm like, you can clearly see, though, that Lively has, I think, both now and the future, significantly more upside. I say even right now. The future is obvious, but even right now, I don't think that's going to come to pass. But I understand you look at last night's game and you're like, this is how it could play out with Kleber getting more minutes than Lively, which I'm not a fan of.
Oh, well, I hope you're right. I hope Jason Kidd pulls his head out of his rear end in that situation and goes, is this going to be best for Derek Lively if we make the real playoffs and get, a good 6+ games in this playoff run here? Is it going to be best that I play him 5 minutes and say you're not ready for this? I would rather, in a weird way, I don't think that playing Kleba gives you a better chance to win, but I think that Jason Kidd thinks it does. I would rather Lively get 20 minutes a night of playoff experience than next year go in, and maybe I could be wrong about this, I hope I am, and go, okay, now I think you're possibly ready for playoff minutes.
So somebody on the fan text brought this up. I want to make sure I get them credit from the 806. Kid said because of OKC's threes they were getting off, he felt like the defensive rotations were better with Maxey. And I will say, we did talk about that to a certain extent yesterday, talking about that 5-level offense right there. And Lively, I like Lively a lot. I will say I do think he struggled more against the outside shooting bigs versus just your closer to traditional big, which I feel like he's done excellently against. Again,
how do you feel about Gafford that whenever he has to step out there?
I think he's better, but I think sometimes he struggles with that as well.
Just being real big.
Why didn't everybody? This is the thing that is just insane to me. The Mavericks back in the Don Nelson days decided centers are stupid, and I get it. Like he's just like, let's play Greg Buckner at center. He's 6'4", and it was to try to pull Yao Ming out of the paint, Shaquille O'Neal out of the paint. Why didn't Houston and LA just take Shaq and Yao? And I get they're way better than Gafford and Lively. I'm naming two of the best centers of that era. Why didn't they just take them out of the game and go, well, if they're going to play Raja Bell and Greg Buckner at center, then we just can't play Shaquille O'Neal in this game.
Right.
And I feel like that's what the other team is asking you to do. Like, let's see. I'm not going to use as bad a term as dumb, but let's see if this coach will do what we're asking him to do and take out his center. And Avery Johnson would say, Devin George, you're our new center.
Right.
And the Golden State Warriors were like, this is awesome. They took out the one thing that we really struggle with, and that's a big guy. And I feel like Jason Kidd might fall into that trap in the playoffs. What you're saying is he just admitted, I'm not going to play a big guy if they play 5 guys who can shoot. And so now you don't have a rim protector. You don't have a pick and roll situation. You have pick and pops, but there's no more. Kleba's not a pick and roll guy.
Not
so
at
now
all.
you don't do any pick and rolls. You don't have any lob threat around the basket. So it's interesting to me that Jason Kidd could fall into the trap that we've seen other Maverick coaches fall into.
I do have positive news for you guys. I'm going to still sprinkle it in with a little bit of negative news. Is Josh Green. He suffered the ankle sprain yesterday, so that was bad. However, good news was the x-rays were negative. Better news is the MRI for Luka Doncic and his hamstring came back clean. So they feel good. He's going to get reevaluated. I do believe today, once the team gets back, and I know the team got back from Oklahoma City, but I just mean later today, I think he's going to get reevaluated again. But the MRI came back clean, so looking good for Luka, big picture going forward. That's a positive.
Corey, there's one thing in the game, and this was really late in the game. The game was almost out of hand, and Kyrie had a great game from what I saw. He gave you a chance.
There are a lot of great moments from him.
I don't like, and I'm not picking on Kyrie here, I don't like overall these NBA players kicking fans out of the game. I don't know what they're saying. I have no clue, and the fan didn't get kicked out, but we had to stop the game, and I don't like this. I don't like that the players are stopping the game down and say, kick this fan out, and then I don't know what they're saying, so it could be so bad that you really need to.
Yeah, I mean, but when it comes to saying things to players, like I definitely think that they're things that look, man, we see our Twitter, we see the fan text sometime, and people can say some nasty stuff. Sure. And it's very easy for us to block them. But I think the biggest thing in that instance, Mike, is a player should recognize if they're doing harm to somebody in the arena, and that's probably the time. I'm not sure that that's if it's harming somebody and security hasn't noticed it, and the player's like, hey man, this is going on. I obviously want the player to be focused on the court or on the field or whatever's going on, lock that out. But I'm with you, Mike. I don't like that they're saying, "Hey, man, they're just hurting my feelings tonight, and I can't handle having them here anymore."
I know recently, and it was going into warm-ups. Did you see the clip of when I believe I think it was a lady who called Kevin Durant the B word?
Yes.
And
I remember
he stopped,
that.
and I don't
talked
know
to
what.
them. Yeah, that was a few weeks back. I remember that.
And that was the 113, great win for the Dallas Mavericks. And I get it. It stinks. I mean, I've been called the F word, the C word by my own home fans in New York when I played for the Mets. I could hear them, and, it happens. And you don't like it. I'm not telling the players to like it. I just don't know if it's good for the players. It seems like the players union is going down this path of, and I understand where they're coming from, let's now engage the fan / the security and get them all kicked out. And I'm not sure if that's the best route for this situation. But the game was, when I watched, I thought the Mavs gave great effort. I thought Kyrie Irving was unbelievable. I thought Daniel Gafford, when I watched, was great. I was just shocked when they took him out of the game with about 4 minutes to go. And they didn't go to Derek Lively. I thought, well, if he's just fatigued and tired, then go to Lively and see if he can keep grabbing all these rebounds and stuff like that. But I'm just not crazy about this in the NBA right now.
Let me throw out cut number 4 if we can, because while the Mavs game was back and forth, the Stars game got out of hand in the second period.
America again shortly. Rat to the slot. Meyer scores! Timo Meyer from Jesper Bratt, and that's 3 straight for New Jersey.
Who cares?
They would eventually put up 2 more straight, and they would end the game with 5 straight goals. I believe that is the goal right there. They got the hook for Oettinger, as he had a robust 6 saves versus 4 goals given up at that point. He has really struggled at home, which kind of goes against what you would logically think.
Why cheer for the other team?
I don't want to do that.
Make it feel like a road environment.
He has too many nights like this. Ottinger does.
That is fair.
He has a few too many of those these
go back
nights
to the
where you're
San
like,
Jose game.
Dude, what's going on?
Is he a field goal kicker in a rut?
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't help whenever Miro's like, "Hey, I'm going to score one for the other team too." Like, it doesn't help when your defensemen are helping them scores.
He shot one on Oettinger.
No, it wasn't exactly like that, but it wasn't as far off as you would think.
It probably really shocked him when he turned around and then smoked one into the net.
He put his stick out there to deflect, but it was right next to the goal. And Oettinger, you kind of have to be like, "Come on, dude! Like, that's not helping me at all here with all this." But my opinion, Kevin, this kind of goes back to what we've been discussing a lot for them and the Mavericks. Two exact same things. The details, the very fine details. You have the ability. You can do these things. These small details, not being sloppy, not being lazy. Those are the key factors. And the Stars look like I don't know where they are mentally in this right now.
The back-to-back losses come at a terrible time, and especially yesterday's loss. Wyatt Johnston scored 15 seconds into the game, and you would think, all right, this is going to be awesome. And then it all fell apart. They are tied with Colorado at the top of the Central Division. Colorado has played 1 less game, and now Dallas is only 2 up on Winnipeg, and Winnipeg has played 3 less games. So now you're looking at it for all intents and purposes. You could make a strong argument that realistically the Stars are now in 3rd place in the Central. That's the bad news. The good news is it's all still really tight, and you can make a move back up, but this has been a tough couple of games.
Plenty of hockey left,
This you have 14 games.
14,
left.
Plenty of games. We don't want to peak too soon, Kevin.
I think Winnipeg has 28 games left. But no, they don't.
Okay, I was like, somebody screwed this schedule
But they have
up.
17 games left. So at some point,
it means the Stars get 3 extra days of rest that they don't get.
Yeah, and no extra chances for points.
Don't worry about that.
Okay, I'll admit I'm a little.
You can worry about that. Me and the non-warriors, we won't worry about it.
And it is also a shout-out Friday from the 254. If anyone ever asks why they should be a baseball or Rangers fan, just have them listen to Mike, call a game, or talk baseball. His love of the game is so infectious, and infectious in the good way. Coming up next.
Not like a...
It's time...
disease.
For Baseball Nuggets. Yes.
Like Movid.
With Mike Bassick.
I can't believe I'm saying this. Why can't Wyatt Langford win the MVP in the American League this year?
Oh, my gosh.
You've spent the last 10 years or more building
next on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick live from Surprise.
All right, so yesterday, live from Surprise was Wyatt Langford, and it was really fun to get to watch him hit a grand slam home run. And if you weren't watching on Bally's, I get it, man. There was Dallas Stars, there was Dallas Mavericks, there was regular season sports going on in our Metroplex. But if you haven't heard it, here's the call on Bally's from Jared Sandler.
There's a drive to right center. That could be the grand slam. He turns out of here. Sold out crowd watching the youngster clear the bases with his 5th Cactus League home run.
Well, I was hoping for it. I won't say I predicted it, but I know how strong and powerful and how good this young man is.
Mike, do you agree that does kind of sound like you in the background yelling, yeah? I know
it was not me. I cannot take credit for like pulling my headset off or turning down my microphone and then screaming yeah when he hit it. But
did you buy any more cards whenever you saw it, like the swing, or were you immediately like, I got to go buy some cards now?
I have looked. They're very expensive. He is very expensive. I'm sure there's at the card show, the Dallas card show today, I'm sure one of the main names, if not the number one name that'll be thrown around, especially in baseball cards, will be Wyatt Langford.
Just think about what a bonanza this is going to be, too, and I got to shout him out, worth collecting in Waxahachie. He will be at the Dallas card show. He is the person who has set us up with a lot of this Langford stuff for Peace-a-thon because he held a signing with him. Good decision, Paul. Good decision.
The home run was just barely to the right of center field, but it was pretty much center field. It was probably about a 415-foot shot because it is about 400 to the fence there, so maybe 420. But when he pulls a ball, we've seen it go a mile. Now you see a home run to center field, and the wind was blowing out to right center field, but that was a home run. I mean, when he hit it, you knew it, and especially the way the wind was blowing yesterday. And here's my tease, and I know my tease is why not the MVP this year? And I know it's just spring training, and I keep telling myself, Mike, it's just spring training. It's just spring training. And last year, it was just a small sample size in the minor leagues. Mike, it was just a small sample size in the minor leagues. But what is slowing him down? What is giving him issues? Now, he has struck out 12 times in 13 games. So that's not great. I'm trying to, guys, throwing it back to you. I'm trying to find reasons to slow down on why I think Wyatt Langford isn't going to be one of the best players in baseball.
Okay, here are my reasons, and Mike, a lot of this comes from listening to you. I think he'll figure things out eventually, but I do think pitchers will find a place where they're like, okay, this is where we can expose him. There's just so little known about him against big league pitchers, and as you know, the big league pitchers are the best. That's why Jack Leiter isn't quite there yet. He's not the best yet, and those guys will get him. And so in those tough situations, it might be a lot of learning curve for him, but he's going to swing, and if he sees a strike that's a strike that he can hit, when he gets a hold of it, it's good. So I think there's just going to be that learning curve for a period once somebody gets a hold of the book on him.
Man, Mike, you're going to love this. More than 469, I put $100 down on Langford to win MVP at 250 to 1. That's a $25K cash right there.
I mean, it's going to be very tough. To be a rookie and win Rookie of the Year is going to be very tough. My first year in the major leagues, Ichiro did it, but he was 27 years old after being a multi-time MVP in Japan. So I got to close it. Okay, here we go. The blowing is happening.
And yes, we did correct that to MVP because, Mike, initially you said to be a rookie and win Rookie of the Year is going to be very tough. I would argue MVP. That is the main component you need to win that award.
And to be MVP. Ichiro did it in 2001 where he won Rookie of the Year and MVP. But he was 27 years old. So I'm looking at Wyatt Langford, and yesterday he faced Alexis Diaz. He came in, I'm guessing, the 4th inning. I'm getting my innings, but it was early on. He's the closer for Cincinnati. Had 37 saves last year. He was an all-star. He was great. And he struck him out on a 3-2 slider that was probably off the plate, but it was such a great pitch. To not swing at that pitch is almost impossible. It was probably like 2-3 inches off the plate. I have to give the pitcher credit. He made a great 3-2 pitch. And he's an all-star closer. So is Wyatt Langford going to bat 400? No, he's not. Maybe he only bats 250. Maybe he only bats 260, but I think he can bat 300 because his swing, even on that slider, was still a strong swing, if that makes sense. He tried to go out and get it, but I never see him so far make a contact swing. And what I mean by that is I'm just going to try to put it in play.
Yeah.
And he might miss the ball, but he still looks on time. Later in the game, he might have struck out. It was against a guy named Cruz. And he threw a first pitch breaking ball, and it was in the dirt behind home plate, and he swung at it. So you know what? Cruz did the smart thing on 2-2. What did he do? He threw the exact same pitch. Wyatt Langford took it for ball 3. To me, that is such maturity.
Yeah, that's
the
great.
pitcher did the right thing. To your point, there's not going to be a scouting report on Wyatt Langford for the first month of the season, except he's young, he's powerful, he's dangerous, he can hit home runs from foul pole to foul pole.
Yeah.
Let's see what his discipline is like. And here's the other thing, too. To start the year, most likely, Evan Carter's going to be batting second, and Adolis Garcia is going to be batting fourth. He's protected. When the season progresses, if he stays batting third, Corey Seager's going to be batting second. I think it will be Adolis Garcia batting fourth, and then Evan Carter will be batting fifth, and Josh Young will be batting sixth. He's going to get pitches to see. It's not like, hey, let's pitch around him and get to Adolis Garcia.
Right.
Like it's a little bit tough. Maybe you do. Maybe at some point in the season you say, you know what, walk them, and let's go to Adolis Garcia and Evan Carter and see if we're more successful there. But there's so much protection, and this lineup is so deep and so great that I think he's going to have so many RBI opportunities with Simeon and Seager a lot of the season batting in front of him. To start the year, it'll probably be Simeon and Carter batting in front of him. I'm just watching his approach at the plate, and it's not a college kid's approach. Yes, he's aggressive. Yes, he might swing at some balls, but then he makes a quick adjustment. The same pitcher says, I'm going to throw that same pitch he swung at 4 or 5 pitches later. I'm saving it. So in your head as a pitcher, what you're doing is, all right, he swung at that one. Am I going to throw it immediately again? You can think, well, maybe I'll just throw it immediately again, and maybe I'll get a swing and miss again. And I will tell you, when you're in A ball, a lot of times when you see a guy swing at that pitch, you can throw it 2 more times, and they're going to swing at it 2 more times, and you have a strikeout. Double A, it starts getting a little bit more difficult for those guys to advance. The guys that will swing at the same bad pitch over and over and over again in the same at bat, usually they don't make it up to Double A. Sometimes they do, but usually they don't. So here it is. He swung at it. So instead of repeating that pitch, what the Cincinnati Reds catcher and pitcher decided, save it. We're going to save it for our put-out pitch. Remember, he swung at it. 4 pitches later, we're going to throw that pitch. And then he doesn't swing at it. Now, he did strike out Evan Carter, and he struck him out on a fastball, and it was after throwing something slow. Now I'm going to change the speed of the pitch, and I'm going to change the location of the pitch. It was a well-executed pitch. He struck out. Wyatt Langford's not going to be perfect, but watching Wyatt Langford yesterday, he has all the ability in the world. This is crazy I'm saying this. He does have what it looks like to me when I saw Mike Trout for the first time in 2011, and then in 2012, he lost the MVP. He finished second in MVP his rookie year because Miguel Cabrera hit for the Triple Crown. And if you don't know what the Triple Crown is, that's leading the league, your American League or National League. It's leading your league in batting average, home runs, and RBIs. And Mike Trout finished second in MVP voting. So I'm not saying Wyatt Langford is going to win the MVP. And I hate saying this because If I have this correct, Mike Trout won 3 MVPs so far, and he's finished in the top 3 4 other times, so second or third. So 7 times in his career he's finished in the top 3 times winning the award. I'm watching Wyatt Langford, and I'm thinking to myself, why isn't he the next Mike Trout?
Man.
That's so crazy to say.
Don't hate it, Mike. Embrace
it probably won't happen. Mike Trout's going to go down as one of the top 25 greatest baseball players in baseball. And it looked like he was going to trend towards top 10. I just don't know health-wise now if he's going to get to where we thought he was going to be 3 or 4 years ago. But Wyatt Langford, to me, looks like the next superstar in Major League Baseball. That's very tough to accomplish. But everything is looking like he's going to be one of the next superstars of this game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget it's a Shout-Out Friday. If you want to get involved, truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from the Twitch, from the YouTube. Coming up next, though, the Dallas Cowboys, bobblehead thieves, and tennis-hating bees. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout out to their Houston Cougars and DFW alumni, Big 12 champions in their first men's basketball season in the conference. Whose house? Now, for wrestling purposes, I want to say Swerve's house, but I don't know if that is exactly what they're looking for.
What does that even mean?
Right there. Swerve Strickland. You'd be like, whose house? Swerve's house.
Don't shake your head at me like that, Alec. I don't know Swerve.
Oh, you should.
You should.
All right.
How long has he been wrestling?
Quite a while, and WWE dropped the ball on not really understanding what they had with him, and AEW's gain. So maybe WWE goes in Forgiveness Friday. Now,
his Instagram is fantastic.
Okay. See, you're already in. I love it. I love it. I love it. Let's go to cut number 12. Because I know this is going to agitate people. The Cowboys have agitated people all week. This is Derrick Henry talking about, yeah, maybe I did want to go to the Cowboys.
Dallas didn't even, no, not at all. I'm not. I don't really know what's going on over there, and but they weren't in contend. Baltimore was showing the most interest, and somewhere I wanted to be. I was glad that we got it done, but the Cowboys never called at all.
Okay, so that might not be so bad because he said he was interested in Baltimore. Maybe he wasn't even interested in the Cowboys. Let's go to cut number 13. Did it even really matter that the Cowboys didn't call Derrick Henry? Did he even care about the Cowboys?
Yeah, I mean, of course, because that's where I stay in the off season, and that's a great organization, and been a great opportunity. But I'm thankful that I ended up here in Baltimore, somewhere I wanted to be, somewhere that they wanted me here as well, and it's a perfect match, and I'm excited. This is an exciting time for me and my family, and just ready to get to work.
All right,
nice job, Alec.
I don't know if this will make a difference to people because there are a lot of folks, and I have to admit, I'm in this group. I'm totally fine with not paying the veteran running back and going the route of the draft and the cheaper running back, but I do imagine it has to be agitating after the week Cowboys fans have had to hear Derrick Henry go, yeah, I stay in Dallas. I'd be interested. They didn't call.
Yeah, okay. But Kevin.
Yes.
I'm gonna apply this to your world, the card world.
Okay.
If you know you are not collecting Julio Rodriguez cards.
Right.
I mean, first off, that's dumb. Why wouldn't you do that? He's got potential MVPs.
Because all my money is going into these Rangers cards.
But if you know you're not going to collect him, then you're not looking at him. You're not walking over to look at him. And that's where, and I'm not defending the Cowboys here, but they have a mantra of we don't pay 30-year-old running backs no matter who you are. We are standard on that.
What if the table you walked up to and you're like, nah, I don't really care about Julio Rodriguez. And he's like, I'm going to give you the craziest deal because I don't want to take this card home with me. Then do you rethink?
Well, that's how you fall in love with things that you didn't want to buy in the first place. You start imagining what's going on. Again, I'm not trying to defend like the part of this because I agree that you should make the call. Just see what's going on. Do your due diligence. That's where the success is made. In anything that you do, if you're going to buy a house, due diligence. If you're going to buy a car, due diligence. Whatever you do, don't just take the advice of somebody. Do your work too to ensure that you're getting the right deal and that it's going to work out for you. The fact the Cowboys didn't do it, I'm like, look, man, that's just their problem there. But they have said very many times, we did a study that shows that when running backs hit 30, that they start to decline. They aren't going to do that. So they feel like it's not even necessary to pick up the phone whenever this happens. I agree with you. But that I'm just trying to explain how they've told us before, and this is probably what you're going to get from Steven or Jerry or whoever.
From the 682, I like this one. Asking my wallet for forgiveness because I bet on Sam Houston State, Quinnipiac, and Norfolk State today. I've never watched a minute of them play. Can't even tell you where they're located. All right.
Sam Houston's, that's next to a statue, I think.
Yeah, it's not like right by the statue. What state, Mike, do you think Quinnipiac is in?
Ooh. Idaho.
Corey?
Kansas.
Alec?
That's a good guess.
I'm going to go Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
No,
Who are they playing? Who are they playing?
How is that going to make up your mind about what state they're
Just
in?
answer
Because
the question.
conference, they're not going to be playing if they're playing Norfolk State, they're definitely not in Idaho.
Quinnipiac is in Connecticut.
Who knew that?
Was close.
I mean,
You didn't know that.
that person's yes, actually, Mike, that does make sense. And Norfolk State is in
They're
Virginia.
in Virginia.
That is correct.
I played in Norfolk. I live there.
What did you think of it?
It's all right.
Okay. From the 972, shout out to Mike Bassick for hyping up Wyatt Langford. I got a signed baseball of him cheap months ago. See? That is how you do it. Now, we need to go to bees. Bees are my nemesis, and I'm terrified of bees and wasps. Let's go to cut number 7. Your guy, Mike, Carlos Alcaraz, he was having a match, and then on came the bees.
What's happening here? Yeah, it's just a few bugs flying around Carlos right now.
surrounded with bees here. They
Some bees. Carlos is being attacked. He's not liking that, is he? No. They're still around him. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them all over the court. That's you can see them. Right.
Pause for a while here now.
Holy cow! Never seen that before. No, they're right above the chair umpire's chair as well. Carlos got to get a towel on his head.
All right. The first announcer tried to downplay this when he goes, it's a couple of bugs or something. And they're like, it's bees. The match was...
Are you trying to say that the first announcer was like Romo or
Yes!
Romo when he was like, it's just a cramp?
Yes. Fire that back up one more time. Hear the beginning. That one guy does not think this is a serious issue whatsoever.
What's happening here? Yeah, it's just a few bugs flying around Carlos right now.
surrounded with bees here.
Okay, and the chair umpire's like, no, it's bees.
It's bees.
This match was delayed for almost 2 hours because of bees taking over the tennis court. 2 questions. Why did that one announcer sandbag Carlos Alcaraz? Secondly, why do bees hate tennis?
Well, because they're like most of us. All right, but that's kind of how I feel about your golf take.
That is so hurtful.
I will add this, though. Have you ever been to a place where bees are everywhere?
Yes.
I was down at the Avanti building down here, the fountains, and my friend was having a wedding. And when I walked out, I was like, dude, what's going on out here? And I could just look around, and there were bees everywhere. And I was like, oh, crap. And I said, just don't panic, because bees can smell fear. That's what I've always been told. All right, so bees can smell fear. And then on top of that, don't swat at them, because then they're going to get angry and attack you. So I said, just walk around amongst the bees is what I was doing. Kevin, moments later, I look down, and all the bees are laying on the ground dead.
What?
And I was like, what is going on? And
They're playing possum.
They were playing possum,
Do
Mike.
bees do that?
Bees don't. They play bee. No, that's not what they. I turned around and looked, and there was a dude in a shrub in the back, smoking out all the bees, dude. And he got in the hive, and they all died because he killed the queen bee. And so they should have 2 hours. They should have called a bee expert and said, get over here and fix this right now. And so he could smoke them all out.
Just waited 2 to 7. Could have taken care of that. All right. So bees, that is your solution to that. I like that.
Here's my question about bees. They're so little, but they seem to smell better than us.
What's that now?
How do we have such big noses, but things that have much smaller noses smell better than us?
I thought you were saying...
Like you smell the bee and they're like, oh, it smells like honey.
And I was going to say, Mike, when the hell are you smelling bees? But I understand what you're saying now. That makes a lot of sense.
By the way, did you see my picture? They are blowing the tarp. Like there's a huge air blower thing blowing the water off the tarp. Plus the guy is going around and blowing all of the... Dang it. He's
Good Lord, Mike.
There's multiple air blowers right now going on. I think Corey would be going insane right now.
Yeah, I don't think I can handle
Just
it.
dump the water off the tarp. Stop. I don't get what he's doing. It's not doing anything.
Now,
that was me making the sound.
I think you're great at sound effects. Corey, Mike, and Alec, this is a theoretical question I have. Corey, you used to be in IT.
Yes.
Do I need to ask for forgiveness?
You need to clear your history before you let him.
It's not that. It's not bad stuff on my computer.
All right.
Do I need to ask for forgiveness for doing something to my Wi-Fi that has prevented it from getting on the network here? But secondly, I feel a little bit better that it wasn't fixed in 5 seconds. Because, Corey, tell me, what percentage of time when you did IT work did you think it was the dumbest thing in the world that you could fix in 5 seconds? We're still here working on this.
Yeah.
And I feel like just a tiny bit better that it wasn't something really idiotic yet.
Yes.
But I do need to ask for forgiveness for screwing up my computer and my phone, and I don't know what happened.
My favorite thing to do, Mike, when I was in IT was I could see pretty much everybody that would call the help desk. I could see them across the room. We didn't have cubicles that sat up, so I could see everybody. So what I would say is raise your hand, point your finger to the sky, swirl it around 3 times, bring it back down, bend at the elbow, push forward, release, and then let your computer restart. And that's how often, Kevin, that solved the problem, was just restart. But it was funny to watch everybody out there waving their fingers around like I was telling them some magic trick.
Kevin's issue is he got that computer before there were G's.
No, it is not. You know what? I'm going to look that up. I don't think it's that old, but if that is what comes to pass and the IT department is like...
We're getting close to 6 of those things, and yours is on zero Gs. You're still on 1080p or whatever.
Yeah, you're on megabytes per second, not gigabytes per second.
Yeah, you're
Kevin.
still on plasma.
Yeah, dude. What are you using over there? Is that like the original Atari?
It's not that old.
It's not even a
of
computer,
a laptop.
bro.
Yours is like, would you like to connect your N64?
Yeah, you got a
that was a video game system.
You got a TI-86 calculator. You're like, no, it's a computer.
Yeah. What's Pi?
Here, let's play some Snake.
Yours has a Pi button on it.
I don't. Thanks, Mike. I really appreciate it.
Did you get that like for $200 from Dell with the monitor and mouse and everything?
It costs more than that, but it was a good deal, and it has worked very well over the years.
Back then, it was all about the customer service.
Until I went to spring training, and I don't know what happened after that.
Yeah, you got this on the Dude, You're Getting a Dell commercial. That was a long time ago.
I'm going to look up. I don't feel like I bought this computer that long ago. But I'm gonna look that up and see what I can do.
Is this true news
about Aaron
that's coming
Donald
down right now, Kevin? Oh, no.
What is it?
The Rams just tweeted out, quarterbacks rejoice. Aaron Donald has decided to retire.
And you know what's interesting about that is the Rams just restructured his deal. Theoretically, it was to create cap space, but maybe it was because, I'm assuming it was because they had that conversation. They're like, hey, we need to try to soften up this retirement hit just a little bit. But
what was his drop off? Was he not good this year?
No, I still thought he was good. Maybe he was
considering retiring before already. Like, he was already in that mindset. After he won the Super Bowl, he was like, look, man, I'm considering it. Had discussions about it. And then the Rams were like, hey, we'll pay you a whole crap load of money. And he was like, you know what? I like money. It might be useful for me. And so you go look at his numbers this year.
I thought he was still an all-pro this year.
Kevin, in 17, he had 11, 20, 12, 13, 12 sacks. And then after that, last 2 years, 5 and 8. And that's not necessarily, and he wasn't in the top 5 for all for defensive player of the year. So that was a situation. So maybe he hit 31 and it just wasn't the same. Maybe not having guys around him like they had before was kind of not the same as well.
Aaron Donald was still first team all-pro this year.
Man, and he's, to me, maybe I'm wrong. Obviously, there's Bob Lilly from a long time ago, but I think he goes down as the greatest defensive tackle in football history.
Look, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, think about it, 8-time first-team All-Pro. That is absolutely amazing. He will be a no-brainer, Hall of Famer, unbelievable career. It sucks that he's retiring just because you like to watch great players do their thing.
Well, and not just great players do their thing, but people that he does something nobody else does. Like, he's a one-man wrecking crew in the middle of the defensive line. Offensive lines have to look at him and go, oh my gosh, we got to double team him. We got, like, Connor Williams was like, I'm fast. That's why I usually do well with him, because he relies a lot on quickness. He does things nobody else does. And, like, getting to the quarterback from where he was, from right in front of the center, that's different, man. And you don't find a lot of guys with that kind of ability. So, yeah, you're right, man. It was a blast to see him. You hated having to play against him, and hopefully you had a guy that could handle him just a little bit. But that dude right there was he'll go down as not just an all-pro Hall of Famer and all that.
All time.
A guy that you're like, man, that's the mold right there. He was the one that they molded. And if anybody else comes along like him, that's the mold.
People might say I'm ridiculous, but I thought if he kept going and had more years like that, I still thought he had a good chance, or at least a chance to be the greatest defensive player in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
And I know that's a really ridiculously high bar, but Aaron Donald is a ridiculously good player.
Is that 9 years, 23 to 32 years old? Is that 9 years for him in service?
I think probably 10, right?
Okay.
Because you count those.
That's perfect. I mean, like, if you're a player,
There's a 0 year in there, yeah.
You got to look at if you just kind of look back, you go, you know what? I had a great career, a 10-year career that was awesome. That's a great amount of time to be in the NFL. Now
he had a 10-year career. He made the Pro Bowl 10 times. He was first-team All-Pro 8 times. One of the years he wasn't All-Pro, he was the Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, but how many Pro Bowls did he make?
All of them! Literally every Pro Bowl that took place when he was in the league, he made.
Yeah, but there weren't Pro Bowls recently.
Do you really care about the Pro Bowl game anyway? But
it's a big game.
Okay, shut up. You don't think that.
How'd he do in that flag football game? I bet he didn't have any sacks.
I bet he didn't do any good.
Yeah.
You know what?
How's
your computer working? Everybody text Kevin right now and tell him that you're wishing him well on his computer situation. Hopefully that virus doesn't affect us all.
You know how I know this segment is effective, but it still makes me sad? I don't know if you can see him in the camera view or not. One of our IT people is, I don't know, a foot and a half away from me. He's also laughing at all of y'all's jokes about my computer, and it hurts my feelings just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But here we are, nonetheless.
Somebody asked if you were still on dial-up. Your AOL account going to be able to handle this?
Beep, boop, bop, boop, boop.
Yours is just Y.
You're using old C++
They haven't even added
DOS.
Phi to your computer.
Okay. I almost said a bad word.
Is that a floppy disk?
Oh, yeah. You floppy disking it?
Yeah, well, you know what? Here, I know how to do this transition. Guys, if you're having that floppy disk, you know what I'm saying, at night, you need to get that men's tea going. You know what I'm saying, Mike?
Yeah, you need a CD player. Right? Is that
Shut up. Shut up, Mike! We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what do you think you invented, even though you probably
Your
didn't?
computer's still waiting on Star Wars.
14 minutes of these jackholes dogging on my computer. Next, right here on The Fan.
To the best in home decor. Gear up for baseball season at your local Rally House or online at rallyhouse.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, where if you missed the breaking news, Aaron Donald announces his retirement from the NFL. Won a Super Bowl, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, 10-time Pro Bowler, but what I think is far more impressive than that, 8-time first-team All-Pro. That is freaking incredible. He is an all-time great, if I can make that distinction. Retiring will be a no-brainer Hall of Fame.
All right, and Nick Eatman tweeted out a picture of Eric Kendricks signing his contract, Kevin, so it is official now that Eric Kendricks is a Cowboy, and I'm sure he will have the remainder of his career very similar to Aaron Donald's entire career.
Oh, well...
You don't think that he can do that with the Cowboys?
Probably
Expect that, Cowboys fans. Is that what you're doing?
I mean, that feels like too high of a bar to put on any human being.
Good luck to Eric Kendricks.
Maybe Micah could do it.
Okay.
But even
Interesting.
then, that's
you're a
pretty
Micah
tough
fan,
bar.
you're saying.
I mean, Micah's really good at football.
All right.
Oh, I just heard a there you go. I don't know if we've had a breakthrough here.
You've got mail.
Okay, no, that is
mail,
not... Mike, that is not what my computer is doing. It's not linking up to AOL or anything like that. Stop it.
Would you like to play a game?
That is from War Games, I do believe.
Man, this is going to be amazing. So do you have to kill squirrels to survive, or how does this work on the Oregon
I
Trail?
don't know. It's fixed. Jim got the job done, and he's like, I'm out of here. So
That's why he gets the big bucks, Kevin.
He got it fixed.
I don't see you.
We just fixed it. I'm going to work on that. From the 210, Kevin's computer still believes the world is ending in the year 2000. No, it is not. It is not a pre-Y2K. Shut up, y'all. You clever MFers are really smart. But you're hurting my feelings.
Well, okay, all right.
Okay. Haven't we gotten enough of our feelings hurt this weekend? I had somebody.
We're already getting our feelings hurt this weekend?
This week. I'm sorry.
It's going to continue?
I had somebody who said simultaneously, I look like a crackhead and a fat Mr. Clean. And I was like, wow, that's a good point. Especially that second one. That is a good point, but it still hurts my feelings.
I mean, you haven't beaten the cocaine allegations yet.
Well, take a look.
Well,
I'm not on cocaine. You should be able to put that together.
No, my internet's not working.
Shut up.
Oh, he passed it along.
What happened?
Okay.
I can't get to candystand.com.
I don't know what that is. All right. In the meantime, what did you just say?
Candystand.com used to be a website where I would go play all my video games online. And
okay, so you're looking for old websites
and it doesn't exist. It says it can't be reached.
To further troll me. Are you going to look up the dancing squirrel next or the singing squirrel?
Yeah, what is your AOL chat name, Kevin? What is the...
I don't... Does that still exist?
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's go see if it still exists.
I'm really... Thank you from the 469. I love you. No thank you to the 817. Kevin, use your computer to ask Jeeves something. Again... You guys are very, very clever. So here's my question. I need to stop reading these. They're really funny, though. What do you think you invented that you didn't really invent? So here's where this comes from. And Alec, I'm going to start with you because I dislike you less than the rest right now. But I was listening to a wrestling podcast, and they were talking about the wrestler Sid, a.k.a. Psycho Sid. And he was coming out in the crowd and fist bumping people. And so they made a joke that Psycho Sid invented the fist bump. And so then I started to think, what do you think you invented that you really didn't? Like, for example, I'm pretty sure Colby swears up and down that he invented the Frito burrito.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Probably not. I think I invented Uber Eats, but was just too lazy to actually do anything about it.
Right.
And so that's kind of my template here. What do you think you invented, but probably not?
All right, I got two things that I think I invented. One is, you know how whenever you pull your visor down in your car to like block the sun,
it has the sunglasses.
But then there's that one spot where your mirror is that the sun peeks right over and it gets to you. You know that part on
the extender
on the visors that just kind of you slide it out of the visor and move it over a little bit. I used to have a clip where I would clip like a piece of paper or a note card there so that the sun wouldn't get to me. And then all of a sudden there it was in cars, and I was like, son of a bee. So somebody else did it before me because either I was too lazy or I was just 16 and didn't know any better.
Do you think there's any chance you saw it and then forgot that you saw it and thought that you invented it?
No, it had not been invented yet.
Okay.
Now, the other thing that I thought I invented was I thought I invented the Super Monster Burrito before the Super Monster Burrito existed.
Okay.
Because when I worked it on the border, I started as a host, I became a busboy, and then I worked in the kitchen, and I was a dishwasher and all that stuff. And when I was washing dishes, I was working with the kitchen staff back there, and they were awesome. And they said, taco time? And I would be like, hell yeah, it's taco time. Let's make some tacos and eat, baby.
On Tuesday.
Yeah, exactly. Or a Monday or a Sunday, didn't matter. But they would say taco time, and I would be like, let's go. And then one day they laid out the big burrito taco or the big burrito wrap, and I was like, hey, throw 2 of them down there and see how that works. And they were like, whoa! And from there on, that's all they ever made. And so the whole kitchen staff would be eating giant burritos all the time. And then I show up to Freebirds, and they make it, and I was like, did they steal my idea?
I have still never seen somebody successfully eat a Super Monster in one sitting. I do not think that you should necessarily try that either. I have never tried it. I've never seen it completed. Again, you guys are really clever on the truckwreck.com text line for the 817. Listen over here, Corey, trying to trademark shade. First of all, I just really like that. And then for the 817, you invented Uber Eats on your Microsoft 2000? Impressive. From the 214, Kevin, have you updated your music on your MySpace page?
Have you seen your Twitter where Colby has posted?
What's the one where we stole all the music from?
Napster.
Yeah, Napster.
Oh, that was a good time.
Yeah.
Napster. I have so much music from Napster. That was on a hard drive somewhere.
Now it's all on Spotify.
Mm-hmm.
But you do pay for that, right?
Pay for a spot. Well, you don't have to pay for the free version.
Okay.
You have to pay for the exclusive version.
You get like ads and stuff.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
You know, you can just play. Yeah, that costs money.
Mike, is there anything that you think you invented, but probably not really?
Well, I thought I invented this, but it just didn't take off. I remember in A-ball, I was having a little bit of difficulty getting the pitch to the opposite side of my arm. So throwing inside to right-handed hitters or away to left-handed hitters. And so it wasn't maybe my creation, but my pitching coach, Carl Willis, who is the pitching coach now for the Cleveland Guardians, he had the catcher set up down the middle, take a giant step back, and then take a giant step to throwing the ball like into almost the right-hander's batter's box. So my first 4 warm-up pitches after throwing my long toss and getting my arm loose and ready to go to the mound is I would throw my first 4 pitches with the catcher way far back and then on the inside part, way inside, like off the inside part of the plate. And I thought, this is the Mike Bassick drill for getting the ball to the other side of the plate that you're struggling with. But it never took off. They did it with other pitchers too, but I was hoping that would be the Mike Bassick drill. And maybe if I was way better at pitching, it would have been like, hey, we did this for Mike Bassick, and look what he's doing now. But
and you could have been on one of those videos
like that
and everything.
Judge,
yes.
like that Aaron Judge hitting instructor guy.
She's going to like it too.
From the 817, I invented the 7-layer burrito. Taco Bell can kiss my ass. Wow. That is the kind of aggression that I need as well. Here's my other just quick side concern.
Burrito.
Jim fixed my computer, and he goes, there it is. And he fixed it, and then he left. So I
have no clue what he did?
I don't know.
He mic dropped it, dude.
I
That was
don't know
awesome.
what I did to mess it up, so I'm going to need to reach back
Just
out
send him
to
an email and say, hey, Jim, I know you're getting this from Mindscape.net or whatever.
What would it take for you to get a new computer?
Okay.
It has to be completely broken?
By the way, probably. But, Mike, we did determine that we think my computer's maybe like 3 years old. So it's not yeah, it's not that old.
Then I'm really old. I think my Apple is 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah, mine is not that old. Yeah. Somebody did send in a text, though, and said Kevin's still got @Hotmail in his email. That part is true. I will admit some of these other things are not true. I do have a Hotmail email address.
I still use Hotmail.
Yes.
Because that's where all the people know me from. I mean, like, if I just change my email now, I'm going to have to go tell it's like my phone number. I've had the same phone number since I was 18. Because I don't want to change. I don't want to have to go to tell everybody, hey, guess what? You have dead people in your phone?
I've had the same cell phone number my whole life, and there might be I feel like I've deleted those.
I have about 6 dead people in my phone.
Why?
Because I just keep it. I don't want to let it go. I don't know.
You ever call them to like hear their voice?
Yeah, one time I did, and it was them. One time I did, and it wasn't them. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, it was like the one person that I wanted to hear from. I'll be very honest. His name's Max Morgan. He was on Channel 4, and he passed away. And I worked with him for a while. He was awesome, and so his voice was very distinctive. And we had him on the show a few times too. And so one time I just called it up to hear and heard his voice and was like, "That's awesome."
From the 214, I thought I invented sagging pants when I was a kid.
How old? Okay, yeah. You didn't.
Well, that's the point of this segment. Alec, do you have something that you thought you invented that you probably did not?
Yeah, it was in high school. I picked up like piano and keyboard, and literally anytime I played any chord ever, I was like, yeah, I'm the man. Like, I'm so creative. And then I took a music theory class in college and realized not as smart as I thought I was. So.
All of this stuff had already happened.
Yeah.
I think about that all the time when I'm like, oh, this would be a good song for a trailer. And I'm like, do I think that because I saw it in a trailer? And I was like, ooh, that was a good use of that song.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anything musically I do, I'm like, nobody's on my level. Like, I'm just different. And then I realize, I'm probably just copying stuff that people have already done before.
Yeah, but I'm just looking.
Isn't that tough to make new music? There's been so much music made, and you're playing on your guitar or banjo, and you're just like, man, I've created a new something or other, and you probably didn't.
Yes, I think you're probably right about that.
I'm looking at. That's not a Data Point 2200, is it?
No, are people dogging on my computer now?
Not a Hewlett Packard 98025.
People don't like my headphones. Plenty of people don't like me. Now they don't like my computer.
Is that a Commodore PET?
What a hurtful workspace this is.
Is this a toxic work environment for you today?
It is starting to feel like that.
It's a nice computer, dude. We're just giving you a hard time.
It's only 3 years old. I thought it was at least 8.
Yeah, by the looks of it, I mean, it looks ancient. It does, but I mean,
sure,
you say 3 years.
You're telling the truth.
Okay, I know that that Jim left. And it makes it seem like he's been dead for 10 years because he fixed my computer and I don't know what he did. He also said, no, my computer is not that old. I realize he's not here at this moment.
Who heard
and
that?
I can't back up those claims.
Anybody else hear Jim say that?
But
is this like a beautiful mind? Was there even a Jim in there?
Yes, because I didn't fix it.
You know what's interesting is I don't know if I remember seeing Jim here.
Shut up. Yes, you did.
Alec,
One of you
did you see
jerks
Jim?
Better say you saw him.
Was he ever on the Twitch camera? I don't think he was.
I think this is a conspiracy theory.
Did he look like the guy on the Gladiator or something?
What?
I forget.
Are you talking about Russell Crowe? Because Russell Crowe had that problem in A Beautiful Mind.
Yeah, was Russell Crowe in the room for you?
No.
Kevin?
No, it was Jim.
Are you still
not
using
Russell Crowe?
Still using Windows 95?
Yeah, Jim doesn't even have a last name.
Somebody tweeted Kevin a picture of a computer that has Windows XP on them, and they said this is an A&M, so evidently Aggies never upgrade.
We have like 4 computers at our house that Sue's like we can't throw away because they have like information on them. When do you throw away computers?
You just keep using it like Kevin.
Shut up.
Just line them all up. Look at all these computers I have.
Hey,
if
dude,
anybody
we gotta
needs
go
an
to
old
break,
computer for a movie, I think we have them.
We got to go.
And no, my computer did not freeze up playing Oregon Trail. Coming up next, you clever SOBs. It's time
where Oregon is.
Gridiron Gravy.
It hasn't been discovered yet.
More.
I can't.
You know
tell
what?
if
Coming
you're-
up next in Gridiron Gravy, I try to find things Mike loves and tear them down. Next on the Fan.
Babe Loffenberg here at Classic.
in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Here comes Mahomes. Trying to find the end zone, and no! How about that? One last indignity. Intercepted by White.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with, well, I guess we can start with that player right there. As Cowboys fans have been waiting for more and more things to happen, more and more of the Cowboys fans' targets have gone off the board. I heard Bobby talking about how he was okay with not picking up Devin White, but Devin White yesterday did sign a 1-year deal with the Eagles worth a max of $7.5 million. And then the Lions gave DJ Reader, who that's a name that has come up a lot, a 2-year, $27.25 million deal with $9 million guaranteed. And so 2 targets. Cowboys fans, I know we're very interested in. I have to admit, DJ Reader, I would definitely have been interested in that. And no go on those.
All right, so my thought here, though, you say 2 targets. Were they ever really targets for the Cowboys?
Right.
That's what
I don't know.
Like that's
Cowboys. That's why I say Cowboys fans.
Yeah, that's the other part that kind of is frustrating. Is the idea of like what are you guys even looking for? And them just being like, yeah, I mean, we have no interest in anything that is going to be what you guys think. And even a lot of times, Kevin, when it comes to the draft, they're looking at the draft going, huh? Like it's hard to figure out what this team's trying to accomplish a lot of times.
I guess I was watching this morning the ESPN show, and they were just saying, look, the Cowboys have to draft well, and they really need to get deals done with Dak and CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons. And they said, this is also ending, I never thought of it this way, this is also ending the window of Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb on super cheap contracts. You're about to have to pay them about a total of $60 million a year, where you've been paying them approximately $10 million a year total. So their number for those 2 guys is going to go up from about $10 million a year you're paying both of those guys combined to approximately $60 million a year you're paying those guys combined. So they're like, they need to sign those guys just to kind of get it out of the way, get it done with, and then you're just going to have to draft and hope that you can draft 3 or 4 more guys on kind of, rookie contracts that can contribute in a CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons type of way.
And that does kind of seem to be the Cowboys' MO. They did re-sign C.J. Goodwin to a 1-year deal. I know it says defensive back as well, but I think about him as a special teams player, but a damn good special teams player. So glad he is back in the fold. Cedric Wilson, former Dallas Cowboy, signed a 2-year deal with the Saints per Adam Schefter. So those are some of the movings and shakings all along. If you missed the news, I don't know, maybe like 35 minutes ago, give or take, I could be off. Aaron Donald retiring, one of the all-time great NFL players, certainly one of the all-time great NFL defensive players. He is retiring after a great 10-year career. The Bears picked up Keenan Allen from the Chargers for a 4th-round pick.
It was 34 minutes ago, Kevin. Sorry.
Okay.
I just needed to throw that out there.
Good. I appreciate that. And the Chiefs are signing a wide receiver, Marquise Hollywood Brown. Mike, how excited are you for Hollywood time in Kansas City?
I'm going to actually pass this to Corey because he's an Oklahoma guy, and maybe you followed him more than I have in the NFL. I would say he's an okay number 2 and a really good number 3. Is that where he's at in his career, or am I wrong?
Yeah, he's an option. Okay, like you're not trading him to Kansas City and going, oh my gosh, he's the next this. I don't know. I keep seeing the line. He's gonna replace the Tyreek Hill factor. And I'm like, oh, that's a lot to ask of him. That being said, he has had at least a 1,000-yard season. He's played, and this could be another factor.
Is that an outlier season, though?
Yes.
Okay.
He's had at least one of those. Max 8 touchdowns. Pretty good. I mean, that's a pretty good year right there, even though he only had 700 yards in that season. But he's never had a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes.
Sure.
That's the difference. And with his type of speed that he has, he's shifty, and in an Andy Reid offense, and I think he's intelligent enough that he can be a very productive receiver in that offense. But in no way, shape, or yeah, I'm not saying he'll catch more. He'll catch more than some of those receivers that they had on that team. I'm not saying he's going to turn out to be the next Justin Jefferson now or the next Jamar Chase because of this. But this is a very good thing for them because you needed to upgrade your options at receiver. Rashee Rice, like that dude's going to take another step. You still have Kelsey there. You still have some other things there that you can work with. This is a good thing for Patrick Mahomes and Mike's Chiefs.
Let's go back to the trade market where the Minnesota Vikings were on the move today. They made a trade with the Texans. Minnesota gets the 23rd and 232nd pick. Houston will get picks number 42, 188, and a second-round pick in 2025. So Minnesota picks up the 23rd pick in the draft. I believe they also have pick 11.
Isn't that kind of random before you know who's going to be at 23? Because usually teams start doing that when they know who they're going to take.
It's a plan.
I believe this is phase one of a multi-phase plan because they have now picks 11 and picks 23.
You think they're going to try to go to 1?
I don't know about that, but I do think they're going to be on the move again, and maybe they're like, hey, we like any of the top 4 quarterbacks. Maybe they only like 2. I'm not sure their philosophy. My guess would be that they're on the move again.
Like when I see what the Bears are doing, and this is another thing, getting to 1 with a team in your division, I don't know that that's
sure.
That seems like a difficult thing to do. Hey, yes, we would love to trade with you, Vikings, so that you can have the guy that we possibly could take. I don't see that happening, but watching what the Bears are doing, it's one of 2 things. They are loading up so they can prove Justin Fields is right, or they're loading up so they can prove Caleb Williams can do it in his first year. And like the way that I see them adding players right now, the Bears, that is, not Minnesota, with the Minnesota conversation being, it looks like they're going to try and make a move up because they don't believe Sam Darnold's the real quarterback for them.
And theoretically, based off of the trade value chart, this 11 and 23 could get you to around pick number 3. Now, again, that's based on ideal value for the picks. That is not necessarily the way that's going to play out, especially if you still think there's a premium quarterback at number 3. There's going to be a tax on that. But I think this is part 1 of a multi-part phase.
They're going to try and leapfrog the Giants and take J.J. McCarthy.
Who the hell knows, man?
Wow.
Because there are some teams up there that aren't going to draft a quarterback.
J.J. McCarthy just sounds like the next New York Giants quarterback.
Would you like to watch that battle with him and Daniel Jones and be like, I'm more mediocre? No, I'm more mediocre. Oh, yeah, watch this. And by the way, the Commanders sent Sam Howell to the Seahawks in a pick swap, but John Schneider was quick to say that Sam Howell will back up Geno Smith. So I guess the not-so-long-lived Sam Howell era is over with
What
the
school
Commanders.
did he go to in college?
I believe he went to North Carolina, Mike, which I feel like you knew when you asked that question.
So are you saying that this North Carolina quarterback is kind of like a backup after giving him a shot to be a starter?
Indeed. I would say the same thing about Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah. But it probably won't happen again.
So you're still out on Drake May.
Yep. He went to the wrong school. They do not develop quarterbacks. They do develop really good shooting guards, though.
Is there anything that he could have done at North Carolina then that you'd have been like, all right, this kid's different?
Win the ACC and play in national championship games.
Okay. That is fair. That is very fair. I wanted to throw this out there real quick. This shows how far the Justin Field thoughts have fallen. Is the favorite now is for will Justin Fields start for any team in week 1 is no. No has now taken over as the favorite. Over under predicted pick that the Bears get is a 4th rounder now. When we started this, I thought they could get a 2nd rounder for this, and maybe they still could, but the betting odds say we're putting in at round 4. Do you think they can get better than a 4th round pick for Justin Fields, which I'm sure is not what they were hoping to hear this offseason?
My question, do you think Justin Fields is better than Trey Lance?
Yes. I mean, and mostly because I haven't seen Trey Lance play.
Yeah.
So, like, I've
maybe it's
seen
the
Justin
unknown.
Fields, and I've seen enough of him to still think great arm, escapability. Can I teach him to be smart quarterback? That's the thing I have to decide.
I think they'll get a third. So I would bet that they get higher than
Okay.
a fourth.
And then the last thing I want to throw out for you, unless I already said that, the Broncos have 120-1 odds to win next year's Super Bowl. That is the longest odds they've ever had to win the Super Bowl since the Sports Odd History database opened up in 1977. So not looking great for the Broncos either. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, Corey, we've talked about this topic all week long. It is finally time. What is your favorite part about defending the World Series title? We'll do it next right here on the Fan. I'm a JJ McCarthy.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, you asked the question. We've been talking about this off air all week. Well, I want to say what the segment is, but I feel like maybe there could be a better way to set it up.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to cut number 11. No, we're not at this moment. We're not giving
the way
anything
you were
away.
doing that. I felt like it was like I didn't know we had a giveaway.
That is very fair.
We do not.
But
apparently.
instead, well, I do want to give you something. It's going to be a delightful and heartfelt moment. Let's go to cut number 11 and knock it out.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
What is your favorite part? Well, first of all, of that. But also, what is your favorite part of defending the World Series title? Because we've been amped up all spring, and now you're getting to the point where the regular season is going to start. That first game is going to get going, and it's going to be like the Cubs against the defending world champion Texas Rangers. What's your favorite part about defending this title?
Can I explain where this came from real quick? Because I think this is one of the coolest parts for sure. Jared Sandler, who has been in Surprise, Arizona. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but Mike is currently in Surprise, Arizona.
I did know that.
Looks like he is frozen on the stream. Mike,
No,
you there?
he's there.
Okay.
Hi.
My computer.
How's it going?
My computer's now acting old.
Great.
The Jared tweeted a picture one day, and it was of a guy walking around with the World Series trophy, and he was holding it, and I was like, and he said, "This is one of the cool perks." And
Just
that's
a random dude?
No, it's a guy that works for the Rangers, Mike. I'm pretty sure it's like his job to do that.
Took it out of the office and was like, I'm walking with this thing.
Borrow this for a while.
And that's what Jared was like. You can just turn a corner every once in a while, and there's the World Series trophy, and that's really that's one of the many things that has been fun about having won the World Series, and that's where I've been sitting on this kind of like observing it, and I think, Kevin, for me, it's like the idea of we were World Series champs. You could say right now the gold in the hat, the gold in the jersey, like that's a cool thing. Seeing these guys finally do it. For me, it's just the simple fact of being a Rangers fan since I was 4 years old at least. I mean, maybe even earlier. I don't know. Can't remember back that far. Of just being able to say World Series champs every time. Every time I say it, I'm like, the Rangers won the whole damn thing. That's been my consistent mantra is they won the whole damn thing. And just being able to tell people that, being able to, again, I was at the kids' school the other night. There's a dad wearing a Rangers hat. And I was just like, we did it. We won the whole damn thing.
That part is pretty cool.
And we're all kind of united in that we all suffered with this Rangers team, this organization for a long time, being that close in 2010 and 11. Being so close, having, barely real opportunities against the Yankees back in the 90s. And then finally, the standard really did change. And being able to look around and see the happiness it brings in other fans' eyes just as much as it does mine. That's one of the things that I just absolutely love about defending the title and having this whole year to do it. And you know what? After this year's done, we will always be able to say we won one. But it's not quite the same when nobody else is there to be in the way of it. And after this year, somebody will be in the way of it unless the Rangers win it again. Somebody else will be in the way of that happiness that we've had for this cycle for me.
For me, multiple things, but I think of Chuck Morgan. And you kind of took it, Kevin, when you're talking about, and he's going to say, and now taking the field, your World Series champion or your 2023 World Series champions. Chuck's going to know exactly how to say it and get the crowd, fired up when every day for those 81 Ranger games at home, you're going to hear the 2023. He might say defending World Series champions. He might say your World Series champions. I'm not sure exactly how Chuck's going to do it, but it's going to be really cool every time you go out to the ballpark to hear Chuck Morgan say that?
For me, it's a variety of things, and it really hit home. And we're going to get to some of these fan texts as well, because there's a lot of really good ones already. It was going to the spring training facility and seeing how much stuff there was there, and just imagining all the stuff at the actual ballpark. Like, for example,
flag?
Yeah, well, the flag for sure, but the one that I thought was awesome is the golden step in the spring training facility. So right before you basically go into this building, and when you break off to the right, you're going to go over to the locker room. And when you go to the right, the door, it unfolds, and when it folds back together, it's the World Series trophy that goes back together and unfolds again, and is really cool. But on the steps, it has steps talking about all their playoff success. And then it keeps going up as the years keep going on. And then you get to the World Series, they have that step painted gold, and it says 2023 World Series champions. And I just thought that was another little touch that was amazing. And this is just at the spring training facility, and it's everywhere. I cannot even fathom how awesome it's going to be, not only to hear Chuck Morgan, because that's going to be incredible, but we've already talked about the gold jerseys. How much stuff are you going to see around the ballpark that's like World Series champs, World Series champs? And it's everywhere, and it's going to be amazing. And then the more childish answer that I have is...
I'm with this, by the way. I'm absolutely childish with you on this.
Okay. I can feel like you can absorb any loss with, yeah, but we won the World Series. So Houston sweeps you in a regular season series this year. You're like, hey, cool. Do you want your trophy?
Mm-hmm.
I have the World Series trophy. And it is childish, but I will admit.
But they have the boot.
Okay, well, that I accept. They can have the boot again this year, and I'll take the World Series. I
the boot's
accept.
the regular season thing, right? Because I don't know if you add playoffs into that mix. Like, do we get the boot back because
we got it back.
We extended the series.
Yeah, but it was 4-3. We won the series, and I think we lost it by multiple.
Oh, we still would have lost it. Oh, well, that's fine. They can keep the stupid boot.
I'm wondering this, to your point of the Houston Astros, your second homestand, you play Chicago, then I think you go to Tampa, and then you come back home, and I think it's a 4-game series against Houston. What is our place going to be like now? Because over time, obviously, the Rangers, we know, factually, record-wise, they played under 500 for, was it 6 straight years?
Yes.
And the Astros were in the playoffs every year and had won multiple championships. So it became a close to a 50-50 crowd in that building. I'm wondering now that the Rangers have sold a lot more season tickets, and they're still selling tickets today, but they've sold a lot more tickets to Ranger fans who have decided, I'm coming back. I'm buying a 20-game package, a 10-game package, a half-season ticket package. I'm wondering what the crowd's going to be like now in Arlington for those Houston, Texas games.
I really do think it's going to be crowd is loud before the game starts. Crowd goes crazy on a two-strike playoff environment. Yes, I do think that.
Yeah, and that's where that other part of having done it against the Astros makes it that much sweeter, because the Astros can say anything they want about World Series. Like we didn't win ours cheating, for one. So we won ours the right way, our first one the right way. And then on top of that, if they're like, well, yeah, but we got this. Hey, did you win the last one? Because the last time we saw you, y'all were crying on your way back to the clubhouse. So yeah, go have fun somewhere else, because we're enjoying this party right now. This is our party, and you're not invited. Yeah, you might be part of Texas, but you're not part of the Texas Rangers.
Does that hurt you? I know I'm taking a bad route here. Does this hurt you as a Cowboy fan? Because if you took that route, then 1995 is the last time?
Yeah, I can compartmentalize those different things.
We're talking about baseball right now.
You make a fair point.
This is a baseball topic.
You make a fair point.
We don't need to bring that into this situation. This is how much are you loving and enjoying the Rangers title, Mike?
I can put that one to the I can put that one to the side. From the 817, the loading screen for MLB The Show 2024 is the Rangers rushing the field to celebrate winning the World Series.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I take that.
Okay, that might be my new favorite, and I haven't even played this edition of that game just quite yet. That might be my new favorite.
And that kind of goes along with all the things that you're talking about. Every time MLB shows highlights of last year's season, it culminates with the Rangers had won.
Yeah.
Every time they start getting ready for this season, stuff that's upcoming, it's going to be, can they get to where the Rangers were last year? A lot of people probably throwing out, I bet you're going to start seeing stories here soon. Who are the next Rangers? Who's the team that's going to come out of nowhere?
Yeah.
And so everything's
right
going to
about
start
that.
being compared to the way they did it. How can we find the next Chris Young is what people are going to be looking at. And then now, I guess this other part is they've added to it with Wyatt Langford. And now people are going to start asking, how do we have a team that's stacked with veterans like this and also has a young pipeline working for itself right now? Well, somehow Chris Young was able to do it. Now, it was part of a plan that they had put together for a while, but that's another part is you're the envy of the rest of the league at the moment. And a lot of fans are like, how do we get like them?
Yeah. No, that
get an owner that's wanting to spend some money.
Absolutely.
Wants to go all in.
From the 512, I just like saying we're the World Series champions.
It's awesome.
That is
the
true.
way that it comes out of your mouth.
Although what I love about this is from the 682, the anticipation of Carter and Langford from the 940. Wyatt Langford is my favorite part. Sorry, Mike, one more. From the 214. The coolest part about being defending champs is this year's team is arguably better than last year's team.
Agreed.
So you do see people hyped not only on what already happened, but they're like, no, I think maybe this team is better.
Yeah, your guys, 2 guys in the lineup are going to be just 22 in Wyatt Langford and just 21 in Evan Carter, who for the majority of the year last year, obviously Wyatt Langford wasn't even part of the organization until the draft, and Evan Carter played in 23 regular season games at the end of the year. And as long as he's healthy, he's going to be in 140 or so games. As long as Wyatt Langford is healthy and contributing, he's going to be in 140-something games. And I'm trying to confirm something because I'm here out in surprise. I think we're hearing really good news on something. I'll just leave it at that for now. A little bit of a tease until I can confirm it.
Oh, my goodness.
That's too much of a tease.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't say it yet. I'm making sure.
I think this is okay to say, and maybe this, I won't get into the tease whatsoever, but
you can. If it's public, it's public. I'm just trying to see.
No, we do know that the Rangers have been trying to do stuff. Like, we've been waiting, and the Rangers have been trying to do stuff.
The waiting's the hardest part.
That's a Tom Petty song.
That's true. That is very true. Congratulations, Kevin.
You know where I first heard that song?
On The Simpsons.
Correct.
When Homer was waiting to get his gun.
Yes! That is correct. You're so smart.
I was so
Corey.
happy when one of my favorite cartoon shows, I know it's not really a cartoon, but it is really a cartoon, played one of my favorite musicians.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't believe they got the rights to play. This is awesome.
Man, I'm surprised this hasn't come up more. I've seen a couple people say it, but Alan and Keller, you don't have to talk about Game 6 anymore. It doesn't hurt the same way. That's
you're right.
That's the thing. It still sucks.
Like with Dirk, I'm still like, the Heat owe us another one. Like we deserve another title there. But that one was self-inflicted, if you will.
Right.
And so I still have a hard time with that part of it. But yeah, they took it from us. And this one, it just feels like, okay, it's okay now. I don't have to be as concerned with it anymore. Although it does come up in conversation still because it happened. That's a real moment in our sports history that we saw happen right before our eyes.
Absolutely. And it's amazing. And I think it might be this way forever, but it'll at least be this way for the rest of the year. From the 214, because we played the Nadell clip, I still tear up when I hear that. From the 214, tear up still, and probably always will. And I couldn't be happier about that. And that's a cool thing. Like, this is going to sound super cheesy, and please forgive me for that. We all shared that together. You know, like,
what do you mean cheesy? That's real.
Okay, and it is. And the other thing I thought about, and we talked about it, is I know we joke about the amazing moment where Jared is having just this touching conversation, and Mike's just like
crunch, crunch, crunch.
Yeah, crunch, crunch, ripping up bags.
I was ripping bags,
He was
man.
ripping the bags.
I was opening up Halloween candy.
Discount Halloween candy.
Off.
But we all came up to the studio and we're like, it's go time. There was no set schedule. we were like texting each other and calling each other. It's like, are we doing this now? Do you want to come up then? Are we going to do this there? And so we all popped up, and the station just kept broadcasting all night long, and we all celebrated it together.
We all hugged.
Yes.
My favorite part afterwards was like
G-Bag missed what that one caller said.
I'd said you're a winner. You're world
That's
champion.
True.
And then Chiafalo was like, you know what? I'm rocking with that. And every time they answered a phone, they were like, hey, we got Sam in Weatherford. You're a winner. You're a world champion. And I was like, dude, that's it. You're a winner, baby. This is amazing that everybody gets to say that today.
I hope that the Rangers win 3 more championships, and on opening day and for a week or two that they can wear the jerseys outlined in gold. But
yes.
I feel like I have to buy Garcia, Seager, Evan Carter. Like, I'm not saying for me. I love the Texas Rangers. I'm not buying a jersey for me. But I feel like for my boys that I want to get them all kind of adult mediums that they can wear for a while in all of the premium players. I know that one of my sons is in love with Nate Eovaldi, that if I can get a number 17, just out that white jersey outlined in a little bit of gold. So I might be spending on that opening night or whatever. I might be buying 4 or 6 jerseys.
Yeah, and
They're not cheap.
And I hope we keep losing money to that every single year, because you're like, well, crap, now I need the back-to-back jerseys.
I got to go buy new hats.
Yes, I'm fine with all of that.
All my championship hoodies.
We're the king.
I got the confirmation. Tease it. I have a little bit of breaking news for the Texas Rangers.
Okay, we're also going to have on NFL Hall of Famer, Heisman Trophy
You want me
winner.
to say it right now then?
No, give it to me on the other side.
right.
Woodrow Wilson alum, all of that. Tim Brown, Mike likes it. Rangers breaking news. Woo! Next on the Fan.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Sneaking up to blitz. Johnson. In the end zone, touchdown. Tim Brown, and that's number 100.
We are going to talk with Tim Brown in just a few minutes, but Mike, you said you had potentially positive news for the Texas Rangers.
Breaking news.
Thank you, Lucy. I really appreciate that, Lucy.
Thank you, Lucy.
That is the best drop. It's just absolutely amazing.
So Bruce Bochy was talking on the backfields. Obviously, Jared Sandler is back there right now. The Rangers feel more optimistic that Corey Seager can be ready for opening day.
Woo!
So that's why I didn't want to say a little bit of breaking news. I'm not saying he is, or Bruce Bochy isn't saying he is, but it looked like, from what we understood, that it was probably going to be a few weeks until Seager could be ready for the start of the season. But I guess today, Bruce Bochy is saying that they're more optimistic that he can be ready now for the first game of the season.
And then we start, Kevin, immediately your brain starts going to the lineup
Yes.
and trying to figure it all out. And I'm at the Simeon, Seager, Wyatt Langford. Do you go Evan Carter, Adolis after that? You're just trying to figure out how to lay it all out. It's just so much fun.
Man, this lineup is has the potential to be friggin' ridiculous. Who's Josh Young, like your seventh hitter or something? Oh
I think he'll bat sixth, and then Jonah Heim will bat seventh. So batting sixth and seventh will be all-stars.
Will Nate Lowe be eight?
Yeah, I think you'll have Lowe and let's just say Leote batting eighth and ninth.
Well, Nate Lowe's an all-star. So there you go. Oh my gosh. I am excited about this lineup, and that would be outstanding.
Nate Lowe didn't make the all-star team, did he?
I thought.
Everybody. Wasn't it a Tampa Bay array at first base?
Wasn't it Young, Seager, Simeon, Adolis,
Diaz,
Nate Evaldi, and Jonah Heim?
Do you think it's
those
because
were
I
our
was thinking?
six, right?
Do you think because I was thinking Gold Glove?
Oh yeah, that's probability.
I was like, that would have been awesome.
I mean,
all
that's
four.
That's still pretty good.
But
But
you're gonna have to sleep on that one tonight.
yeah, that is going to bother me. Right now, thanks a lot, Mike. Right now on the D&M leasing hotline, man, these accolades could actually fill up the entire segment, so I'll cut them a little bit short. NFL Hall of Famer, Heisman Trophy winner, Woodrow Wilson alum. It is Tim Brown. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how are you guys?
Well, we're doing fantastic. Always appreciate when you're able to jump on. And I know we're going to talk about the Invited Celebrity Classic in just a second. But what I wanted to know is, do you think you could be too good at too many things? So you worked at ESPN, owned an indoor football team, and you were commissioner of the Arena Football League. You started a NASCAR team. You're good at golf. We talked about all the football accolades. What are you bad at that you can tell us?
Well, what's the phrase, man? Master of none. What's the first part of that?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Jack of all trades.
Master of none, but
yes.
No, man. Look, hey, I try not to be bad at anything, right? I can be average at something, but I don't want to be bad at anything. So I don't know if my wife and kids would go for me being bad at anything. So I'll take average on a whole bunch of stuff. I'll be happy with that.
I was kind of curious your thoughts on the state of wide receivers in the NFL right now. Now, obviously, they have different set of rules than you guys had to play with back when y'all were playing. But when you watch how much further these guys have come, the type of numbers they put up, and the importance that the NFL places on the receiver now, are you just watching and going, man, this is exciting for the game?
No, it's really exciting. I guess if you're a defensive player, you're not so excited, but what they're doing with receivers is really, really incredible at this particular point. They're almost getting to the point where they're as valuable as the quarterback. If you don't have a go-to guy, but I guess my guy Mahomes has proven that not to be the case, because no one expected them to do what they did last year, and because of him, they got it done. But no, I mean, look, it's a different game, man. It's exciting. You know, I mean, back in the day, you know, during our time, if we went 4 receivers during a game, it was a crucial situation. You know, it was, you know, we were trying to come back at the end of the game. That's the only time we went 4 receivers. And now that's just a normal part of the game. And anytime you open up the field like that, there's going to be a lot more room to do what you need to do out there.
You did just bring up an interesting point about the Chiefs. In what was supposed to be a year where the Chiefs were reconstructing their salary cap, they went out and won the Super Bowl. How sad does that make every other team in the NFL for their chances going forward?
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, you can't look at it and say it was a lucky deal, right? I mean, these guys played their butts off in the playoffs. You know, I really think that Miami would have beat them if the weather was better. I thought Miami was a better team, but, you know, but when it's minus 20 and you bring the boys up from Florida, it's not going to be much of a contest, you know. But, you know, then they went on the road and beat Buffalo. No one expected them to do that. You know, so look, I just think they earned this thing, you know, not they, Mahomes earned it, right? Because, I mean, what he did was just incredible. Whenever he had the opportunity to make a play, he made the play, whether by feet or by throwing the ball. And anytime you have a quarterback who is that confident in making something happen, you're gonna win football games.
Since you mentioned that Miami game, do you appreciate the passion but question the logic of the fans who went to that game now that we heard that several of them have had to have digits amputated because they went to that game?
Yeah, well, I'm assuming that there was some alcohol, you know, accompanied with what that decision making of taking clothes off and things of that nature. You know, look, I mean, obviously thousands of people went there and didn't have issues because they took care of themselves. But you know, look, man, you saw people with no clothes, with taking their shirts off and that kind of stuff. I get it, but that's what that alcohol do to you sometimes, man. It'll make you do some stuff that you regret for life.
Well, and I mean, when it comes to rabid fans, like the Raiders fan, the Raiders Nation is pretty intense when it comes to seeing a fan base when you walk out of the tunnel into the stadium.
Yeah, you know, the one thing that I'm missing in Vegas, man, is that intensity that we had in LA and Oakland. You know, yeah, I mean, the stadium is 60-40 at best sometimes, some games, you know, and that's never been the case with Raider football games in Oakland or even LA when we didn't have a great fan base there. As far as, you know, my rookie year, the opening game of the year, there was 38,000 people at the game, you know, and it said 100,000 people. So, but they were all Raider Nation folks, right? You know, but so in Vegas, you're not really getting that kind of crowd. You know, they're trying to be rowdy. They're trying to be, you know, the fans of past, but you know, the problem is when you have 40% on the other team, you know, it can equal out sometimes, you know.
One of the things that we've talked about a lot over the last couple of years, honestly, is there's been all these proposals for kickoffs and punts changes. And I know safety is important, but do you also feel like the NFL has been trying to diminish the role of special teams at all?
Man, you know, I'm really trying to figure that thing out. You know, I mean, you know, punt returns and kick returns, that's just a part of the game, man. That is what it is. You know, I mean, I think you would be better suited trying to teach guys how to tackle properly, rather than, you know, changing the game the way the way they're trying to change it. You know, I mean, you look at punt returners now; they're basically, you know, you really don't need a punt return. Most guys are fair catching most of the time, and it's just you don't see guys setting up returns anymore because, you know, you can't, you know, you got to be careful about how you block and all that stuff. But I don't know, you know, for a guy who spent a whole bunch of time in special teams throughout my entire career, it's really disheartening to see them, you know, sort of throw that part of the game away.
It was CeeDee Lamb he's a special receiver. He's a lot of fun to watch. They fed him the ball. They were like, "You are the guy." Yeah, he said, "You're the offense. We can't run the ball. We're going to try and figure out how to run it with you, and we're going to give you the ball as often as possible." He has an interesting connection with Michael Irvin and Drew Pearson, and I was just kind of curious if you have picked up some of those things along the way, the mentorship you've been to other receivers, who've been some guys that you've connected with that have come up in the league.
You know, when Amari Cooper was at the Raiders, you know, I tried to reach out to him, but, you know, you guys know Amari, you know, he's a little different cat sometimes. You know, he's not a big talker. Devontae and I certainly, you know, keep in contact, you know, and, you know, I don't try to really mentor those guys. I just try and be there. If there's something they need to say, you know, I tell them, say it to me. Don't say it to the media. Say it to me. And I'll find a way to say it for you, you know, without mentioning your name, you know. But you know, I think, you know, it's really has been a different, you know, a different deal, you know. I mean, you know, I did things totally different, right? I'm a guy who never had a beer in my life, right? And, you know, I've never done this and I've never done that. I wasn't a party guy. And, you know, so people look at me like, Tim, I love you, bro, but that ain't
I can't trust you.
Quite the way I'm trying to get this thing done. You know, so I understand that, man. So I don't try to, you know, impress myself on anybody. But, you know, if a guy has a question and wants to talk, you know, want to talk football, I'm there for him, you know.
I got a lot of respect for that.
I do as well. I have run into the problem where sometimes people automatically think that I might be a boring person then if I don't want to go out and drink with them. Did you ever find that to be the case?
Yeah, well, you know, I think people understand. You know, I'm the one designated driver that they would love.
Yes.
To have, so, but you know, I think you know, most of my boys understand who I am, and you know, so I'm rarely been put in that situation.
Now, what can you tell us about? I know y'all have an media event on Monday, and then the Invited Celebrity Classic going down next month. We
get to see you out there.
Yes, and we got to go to that last year. Is there anybody in particular that you're looking forward to either seeing, meeting, or potentially
destroying in golf?
Yes.
Well, look, man, you know, being that Y.E. Yang, you know, changed my game, you know, I can't wait to bump into him again, you know. So, quick story: I was playing with him last year, and it was a real round for us, and I think it was a practice round for them. And man, I had hit every fairway, every green, but I had 3 putted, you know, almost every green, right? And 4 putted some. So he got to the point after about 15 holes. You know, his English is a little broken. He said to me, "You two good player to putt so bad. I teach you putt now. I teach you putt now."
And then you learn how to putt, huh?
And man, you know, he changed my whole deal, brother. And it's been a life changer for me. So it's amazing. But yeah, you know, no, I mean, look, these guys are great, man. They're willing to give advice if you want it and help you out with your game. And so it's really been an incredible relationship. And hopefully this thing will run forever.
But you can do better than that 30th place finish last year, right?
No doubt. Well, you know, after if Y would have called me the first day, I would have been all right. The second day, because it took me a couple of days to get it down, but the third day, I think I played great and shot like 78 or something. But it was too late then.
There we go. And we know how competitive Tim is. Like, we've seen his competitive nature. So I think he's going to be out there pushing for it, Kevin.
I want you to do one more thing if you can to help us out. I want to get your feedback on, and we've asked a few people this. One of our morning show hosts has never played golf in his life.
Not one time swung a golf club.
He talks down about golf all the time and is insistent that when he decides to pick up the clubs and play a round of golf, he will shoot in the 80s. What are your thoughts about somebody who has never played golf in their life going out and shooting in the 80s in their first round?
Well, first of all, let me say your boy must not have friends who want to be around him for 4 hours if he has to play golf.
That's a fair point.
But other than that, you know, everybody thinks the game is easy until they pick the stick up, man, you know, and trying to move the ball around. But it is, as far as I'm concerned. And I was I had a bowling alley in my house in DeSoto, so I love bowling. And, you know, bowling to me was a very difficult thing because you can be off a half an inch and, you know, with a spare instead of a strike, you know what I mean? So, you know, so I think from that standpoint, when you look at golf, and look at the fact that you have to deal with the elements and things of that nature, it's a very difficult game. So, yeah, he may shoot 80 in the first 9, but there's no way he's going to shoot 80 for 18.
I love it.
Awesome stuff. Man, thank you very much, Tim. We look forward to seeing you next month at the Las Colinas Country Club.
Hey, guys, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Absolutely. And for people that are curious, because, you know, we went to the event last year. We broadcast from the event last year. We will do so again this year. InvitedCelebrityClassic.com/tickets. Grounds tickets are free for all 3 days of the competition. And so Romo's going to be there. Pudge, Marcus Ware, Pujols, Maddox, Glavine, Clemens, Smoltz, Sorenstam, Marcus Allen, Joe Carter, Reggie Bush. Like a gajillion people are going to be there.
Yeah, and it's not
That's probably too much.
It's not a bunch of like names that you're like, I've never heard of that before.
Hopefully you've heard of all of those
But
people.
that's the thing too, is Kevin, when we were out there last year, it's like every time I turned a corner, I bumped into a Hall of Famer.
Right.
Every time I turned a corner, I bumped into somebody that I was like, that's one of my favorite ever to do it. Vince Carter. We sitting there talking to Vince Carter, and I was just like, this is the greatest day for me.
And the ridiculousness of, if you heard it last year, Annika Sorenstam got up from where she was sitting to come talk with us because of a conversation we were having about cutting a circular burger.
Mm-hmm. She was cutting her sandwich diagonally, and that's the appropriate way to do it. Now,
Unless
Kevin,
it's a circle and it makes literally no difference.
well, actually, it does. It creates more sandwich. It creates more burger. It creates a more flavorful. Text in right now if you agree that cutting it diagonally makes it taste better. Let Kevin know.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
Thank you, John Smoltz.
He's saying that it's the most ridiculous claim that you're saying it doesn't. That's a ridiculous claim. By the way, Kevin Stavansky and Andrew Barry have hired Mike Vrabel to serve as a consultant for the Browns.
The Browns, yeah, absolutely.
Those are the best jobs.
Consultant jobs?
Yeah, what do you think we should do? I don't care. Here's another $200,000.
I was just about to ask if you'll eventually transition to a consultant for the fan, but the way you just said that makes me believe that.
I would love to. You have zero responsibility.
Well, because, you go in there, you just mess everything up for a little bit, and then you leave after your contract's over. And that's pretty much.
Here's my opinion. You can do it or not do it. Just make sure you send me a check.
Yeah. Here's what I think you should do. Whether or not it works, that's not up to me.
Guess what? I'm not going to be held responsible for this action.
Inspiring words, to be sure, from
right? Isn't
Mike
that what consultants do?
Yeah.
Here's our consultation. Do it or not do it. Just make sure you give me the money.
There is no try.
If it doesn't work, it's not like, oh, I'm sorry. Here's your money back.
That would be amazing as well, though. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 817. Can I get a shout-out? Clayton and Frisco just celebrated my 28th birthday on Wednesday. Absolutely happy birthday. And from the 817, shout-out to my coworker, Crystal, who's listening to the fan with me in the car on the way home from Midland.
All right. Okay, hold on. I have a friend whose wife's name is Crystal.
Well, that's a common name.
She works. She has coworkers.
Was she in Midland?
I don't know. She could have been in Midland. Are you a male or female employee? Are y'all? I'm just trying to figure all this out. Because if that's the Crystal I know, what's up, Crystal? How's it going?
Hand the phone to Crystal, see if she can follow up with some of this information.
From the
for
214, shout out to the ladies at M&M AC Parts and Supplies in Waxahachie. Those ladies know what they're doing. There you go, man.
Waxahachie is a good place for business.
It is.
Now it's time for Mike Likes It.
Remember when I was in Waxahachie early in the morning and I mowed the baseball field?
Yeah, and how did that work out for you, Mike?
Very bad.
What happened?
Well,
he got yelled at.
Yeah, I brought my mower because my kids had the 8 a.m. game, and the day before it just was the grass was too long. So I was like, well, I'll just bring my mower out and mow the infield. But then my battery ran out because I have an electrical mower. So I got most of it mowed, but they were not happy. But I talked to the Waxahachie people, and we're cool. But every time I think of Waxahachie, besides Worth Collectibles, which is awesome, great card shop, probably I think of mowing the public infield.
And our good friend Meat Church has
that's right.
his
I go out there
location there too.
Like it's like almost right across the street.
I'm married to people there.
What?
I'm married
at Meat Church?
No, not at Meat Church. At the convention center right there off the highway.
Why are you married to two people?
I didn't marry. I married them
at the Meat Church.
No, at the Meat Church. There, my friend wanted to get married.
What if that was extra? Do you want to get married at the Meat Church?
I guarantee you.
Savory,
I guarantee you, Matt Pittman's like, yes, I will. My place is built for that too. Yeah, no, they were like, hey, we want to get married. Will you marry us? And I was like, I will. I am legally. I can do that, dude. I can marry lots of people. As a matter of fact, my friend's wife, Crystal, that I was just talking about, I married them. So good, congratulations to them. Also, Kevin, still undefeated. None of my people that I've married have ever gotten divorced. Some of them are dead, but not divorced.
What?
They were old.
Okay, Mike, super quick. I apologize. And I want to read this because I need to do a better job of this as well. From the 817, shout out to Kevin. You made a comment last week. Today is yesterday's tomorrow. Because you're like, I'll do it tomorrow. Well, when tomorrow comes, it's go time. And he said, and it stuck with me. So I'm going to try to get sober starting today. Love y'all. Don't know what I would do without KMC. Thank you very much for that message. Keep us updated. We will be with you. We will support you. And it's always a good day to make a change if you think that's necessary in your life. And I will be taking that advice as well. Now, Mike Likes It. I feel like we were already kind of in Mike Likes It. Sorry about that.
So I'm out here in Surprise, Arizona, and yesterday I got to watch the spring breakout game.
Yes.
So if people don't know what that is, it's every team gets to have one game against another organization, and you put out what would be considered a premium prospect team. So it's a little bit of a weird situation. You can have guys going to A-ball this year versus guys that played in AAA last year. So they're at different stages of their development.
How exciting is that? Because that's not a particular matchup that you get to see often either.
Right. Like you're saying, like a
AAA versus a single A or whatever.
Right. And over time, the guy who has a lot more experience will probably dominate the usually younger guy who is just starting off his professional career. But I did get to watch Sebastian Walcott play shortstop for the game, and I did get to watch Brock Porter start the game. So Brock Porter was the 4th round pick in the Kamar Rocker draft, where Rocker went 3rd. And remember, there was kind of a preset deal where if we get Rocker, is there a way to get Brock Porter? They were both represented by Scott Boras, and they kind of worked out a deal where if it plays out, you can't promise, you don't know that nobody's going to draft Brock Porter till the 4th round, but you do know that you've demanded a number. Scott Boras demanded a number that if he's not taken in kind of the first about 14 picks, he's going to fall off of everybody's board because they're going to know they're not going to have the money available to take him later in the draft. And so Brock Porter, a 1st round pick, make no mistake about this. Brock Porter had 1st round talent and was going to get taken in the 1st round. It was just a maneuver to get 2 guys what they wanted from one agent.
And Mike, this is probably going to be another discussion for another day because I really want to hear more about the spring breakout, but we need to dive back into the complexities of the Major League Baseball draft because, for example, when we were at the paper, there's a lot of kids from either Plano West or Prestonwood Christian Academy that were up in the mix, and one of them I remember is Cameron Rupp, who eventually did make his way here. There was, I guess, a bogus rumor floating around about he won't sign for less than this. Right. And so people didn't draft him because they were like, ooh, that price might be too high. And then by the time he found out that wasn't his price at all, it just didn't make financial sense to draft him. And so he slipped in the draft. It's very strange compared to like the NBA and NFL drafts.
Yeah, it happened to me. Obviously, the rumor was out, which was true. I chose Texas Tech based off of a girl, and that was primarily true. I did really like Coach Larry Hayes and Coach Frank Anderson at the time. I knew 4 guys on the team that I'd played summer ball with, that I was excited to go to Texas Tech. And Texas Tech in the 1996 college season at one point was ranked number 1 in the country. So it was a good program with good coaches. But everybody's like, well, he turned down all of these other unbelievable situations to go to Texas Tech for a girl. So he's probably going to go to Texas Tech for this girl and probably not sign. And then because not that my mother and father were wealthy, but because I came from a decent money structure, my parents weren't struggling for money. They're like, probably it's going to take $500,000 to get him to sign professionally, which was never the case. But all of these things led to me not getting drafted until the 18th round. Now, back then, you could give whatever amount of money you wanted. There was nothing that could stop a team from giving somebody, this is too high of a number, but if you wanted to give an 18th round pick $10 million, you could. There was no penalty to doing anything like that. But Jim Stevenson, who we've had on the air before, who's the guy who was the scout who followed me for Cleveland, believed that I would sign for about a 5th round slot. And I did. I signed for 5th round money, even though I was drafted in the 18th round. And so that can happen. It's a little bit, not a lot, but it's a little bit more structured now because there's kind of bonus slot money for every pick. And then as you get further in rounds, there's kind of bonus slot round money. So Brock Porter pitches yesterday, and I will say he looked too excited to me. He was erratic when he started the game. He was, I think if you can go past 100%, I know you can't, but if you can go past 100% max effort, that's what he looked like to me. And once runners got on base, he actually had to speed up his motion, which you'd think, well, that would be even worse, right? But because he had to get the ball delivered to home plate a little bit quicker because there are runners on base, it got him into a little bit more of a rhythm. It got his fingers on top of the ball, so he had more downward action. Then his arm couldn't catch up to his body when he was in the windup. So he looked pretty good. I saw everything you need to see. They did not have the radar gun turned on to start the game, which kind of stunk because he only pitched that inning. So when the Cincinnati Reds pitcher came out, they had the radar gun turned on, and he was 94 to 96. And I would say from my eyes, which are pretty darn good, I've watched a lot of baseball, I would say he was throwing a little bit harder than the Reds starting pitcher. So my guess would be he was 95 to 98. Excellent. Off of what he was throwing. Now, speed is one thing, commanding it is another. He struggled with his command yesterday, but I just think he was too excited, and there was too much of an adrenaline rush doing this spring breakout game. So I saw good stuff, but I would say, hey, it's going to take time. He's a young, I say kid, he's 20 years old. It's going to take him a couple of years for him to develop into possibly a major league pitcher. So don't expect anything. It's one game, but Brock Porter needs time to develop. He is not close to being ready to pitch at a major league level.
And I feel like I would have heard if Sebastian Walcott hit 3 home runs last night from you, or yesterday afternoon from you.
Why what if he did?
Yeah, man. What if he did, Kevin?
What
Give
if
him a
he did,
chance
Kevin?
to get to his topic, bro.
Yeah. Well, Sebastian Walcott hit 3 home runs yesterday.
No, he didn't. You would have started the show by saying,
"Hey, Mike,
I just spent $14,000 in Sebastian Walcott."
Were you there,
Kevin? While you're
No, I wasn't.
while you're sitting there trying to derail Mike's segment here, Mike, let me ask you a question. Were all of them the same location, or did some of them go oppo?
Walcott?
Yeah.
Yeah, in his first one, he went oppo 450 feet over the bullpen.
Lies.
It went into the swimming pool out there.
Lies.
That swimming pool's far away.
It's really far away. In fact,
the swimming pool across the street?
That's a 600-foot home run, like where it said hit it here to win a free suit. If you hit it into that swimming pool, you'd have probably hit it over the ballpark in Arlington to win a free suit if you hit this bullseye.
If you've not been to Surprise, this is outside of the stadium across the street.
Right
There's
center
a little
field,
water park or part of a health club or something like that.
And then there's the university.
Okay,
of
so now
Ottawa.
back to what Walcott did. In his first at bat, he was leading off. He got down 0-2, and I can't remember if it was the 3rd pitch or the 4th pitch, if he took a pitch for a ball. But with 2 strikes behind in the count, he got a fastball up and away, I'd say belt high, on the outer half part of the plate. He just turned 18 yesterday, and he had a line drive over the first baseman's head for a single. Great start to the game for him. He stole second base. It was really close. They called him safe, but I have the same point of view that you guys had when we were here in Surprise. When the ball was thrown and he was tagged, I thought he was out.
Okay.
But the umpire called him safe. That's how close of a play it was. From that point, Walcott had a couple more at-bats, didn't do anything, special. But it was really nice to see. I'm just talking about really those 2 prospects. Brock Porter, I saw the stuff. It's there. To be a major leaguer, it's there. When you're watching a minor league prospect game, what's interesting is how big the misses will be and what guys will swing at. It just reminds you of the level that the premium, the top 1% in the world playing at a major league level. Yeah, some of them aren't good major leaguers. But when you see these pitchers miss, in a minor league prospect game, you will see big misses where they miss by feet on their pitch. Brock Porter at times was missing by feet, not even a foot. He was missing by feet. But then he would throw this unbelievably great breaking ball next, and it's almost like I've never understood this, and people can do this. When people are at the free throw line and they airball one and then they swish the next, I'm like, how did you make such a major adjustment? Like, you airballed and then you switch. Like, that's a major adjustment that you just would think, well, if they hit rim next time, that would be a great adjustment that they hit rim. And so you just see guys chasing pitches that you would rarely see. You'll see it every once in a while, but you'll rarely see in a major league game. But Brock Porter, I saw the stuff. Sebastian Walcott, first at bat, 2 strikes, line drive on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball to right field. So both showed good stuff. By the way, every team was here. I might be low on there were 30 scouts behind home plate.
Wow. That's a positive thing, dude. That is a positive thing when people are interested in your prospects.
And that's it for Mike Likes It.
214. Why does Kevin always try to derail Mike's segment? Mike never does that to him. It's kind of rude.
It is kind of rude.
I always wait till you say, Mike, will you please talk now?
What episode was that on? Coming up next.
Guess what?
It's happening literally right now, Mike. You're doing it.
Oh, I didn't even know I was doing it because your Dell froze up and you're just a statue right now.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I think all I do here in this next segment is just let Mike interrupt you and we laugh. Actually, whenever somebody asks you if you're single, what do you say? Next on the Fan.
No.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it is time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
How is everybody out there today? I hope I'm going to call it drab weather is treating you well. I know Adrian just messaged me. She's driving downtown right now to do something for my possibilities.
Nice.
And she's like, traffic's bad. And it looks, Kevin, the looks of it, heading south on 75 has been like that all day long.
Oh, dear.
Dude, this is a wild story that's popping up right now that I feel like I need to bring up, if that's okay.
Sure.
Blaze Taylor. Have you ever heard this name before today?
Yes.
Okay. He is a former college football star at Arkansas State. He worked as an analyst on college football staffs and as an NFL scout. I believe in one story I saw he was hired as a analyst for A&M.
Because his dad's an A&M.
Yes.
Guy, right?
U.S. Marshals arrested him on Thursday night in Utah, serving an indictment from Nashville police on 2 counts of first-degree murder. He's accused of poisoning Jade Benning. She died March 6th on her 25th birthday, and her 5-year-old fetus, which Taylor is believed to have fathered in 2023.
Holy gosh.
They were rushed to the hospital February 25th last year after he called 911 saying Benning was having an allergic reaction. Her condition quickly became critical. She was unable to speak with the police before she died.
Good Lord.
That
is terrible.
He's accused of poisoning Benning without her knowledge while visiting her apartment. So this is the first I've seen of this story. I just saw it pop up a few minutes ago, and it was just kind of shocking.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
man, that is shocking.
And now that's one of those, like, my wife last night, she watched American Nightmare on Netflix. I don't know if you've seen that.
I have not.
It's a documentary type dramatization of a couple that had a wild situation happen. And I know Adrian immediately is like, well, I need to know more about this.
Yeah.
And this is one of those stories that I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on here? And I'm wondering if it's going to become a bigger thing. It
sounds like it would become a bigger thing.
I think I saw that American Nightmare show.
Did you like it?
I think so. Is it where they accused a boyfriend of...
It's kind of like a Gone Girl situation.
Yes. Yeah, in fact, it blew up as the real Gone Girl. This is really happening, but it really wasn't, I guess. But it was because that movie came out and they're like, this girl really faked this death, but she didn't. There was kind of a serial killer that decided for some random reason decided to let her go.
Yeah. Actually, my understanding was that it wasn't a serious. There was guys that were former military that were paid to do this type of thing. I'm gonna have to go revisit it.
No, you need to watch it because
Yeah.
I think the dude did kill people.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I will go back and revisit all that. Thank you, Mike, for that part of the conversation. And now I will turn away from that sad, drab news.
That was sad.
And wish my niece Aubrey a happy birthday today. She's turning 4.
I like that much better.
Congratulations. She's adorable, and I love her to death.
That's nice.
All right. When somebody asks you if you're single, what do you do? Now, Kevin,
I say no.
See, this is I understand where you're going with this. One time, I was asked if I would strip for some ladies out at Legacy West one night while I was on my anniversary dinner with my wife. And I was like, she went to the bathroom, and then I was standing next to 2 girls at the bar, and they were like, would you mind coming to strip for this bachelorette party? And I said, I'm on and I think it was 17th wedding anniversary. And I was like, I'm on a wedding anniversary number whatever. I appreciate
this was last year?
15,
So you said, can my
15,
wife come too?
16, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Maybe 13. I don't know, Kevin.
Okay.
Somewhere in that range. And I was like, I appreciate it, but you might want to find another man for that. Thank you very much. And my wife thought it was amazing.
How easy was it? I wonder how easy it is for them to just find a random dude who's like, yeah, I'll do it.
I don't know. It does feel like if there's a single guy out there and he's like, oh, all these bachelorettes.
I don't know.
They were all in their early 20s too. So maybe it was. They were all cute. But I was like, look, I'm a married man.
Would you like Chris Farley it when he was with Dirty Dancing dude Patrick Swayze?
Everyone's watching.
I was in fantastic shape whenever I was asked to do this, Mike. So I don't know if I would. I would have been Patrick Swayze in this instance. But here is.
You could have had your wife join you and then raise her above your arms and like she holds in that. And then you guys walk down the line and do that thing.
So it went from Patrick Swayze in SNL to Patrick Swayze in Dirty Dancing.
Because he was on his wedding anniversary, so what better way than to show these women a good time than to dance with your wife while you take your clothes off?
I agree. Show her.
Then why'd you say no?
Because I didn't think of this at the time.
Okay.
They hadn't choreographed it yet.
Yeah, we hadn't come up with the idea.
Choreographed, I guess.
That being said, Kim English is the head coach of Providence, and they're trying to do something special, Kevin, in the Big East Conference press conferences. And here is some audio of him being asked the question that I asked you guys.
Hey, Coach, so you are trending on Black Twitter. The exact Twitter.
Come on, Black Twitter.
They like it. You're excited.
Okay.
And so they're wanting to know who this, what's his marital status.
I think that's our first marital status question in tournament history.
The exact question is, do you feel single or in the household? Girls asked me to ask you.
You can pass. Man, yeah, no comment. I'm locked in on this team. I'm locked in on our team right now. Yeah.
Third row right here.
There you go. So the question is, they said, hey, we've got and he said, I'm on Black Twitter. And he said, so they're wanting to know. And he said, I think this is our first marital status question in tournament history. They told him he could pass in the question. And he said, I'm locked in on this team. I'm locked in on our team right now. And that is what you need from your coach. You can't be out there, Kevin. You cannot be out there trying to play 4 quarters while you've already got one in the sheets.
What a neat reevaluation of what has happened in this moment. We're going to play this again in 1 second and allow me put forth my own hypothesis. Is that Kim English has been talking with somebody. Maybe some things have happened. Maybe she thinks they're more committed than he does, but he doesn't want to put that out into the world. And that is the reason for the hesitation. Play it again.
Hey, Coach, so you are trending on Black Twitter. The exact Twitter.
Come on, Black Twitter.
They like it. You're excited.
Okay.
And so they're wanting to know who this, what's his marital status.
I think that's our first marital status question in tournament history.
The exact question is, do you feel single or in the household? Girls asked me to ask you.
You can pass. Man, yeah, no comment. I'm locked in on this team. I'm locked in on our team right now.
So you think
that's right?
You think that he isn't single?
Well, I think it's debatable.
Okay.
I think it could be a scenario, and let's not pretend like these scenarios don't exist, where perhaps he thinks he is single, but the other person does not think he is single. And that is a discussion that maybe they probably haven't had all the way through just yet.
Okay.
They did have a huge win over Creighton. That was a huge win for them. And now if they could beat Marquette tonight, that would really lock it up, the tournament up for them. But that was a ginormous win for them.
Isn't that what you want out of your head coach? He's not worried about all this other stuff and the ladies knowing whether or not he's single. He is focused on his team right now.
I agree. However, I think that pause has led me to wanting to know way more about this situation. He is focused, but I think if he was just a little bit more sure about that situation, he would have said, look, I appreciate it, Twitter, but we got to focus on Marquette.
Mike,
But that's not what happened.
Mike, did you ever have a coach that was out there and he was like, look, guys, y'all are hooking up way too much. Y'all have to start focusing on the game. We got to lock it in. We really got to lock this in. We can't be out there messing around and being exhausted trying to get that last inning in.
No, but they warn you about stuff like that. I was married pretty much throughout my whole professional career, but yeah, they warn guys about that, but not not the way that you put it.
Like I said, man, can't be out there as this is from Shorzy. You can't be trying to play 3 periods when you've already had one between the sheets. All right.
Whoa.
You can't do that. You got to be out there really giving your all. You got to be focused on the game. Set the tone, if you will.
That was hockey, right? Because
Yeah.
you said periods.
Yes, exactly. Hockey periods. That's what's
There's
going on.
quarters in basketball.
Exactly.
And
football. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there are?
Oh my God.
And there are halves in.
You know what? There aren't quarters in college. There's only halves.
There's only halves in basketball.
Women have quarters.
Exactly. So that is an inaccurate statement that you just made.
Should I go home now?
Michigan has parted ways with Juwan Howard after 5 seasons. So good luck to Juwan Howard as things go along.
What
in
if
his
they just
career.
keep bringing in a Fab Five member to coach the team?
Would be awesome.
They rock out with
Try
Jimmy King
Juwan
next?
Howard.
Jimmy King, you're up.
Jimmy King, you're up. Then it's Jalen Rose's turn. Chris Webber wants nothing to do with that school. So then it's
I thought
Ray
they
Jackson.
patched it up.
I don't know. It seems like Webber's kind of distance from Michigan, but I'm not sure about that.
And before we let you go into your weekend enjoying and loving everything we do with Masterpiece of the Week, Kevin, I wanted to play a cut from Stephen Jones. This is Stephen Jones, thanks to John Machota, talking about players that are leaving to go play for the Commanders.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of being, if you choose to go to Washington, Philadelphia, or New York, that's what we're going to have is nothing but respect off the field. But when it comes time to compete against each other, then that's what's going to happen. And it's no surprise. I mean, Dan was, he kind of, when we were having our farewells to him, which no one thinks more of DQ than our organization and what he brought to the table here. And obviously the players enjoy playing for Dan. And so it doesn't surprise me a bit that they want to, just like Kendricks wanted to come play for Mike and Paul, our players want to go play if it's a better situation for them business-wise, as well as an opportunity to play because they have confidence in Dan. I understand that.
Corey, you just said you were going to let me enjoy my weekend, but you know what I discovered
I
during
didn't let you enjoy your weekend
No,
now?
you didn't.
That made it
First of
worse.
all, that was an agitating statement across the board.
Everything he said.
But I just realized we all have something that we say that probably annoys people too much.
At the end of the day,
I found a new one.
You know, and say it.
No one in the world. I am so tired of hearing that from the Cowboys. Well, nobody has more respect for Dan Quinn than us. Okay, well, then why don't you make him your head coach? Nobody in the world cares more about winning than I do. Really?
Nobody thinks more
Disagree.
about Dak Prescott than
Yeah.
us.
Oh, okay, fine. Then why haven't you made him the highest paid quarterback in the league? Like, stop saying that for things that aren't applicable. If they're like, nobody cares more about attention and market value for your franchise than I do, I'd be like, fair. But all the rest of it, I want to be hearing that.
It always seems like right before they go to take a shot at somebody, they go, you know what? Don't take that shot. Because he wanted to. There was a moment where he was like, and as we were saying our farewells to Dan Quinn, there was a line where he was going to be like, but we were taking jabs at each other on the way out. And instead he went, you know what? I'm taking the high road here.
Yeah, it's like he said, well, I hope this doesn't sound offensive. And instead of just being like, then you should stop talking right then. He's like, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Hey, Kevin, I could care less.
No.
I understand that.
What a good day.
Yeah, and I know it was all part of the same session, but when he goes, we haven't succeeded in the playoffs up to our fans' expectations, it's just like...
Nor
What?
our expectations.
Did he add that to our expectations?
No,
or
he
did
didn't.
Just stop?
He stopped there.
He just stopped?
Yeah.
It's like, our fans expect too much.
Yeah, change some of your needs.
Look, man, if you pitch that to a girl, all right, you pitch that to somebody. Look, don't have expectations from me because it's always going to end up being lower than you expect of me.
There's an old George Carlin bit where he talks about how people's needs aren't being met. He's like, oh, my needs aren't being met. Change some of your needs. That's what the Cowboys tell us every single year. Change some of your needs. Accept that making it to the second round is an amazing thing. Accept that regular season success is the most important kind of success. And get off our damn backs. No thanks.
Well, there you go, man. That's the C block, everybody.
Jerk. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the Mavs and the Stars. Look at their weekend ahead, plus Masterpiece of the Week. It's going to be a jam-packed segment. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
You can
A message from TxDOT.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Still pretty rewarding. And
Fire
you
in
also
the front, and a chance, and Holtz buries it! Alexander Holtz scores, and it's 6-2!
Stupid hockey. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, where the Stars lose once again. They own the first 15 seconds, and things took a hard turn after that.
What happened? Well, you said once again they own the first 15 seconds. How often does that happen?
I mean, it feels like, based on what happened yesterday, a lot.
Yeah.
Probably they've scored early goals. I'll need to double check on the timing on that. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 903. Shout-out to my wife. We just had our first baby. She was a trooper and did amazing. Baby and mama are doing great. That is fantastic news. Congratulations to you guys. And this goes back a couple segments from the 214. I appreciate these people sharing their stories. I want to shout out the person who's trying to get sober. I'm 11 months clean off drinking, and this station has helped tremendously. Thank you very, very much. We might talk about this later, maybe next week or something, but I just wanted to say one of the reasons I really, really like working here is because you get to find out how you help people in their lives, and you get to make an impact in their lives. And aside from just, hey, give me the sports news, make me laugh, which I get that as well. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, like, the platform is for us to use however we want to a lot of times.
Right.
And whenever you hear the response of, I go back to that story about the doctor who said that when she got into the car after a long day of being in the burn unit, that we were there to help her decompress, like take her mind off of what she just experienced. That changed everything that I thought about what we do. And so, yeah, man, hearing stories of success, hearing stories of people asking for help, it lets us know that we feel kind of like somebody that you can rely on, and
Yes.
we want to be here for you every day. And it looks like we can do that for a little while. We can be here every day for you. And then from Todd, Kevin, shout out to you, Kevin, for your patience of a saint. I thought for sure that you're telling me kerfuffle was going to make you choke out your co-hosts. Much love to all of you.
That's why Mike actually went to Arizona. He's dabbling in broadcasting, but he's really like, I got to get the heck out of here.
Yep, that makes sense.
It was a bad night yesterday from Metroplex teams.
Except for the Rangers.
And it's always a great time to be a Rangers fan. The Stars got smoked. The Mavericks without Luka. They did lose a game that was more competitive than I might have anticipated. What are y'all's thoughts and feelings going forward into the weekend? Because clearly the Mavericks have a very high-profile national ESPN game Sunday against the defending champs and the best player in basketball. And then the Stars have the Kings on Saturday night, and the Kings are absolutely a solid team. Yeah, feels like a big weekend.
These next two games against the Kings, I think, are hold on. Is that later down the road here? But the games against the Kings, I think, are going to be very big for the Stars here.
Okay, and the Mavericks also, they have, I think, back-to-back games coming up against the Kings. But that was what I was thinking for a second.
Hold on.
Sacramento Kings.
Yes.
This one, it is a one-off against Los Angeles,
Gotcha.
and you're in the midst of a homestand that has not started out particularly well. So Saturday feels like a huge game for the Stars. For the Mavericks, though, I'm not saying Sunday is not a huge game, but this is also a game that if you win, I'm going to be like, wow, that's a hell of a win right there.
Yeah, it would be a hell of a win to try to up your status into that 5-6 slot, which I'm assuming the Mavericks really want to get, so you don't have to play in a play-in situation where, those teams are not easy to beat. I don't know who's going to be 7 or 8. It looks like, I don't know, but it looks like 9 and 10 is going to be LA and Golden State. So one of those teams, let's say, knocks one of them off in the 9-10 matchup. But if you lose that 7-8 game and you're taking on the Lakers or Golden State, you know that LeBron and Anthony Davis could just have awesome game and you're out. Steph Curry and those guys could play small ball. You play small ball with them and they're like, thank you for playing small ball. You're out. So you want to stay out of that. This Denver game coming up, I want them to win. But I remember a couple years ago, I thought, man, if we play Golden State in the conference finals, we beat them 3-1 in the series, and we handled them well. We are their matchup nightmare, and then they completely and totally destroyed us in the playoffs. So if the Mavericks beat Denver, I am going to look at it as more optimistic if you have to play Denver in the playoffs, but I've also been optimistic based off of regular season matchup, and then it didn't play out at all that way in the playoffs.
I am excited to see how that game plays out, but this is a big weekend for obviously both the Stars and the Mavericks as you get closer to the home stretch of the season. From the 682, shout out to 105.3 The Fan. I've been listening to you guys for 2 years, morning through evening. I wish all of y'all the best. You've been very helpful inside and out to my recovery, and they're now in year 5 of recovery. I also appreciate very much people being willing to share that story, because that's almost as personal as it gets.
Kevin, do you also like the hate that comes in on the text too? Like, there are a lot of nice things that come in.
Not necessarily.
But there was a time when you were like, I feed off the hate. And people would send stuff and you'd be like, oh, this is so much fun. And I just wondered, like, have you gotten soft in your old age here, Kevin? What's happening here?
I think so. It's my wife. She has made me care about things and people more. And I used to have.
Does she pull the hey, that person out there, they might be hurting too?
Yeah, and then it's the stupid baby too has made me soft. I used to have a way harder edge. Is my wife and my baby are lovely. Brandon, he got it. He knew. All he ever knew was hard edge, difficult, grumpy Kevin. But now the new ones that have come along, they are like, oh, you should. And it's worked, and I got soft. And so, yes, when you send mean things, now it usually hurts my feelings quite a bit.
Stop sending things then. Is that what you're saying? Don't engage?
No, I want people to engage. As long as you're honest. Look, if we do something that you don't like because you listened to it, that's fine. But if you heard about it somewhere else and didn't actually listen to it, check it out.
From the 214, we care about you, Kevin, but don't call your baby stupid. And then somebody said, you just called your baby stupid.
That's fair.
You're mad at your baby because he can't read.
That's true. Hey, sometimes, you know what? I told you I took pictures of why he can't read. I'll put these pictures out this weekend. And
he's trying. I promise.
I know why baby Noah can't read.
I love that kid.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. I do too. That's the problem. I can't call him stupid because I love his stupid little face so much. And when I come home and he dances around and he's like, hug. Oh, my God.
Wait till he gets older. You'll call him stupid.
Yeah, that is very. Oh, I've had that experience with the other one, too. Right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Stupid baby. Take that, Noah. Jeez. Sounded like Lotso the Bear from Toy Story with that little baby doll.
Okay, this might be a really controversial statement. I believe everybody who has ever had a child has thought at least one time or another, stupid kid. It could be just a passing fancy. Maybe you didn't say it out loud. You're a liar.
Nope.
Oh my God, you're such a liar.
One single time.
You are such a liar.
These kids are angels, and I'm so proud of them.
Yeah.
I have no kids that I at least know of, and I still think of that. So I'll give you that, Kevin.
I haven't done it either, Kevin.
You're a liar too, Mike Bassick. Back to you, Alec.
This is Masterpiece of the Week. Actually, it's Mikesterpiece of the Week this week.
No.
It is majority Mike Bassick. I think there's like 11 clips to 2 of Corey. And then we do have a celebrity shot that will come into play here as well from Crosstalk the other day. This is going to be fun. But since we don't have much to pick on Corey for, we'll go and start with Corey.
Because, you go in there, you just mess everything up for a little bit, and then you leave. Yeah. That is the job of a consultant or us when we go into the bathroom.
Is that a job of the consultant, though?
Yeah. Consultant walks in, just pukes on everything. It's like, this is the worst. You're bad at this. You need to do that. And then leaves. And everybody's like, what just happened? And the boss is like, man, I hope the people up at the top didn't listen to that consultant because nothing really worked.
Yeah, but they paid them a lot of money, so they have to listen, you think.
Yeah. I was at a company called Vectrix, Kevin. Now, Vectrix made Elf Bowling, which was a game we hosted, Fandango.com. We hosted all sorts of stuff. We were doing just fine, all right? Hicks Muse had invested in us. We were doing great. And then a bunch of consultants came in. And you know what happened? Like a month and a half later, we were all walking out with computers because they were like, just take everything. And we left. Everybody,
my
the
gosh.
company went under. Like, just
Sounds
out of
like
nowhere.
Enron. Was it Enron?
No,
Is that what you said?
it was Vectrix. It was awesome.
Oh.
It was the most fun I'd ever had. I was like 19, making six figures. It was awesome. I think that's why we went bankrupt. I think because they were just paying 19-year-olds a lot of money. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah, pretty interesting that Mike has an affection for this nickname.
Douche, you're in. Douche, jump over the fence, the boards, and get in the game, douche.
Mark Duchesne.
I mean,
Matt.
that's not right either. Although I do think part of that statement's probably correct.
I like this statement from Mike, too, right after.
I'm not the douche.
That is true.
Yeah, because my name.
Oh, guess what? The internet disagrees this week, Mike.
Yeah, because if you wanted to shorten it to the Shane, you said that would be cooler.
Yeah.
But there's too many people that are named Shane or close to Shane.
But you think like Scott is close to Shane. You're like, pick a different one.
No, Shane and Sean. Those are the ones that are really close.
Dushan?
That's fine. If your last name's Dushan, you're going to be the douche.
Okay.
That is it's not a great nickname for the person, but it's a great nickname when you're in a locker room or a clubhouse.
What about this name, Mike? Because I don't really understand it.
Stop Chewbacca-ing it everywhere.
I love it.
That's going to be my vote.
Love it. I'm sad that I missed that.
My vote. That was when we talk about we were dressing up in suits and like dressing up in a Star Wars outfit to go to a wedding. Was it a wedding?
No, you and Corey are hosting. Well, yeah.
Oh, my possibilities. The community ball. He said we should just dress as the Star Wars characters.
I'm totally down with that.
And
I
then
would
you
do
said
it.
you'd get a Chewbacca tuxedo, but then you'd wear it everywhere, and that's how it ended up being at a wedding.
All right, here's how I've chosen to spell that on my sheet of paper. CHEWBACCAIING.
And that means, what does that mean exactly? What's the meaning of Chewbacca?
Yeah, you're.
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
gotcha.
I don't know.
But whatever you do before that is Ewoking, right? Because Ewoks grow into
No.
Chewbacca's.
Factually inaccurate.
I don't think that's right. That's actually how I spelled it as this audio file, Kevin. So we're on the same wavelength.
Yes.
Here's our celebrity shot for you beer pong players. This is Sean Sharif during crosstalk yesterday.
I tried to win, by the edge of the weenie, and
what?
Man,
Sean.
I will tell you this. I think that what we need to do, because Bobby found Sean Sharif's blog from Kansas City something.
Where that girl broke up with him.
Yeah, where a girl broke up with him and all that stuff.
He dunked on her. That was great.
I think what we need to do is we all need to go post comments on those blog posts. And this will be like, and Bobby's gonna be like, oh my gosh, can you believe what Red 28 wrote on here?
Like all of a sudden, these blogs spike in popularity.
And everybody's like, what is happening here?
How about this name for Bob? Bob Petty.
Anyways.
Yeah, I wasn't going to break. If you guys wanted to just stay quiet the rest of the show.
Crap, Mike. Because that silence doesn't bother you. You're like, I'll ride it out forever.
Mark that. Corey, this is me at date night.
Yeah, see that? That's Daddy's Burger right there.
Okay. What is that? You're just going to comment
one.
If I had a burger named after me.
Oh, yeah, that's
I
right.
would take my family every Friday night to whatever burger place that is and just let them all know. I tell my kid this a lot. I'm the funniest person you know. And I am the most famous person you know. I am the most famous person my kid knows.
Are you the funniest person they know?
Absolutely.
Do all your kids have the same sense of humor that would put you at the top?
Avery has a sense of humor just like mine. Carter's pretty funny.
Just sometimes in a people get hurt way.
Yeah, Carter will say stuff that like cuts. He's one of those that you're like, dang, dude, that was.
Yeah. Stay above the belt.
From the 469. Y'all are wrong for that. I thought my damn radio stopped working.
A lot of people texting that in right now.
Yeah. Your radio did stop working. Did you hear what he said?
Oh,
Bob
man.
Petty.
Mike also said this, a very bold statement.
We're pro dementia.
That was.
That's not. I feel like I shouldn't laugh at that either, because the context is what makes that funny. Because okay, let me see if I can recap this correctly.
Okay.
So Phoenix claims to have the friendliest airport in the world, and also they're a pro dementia airport. And Mike took issue with that because that would insinuate that there's other airports out there that are for people having dementia and not helping them out.
Yeah, they make dementia people really mad at their airport.
Okay.
Where Phoenix makes their dementia people really happy.
Dementia people.
People, can we just say people with dementia?
Yeah. It is really sad when that happens
people.
too.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
I know.
Oh, Mike might have had a little dementia because he doesn't remember being in a pro clubhouse.
Have I ever seen Dong?
Damn it. I thought Chewbacca was going to take the lead, but then Sean took the lead, and now I think Mike is back in the lead with a new candidate.
Norm Hitchkiss.
I think
You thought that's what an iconic broadcaster in the Met. You thought Norm asked you if you'd seen Dong before. That's actually what you thought?
Yes, that's why I asked it back to him as a question. To make sure, did I hear this right? You want to know if I've seen Dong in the morning? I'm like, yeah, I have. I mean, if that is a question, I have an answer. I have.
Is this what you said after, Mike?
They weren't blowing anything. That's about the air blowers here.
You were struggling with that word this week.
Oh, that was a tough one.
Okay.
Man, you were right. Mike had a great week.
I got one more from him.
Okay.
One more short one.
I like 3 guys in one little booth.
Uh-huh. I agreed too quick.
Yeah, I like how reaffirming you were there, Corey.
But that's why I like that cut. Usually I'm the person who's unfortunately agreeing with a terrible statement or idea too quickly. This time it's you.
Yeah, but I do agree with that. Like whenever we go to Arizona, there's this feeling of camaraderie amongst us.
Especially since there's usually 1 or 2 other people also in that booth.
It's a tiny booth.
All right. Like I said,
it's very spacious right now for Mike, though.
My vote has gone 3 different places, but now I'm just going to preface it by saying this is what Mike thought a broadcasting icon across the country, and especially here in the Metroplex, Norm Hitchkiss, this is what he thought he asked him.
Have I ever seen Dong?
That's what you thought.
You know what? I have to vote for that, too.
One more time.
Have I ever seen Dong? I think the way I said it was really good, too.
He sounded so concerned.
Himself.
Yeah, you know what?
His response to that?
When was the last? He said, "No, Dawn."
I
was like, "Oh, I've seen that too. Who hasn't? I'm a 30-something-year-old man. You're saying I've never woke up before the sun has risen?"
You know what? Never mind, Twitter people. I get your point. I get your point, Twitter people. I'm done with the show, too.
Are you going to sweep it? Alec.
I think I'm going to sweep it.
Have I ever seen Dong? Back in the day.
Dementia people are strong now.
No, I still think Chewbacca was strong. And what I'm really going to be sad about is what Sean said is going to get lost to history.
It does.
Because if there's
I tried to win, by the edge of the weenie.
Most weeks, that's going to win.
Yes,
or be
it
a
is.
very strong candidate. Unfortunately, this week could not get the job done.
Why is the weenie so sharp?
We're the KNC. I don't know.
The edge. You remember though, if you watch the video too, like he does this little thing with his hands on his head. And
Guys, it's been a week, huh?
It has. We'll see you later, Mike.
Bye, Mike.
Don't forget, you can hear the tape delay version of today's Rangers game tonight right here on The Fan. And Saturday and Sunday, it'll be live right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Babe Laufenberg here at
Than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 682. Shout out to us, boys. We made it through another week, and Lord knows this was a more trying one than most. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing excellent. Would you like to talk about Aaron Donald or inventions?
Brazilian butt lifts for 200, sir.
Ooh, I'm going to take that as an invention. Is there something that you think you invented, but you probably didn't? So for me, I am sure that had I cared enough to do the work, I invented Uber Eats, because you could only get pizza delivered for the longest time. And I was like, why can't you get food delivered from everywhere? Or like maybe they could stop off and do like some errands for you or something, stop at the convenience store. But I was too lazy to actually do anything about it, which is probably,
you're an idea guy, though.
Which is why I needed the service. Yeah. I was like, I don't want to go do that.
That's ironic. I thought I invented DoorDash. I was just too lazy to pull it off. I was like, why can you only get to your point? Food delivery. Now, I was not smart enough to think like you did when it comes to groceries. I was just thinking, what if I want Chipotle? What if I want Burger King, McDonald's? You name your place, but I don't want to get out and go and get it myself. It should be brought to me.
Right. Just Real quick.
Ideas.
We're going to look for the draft compensation here. The Eagles are trading for Kenny Pickett. So there's a note for you.
Isn't that weird?
Congratulations, Russell Wilson.
Why?
You win the job by default.
That is wonderful. Does he get to live in the same house? And just can you be a Steeler?
You're in Pennsylvania,
right?
yeah.
Like, does he even have to move?
I mean,
yeah. How far is that drive?
Probably.
Just like hop on a little subway action.
Mm-hmm.
We'll look that up.
Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania
3 hours.
in Philadelphia.
Yeah, 3 hours. Oh, it's nothing crazy. Get the Phillip Rivers treatment.
One is in the west coast of the Pennsylvania, and the other's in the east coast of Pennsylvania. It's a pretty
I
far
was like
trip.
here to San Antonio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty far trip.
Yeah. So I guess he can just stay in his
might
house.
get a chopper.
Yeah.
A bullet train.
Get to the chopper.
There's no moving. Bullet train would do it.
No
U-Hauls for Pickett.
What is there something that you thought perhaps you could lay claim to? I invented this, and then you're like, oh, but probably not.
I mean, I remember being really proud of myself the first time I grabbed the cooler out of the garage and lowered the basketball goal and jumped off the cooler to start dunking.
Sure.
And I felt like maybe this is a pretty special idea.
Yeah.
But I found out everybody was doing that.
Sorry about that. The one
That's fun.
The one we joke about is Colby would swear up and down that he invented the Frito burrito. And I was like, I don't know.
It's like, yeah, I had a burrito.
Fritos in there?
And then I put Fritos on it. And then I had a Frito burrito. And I used to eat it. I loved
And then it
it.
went corporate. So he didn't get, I guess he didn't get the credit for it.
You should have done the Frito pie. That thing really took off.
Ooh, very true.
I did see what was that? Don't Forget About Me. What was that movie?
Breakfast Club.
Breakfast Club. When she made the Cheeto sandwich, she took her cheese off or whatever and it slapped it on the wall. I was like, that's a genius idea, putting Cheetos on a ham and cheese sandwich. And I've done it since then.
What a great movie that is. We said goodbye today to Juwan Howard, who got fired, and Aaron Donald, who retired. I'm not trying to be a prisoner of the moment here. I'm not saying he's the best, but one of the greatest defensive players ever.
Yeah,
No question.
Brian knew it when he saw him at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, we were all. It seemed like just a few short years ago we were watching him and Zach Martin battle it out there at the Senior Bowl. The only question about Aaron Donald was the height. Everything else about him was like the quickness, the explosiveness, the playmaking ability. It's like, and I was fortunate enough to be with Leroy Glover. And so my comparisons, or I'm thinking, man, this is going to work.
Yeah.
Because I've seen Leroy Glover. I've saw Bill Parcells take Leroy Glover from a 3 technique outside shoulder guy and make him a nose tackle. And he was a Pro Bowl player playing as a nose. And so I was thinking, damn, if we could do this with Leroy Glover, Aaron Donald's just as good a player, maybe even better. And so, yeah, it was an incredible player. And at the time, just so dominant. When you watch him in college, there's really nobody that could block him. And he played on a team at Pitt that wasn't great, but he played so hard the whole time that you're watching him on tape. Super impressive.
Yeah, he was one of those guys in college. He lived in the opponent's backfield.
Yeah,
I've never quite seen anything like it. I mean, he comes into the NFL and immediately was just a dominant force. So, yeah, I mean, I put out the question: is he the best defensive tackle ever? You look at his resume; it certainly goes up there. I know Brad said, "Well, Bob Lilly, Randy White."
Yeah.
But I have gone back and watched them play, but I wasn't alive for their era. So those that did get to watch them, I wonder. I mean, would you put those guys over Aaron Donald? Because to me, I think he is the best that I've seen.
I've seen them both, and I would think that there's a certain amount of violence with all those players. The guy that obviously is the quickest is Aaron Donald. The guy that's probably the strongest is Randy White. But, man, the leverage that Donald plays with, Bob Lilly was really good with his hands and getting rid of people. And that's kind of an era where they were kind of more in, blocking mode, not really grab. But Bob Lilly could also use the head slap and things like that to free himself up. But I still think that if you gave me a choice of all 3 of those guys, I'd take Aaron Donald.
And I believe Alec just said, you said pick 98 for Kenny Pickett and then 2 future 7th-round picks next year as Kenny Pickett on the move to the Eagles. That's a little higher than I would have thought as well.
A top 100 pick for Kenny Pickett.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We are going to wait out this storm. I get a bad stomach ache if I drink a regular soda. That's why I drink diet soda.
Oh.
And I've called that condition pH dysplasia for years because I couldn't find anybody else that would diagnose it or tell me what it actually is. But I consider it a highly acidic stomach with bubbles. It's pH dysplasia. We have what you drinking.
Damn good
We have what
invention.
you drinking, what you thinking Friday at 5:20. Want your hammered phone calls?
Looking.
Yeah, I couldn't drink a mixed drink with regular Coke for years. Still can't.
man.
Yeah.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 The Fan.
We did it, Kevin.
Hooray for us.
Have I ever seen dong?
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All righty, welcome in G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day as we are off and running here on your home of the Cowboys and home of the World Series champions. We are now within 2 weeks of opening day, and we're looking forward to talking sports here with you. Let's get to the bottom of this Eagles trade. General at your service, Eddie's. There's Broadus, former Cowboys scout and NFL executive. He did work for the Turds for a season. Had a hell of a draft for him. I believe helped set him up for their great run in the early 2000s, Brian.
Helped him get Andy Reid, too.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there we go.
So a man that has worked behind enemy lines before, he does have knowledge of their operations, and we use that to our advantage as often as possible here.
Thank you, sir.
Cowboys. There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control. Happy Friday to you, sir. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo rocking it here in the talk booth, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And you can watch us and follow along, participate in the chat, whatever you would like to do. So the Eagles get a new backup quarterback, we can assume for now, considering Kenny Pickett wasn't good, and that's why the Steelers are moving on. They got Russell Wilson. So Kenny Pickett's going cross-state, 5-hour drive, under an hour flight if you're on a plane, but he's going to be with the Eagles now. And what would we do? A pick swap to get this done?
Yeah, it looks like 98, which is the comp pick that they got for Javon Hargrave last year from San Francisco. And then they're also getting back 120, which is a 4th-round pick in this scenario. So essentially they move down from 98 to 120, and they get a backup quarterback.
Yeah. Once you start seeing the details on this, they trade down 22 spots from the 3rd round to the 4th round this year, and they get Kenny Pickett. And then they also get the Eagles, I guess the Steelers are getting the 2 7th-round picks, as well as that pick 98. So I guess it's not as initially as dumb as what we thought there. Howie Roseman.
Wait a second, what? Has Howie lost his mind?
Hoping that Howie was willing to just punt on a 3rd-round pick to get Kenny Pickett, but that is absolutely not the case.
I mean, the big money for the running back, the Eagles are in flux. I'm not sure what to expect from them right now, but it definitely appears that Roseman is definitely not waving the white flag. He's definitely not punting on this season, even though they lost Kelsey. I would think that it might not be a go-for-it year, but I mean, it's clear they're trying to win the division and go for it. I don't think they're going to get good enough, but it'll be interesting to see if they can be better than the Cowboys right now.
Oh, you know what they're doing. You know what they're doing here, because they signed Kellen Moore as their offensive coordinator. You have an idea what's about to happen to them, right? I'm just asking you. You've seen that offense, right? You've seen Kellen Moore.
Oh yeah, like it's not going to go that well.
No, it's not going to go that well.
Yeah, I mean it's probably a bad fit. Him and that quarterback, it's a bad fit there. We've seen.
Do you think this is a destroyed offseason for Philadelphia? They're making it worse.
No, I think they're doing all they can to add the players they can in the draft and stuff. But we all know what Kellen Moore is as an offensive coordinator. We all have an idea how that's going to go. Maybe a lot of these guys they're bringing in they won't even use. They probably they use Saquon Barkley in the way they need to use Saquon Barkley.
Probably not.
No.
I think that's a great point.
This is, you do have an idea. The one thing we have to appreciate with Howie is, though, he won't sit on his hands. He's up against it with the cap. He creates space, moves around, going to move some picks around. But he's trying to make his team better.
Yeah.
But we've seen what happened with them the last couple of years. They lost 2 really good coaches from last year, and it affected. They fired both their offensive coordinators. And I feel like they might have replaced their offensive coordinator. I think they're getting a little bit worse there. I wouldn't trust Kellen Moore to work with that offense and have any success with that quarterback.
The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. I've for the last 5 years at least thought Howie Roseman better GM, but maybe he's just better at managing the cap and better at being aggressive. And is also in the process of doing the kind of things that made the owner blow him out a decade ago in favor of Chip Kelly.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I still think the moves that Howie's been making this offseason are improvements for their roster. Now, with the coaching staff, I mean, is he responsible for that? Maybe. I'm with you on the coaching staff.
Nick Sirianni, you trust him as a head coach now?
No.
Their team fell completely apart.
Yeah. But
he couldn't pull that thing together.
You had great assistants under Doug and Nick, and you didn't hire any of those guys. And you hang on to guys that you're probably going to end up firing within a couple of years of getting to the Super Bowl 2 times in a row.
There you go.
I think there are blind spots maybe for Howie Roseman that, frankly, I love to see it. Because the way that he manages the cap and the way that he aggressively goes for it, I'll live with all of his shortcomings, by the way.
Right. Well, same.
Yes.
It's one of those things where it's like, man, I still think that dude's really good at his job. I would love that hustle here at the Star in Frisco. I'm with you with some of their coaching issues, but like Devin White yesterday, you had a lot of Cowboy fans like that guy's regressed. I don't think he's the same player that he looked like.
There are people that will tell you that Devin White in that Tampa locker room was a cancer last year.
Yeah,
and not a good player.
He quit on them last year.
He did. He absolutely quit on them.
But if you look at what the linebackers the Eagles were playing with,
they were
still
awful.
a massive upgrade over what they had. That 2 years ago they decided Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, not worth paying, bye-bye, you can go to Detroit. This offseason, after seeing the safety play, they realized that was a mistake. We're going to bring you back, and now we're going to pay you. So they do some things that I do kind of wish, the Cowboys front office would do, but they're far from perfect.
But their decision to be going aggressive right now, I mean, you can agree or disagree with some of their decisions, but right now, with where they're at and how much talent they do still have on that roster, I mean, there's no question you're still going all in if you're the Eagles right now. And in the NFC, it's still San Francisco, it's Detroit. Now Green Bay seems like maybe they got something cooking, but outside of that, who scares you? Aaron Donald's no longer on that Rams defense. Like in the NFC, you kind of feel there's definitely not a quarterback that just strikes a buttload of fear into you.
Yeah, as good as how he is putting his roster together, his inability to hire, I think, the right coaches will be his demise.
I do think reaching for Saquon like that is just weird. And then I guess valuing Kenny Pickett is weird to me as well, but they're probably looking at this like we are going for it and Jalen Hurts has been hurt and we want to keep running him. We need a good backup quarterback to keep this quarterback because we're going to get back to running with Hurts more. I would imagine that is why you would put such a significant premium or value on backup.
And I've heard you a bunch since I've been with you now 4 years argue this point about Kellen Moore. Why don't they run Dak more?
Yeah.
You think they're going to run this guy with? That's not Kellen Moore's MO.
Yeah, it's not something we've seen.
That's just not his MO. And to me, the biggest question I have is this the right fit for your quarterback? Is this the offensive coordinator that you need for your quarterback?
Yeah.
And to you, what you would like to do is you'd like to say, I'd like to see my quarterback run around more.
I think
is a bad fit then if that's what you're going to do.
I think Dak did run quite a bit. He was in the process of running them back into that game against the Giants when he broke his leg.
But we haven't seen
designed runs. I think would be the thing because Jalen Hurts did that very successfully under Shane Steichen 2 years ago when they went to the Super Bowl. There's a lot of design runs. They kind of took that out. Maybe that was, hey, we paid him. We want to make sure we keep him healthy. And he was dealing with a bunch of injuries. I think he came into the season a little banged up last year with filthy. So maybe they tried to take that out a little bit. But that's not something we've seen. I don't think
Jalen Hurts wants to run anymore.
Wow.
Me personally.
Well, he's not the same player.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, when you look
that's
at
not the guy you
the
paid
knee,
for.
the shoulder, all those things that he's had to deal with, and he's had to sit up there and answer all those questions and not tell anybody really how hurt he is.
All those tush pushes. Well, come on, now those add up on you. Better than anybody, Broadus.
Yeah.
Then I'm giving NFL teams too much credit. I can't believe you would draft guys who ran in college, ran themselves into the MVP conversation, then decide at some point they're going to be just as good passing without the running. It's really next level idiotic.
Well,
you just start to try. You're trying to sustain. You're trying to prolong things, I think is what it is. And these guys, obviously, once you get paid and you feel like, maybe I'm paid like I'm the best quarterback in the league or whatever.
Yeah.
These guys obviously
they start lining themselves.
There's nothing to prolong once you've stopped running, though. You're a different player. You've spent 20 years learning this game, and now we're going to say, hey, now we're not going to take this thing away that the defense is terrified of. Have fun. And you're telling your fans, no, this is a good idea. We're not going to run them. That's a big problem.
The one quarterback that's not afraid of running that they asked not to run is that guy in Buffalo.
Yeah.
The guy in Buffalo wants to play that style of game. He's cool with that.
Yeah,
he's totally cool with that.
He knows he's not going to win the Super Bowl.
I don't think the guy in Philly has the stomach for the running anymore. I don't think so.
Yeah, and I would definitely want to go through that discussion with my quarterback in negotiation when we're talking about the second contract. Like, okay, you're getting paid, and if at any point you break down and can't run anymore, we're going to be looking to get out of this deal, probably, just to let you know. So if that's something that in your mind you run your first 4 or 5 years and then you stop running, we're not signing up for that. And I just don't know that NFL teams are approaching this the right way at all, because a number of guys can now step into the NFL and be successful as rookies. You don't have to marry these dudes. You don't have to lock into them. Jalen Hurts is not even considered like an above average pocket quarterback. Nope. That's why he went as a second-round guy. Right. He's nearly in the MVP discussion because of his running. You saw how much he struggled last year, even with 2 number 1 wide receivers. And to not have all of that come crashing down upon you.
And a damn good tight end, too, and an offensive line that's one of the elite ones in the league.
Absolutely. I don't think he holds a Dak's jock as a quarterback. And I think Dak is just a pretty good passer. Good news on Luka. The MRI shows no major concerns for the hammy, but Mavs defense could not get it together, and they turn it over 19 times, 126-119 to the Thunder last night. Great game for Kyrie Irving, but
shout out to that Prize Picks over there, Walchuk. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Prize Picks cashed in a big way with that game.
Promo code TOLO.
So frustrating. So frustrating to watch at the end. I mean, we were talking about it in the break room. I mean, you see Oklahoma City go small. Jason Kidd's like, yeah, we're going to go smaller. We got P.J. Washington just getting bodied there for second chance offensive rebounds. That's when put Gafford or Lively in. Now is your opportunity to get some easy buckets in the paint. Get some paint points. You were so happy after you won the night before that you didn't have to rely on the three. We're just going to go ahead and stick with the small ball lineup that's giving you absolutely nothing. You're getting banged up left and right. Exum's got to leave the game because he bangs his head. He's under concussion protocol. Gafford looked like he got hurt for a second. Josh Green hurts his ankle. Things weren't going great. You still have a chance to win the basketball game. I think that was another poor coaching performance in the fourth quarter from Jason Kidd.
They're piling up, I think.
They are adding up.
The wins aren't adding up. Now, you get another chance here to play Denver on Sunday and a number of days off
you
here.
Do.
And if you got Luke, hopefully Luke is available for that, because if he is, then you have a chance.
Well, you definitely can't turn the ball over like you did.
No, I mean that's it. Really starts and stops there. If you're going to go 19 turnovers and OKC is going to hit you 34 points off of them, you're going to be bleeped, man.
Yeah, the hope for you though, and you're not expecting to win the game against Denver. It is at home, but then you got all those games against the Jazz and others coming in here. You can't, these games that you absolutely have to win. Those are the ones you can't lose those games when you're playing back to back. And you gotta go to Sacramento. That's a team you're battling as well. That's a 2-game set there during the middle of the week. You got to find a way to win those games, but they can't lose games they're supposed to win.
I can't believe they're back here in this spot.
Yeah.
There they are sitting in the 8, and they're 2 games from the 9, 3 games from 10. Golden State. They're not going to fall out of the playoffs again. This is massively different from last year, right?
You hope.
Yeah, it's not going to. This is still a team that is competing and competitive, and they're not completely broken, and they are in, like you said, it would take a disaster to fall out of the play-in here. So they're at least going to have an opportunity at that, and you can't have happen what happened last year.
Yeah,
you can't go back to back on that. They're going balls to the wall right now, and hopefully Luke is back, and then you can actually be having some hope.
It looks like everybody enjoys playing with one another. I do think they're playing at least to some extent to keep this thing together, and I think that should serve as enough motivation to, maybe still be in the play-in, but at least have a chance to make a good run. It is massively disappointing though, and as soon as that ownership group gets a handle on how much talent they have and how underperformed they've been in the 2 years, whoever they name as GM is or whether that's Nico or somebody else, I think is going to be tasked with pivoting in a significant way, whether that's coach or roster. And coach is the vastly easier thing to do. Kyrie Irving's trade value could be fascinating here, though, as he continues to play great down the stretch. What could you get for him this summer if you do want to turn this thing over, and that could be a monster haul that you couldn't turn down. Stars host the Kings tomorrow. Wonderful event with Mike Madonna. They did lose 6-2, back-to-back losses. I don't mind a loss here and there with this team because I think there's enough quality, and you could win on the road. Your seed is going to be good enough. I just want to see them play better defense than they did last night. That's my one thing. Just the things you can control are important. FC Dallas hosting Vancouver tomorrow, 7:30, opening up 1-2 so far on the season. The 2 losses, not too good so far. Well, Chuck, what do you want to do next?
We got a little NFL Truer Fart first week of free agent edition, but I do want to tell you, if you're going out to the AAC tomorrow,
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time now to take a look at some NFL True or Fart. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in about 6 minutes. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. It's been a while since we've done some NFL True or Fart. Free agent edition here it's the first time we've done it since we wrapped up the NFL season. If you are new to the game, it was born thanks to ESPN's own Robert Flores when he made this slip up live on air.
Boom! I can't hear you. Sound off.
That one works too.
What slip up?
Here it goes. My Lord.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
That indeed turned out to be a fart. So, fellas, I ask you, I'll start with you, Eric Chiafalo. The Denver Broncos, true or fart, need to trade for Bears quarterback Justin Fields.
I think need is probably an overstatement, but if I'm Justin Fields, I feel like that's the team I would most want to go to. They have nobody there that really scares you in a quarterback competition, and getting with Sean Payton as a quarterback is probably one of the better things you can do for yourself. So I think Justin Fields probably needs them more than they need him.
I think you nailed it, Chief. I don't know.
Fart.
Yeah, fart. Exactly. Now, this is from Fields' perspective. Justin Fields needs to go to Denver, or Denver needs to bring in
I'd say
Fields?
the Broncos, because the Broncos are now in a position where they're probably not going to get one of these top four quarterbacks unless they're able to jump.
Yeah.
I mean, because the Vikings are they're probably going to move up and go get them. They've got 2 first-round picks now.
I think Denver needs to take what comes to them. Would be the way I would phrase it, which likely does include Fields, but they should not be committing to anybody.
Tank what comes to them.
Yeah, tank
like if you're
in there?
Yeah, if you're Sean Payton, you have plenty of time. They gave you a 6-year deal. You're big money Sean Payton. They've ran through a handful of coaches before getting to you. So you've got time there if you're Sean Payton. I would be trying to gear up and get assets so that in the coming years we can be dominant. Because you're bleeped this year.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a level of desperation for the Chicago Bears now. And to me, I look at it as if I'm Sean, I'm waiting him out. Because I feel like that I could get this guy could maybe their asking price is obviously too high.
Right.
For what's going on right now. But I had a scout also tell me this, that he was thinking like, what if they just go ahead and keep Fields and then go ahead and draft the best receiver in the draft? That they're not getting what they wanted out of this thing. That they're not getting the price that they thought. They don't want the.
They just don't take Caleb Williams.
They don't want to take Caleb Williams.
Then you would have to trade down. It's malpractice to stay at one and take a wide receiver.
That's what people in the league are believing they might do.
I mean, if you want to sell me on the idea of keeping Fields and trading down and doing that, then I'll say okay, probably disagree with it ultimately, but at least you're garnering a ton of compensation for that number 1 overall pick. You can draft one of these other receivers, stay within the top 10 on a trade down.
There's people believe that the Commanders might be in a pretty good spot here right now at 2.
That's wild.
Like the Commanders could end up having Caleb Williams.
Yep. And I don't think these guys are just.
Ryan Poles would have to be fired on the spot there.
Yeah.
Don't you agree? Wouldn't that be the dumbest thing?
You can't
not
possibly
do that.
You've got to move down. And
if they feel like that they can maybe work around Fields here, maybe they draft at 1 and 9 and try and help him.
That's
wow, dude. But but you're the Bears. You're the Bears, and you decide to keep Fields. Aren't you trading down?
Well, I mean, I need help. I could take Alt the tackle. I could take a receiver.
You can trade down and do that.
I don't know.
It's not like trading out of the top 10, but
people, I mean, like I said, it depends on what somebody might not offer you everything you think you're going to get. That's the thing.
That's fascinating. That's an interesting conversation.
You're going in with the assumption, Eric, that you're going to get this haul, and you might not get this haul.
I would be absolutely blown away if you're the Bears and you're able to tee up the number 1 overall pick.
Right.
And everybody's talking about Caleb Williams like he's the greatest thing.
Right.
All the teams that need quarterbacks somebody is going to give you a king's ransom for the number 1 overall pick that is going to be more important to you than just drafting Marvin Harrison Jr. for as good as he's probably going to be.
There's more questions about that quarterback than I think we know about Caleb Williams. There's more questions leading up to what's going on here.
That's interesting. I'd be blown away.
And I'm not.
I understand what you're saying. I totally get, but it's starting to kind of be a little bit evident that not everybody's in love with Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I mean, I could see the Bears saying, let's build around Justin Fields, because I don't think Fields is horrible. I would take Caleb Williams. I think that he's a better prospect, 100%.
I think we all would.
But I still think if that's your plan, even if I'm not getting a king's ransom and I'm getting something, I'm still moving down, because I think quarterbacks are going to go 1, 2, 3. So I don't think I'm losing out on my receiver or tackle in that instance. Even if I'm getting a 2 or a 3, I'm not getting maybe what the value of the pick is. I'd still rather get something versus just stay there and take the wide receiver.
You guys, we're talking about the value of quarterbacks right now. Your Dallas Cowboys are about to get just a 3 for Dak Prescott.
If they traded him, it would just be a 3rd round.
No, just a compensatory when he walks.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
That's
because they're not going to trade.
We act like that. All these teams are smart doing things. Not everybody's smart.
That's a fair point.
You're about to get a 3rd round pick for Dak Prescott.
Yeah, no, that's 100% true. Absolutely,
and not even a top of the round 3rd round pick.
Or even worse, re-sign him. It's time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius. Happy Friday, bro.
Hey, man, how you doing? Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Day number 2 for this wide receiver prospect out of South Carolina, Xavier Legette.
Oh, yes.
They said he sounds just like Randy Moss. Does he play like Randy Moss? I don't know if Broadus has heard this one. I don't think you've heard this guy
I haven't heard this guy yet.
All right, let's check it out, Broadus. Would you draft this dude?
Man, I'll be right down the road. It'll be a little easier for my family to come watch me play, so that'll be great. That's just them telling me that they want me on their team, man. A lot of coaches came and hollered at me before and after this process here, man. A lot of them say they got a buzz in their facility for me, man, and I'm just ready to see where I'm going to land.
I'll tell you what.
Whether you're taking a pitch or catching a short pass or catching a deep ball, what would you say are the best parts of your game that help you get into the end zone so often?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'd say the deep ball, man. But I really feel like any way that I get the ball in my hand, I could get it to that end zone.
I believe him, too. The way he talked.
I need to fish with this guy.
It's like he changed the transmission, too.
Yeah.
Wow. Might take me a few days, but I can get that done there for you.
Yeah. With the cigarette.
Yeah, with the cigarette hanging off his lip.
One eye closed.
Mm-hmm. Got some overalls on.
Man, I have never heard him talk before. That's the first time I've heard the guy talk. That is incredible.
The deep ball.
That is great.
Hold on, I hear him say deep ball.
Oh, man, I'd say the deep ball, man.
I say the deep ball, man. I'll tell you what.
He either just had his grits or he's about to have them.
Yeah.
If we ever get to have him on, I want to hear him say, "I'm smoking on that Joe Burrow."
Yeah. Wherever he's from, I know they eat possum and raccoon. I know for sure they do. That's good eating right there. That's good eating. A lot of college basketball going on. It was on our televisions, but now it's just a Direct TV sign bouncing back and forth all over the joint.
It's raining.
Shout out to Direct TV, holding it down.
Sorry, guys, it's raining.
Yeah, it's raining.
You understand.
Exactly, bro.
Oops. It's raining.
We have another funny sounding college basketball player. The last one's a football player, of course. This one's a basketball player. New Mexico's Jalen House.
Eddie House's cousin.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Allegedly.
I didn't know that. Allegedly. He sounds like a mouse. The internet says he sounds like Patrick Mahomes. Check this out.
From the start of this game, you and your team had your foot on the pedal and just did not stop. What was the mentality that really you led from the start?
Keep our foot on their necks the whole time. I mean, they got us twice already this season, and it's hard to beat a team 3 times. So we just thought if we go out there, play physical, rebound, and defend, we'll have a great chance of winning this game.
By winning this game, and I know the goal still continues tomorrow and hopefully Saturday, but you, for all intents and purposes, locked up a spot in the NCAA tournament. How does that sit with you?
Amazing. This is my first tournament ever. I don't even know how to feel right now. I'm so excited, man.
Like my balls.
I really don't know how to feel. I'm so excited, man.
Man,
Miss
so like
Piggy
he
wants to
11.
congratulate you.
We'd have
That is
Kermit.
Miss Piggy, bro. I think that's the best.
Kermit is Mahomes, and that's Miss Piggy. It kind of sounds like Andy Dalton giving a pregame speech a little bit.
Oh, let's have fun and play
Let's
together.
have fun and play together.
Fun and play together is awful.
Here we go, guys, on 3.
Did they
guys
win
from-
that game? Boys, stay in the huddle.
Lucius, our guys from Mullins, South Carolina.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They eat some raccoon out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, cuz I done had a few snapping turtles. That's good eating. That's good eating. When they say good eating, they country as hell, bro. That's good eating.
That's good eating, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he done ate some roadkill before. St. John's and UConn play today.
Okay.
Your guess is as good as mine.
It says
man.
DirecTV on my screen right now.
Sure they do.
I bet they're playing.
I'm sure they're playing right now.
None of the TVs are working anymore thanks to the rain, so I don't know.
St. John's coach Rick Pitino.
Oh, yeah.
What are you going to do to beat UConn this year, coach?
UConn tomorrow. What do you have to do to knock them off?
We got to have about 6 of their players get COVID.
Oh, jeez.
God.
Thank you, Coach. Congratulations.
Thank you, coach. Congratulations.
He's doing bits now. He's got to be.
It sounds like she's done an interview with him before, and she knew he was going to give some
That's
kind of answer
hilarious.
like that.
Dude,
Yeah.
that was great.
Yeah.
Patino's been in his bag all year at the
really has.
microphone,
Oh, yeah.
dude.
I think they're like 7-0 since he went on this rant that they were not any good.
Said they stunk.
They were like,
yeah.
they don't care.
I'm not having fun anymore.
He started the proceedings by saying every time they lose, he wants to kill himself.
Yes.
And then he started wearing his white suit and stuff.
Yeah.
He's turned into a shock jock.
Yeah. He really has. He's doing bits.
Oh, man. That's who needs a broadcast right there. That's who needs a broadcast. What else? Oh, speaking of broadcasters, how about our very own Michael Irvin, the playmaker?
Uh-huh.
This is from earlier this week. He called it, though. Well, he's calling it early for ATL Falcons.
The thing that really knocked the top off my head today, right up, blew my brain up, cracked my cranium, and fertilized my brain, was Kirk Cousins going to Atlanta. Let me tell you this. When I saw 8, the old 8, throwing to 8, the new 8, Kirk Cousins throwing to Kyle Pitt, 8-8, that's 88. I said, oh my God, they have something here.
Yeah,
Watch
he's out
this
of here,
now.
Oh,
bro.
my
He's out of here, bro.
God. Oh, my God.
Right now, I'm going to give you the early favorite.
What?
That early horse, NFC South winner, Atlanta Falcons, taking over Tampa Bay. Even if Tampa did sign back Baker Mayfield, they split last year with Tampa. They'll beat Tampa this year. I'm taking the Falcons to win the South. Take it right now if you're smart. I got to go take this right now. Talk to you later.
I don't think anybody.
What was he going to take?
What was the this?
Yeah, what was he going to take?
He was walking
Another
inside
edible.
of the Cowboys facility. Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody's a bigger Kirk Cousins fan than Michael Irvin. He picked him to win MVP a couple of years ago, too.
The Sabre 88 metrics right there.
88. That's 88.
Those little glass tubes with the rose in it.
When you catch a buzz, you want to give it a good 30, 45 minutes before you start podcasting, broadcasting, or streaming. Okay?
What a damn showman, dude.
He's right. They are in that division.
You got to let it settle in, bro.
Yeah. You don't want to just jump right onto the
I love that guy.
onto the socials.
Hilarious, dog.
It's an epic take. That's take of the week right
Oh, my
there.
God. All right, man. That's it for me, bro.
Let's go. Okay. Is it the South Carolina wide receiver with the deep ball? Jalen House sounded like Mahomes out here. St. John's and UConn. Patino says 6 kids need to get COVID from the other side. Michael Irvin on Kirk Cousins going to the Falcons. That was good.
Incredible, dude. Well, what a gauntlet today,
8 plus
Lucius.
8 is 88. I'm telling you right now. Take it. It's the horse.
It's a divine science call. Okay, I'm going to go with the deep ball, though, Chief. As good as those challengers are, could go either way. I'm staying with the champ.
Son of a gun, dude. I'm going to go with the playmaker.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
The wide receiver prospect out of South Carolina, and it looks like DirecTV heard us. They got the
Yeah, they got
games
it
back on.
Yeah, I got it going.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you.
Gotta get a rush order. Those guys got microphones for broadcasting.
We got to get him this Wichita State UAB game.
Let's
They're
go.
going to lose their S.
The Shockers. I'm going to playmaker.
Brian.
Playmaker would be good.
Gosh, Patino deserved a vote. Sorry about that, Rick.
Yeah.
Comeback victory. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, has done it by a score of 3-2. He is once again your G-Bag of the Day champion. It is the award that Mike built after all. Salute to the playmaker out there. I'm hot, man. We had a 20-minute rainstorm here downtown Dallas. They canceled the soccer tournament for the whole weekend.
The whole weekend?
The whole weekend. Okay.
Is it rain in the forecast for the rest of the weekend?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think it's like I think like a 60 something tomorrow because I wanted to go to the parade, right? Parade's tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's rained out.
Oh, that's been rained out too?
I mean, it hasn't been cold, but it's going to be rainy.
Girls, we're practicing.
Maybe big rain is planned.
Again.
I don't know. I'll spare the subjects of a on radio rant for now.
Yeah.
But if we have a sunny weekend, you bet you're going to catch
I want you to
fire
get
on
to
Monday.
it today if you need it. If you feel it, bro. I want you to get to it.
The sun will come out.
The sun's going to come out.
Tomorrow.
It is going to be over my shoulder.
Bet your bottom dollar that.
Evaporating the quarter-inch of rain that we just got. Okay? I'm going to go out there at 7:30 and have a hot damn picnic at midfield, Pit Plano. I'm looking at you. I thought I was going to spare you. Where are we going with Krusty's Corner, Brian?
Plano, that darn
More
city.
of that from Dawson next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, is Choppy back or did
One Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys needed some money. They got some money as Michael Gallup has been released. We'll have to wait for the details on exactly how they're going to execute that and how much money they've freed up. But for the time being, we know at least that part. Here's Wolchuk with more details.
Yeah, so it's post-June 1 designation. Saves the Cowboys $9.5 million in room this year, but it will count $8.7 million in 2025. So we talk about 2025 being a rough cap year as well for the Cowboys. That would be another reason why, but they will free up $9.5 million.
They got the draft class done now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Get those comp picks, huh? And the Cowboys have also informed linebacker Leighton Vander Esch that he will be released with a failed physical designation, missed the final 12 games with a neck injury. I wonder if Leighton Vander Esch will end up just retiring at some point, depending on the medical information he gets.
It's what you're hoping to see if you like the guy, I feel like.
It's such a bummer.
Yeah.
I mean, that rookie season that LVE had, he looked like he was destined to be one of the best linebackers in the sport.
Of all time.
Yep.
Maybe the greatest to ever do it.
Who knows? And MG, those first 2 years that he had with the Cowboys were also exceptional. So two awesome dudes, and we wish them the best, man.
This is where you need wifey to step in and be like, if you play that football again one more time, I'm going to leave you. You know?
And if you really love her, you say, all right.
You'll play football.
And she gives you a big kiss as you're hoisting the
You're
trophy.
walking out the door.
And then you start singing that Brad Paisley song, I'm going to miss her. You start going fishing again or whatever.
How do you like me now?
Yeah.
It's spinal, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You've got a lot of issues there, man.
I just would have liked to see, instead of seeing the Leighton Vander Esch released from the Cowboys, I would have rather gotten Leighton Vander Esch decides on his own. He's no longer going to play football.
That's what I was hoping. That's what I was hoping too.
But the Gallup thing is a no-brainer. Had to do it.
Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. By the way, if you ever need weather patterns to change, please hire Gavin Dawson here.
That was pretty incredible, man.
Well, I was looking at my radar, and that's why I could not believe they canceled the whole hot damn tournament.
That's great.
I'm like, okay, we're going to get a shower here. It's going to be gone by 3 o'clock. The fields will be dry by 7:30. We're playing tonight. We're probably playing all weekend. Nope. Canceled the whole tournament. Money grab.
Yeah.
These greedy dudes, okay, what they do is they keep 2/3 of the money if they rain out the tournament.
Sure.
So they're like, oh, it's a rain out. I guess we don't have to pay any of our partners, and we get to keep 2/3 of your money.
Oh, there you
Cha-ching.
go. Cha-ching.
That's horse crap. I'm never signing up for another tournament they organize.
All right. He is spoken.
Back to you, Brian.
Thank you. All right. In Krusty's Corner today on a Friday, I got a game for my guys. This is one of my games I always enjoy playing. When I asked my colleagues here, is this a this or that kind of a person? In this case, I'm going with this or that.
What does that mean?
Are we playing this or that, fan
This or that,
style?
This or that. But I'm playing.
Who's a black sheep?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that,
All right.
a little bit of this.
All right.
I'm glad you explained it.
Yeah.
Just fill in the blank again.
That's what that kind of person.
Not fill in the blank, but I ask, is this person I'm going to give you a alpine downhill skier or a Nobel Prize winner?
Oh my God.
This is exactly what you were thinking it was, wasn't it, Lucius?
Oh my God.
Lucius, I'll start with you.
Formula One driver.
Skier, bro?
Alpine.
Alpine downhill skier.
Only skier I know it's Johnny Manziel.
Alberto Tomba.
He's one of the best ever do it.
That's a great skier, and I went through that name.
Money Manziel.
All right, Lucius, first one for you. Toni Morrison.
Oh.
Toni Morrison. Is Toni Morrison a Nobel Prize winner or an alpine downhill skier?
Nobel Prize winner.
How about you, Wolchuk?
I'm going to go with a singer.
Singer.
What?
Yeah.
No,
sounds
Nobel
like a singer to me.
Nobel Prizes aren't for singing. It's not a singing award, Wolchuk.
You know, I always thought it was. That it was like a Grammy award.
No, it's more of a dancing thing. I understand why you would think
Toni
that.
Morrison.
So he's a twerker then.
Twerker. Okay.
For dancing.
He was a pioneer.
Now, I think that's a Nobel Prize winner.
Gavin?
What'd Lucius say? I'm going with that.
Nobel Prize?
What'd you say?
Yeah. I think he knows exactly who this individual is.
He's writing an angry email over there is what Dawson's doing.
Sure.
This is Adam Morrison's brother. This is cheating for me, but I know for a fact he's an alpine skier.
Lucia, do you really know who this is?
Uh-huh.
Would you like to tell the panel who this is?
The former basketball player?
Tony, is it the author, Tony?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
In 1993, won a Nobel Prize for Literature.
Oh, let's go.
For literature.
Literature.
He was lit.
Well, she was lit.
How about this one?
Oh, it's a she?
Yeah.
Gosh,
So
I'm so sorry.
We have another J.K. Rowling situation.
Gosh, darn it.
Chief.
I always knew J.K. was a lady.
Chief.
It's Tolkien that gets you.
Herta Mueller. Herta Mueller. Nobel Prize winner or downhill skier?
Wow.
Herta Mueller.
Can I get an origin, please?
Hungary.
No, that's definitely an alpine downhill skier if I've ever heard one.
Dawson.
That's skier.
Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the skier. Sounds like Swedish or from Hungary or something.
Me too.
Starving.
Actually, that's a Nobel Prize winner.
Come on, dude. Come on.
2009 for literature.
Had a hell of a run in the giant slalom, the way I remember it, Brian.
How about this one?
You got your facts straight over there, Broadus?
I got them all straight.
I'm waiting for Michaela Schifrin.
I'm all straight.
I'm watchdogging your facts right now.
You ready?
No.
How about you, Wooly Boy, on this one?
Yeah, you lay it on me.
Herman Mayer. Herman Mayer.
Okay, Herman Mayer.
Downhill skier or Nobel Prize winner?
I know the Mayer family very well, and they are skiers.
How about you there?
Yeah, those are guys. I actually had some of their posters on my wall when I was a kid. That's how much of a skiing nerd I was in the 80s.
Those are Nobel Prize winning skiers.
Is it both?
What did you just do?
That was my final answer.
No, it's not your final answer. What's it?
They're alpine guys.
Lucius, Herman Mayer.
Yeah, I'm with Dawson on that one.
Herman
Who
Mayer.
lies about that? You know what I mean?
Herman Mayer is an alpine skier.
No, it's so dumb. It's got to be true.
Who lies about having skiing posters?
Second or third generation, I believe, at this point. Yeah, I know. I was like, God. I got to about 16. I was like, it's just weird.
All right.
It was right next to my U.S. Open Curtis Strange poster, back to back.
Nike?
Yeah.
Knocking it in. All right, Dawson. Klaus von Kitzing.
Okay, now you're doing
Klaus von Kitzing. I'll guess Nobel.
Yeah.
He sounds like a famous scientist.
Yeah, that's a Nobel situation, Broadus.
Lucius.
Downhill skier.
Wooly.
You know what? I'll go Nobel.
It's a Nobel Prize winner right there.
Yeah. He's born for it with a name like that.
Yes.
All right, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Rennie Snyder. Rennie Snyder.
The S in Snyder stands for skier. It's a Nobel Prize guy.
Nobel Prize?
Were you reading his face?
Yeah, I was, dude.
Yeah,
I was
that's
just watchdogging that face.
I'm going to go Nobel Prize as well. He was watchdogging the hell out of you right there, Brian.
Better watch it.
I think Snyder is a sloper.
Yeah, skiing. We're skiing on this one for sure.
It's a lady skier.
Yeah.
Lady
Dadgummit.
Good name.
My final one here, guys.
French, probably.
F.W. de Klerk.
That sounds like a fancy.
F.W. de Klerk.
Why would I want to
Nobel.
F.W. de Klerk?
Yeah. That's the most American name we've heard on this list, and that is clearly going to be Nobel, not skiing.
No, this is definitely Nobel because there's also an F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Oh,
and that's a writer.
That makes too much sense.
So the F family is,
You're
their
connecting
penmanship is insane.
The dots beautifully.
Wheezy F baby, another writer.
That's a Nobel person.
Brian?
You should know this, right?
Should I?
You should know this, right?
Why should I know this?
This is the gentleman along in 1993 that created the new South Africa with Nelson Mandela.
Figure it out, Wolchuk.
My dad's probably ticked at me right
One of your founding fathers, dude.
It's just Mandela did it on his own. What are you talking about?
We got to get Sandler in here to pick up your slack.
Hey. There's only room for one of us, damn it. You stay in Arizona.
Whoa.
Oh, that's it, gentlemen. Thank you
There he
very
goes.
much. Appreciate
Brian
that.
Broadus, Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. The fun continues here with these games you're coming up with, man. I really
trying.
appreciate those.
Brian.
Okay, we have another game coming up at 3:20. What makes this dude so popular? 40 grand a post on Instagram. Football player. We have the most the most wealthy Instagrammers from the world of sport coming up at 3:20, but not before we get to the NFL news of the day. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got a good beef between Ryan Clark and Tiki Barber. Pick swaps and wide receiver moves. That's next.
DFW. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Soccer tournament rained out in the first hour. Went on a mini rant about that because now it's sunny in Dallas, and I'm ticked off about that. Kind of hacked. So I just decided we're going to do some barbecue therapy this afternoon up here at 75 Vince on the 11th floor. That should get us fixed up proper heading into the weekend. And in the meantime, here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Thank you very much. If you're just now hopping in the car or turning on the Odyssey app or Twitch, YouTube, however you might be following us, the Cowboys did make 2 moves. They informed Leighton Vander Esch he's going to be released, and Michael Gallup as well is going to be released. Now, the Cowboys are post-June 1 designating the Michael Gallup release. That saves the Cowboys $9.5 million in room this year. They don't get that until June 1.
June 1, yeah.
So they technically won't have that to use immediately if you're thinking, oh, hell yeah, let's go be players in free agency.
That's why it's going to sign your draft picks.
Yes, it'll be to sign your draft class, absolutely. But it will count $8.7 million against the cap next year. So that's your Cowboys news of the day. Also, a lot of speculation right now about Stephon Diggs. Apparently, Stephon Diggs has scrapped his Twitter bio, and he has put out, I am ready for whatever. There's a lot of rumors going on that he could possibly be traded. I do not expect that to be to your Dallas Cowboys. They don't have room. I don't know how they would pay for a Stephon Diggs, but he possibly could be on the move. Nothing is confirmed, but there seems to be something going on there with him. And Trayvon Diggs, in support of him, put the heart out. We know there's a lot of love there, and we'd like to get him here, but I don't think it's happening.
You know, I think if they could take Brandon Cooks back, offset some dough,
maybe.
That we're starting to get there.
Maybe.
You know, I think you got another 14 to go. You restructure Dak, you're home. Okay? I'm here for it if that's what the Joneses want to do. Maybe they just got a fake out coming for us. Little change of heart. That happens. I remember one time an entire baseball offseason played out, and Mike Ilitch, owner of the Tigers, said, I'm too flippin' old to not sign these players. And gave like whatever Scott Boras clients were left, whatever they wanted. He's like, let's go try to win this, boys. You know, it happens for owners this age, no doubt, Jer. We're waiting to see if you still got it in you.
Maybe that's the move. Maybe that's a big splash. But yeah, I wouldn't get too optimistic. If it happens, though, that'd be fun. That'd be a blast. Steelers did trade quarterback Kenny Pickett to the Eagles. Eagles made a couple of moves today. So the trade details are essentially the Eagles moved down from pick 98 to 120. They get the 120th pick in the 4th round from the Steelers. Steelers get the 3rd round pick, 98 overall, which was a comp pick that the Eagles got for losing Javon Hargrave last year to San Francisco. Steelers also getting 2 7th round picks next year. So Kenny Pickett is going to be backing up Jalen Hurts, and then now Russell Wilson, it seems like, is just going to be the starter by default there in Pittsburgh. You also had a reworked salary, Josh Sweat, staying in Filthy. He's agreed to terms on a restructured contract despite interest elsewhere for what likely would have been a pay increase to play outside of Filthy. He wants to remain an Eagle, so they've made that work. It also appears Hassan Reddick wants to stay in Philly as well. Might work a pay cut out to stay a Dirty Bird.
Well, I mean, these dudes adding Huff in free agency, plus having Reddick and Sweat, and then you'll see if Nolan Smith comes on as a first round pick from last year. My goodness, dude, that pass rush should be
on paper looks good.
Yeah, should get back to being what it was closer to maybe a couple years ago.
Cowboys stole Eric Kendricks away from the 49ers, so they pivoted, and they're signing former Packers star linebacker Devondre Campbell to a 1-year deal. So Devondre Campbell staying in the conference. He's going to go be a member of the San Francisco 49ers. NFC West got a shock today, and I'm sure the quarterbacks in that division are pretty happy. But Aaron Donald, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, announced that he will be retiring at the age of 32.
A lot of guards got happy about that news.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Yeah, do you think guards are happier today or quarterbacks?
Guards.
Probably the offensive lineman. Yeah. You got to go against him every single snap.
Offensive coordinators are happy. They don't have to game plan for that guy anymore.
He's one of the best to ever do it.
Man, it's been so fun to see some of the clips that have been out and about today online of Aaron Donald over the years. And there was one from college where he tackles the quarterback and the running back in the backfield, like at the mesh point when he's handing it off. He just takes them both, which is amazing. And then there's a couple where he's literally being blocked by 4 of the 5 offensive linemen. This is in the NFL, and it's 4 linemen surrounding Aaron Donald and allowing everybody else in the pass rush just, hey, we just got to stop this guy.
Just a man beast. I mean, that was back in that 2014 draft. I'm in college, and I'm doing the YouTube scouting, you know, and then you get to watch the Senior Bowl. And you were there for that, weren't you?
Yeah,
Brian? You got to watch Zach Martin, Aaron Donald go one-on-one.
Yeah, myself, Jeff Kavanaugh was part of that. Kevin Turner made the trip. That was the Cowboys were the coaches. In 16 one, excuse me.
Oh, yes, when they had the 4th overall pick.
Yeah, they had the overall pick. And so, yeah, it was kind of one of those where you were like, you know, the coaches that were involved. I think did the Cowboys back-to-back or 2 years apart coach this thing? I don't know if the Aaron Donald one and then.
Might have.
I don't know, but it was weird. But anyway, I'm going blank on that one. But yeah, it was incredible, though, to see those guys work together or work with, you know, that was something, the one-on-one drill. I've never seen the whole stadium go watch one-on-one drills like they did that one. You know, when Martin and those guys went at it.
Amazing. I mean, Aaron Donald, shout out to a brilliant career. We'll do a 420 top 10 in honor of Aaron Donald, who were the best defensive tackles in the history of the sport. Where does he rank on the list? Vikings making a trade with the Texans, as the Vikings have acquired the Texans' first-round pick today in a trade that could be a move to end up getting their quarterback to replace Kirk Cousins. So in the deal, Vikings acquired the Texans' 23rd overall pick in the 4th round, along with a 7th round pick. Texans get the Vikings' 2nd round pick, number 42, their 6th round pick, and a 2 next year. Brian, you and I were talking about this. I don't see how this makes sense for the Texans. You're essentially moving down from 23 to 42 while adding a 6 and then a 2 next year. It doesn't seem like they really benefit a whole lot from this move. But now the Vikings are sitting there with, I believe, the 11th overall pick. Now you also have the 23rd overall pick. I'm sure they're getting on the phone with the Chargers or with the Cardinals and saying, hey, can we come up and get pick 4 or 5 because we want to take J.J. McCarthy, whomever quarterback that they want.
I would call New England at 3.
At 3.
I'd call Elliott Wolf. I think Elliott knows that his team is pretty talent poor and that he's going to need some picks. He's going to need some help doing it. So I would start with those guys. I would definitely start with New England at 3 is where I'd go.
Bears last night acquired Keenan Allen from the Chargers for a 4th round pick as they look to continue to build weapons around either Justin Fields or what could be Caleb Williams. Now they've got DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. Those are 2 solid wide receivers right there to play with next year for Caleb or Justin, whoever ends up being the top quarterback there. And then the Chiefs are signing Marquise Hollywood Brown to a 1-year deal worth up to $11 million. So they add their speed threat that they've been looking for ever since Tyreek Hill left. Pretty nice addition there. Hollywood Brown, former Raven, former Cardinal, now going to play with Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, also an Oklahoma Sooner. Shout out to Chris Arnold.
That's a nice move. I think that
really
should give you a really good deep threat without breaking the bank.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah, that's an awesome move for Kansas City right there. I think the Keenan Allen trade for the Bears, that one is just a little bit weird. You're giving up a 4th rounder. You're paying $23 million. This dude's like 32 years old. He's synonymous with just being banged up.
And slow, and now he's old.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, having a veteran presence around, but you already have that in DJ Moore for your rookie quarterback.
If you're a team that's going for it, like if you're Buffalo or a team that's like, hey, we know we're good, we've got a quarterback, you've got cap space, because they've got cap space to spend, so that's not really hurting them picking up the salary. I get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you just don't know.
At a position where you can get guys... You can get guys all over the place.
Especially if they're thinking about taking a wide receiver over a quarterback.
That's just people talking in the league right now.
The Chargers got bailed out, dude.
They absolutely did.
They absolutely did. No doubt. Mike Williams, by the way, out there as well, and there's some that are linking him to the Chiefs. Maybe the Chiefs aren't done adding wide receivers. All of a sudden, a poor wide receiver room, you add Hollywood Brown and Mike Williams. Now, he might only play 8 games a year for you, but still, that's a massive upgrade of talent there at wide receiver.
As long as 4 of those 8 are postseason games,
you'll take it.
All right.
Jets are releasing former first-round pick Corey Davis, one of the bigger busts in the top 10 over the last decade. There's also rumors of a possible Jimmy G Patriots reunion that could be in the cards. Maybe he ends up going back to New England after being released by the Raiders.
Maybe that's the move there. You get Garoppolo. You're like, all right, we'll ride it with him. We'll trade down. We'll let Minnesota come up, get their guy at 3.
Makes some sense.
A little wheeling and dealing.
And then there's mutual interest between former Cincinnati Bengal Tyler Boyd and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers want a wide receiver since they traded Deontay Johnson.
Okay, and he's a free agent.
He is.
It's like if you're the Bears, why don't you just go sign Tyler Boyd, for instance, instead of trading for Keenan Allen?
No doubt. And then the Rams are signing safety Cameron Curl to a 2-year deal. So that's a player that's leaving Washington.
Safety, yeah.
Now, and one of their better players. I think every time we were getting ready for Washington.
Much better in his first year, yeah.
Much
better.
No doubt. Long guy, tall, super rangy kind of player back there in the safety spot.
Has more of a wide receiver name, though.
He does have a wide receiver name, and I bet he played a wide receiver in high school because he's got that build. Let's get to the beef. Ryan Clark and Tiki Barber. Tiki Barber, I don't know who he's not beefing with these days. He was responding to this statement from Ryan Clark on the Pivot podcast where he kind of took some shots at Tiki.
First off, congrats to Saquon. Saquon earned that deal in Philadelphia, what he had to go through in New York to get through this point, being franchise tagged last year. Now we're going to get to Tiki. Tiki taught me what I didn't want to be as a veteran. Tiki taught me how you don't make a young player feel welcome, how you don't make a young player feel like this could one day be his team. The way he made me feel as a young rookie and a second-year player, I said I don't ever want to be that dude. And he's continued to be that person. Like you said, he left football early, fully expecting to be on the Michael Strahan experience. But you weren't that dude. You also weren't liked and beloved like Saquon Barkley is. You weren't that sort of teammate that everybody rallied around last year. And here's what I do know. I know when I have a relationship with you, when I can joke. I know when I can tell one of the homies or some young man I mentor or a dude I'm tight with, hey man, you're dead to me, because he knows he's never going to be that. He knows the relationship that we've developed is way beyond the jersey that he wears. And don't try to backtrack it once you say it. Don't try to ingratiate yourself to the New York Giants fans who may feel the same way, who you said you're echoing, and then say it's tongue in cheek. Nah, stand on it. And when he calls you out, stand on it. And the one thing people like him taught me when I was in that Giants locker room is I'm going to have parties for the rookies when there's nowhere to go on the week they're trying to figure out if they're on the team or not. I'm going to host Bible study. I'm going to make sure you ain't using all your money at rookie parties. I'm going to make you feel like, with you the OG, that that's the way it's supposed to be done. And he never did that, at least as what I could see and the way he was to me as a player. And he's continuing to act the same sort of way in the media. And it's a reason people feel the way that he does, and nobody wraps their arms around him as a former player.
So Ryan Clark dishing how he feels about Tiki. Tiki hears that, and obviously this goes back to the tweet, "You're dead to me," when it comes to Saquon Barkley.
Which has been a great
awesome
bit that everybody's doing in free agency now.
I love it.
When they see one of their teammates sign with another team in free agency, they're just like tweeting out like, "You're dead to me."
You're dead to me. I also like what Aaron Jones did yesterday, where they asked him comparing the Packers and Vikings roster, and Aaron Jones was like, "I don't even know who's on their team anymore. I couldn't tell you what they've done. I'm all about the Vikings now." So shout out to Aaron Jones. He's completely flipped the page.
Company man.
He's a Minnesota Viking, but here was the response from Tiki on his show in New York.
Wow, Ryan Clark. You are making blank up because you don't know me like that, dude. What is he talking about? I didn't embrace young players. Ask Brandon Jacobs if I embraced him. Now that he's the big wig at ESPN, he thinks he can just take shots and his word is gospel. He's making a story that fits his agenda, and he doesn't know me well enough to talk about me. So shut the hell up, Ryan Clark. Please. You sound like a fool. If you think it's cool and trendy to make me the bad guy because it makes you cooler and trendier, by all means, shoot away, Ryan. He's uninformed. He doesn't know me that. He doesn't know me like that.
That sounder's crazy.
Don't talk about me like that. Because you don't know me like that. You don't know my relationships with my team, my former teammates, the organization. But you act like you know. You speak in a nice, calm, controlled way and give this like perfect troll job, not even troll job, but kill job of me. And it's not true. It's an opportunistic shot that he's taking because he thinks that he's going to gain advantage by being a jackass to me. Congratulations, Ryan. Good luck in your career as well.
Oh, what a great sign off at the end. That was perfect.
He did better than I thought he was going to do. I'll tell you that much. I do think Tiki Barber is a goofball. I think he puts his foot in his mouth.
Yes.
I don't think he's got like the composure or the grace of a Ryan Clark, when he's making his points. And I think he did basically he stuck his foot in his mouth on Twitter when he said that about Saquon Barkley. And it would have been a lot easier if he had just been like, oh, my bad, I didn't mean it like that, and I know he tried to, but he doesn't own his stuff, and there is something less than desirable or smooth about the way that Tiki has gone about his business consistently.
100%, and that's exactly what Ryan Clark is saying. Like, if afterwards he tries to be, oh, it's a joke, I was being tongue-in-cheek. No, you weren't being tongue-in-cheek. Just own it.
Yeah, just say sorry.
Which is Ryan Clark's whole point. So I'm Team Ryan Clark here, and he's obviously proven already that he's 10 times a better broadcaster than Tiki is.
Tiki tries to do the thing that Chris Cooley was really good at when he was with Washington, the Commanders, or whatever, where you're playing to the fan base. Right, but it takes like a different sense of humor or personality to really capture that without offending people, and Tiki was unable to do that, trying to be the super giant fan on New York radio, just really blew up in his face.
682 did make a good point. Tiki missed a golden opportunity to sign off with "You're dead to me, Ryan."
Oh, that would have been good.
That could have salvaged the whole thing.
I think the real story here, though, is the maturation process of you, Wolchuk, because just a few months ago it was Ryan Clark fat shaming Tua, and your ability to forgive him, move past it, and now be Team RC. Props to you.
Hey,
sir.
we all make mistakes.
That's big of you.
That was a bad moment for RC. Clearly, he lost his job at ESPN because of that.
Even though he just re-upped at ESPN because of that.
Well, they forgave just like I did. They needed to get my approval.
Forgiveness.
No, I like Ryan Clark. I think he's awesome.
All righty, you ready to rock here? Thank you, Wolchuk. Okay, how'd you like the grand slam from Bang Bang last night? Was that something?
Oh, it was epic, man.
We do have to talk some baseball a little bit later on in the show with you, but do you want to play a game? We have the top paid athletes on IG. Who's getting paid for their posts? That's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
sauce. It's where fire meets flavor. Available for a limited time at participating DQ restaurants in Texas. DQ, that's what I like about Texas.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll talk about the state of the runner, a full examination of this week's running back trends and how it has shifted and where the Cowboys fit inside of that. That's coming up at 4 o'clock. It is a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday, and we'll do that coming up at 5:20. Be taking your phone calls, and we hope you have a buzz. Or you are allowed to call while totally trashed. If you'd like to do that as well, that's your one opportunity of the week. 5:20 here in the nation. Where the higher the BAC, the quicker you get on the air. Yeah, if you're wondering why you're sitting there on hold for so long, we won't come to you. Lucius can tell how sober you are, okay? And we're like, no, let's go to the hammered ones first, okay? So if you want to get to the front of the line, just start pounding them right now, and then call us at 5:20 and tell us about your favorite sports takes of the week.
Yeah, this weather, man. Call us from one of those patios outside where you're drinking outdoors.
Yeah, enjoy this beautiful weather.
Where you thought the end of the world was around the corner, but now you're outside drinking.
Yeah.
Enjoying some hot sauce and chips.
And you might have canceled all your plans for the next 72 hours thinking it was going to be nonstop tornadoes in DFW.
Yeah.
And
You're in a cellar.
no
You're in a
idiot
cellar
would do
listening.
that.
I got a big soccer tournament tomorrow, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
I bet we'll have people calling from live and local youth sporting events this afternoon, Dawson.
If you're one of those,
holding their Yeti cup.
Yeah, if you're one of those moms, call us with your Yeti cup and make sure we hear you.
Yeah, Flower Mountain moms.
Yeah.
We would love to hear from you, and you have permission to sound off on whatever frustration you would like. This segment of the nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. I want to get into this Kevin Sherrington article today, and maybe we'll do that at 4 o'clock when we talk about the state of the runner. I think this is the best piece of journalism you're going to see in the morning news sports section all year long. It was published today. Jerry, Stephen Jones want Cowboys to win. Non-football interests keep them from that goal. You see, it's one thing for us to talk about this while we're cracking coldies in our neighbor's garage. It's one thing for the general to be sounding off on this like he's got a hot damn pair of church bells between his legs on a daily basis on the home of the Cowboys. But what we really need is that newspaper that Jerry Jones gets hand-delivered to him every day while he's drinking his coffee at the kitchen table.
Putting salt on his McMuffin.
We need that for him to be like, oh, my goodness. The newspaper's talking about it. Now it's credible. Okay, so I salute you, Kevin Sherrington. We'll be talking about that article coming up at 4 o'clock right here on your home of the Cowboys. We are not scared, okay? Call like it is. I got a list here for you, boys. Would you like to play a game? Of course you would.
Sure.
Nobel Prize.
I'm a gamer.
Sporting competitive gentleman. Did you know that Instagram is, can be very profitable if you're famous?
Mm-hmm.
And a solid group, not a big group, but a decent-sized group of NFL players have taken to tweeting like they're some Kardashians or something. Like, hey,
I'll
Instagram post about you, but that's going to be a big old bag of dough. Okay, and I have for you right here the top 8 NFL. Money makers based on Instagram activity. How much money would you have to pay said gentleman to Instagram post about you?
Oh,
okay.
Wow. Okay.
I do have the top 8. I'm going to give you a hint for each, and we'll see which one of you guys knows your NFL Instagrammers best.
Man, you got to be a superstar kind of guy.
I think so.
To be really cashing in.
I would think so. Definitely, at the height of your powers, stuff like that.
Does Instagram get their cut?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess this is.
I wonder if Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's interesting.
Yeah, it's because you're using my platform to make money, and I'm not getting some. No, about that one, bro. Got to, right?
Yeah, they've got to.
But how do you get in the mix
traffic?
on that?
The traffic, though, right? Isn't that what they would be okay with?
Yeah. When I'm thinking about it, I think all their cut is the traffic.
They're okay with you making money. I think that they're happy with
because
the
you're
traffic
bringing eyeballs to their application.
Platform. Yeah.
I mean, how could they get into your billing and stuff? Would you have to disclose all that and charge clients through an official? I think it would be really difficult to track with over 1 billion users now on Instagram. Anyway,
I want my $2.
It'd just be so cool to be able to like, dude, I can just post something online and make like what these dudes make 10, 20, I don't know, 30K a post. Like
number 8 on the list brings in $6,696 per post.
7 G's just to post something real quick.
Yeah. And he's having fun with the 69s here on what he's charging.
Yeah.
But he is a player who came up just short of winning a Super Bowl recently. He is a player whose fan base loves him so much they actually ended up hating me and Brian.
Oh, it's Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey. He has 2.5 million followers on Instagram, and he brings in just under 7 G's per post.
Broadus is mouthing into the microphone right now. Football guy. He wants to be football guy of the day right now. Bad. Is that what's at stake here, Dawson? Football guy of the day?
Yeah, that's right.
And Instagram guy of the day? IG guy of the day?
Well, I think we know who's on Instagram the most.
Yeah, we know who's Algo.
That's OnlyFans, sir. Let's get it correct.
All right. Well, they're one and the same.
Shout out. Hey, Karuchi Tran is now on OnlyFans, by the way. Broadus Karuchi Tran. She's only showing feet, but I mean, it's Karuchi Tran.
Karuchi Tran.
Sounds like it's worth it.
It's worth it.
I haven't got on my pad
Was Victor Cruz?
I can't afford. Yeah.
Victor Cruz?
Yeah. And Chris Brown. I can't afford it. She's probably like $25 a month to look at them toes, but hey.
Look at them toes.
I'll spot you, Lucius.
10 out of 10 pedicure.
I'll spot you there, Lucius. I'll pick up an extra show or two.
Come on with that
podcast or 3 I can do.
I'm talking about, baby.
Number 2 on this list as we count down the top 8 money makers on Instagram in the NFL. Now, I might have said this guy is washed up in the past, but Bill Belichick certainly didn't think so. And maybe
Tom Brady.
The Cowboys will bring him back. Chief has struck. He's tied at 1 now. We need a trophy for football guy of the day, don't we?
It's the first answer of the day. First answer of the day
does not qualify as football guy.
Zeke's bringing in $7,269 per IG post, which is nice. And as soon as Jerry finds out how marketable his name is, he's going to be back in the Cowboys uni.
Is that with an occasional video going along with it too?
I don't know.
Did Zeke have an unfortunate video that got out from St. Patrick's Day parade, I believe, Lucius? Am I right about that?
Yeah, when he whipped them jokers out.
Yeah. Is that part of the show?
He charges much more for that usually, I heard.
They were reenacting the Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake halftime is what they were.
Exactly what that
They just forgot to tell everybody that was their show.
I think that was from the St. Patrick's Day parade.
It was, absolutely, right there, Greenville.
Yeah, it was a rollout to his Instagram. You want to see more, come to my Instagram.
Yeah.
It was a great business decision.
$7,000, see more.
This is the 8-year anniversary, I believe. Number 5 on the list is a guy who is not a Super Bowl champ, but he is a college champion. And unfortunately, he gets hurt a lot, or he'd be a better rival to Mahomes.
Oh, Joe Burrow.
We're tied at 1, 3 ways across the board. He gets 11 G's per IG post.
Wow.
Number 4 on the list is a head scratcher. But his wife's fans probably don't know he sucks at football now.
Jordan Poyer.
Just moved teams. Again.
It's a non-Jordan Poyer?
His wife doesn't know how bad he sucks.
His wife probably doesn't because she likes him even though he's a corny son of a gun. But
Russell
Wilson fans don't.
Oh, that's right. Yes. That's right. Sierra.
Chief has taken the lead.
By
the way,
Russell Wilson that high up there?
I
guess
It's
Sierra.
unlimited.
I just like how everybody got excited as soon as he said corny. Oh, Russell Wilson.
Got it.
By the way,
how did we not know?
Tease for football's finest. We have his new catchphrase.
Oh, no.
Was it from yesterday when he was at the barber?
For the Steelers.
What was it?
Because I saw a picture of him there, and I thought, okay, this could be a good catchphrase.
Okay, I don't know if it's from the barber, but he says it while after he signs his contract, he's doing a little selfie video to Steeler Nation.
I think I know what it might be.
Is this when he showed his jersey and all that? But he did one of those?
No, it was like while he was at the signing table today.
Okay, well, he did his jersey, so he got like money for showing his jersey off, like $8,000 for doing that? How much did he get?
Well, it's not for every post. It's for specific posts. If you're promoting
Sponsorship
something.
situations.
Oh,
what he's going to charge you.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was, I was about to say, okay.
We're going to hear this in football's finest?
Yes, sir.
Man, my mind is just running like
Why
what's
don't we hear it now?
the corniest thing that kind of stuff. Pittsburgh strong.
Football guy of the day is on the line. That's why we can't hear it now, dude.
I've already won. I got the first answer.
You don't win.
Number 3 on the list, I was shocked this guy is not bringing in more considering his girlfriend is the biggest music star going right now.
Travis Kelce.
Yes. Chief got that one.
Could have been a
just a little
tie.
quicker.
Who knows?
Is it 2-1 to 1?
Competitive man over here. It could have been a tie.
Yeah.
I think you got to go the full name.
We got to go review.
I think you've won it now, Chief. These last two are just to determine the margin of victory. Right. It was a good start
you did
for
send
you.
the list, didn't you?
I absolutely sent the list.
So you saw the list?
All I know is I got a new OnlyFans name. That's all I know about it.
What is it? What's the name?
Hey, Big Dove.
Richie.
Brian got the Big Dove.
Tran? What's your name?
Karuchi Tran.
Tran. I wrote it down. Tran. On my
Top
pad.
10 toes in the land.
On my
Karuchi
pad.
Tran.
We know what you like, Brian, but what'd you write down?
Tran. Oh, I see what you're doing there.
Added to the list of Tran accounts for Broadus' OnlyFans.
Number 2.
I couldn't help it.
Wow. I didn't know it was going to get that good. Number 2 on the
I
list.
walked right into that, didn't I?
Bringing in $18,000 per IG post. Would be getting more if this went to the best player in the NFL.
Pat Mahomes.
Yep. And number 1 on the list feels like he is due at least one more big long-term contract.
Odell Beckham Jr.
Yes, sir. At $46,000.
46?
He more than doubles Pat Mahomes. I asked yesterday, how is this dude this famous?
I wasn't here yesterday. So
He had the one-handed catch, and he played in New York for like 3 years, and he is essentially a Kardashian. Did he date one?
He's actually dating Kim, allegedly now, according to rumors.
Okay.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Like they were.
Oh, they came on out and did a little hugging and kissing and stuff publicly. They had the PDA, you know what I mean?
They okay.
When you do PDA, that's
Can't wait for the video.
Do we have a timeline? Like, how long do the Kim K relationships last?
Hope he's doing an LSU hat.
The older she gets, the longer they
The
get.
Kanye marriage probably brings the numbers up a little bit.
Yeah,
'cause they
2-year
were-
contract.
Yeah.
You know, option in the third.
The smartest thing he did, though, was wait till like the end of his career.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It would have short-circiircuited him if he started this way.
But no team's going to want to sign him.
Well, that for sure.
He's
now.
cursed now.
Yeah. I mean, you can't get much lower than that
bad.
last couple of games was. So at least he can make a lot of money
Antonio
on
Brown will
Instagram.
say, "Hold my beer." On
He
that
is
one.
famous on
Dude,
social.
a Monday Night Football catch for the ages versus the Cowboys, and a rookie year that was like historically dominant.
Yeah.
He did look awesome for a couple seasons.
Is he super handsome? Is that what it is, ladies?
I think.
Is he like model good
He's
look
got
guy?
flair guy. He's a flair. He's got.
I think
a lot of
every
flair.
lady would say yes.
Yeah.
They would say would.
Some questions though.
All right, that makes sense then.
Yeah.
We got to run Nation. Biggest L, biggest dubs coming up next, right, Chief?
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next year in the Nation.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
You get the most for your lease with a non-effects lease, yeah.
Do you realize that in order to get an affordable payment on a new car, a lot of people get talked into financing their new car for 72 or even 84 months? Now everyone knows that they're
Join us this weekend for Straight Talk with men and veterans and mental health, part of the I'm Listening Talk Away the Dark limited series with Odyssey and the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Download the podcast on the Odyssey app or imlistening.org.
Listen this Sunday morning at 6 on 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, welcome back, G-Back Nation. Hope you're having a good one. We have deets here. Eric Kendrick's deal, 1 year, a maximum of $3.5 million. Looks like a signing bonus and a guarantee of around $1 million, $1.5 million or so. So, man, you're getting a guy who can produce a lot of tackles for you for a pretty nice team-friendly contract there. And I think that does further clarify about the most the Cowboys want to spend probably at any position here as free agency continues.
Right in their wheelhouse, yeah.
Okay, it's time now for Eric Chiafalo to recap what's been good and what's been bad.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? It's time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
It seems like our guy Gaylord Choppy, who has been out of the morning show with
grass problem,
COVID-19, I believe is what they've determined.
COVID.
He was getting sick from something in his yard. He's also a big Tennessee alum and fan, and they
Take that L.
I guess they took an L, and his Twitter account is just filled with anger. I assume like still somewhat sick, drunken anger out of Choppy right now. Worst half of basketball I've seen from them all year. Holy S. Great time of year to start a losing streak. Morons. That was his tweet 2 hours ago about his volunteer basketball team. He followed it up a few minutes later. I've wasted all GD year on this team, and they're going to bleep it up in the first freaking round next week. Just watch.
Let's go, dude.
So Choppy, it's March Madness, ladies and gentlemen, and the tournament hasn't even officially begun. The tournament, but it's championship weekend now, and Choppy is swimming in tears.
Did he really got sick from mowing his yard?
Yeah, apparently there's the allergy something
his
or other.
His throat was all scratchy, is what he said. And all.
It's bad right now. It's horrible.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I didn't know
the
that was
weather's
possible.
different every day.
Yeah, it's awful.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't have allergies, knock on wood.
Bro, I'm walking around with allergy pills like this.
Oh, really?
Like I got asthma or something, like it's an inhaler.
I'm sorry about
that. Just popping them, dude. Eating like M&Ms.
I never had that
You a
problem.
Claritin guy, or?
It's the
That's weed. That's weed.
What is that? The Target brand, Claritin. You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah,
exactly.
That's usually how I
Yeah.
run.
What's the Target brand?
you find the name brand, and then you just go right under it
I'm
usually.
taking
and
2 pills
the,
of Hopeless a day.
2 pills of hope.
To give it a shot.
Yeah. I'm 2 pills of effed.
Speaking of effed, I think the grandma that took the L on social media this week, did you see the video of her? It's a very short clip where a grandma's being assisted onto like a yacht or a cruise ship or something. She falls through the little crevice.
Oh no!
Hey, there was an NFL scout with the Giants who did that on an airplane, like on an American Airlines. The bridge wasn't close enough, fell through and broke his ankle and got a big lawsuit from
American
from the airline.
It turned out to be a
That's
dub.
a dub. Yeah.
I mean, when you step on a plane, they always say, "Be careful, be careful." There, he stepped through and it was a broken ankle.
This lady
must have been a thin guy, huh?
She went right down through the thing there, broke his ankle.
Yeah, this. So I guess we've all seen this grandma video, and the video just ends because the person that's recording
they
it
stop recording.
And, everybody, the camera starts going crazy because they're trying to help grandma. I mean, I don't know what happened to her, but she sinks into the bottom of whatever bay. And I mean, a very small crevice. You have 2 gentlemen trying to help her on. I don't know. It's a funny video, but I feel like there's a monster L in there for her.
I'm going to say maybe broken
family,
maybe a broken jaw. I'm thinking that maybe
you think she hit her face on that boat.
Yeah, I think so too. I think as she went down through, I think her jaw probably caught on that step.
How can I see this video?
I will DM it to you right now, bro.
The only time I've ever seen anything like that happen was my grandfather was trying to get his Rhodesian Ridgeback Bailey onto the boat, and Bailey went right through that crack.
All right, it's in your
Into
DMs,
the
Dawson.
ocean.
Check this lady out. She's first on the boat. It looks like a yacht. Family's about to go have a day, and Grandma goes first, but unfortunately, she slips right into the crevice there. And if the two guys that are helping her on actually grab her by her arms, they probably rip her shoulders out of her socket.
Yeah.
So, like, the medical bills on this chick has to be through the
broken
roof.
jaw easy, yeah.
Oh, at least it's not a big cruise ship with like a long bridge where she could have died from the fall. You know, it's not
Correct.
Like
No, she's just stepping off the bank and onto the boat.
Jeez.
But it's a slippage.
See, I don't think the younger people understand exactly how bad the balance and the steps get. You know, and I've learned that the hard way myself, and with being a son.
It's hard. It's very hard.
It's tough.
But yeah, I've fallen onto a boat, actually. I was double fist, and this is back in 2010. I'm down there in Corpus Christi, actually Rockport, with my buddy Brett from the Down Under Pub and his buddies. And I'm getting on a rather large boat, and I realize I'm losing my balance. And I didn't want to drop my brewskis.
Don't want to drop the drinks.
Yeah. So what I decided to do was just do a roll and land on my back with both beers held up and sort of my legs in the air. And I hit, and I was like, oh! But I took the shot well.
Didn't spill a drop either.
Didn't spill a drop.
like a pro.
Did anybody see you?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes,
damn,
they
sorry.
talk about me to this day.
Okay, I bet.
With reverence. With reverence, by the way.
See, we need to have a
He
video
held on
of
to
that,
that
bro.
beer, man. I'm talking about he took a shot too, boy. Yes, yeah.
You put that on your highlight reel,
I
bro,
do.
if you get that security cam.
I think one of my best
badass.
2 falls of my life.
Gosh, I can't wait to hear about the other one. Well,
Stay tuned.
That's not the fall off the cliff that broke
No,
him.
that was one of the
That's a
worst
jump.
falls.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
bad fall.
Yeah.
Bad
Yeah.
fall.
All right, 877-881-1053. Let's see here. 469 started rehab on Tuesday of this week after 3 years of addiction. I have been clean for the past 72 hours. Doesn't sound like a lot, but for me, that's a huge dub. Congratulations, 469. That is freaking fantastic, sir.
I know a lot of people are fighting that fight. Good luck to you.
No question. 972 got a 6% raise at work.
5:30 today. We have what you think and what you drink.
Yeah. For those of us that are either still getting hammered or want to glorify it.
5:40, we got Lucius. He'll probably carry it on.
Yeah, 972 got a 6% raise at work and ran 13 miles the other day for marathon training. So
Yeah, there you go.
Good for you.
Get ready. 13, 15, 18. You're going to get them all.
Dude, and another 30% raise, and he might catch up to inflation.
That's right.
That is such a dub.
Another 30%.
Congratulations with your job at Odyssey.
Yeah, just a bite-sized piece of that right there. I think you get a big dub for a high school basketball team in Minnesota. I believe they won what has to be the greatest high school basketball game ever played, and this is a 6A championship final. So this is a high stakes game, and this game goes to double overtime. There were 3 buzzer beaters in this game. Regulation, it was sent to overtime at the end of regulation thanks to a bank shot 3 buzzer beater. And it was the road team. And the road team cleared the bench. You would think they won. They definitely act like you've been there before. It was just to tie and go into regulation, and the bench swarms, and you would think they just won the game. But then it's no, we still got to play overtime, fellas. Schmoes.
Okay, this is still going
Then
on.
the home team in overtime hits a layup right at the buzzer to go to double overtime. And then the home team once again, this kid Nolan Groves, he hits a half court buzzer beater. It's freaking electric. He gets the rebound. He wrestles it away from 3 dudes. He breaks away just in time to get himself open from half court. Bank shot, half court buzzer for the victory in double overtime to be the 6A championship winner of the year in Minnesota.
That's amazing.
It was awesome, dude. I'm watching the highlights of this going, this is just great.
That's almost as unbelievable as the John Tyler game, right?
Yeah, Plano East.
Oh, my gosh,
And shout out to
yes.
Plano East. They did just win a state championship.
God bless those
final.
kids.
Nice.
God bless them.
My goodness, dude.
No. No, what? No, what? Oh, no, he's going to score.
What the hell, man?
Oh, dadgummit.
That's better than the real call.
I'm sorry.
L for the folks in attendance and everyone involved in the tennis match at Indian Wells.
Oh, bees?
The bee invasion.
That's been known to happen.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Oh, no.
Giant, steroided bumble. The most bumbly of bumblebees you've ever seen play suspended at Stadium 1 thanks to the bee invasion. What's funny, though, is watching all the people involved, the actual players themselves, the referee folks sitting in the chair, and they're all swatting away these bees and jumping out of their chairs. And forget this. Play suspended.
Well, it's one time I was watching a video, they were playing golf down in Australia, and all the players were standing around the caddies and everybody, and then everybody hit the ground. Everybody started laying flat, and they couldn't figure out why is everybody. And then the bee swarm was coming over, so everybody just laid on the ground and waited for it to come over the top of them. But that was a serious thing, man. Those bees, they don't joke around.
No.
Been waiting for the killer bees forever.
Bees don't joke around.
They don't.
No, they're stoic and they're aggressive.
We always kept hearing the stories of the South American killer bees. And they never got here. It's like they stopped somewhere. Like, no, we're too tired. We're going to stop here.
You're supposed to let the bees make it, though, right? You're not supposed to swat the bees or kill the bees or anything.
Correct.
Aren't they just good for the environment and everything?
Right. Yeah. You want that honey.
Yeah, that's
pollinating.
That's what my girl says. Oh, don't swat it. Don't kill it.
There's plenty more honey.
It's got a stinger for a reason, bro. It's going to sting me at some point.
Like a wasp, I think fair game.
Absolutely.
Go after that thing.
Especially the red
Yellow
ones.
Jacket.
Those things are ornery as all get out, bro.
You get some exotics, though. I'm thinking about starting, remember when you were 11 and you were in Cub Scouts and you had the bug on the cardboard thing?
Yeah.
I want to murder some of these wasps and have a collection. They're freaking badass, dude. They look killer.
There's a bunch of them out here.
Yeah. If I was a kid, I don't think I'd want toys. I'll just kill wasps and set those up and fly with them around my room.
Just serial killer wasps.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to knock down a beehive? A wasp hive? You use that raid that can shoot for 20 feet?
Yes.
You have 20-foot raid and hope for the best.
Don't you just hit it with a broom and just run?
Yeah, that's another one
I did.
Yeah.
I've seen people put smoke them out too.
That'll work good. That'll get him to leave.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, though, I ran over one that was in the ground. I think it was Yellow Jacket or something like that. But they build hives in the ground as well, and in some places if the dirt's good enough for them. And they came out and chased me down the street and stung me 24 times.
Whoa.
I'll never forget. I had to go to the hospital. Yeah.
Jeez, dude.
Yeah, it was terrifying.
They got revenge. Damn.
Yeah. Speaking of traumatizing, I'll go biggest L of the week to the 214, who notes that they worked for a funeral this week and another employee, big guy, fell in the grave in the raid and the mud. So that must have been just a nightmare situation for
That wasn't in front of the family.
all involved. Oh my gosh, just stepping all over the corpse, trying to get out of the.
Big Joe just laying
Somebody
on.
help!
Take me with you. No, not now, Jesus. Take me right now, Lord.
Big
like we
Joe
got a 2 for
laying-
1.
He's
Just
laying
start
among
putting
the
that
roses.
dirt on. Just put the damn dirt on me.
Yeah, he's done skiing. Old son of a gun's
Get
washed
the
out.
backhoe to get Big Joe out of the grave.
We got the state of the runner full exam of this week's running back trends, where the Cowboys fit inside it, but also the greatest piece of journalism I think we're going to see all year from this local newspaper on the Cowboys is coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing with you before we do any of that, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, you owe it to yourself and your family to call D&M Leasing. Get the perfect vehicle for your family and you, and a payment that matches your budget. That's what it's all about. D&M Leasing, first of all, they're going to do no down payment, nothing due for 60 days. And then they're going to shield you from these high interest rates and the high car payments. It's a really tough time to be trying to purchase a vehicle, but leasing a vehicle is something different altogether. And the Easy Lease from D&M can shelter you from those high interest rates, get you a payment that you can afford, and get you in and out of new vehicles more frequently. That's the other part of D&M Leasing that I absolutely love. But check it out. The reason they originally called it the Easy Lease is because everything is super easy. You just call them, tell them what you want. They deliver your new vehicle, drive off with the old one, and you sign the documents on a smartphone app. It gets no easier, and that is why D&M has won Dealer of the Year by Dealer Rater. That's an international award several years running. So, you can take it from me. You can take it from the thousands of 5-star reviews online, but the bottom line, I just want to see you happy. I know a new vehicle can do that. I know the economy and the inflation might be bumming you out, so let's get you a payment you can afford with the brand new vehicle, dmautoleasing.com.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Weather Guard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Saquon Barkley was officially introduced in Philadelphia yesterday, and I know, Giants fans, it's got to be pretty jarring. There he is, in an Eagles sweatshirt, in front of a bunch of Eagles logos and a green backdrop, talking about how happy he is to be an Eagle. Yeah, I'm sure you had a problem with that. I get it. Sort of. Not really. I'm Jim Rome.
3 little words no parent wants to hear. My tummy hurts. And it always seems to happen at the worst times. Like in the middle of the morning rush, when you still have homework to check and lunches to pack, and of course, you're already late for work. Luckily, there's Pepto Kids. Pepto Kids gummies help relieve occasional stomach upsets, turning those 3 words into these 3 words. I feel better. Bad time for stomach upsets? Good time for Pepto Kids gummies. Fast support for little tummies.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Always find what you love at Total Wine & More. With so many bottles to choose from at the lowest price, it's easy to find your favorite Cabernet or a new single-barrel bourbon to try. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More.
Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
Always find what you love at Total Wine & More. With so many bottles to choose from at the lowest price, it's easy to find your favorite Cabernet or a new single-barrel bourbon to try. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More.
Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
Personal foul on the road? J. Alexander Law is your MVP in court. As the trusted law firm and proud sponsor of the Dallas Mavs, we are committed to fighting for your rights. Whether you're hurt by an 18-wheeler or hurt on the job, call J. Alexander Law and let us guide you towards the justice and compensation you deserve. 888-88-INJURED. 888-88-INJURED. Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Sean Sharif here for my great Tolo buddies at Mr. Electric. Listen, if you need electrical work of any kind, don't take chances with an unlicensed, non-certified electrician. Mr. Electric only hires highly trained, background check professional electricians who guarantee the work they do. Upfront, flat rate pricing. They'll tell you what the job is going to cost before the work is done, and they won't hit you with a surprise overtime charge. Set an on-time appointment and tell them Sean sent you.
We're Mr. Electric. We have the power to make things better.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. How the heck you guys doing?
Fantastic.
Great.
Wonderful. Man, it's good to have Broadus back, too. How many fish did you get yesterday, Broadus?
26.
26 fish?
At what point did you find out on that boat that you lost out on your man, A.J. Dillon?
You didn't.
I didn't until this morning.
Oh.
And actually, Bobby and I did a Love with the Star podcast this morning, and I didn't even look. I just kind of felt like that he was still out there. And then, so that was just... Talked about it. It's okay. I mean, I talked about why I would sign a guy like that.
Yeah.
Was trying to, but I also talked about Foreman and stuff like that. So
okay, as long as you talked about Foreman.
Yeah, we're all good. I don't care. Nobody listens to that podcast anymore.
That's not true. You know that's not true. A lot of people are listening to that podcast.
Bobby, I was on with Vach this morning. Bobby, they're all out there right now.
Did you check out the draft show yesterday?
You know what? I didn't get a chance. I'm going to walk tomorrow.
I need you to let me know if it was like halfway decent.
Because see,
if you give me the approval, then I know that we did a good
I'll go
job.
out walking tomorrow, and I'll put that on first thing.
But be honest, if it sucked, I want you to tell me it stunk.
I will. You know that.
Maybe it might be piss poor, man.
If it was piss poor, I need to know. I need to reevaluate
No.
some things.
No, I
think you'll like the third segment.
Well, I'll probably like the whole show. I'm sad I missed it, but I enjoyed spending some time with Ben.
No, I'm glad that you guys got to do
26
that.
bass.
Fish.
Yes.
Dude, good
Killing
for you
it.
guys.
Just killing it. You have a good time with the son, too?
Yeah. So, I mean,
Everything's
that's I sat down the last 30 minutes so he could beat me with the total number.
Okay.
That's what I did.
You sandbagged to let your boy get a victory at 20 years old?
No wonder he's so soft.
I sat down.
Dad been letting him win.
Yeah, talk about soft. His dad, he's the one that gave platelets the other day. Dad was like, not even dealing with
he's a tough
No,
kid.
but that's,
No,
you're
I'm just
right.
messing with you.
I know you are. The thing was with fishing yesterday, it's tough. You almost had to throw it on their nose. Because what they do is they spawn, they sit on those beds, those bass. So there really wasn't a lot of movement of the fish. So you had to fish with weightless worms and then some flukes, which are like little minnows that move. But you almost had to throw it right on their nose. So we were fishing basically up on the bank. Like literally you throw the lure, you're trying to get it on the bank, drag it in the water about a foot in, and then hope that they'll hit it.
And then just toss them right back, right?
Toss them right back.
How many beers? That was the question we asked yesterday.
Bennett had quite a few, and I had none.
None?
No, I had
Did
to
you
drive him home. I had to drive
Still
him home.
hungover from surprise.
Me?
Yeah.
He was asking me about that. He's going, man, he was asking about you. He goes, what kind of drinker's that guy you work with? I go, he's pretty serious.
He's pretty serious.
He's
pretty
qualified.
He's pretty serious. He goes, sound like you guys had a hell of a time. I go, we were.
Bennett would fit right in.
Yeah.
Him and I were going drink for drink at that Big 12
Well,
title
he was
game.
talking
Bennett
about
could drink.
he was talking about you. He goes, yeah, Wolchuk was really getting into the game. And I go, yeah, he likes the football part. I go, was he drink a lot? He goes, oh, well, he was having a few, but yeah.
Well, at Jerry World, they're $20 a pop. So I had to rein it in.
Well, that's the problem too at the baseball thing. You
Yeah.
have to kind of bring your own in.
Is Bennett wrapping up year 2 now?
Yes, he
It
is
year 2.
sophomore
Wow.
at
Unbelievable.
Texas, yeah.
Spring break year 2.
Yeah.
Dude, he's having a great time at Texas, man. I mean, I bet you got a good son there.
Well, thank
you
you.
really do.
Appreciate that.
I still remember meeting him 8 or 9 years old out there on the tennis courts at Oxnard, California.
Yeah,
It's
it's been a
crazy
while.
how fast this time has gone.
Yeah, it will be.
Okay, this is Kevin Sherrington in the morning news with the headline, Jerry, Stephen Jones want Cowboys to win, non-football interests keep them from that goal. And it really evolves nicely into a piece about how sports ownership in DFW is diseased because of all the money and the fascination with marketing. And maybe Jerry set the tone for it, but it has absolutely become a trend and a bothersome trend here in DFW sports. Here's Sherrington. He goes, Nolan Ryan didn't own the Rangers, but he was the face of them as both a player and executive. Many of you still operate under the assumption he built the Rangers' first 2 World Series rosters, despite evidence to the contrary. Some of you just prefer to believe a legitimate Texas icon did it instead of a kid from Queens. He's referring to JD. The facts are Nolan simply didn't have time to build a roster, too busy selling beef and foundation repair and statewide brands. He didn't get to the office all that much. You'd like to think everyone could have made it work because it was a wonderful mix of talent, but Ray Davis ultimately decided the Rangers were better served with a president who could devote his full attention to that position because the owner certainly wasn't going to do it. Makes him unique in this market. As brilliant as Mark Cuban is, sure seems like he's got a lot going on with TV and untold business interests, not to mention a potentially groundbreaking pharmaceutical line, maybe even a presidential bid someday. Yet, with all that on his plate, he's still making personnel calls in the Mavs, or at least he was before the Adelsons bought out his majority interest. By the way, I want to salute Mark Cuban for understanding he was no longer up for the job.
That's true.
I think others would let their ego and their personal interests keep them in that role to the detriment of the franchise. And I think Mark Cuban was brilliant and self-aware. A couple of years ago, he said, I'd never sell the team because that's how much he loved it. But he knew he couldn't give all to it anymore, and he only wanted to do it on his terms. So what did he do? He sold it. Thank you, Mark. I wish Jerry would do the same thing. Sherrington continues. If I had one complaint about Cuban's reign, it's that there never seemed to be a coherent long-range plan unless you count chasing free agents who ultimately weren't caught. Meanwhile, the Spurs and Heat created cultures as well as identities. In just 3 years, Brad Stevens reinvented the Celtics. Sam Presti built a colossus in OKC, tore it down, built another. Cuban could never quite bring himself to raise his roster and start all over again. He kept trying patches right up to the present model. Would the Mavs be better off now if Cuban had hired a good GM and let him do his job unfettered by the owner's interference? Only seems logical that a person in charge who spends every waking hour thinking about improving his team would enjoy an advantage over someone who has other things on his mind. It is just that freaking simple.
Wow.
Same goes for Jerry, who unfortunately bought the Cowboys so he could run them. This he did in the image of his hero, Al Davis. Once upon a time, a visionary such as Davis could make it work, but NFL teams are no longer mom-and-pop organizations. Might explain why the Raiders, like the Cowboys, mostly look back fondly at the good times. And what exactly is that image? Players around the league will tell you the Cowboys are more style than substance, brand over football. That's not to say Jerry doesn't care about winning, because he does. He wants, above all else, to prove he can win a Super Bowl without Jimmy, and he also wants to win because winning sells. Selling shouldn't be the concern of a GM, writes Sherrington in his conclusion, who should be preoccupied with winning instead. No one's got enough brain for both. Takes all I've got just to get through this column. And salute to you, sir. I had never really connected all those dots in that fashion, but it's well stated, that we've seen this exact problem play out with two other organizations, Nolan Ryan and Mark Cuban. I never even thought of the Nolan Ryan angle. That, hey, you just shouldn't have a power either autonomously or, along with John Daniels if you're going to be so interested in business sides of the operations. I know it ticked off Parcells to no end when he didn't know if he was dealing with football Joneses or stadium Joneses at any given time.
Yeah, he understood that working through Steven was the best way to attack anything. He said, Jerry's a totally different animal, but he understood working with Steven. Me personally, I didn't realize that Nolan Ryan was kind of an absentee leader, president, whatever you wanted to call him. I didn't realize he was. I knew he was involved with products and selling things.
Yeah, that beef
stuff,
ain't gonna pack itself.
But I didn't realize that it was to that extreme. That's. I felt like that. Okay. Because all we talked about was old baseball guy and why old baseball guy needs to be here. That's what. But if in fact that he wasn't around, that's interesting to me. I didn't think that
old baseball guy is what we needed, but you just needed focused old baseball guy. I think.
Yeah. He had too much other things outside of baseball that he was committing to, and that's very much like what Jerry is about.
Let me ask you this. If this football team, as it wins 12 games every year and finds a way to get in the playoffs but gets beat, but wasn't worth $10 billion, would we think of the Joneses differently?
If they were broke?
They're still billionaires. Say their team's only worth $3 billion or $6 billion.
Just whatever the NFL average is.
Yeah, but their team's worth 10. They're the most profitable or highest, whatever the cost, whatever you want to call it, the most for a franchise. They're the most expensive franchise in the history of the world here. Would we think of the Joneses differently as far as caring about business and all that if they were say the Cincinnati Bengals?
I think so, because
if they were the Brown family,
if they weren't that good at business, if they weren't that preoccupied with business, and they still just stunk, then they wouldn't have a good excuse for being this bad.
They win. They're in the playoffs and they win 12 games every year or 10 games every year.
You basically be like Marvin Lewis's Bengals.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To me, the teams that really suck are like Arizona. We've seen it with Atlanta was in the Super Bowl, Carolina. But you know what I'm saying, though? I think that because the franchise makes so much money that we focus on that instead of the job that they actually do. This is a successful franchise, right? They're successful at winning games. They're successful at winning divisions.
No, I don't think you can say you're successful if you win a bunch of regular season games.
They won 2 out of the last 3 years. They've won the division.
They get what they want.
I'm just asking.
I know, but they also spent the previous 10 years not winning the division very often.
I guess this is the Jason Garrett administration was an 8-8,
Sure. So Mike McCarthy's sustained now a winning program over the last 3 years. I guess my question back would be,
if they were just a normal family running this team.
Yeah. Well,
if they were the Brown family, the Hallises or the McCaskies.
Right. But all those families that you're bringing up have had more success technically over the
Bears,
last
85.
They've been to the Super Bowl. They've been to 2 NFC championship games since the Cowboys have last been to one. Now, they didn't win. So maybe ultimately if you win it, that's all that matters. But I think here as the Cowboy fans, we're like, damn, wouldn't it be nice to just see them play in an NFC championship game?
Sure. Anybody would like
championship weekend. There's people that are driving around right now that have never seen that in their entire life.
Yeah, and you could say that for probably several.
You think people are jealous of their money, so they're mad at them for not winning?
I think people are mad at them because they like to say they care only about, and rightfully so. I mean, if this is how you want to identify it, with the way they sell the stadium, the way they push the jerseys, the way they make money. The way they make money, but they also make money. Their product, though, still manages to win. Does it win championships? Does it win playoffs? No, it doesn't.
See, I think that's part of their frustration. If they're thinking like me, I believe it's by design to make the most possible money. I think if you took money out of the equation, they would win Super Bowls.
No,
but they're building this to make money as their priority, not win the Super Bowl.
Right.
And that you can't serve two masters. You got to pick one.
Well, see,
I think they're the only team in the NFL that does this.
But they're winning division. And I know it's not. We're complaining about it because they're not winning Super Bowls or NFC titles and stuff like that.
Well, and I think the point is like, I don't know if you were about to say there's a lot of other teams fans that could say that, but there's not. In the NFC, there's one other team, and that would be Washington fans. Every other team in the last 28 years has gotten to watch their team at least play in an NFC
Just recently here, the
championship game.
Detroit Lions, right?
The Lions finally did it.
Yeah. See,
the only other team that could have said that was the Lions.
Teams are good, they sign the players they need. Every other team does it.
If this team wasn't making the money they were, I wonder if we'd think about them differently. That's all I would say.
I think we probably would.
I would think of them as even bigger losers than they are.
That's fair. I would rather, but the wins and losses doesn't show that.
Sure, it does. Your playoff record is determining it to me. That's how I define it. Maybe you want to make them winners because they win in the regular season. I'm not going to go that far.
No.
I think that's just a different kind of loser.
But they win. But they win. They win their division more times than not.
I understand what you're saying. They field a competitive team more often than not. They're not the Browns like the Browns were for so long, where they're just they're picking in the top 5 year in, year out. They're the sewage of the sport. Like that's not what they are. They field a competitive team and they're fine. But like by and large, they're average. Sometimes you have a good regular season, sometimes you don't, and you never have a good postseason. It's like you're kind of middle of the pack.
I understand it's the problem. I just wondered if they weren't making. I think every NFL team makes money. They're just better at it than everybody else.
Here's, I guess, my question then. Would it be the Jones family still won those 3 Super Bowls? Jerry's still responsible for those. Sure. So no, he set the standard. That's what it was. The Cowboys won 2 Super Bowls in the 70s, right? They became America's team thanks to Tex Schramm.
Yeah.
Okay. Then Jerry takes over.
The explosion of the NFL.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Jerry takes over, and with hiring Jimmy Johnson and those two together, they create a dynasty. They become the first to do 3 out of 4. They set the standard. The Cowboys standard is about winning championships. He said it himself. Win is the name of the game.
Sure.
Right? So since then, they have failed to achieve the standard that they set. So I think I would still be holding them accountable no matter what, if they were number 1 in terms of the most valuable franchise in sports or the 20th most valuable franchise in sports. To me, you have failed.
Well, Chuck, you have set a standard for top 10s at 420 over the last 2 years here on this program, and I'd like to give you another opportunity to continue that legacy.
Well, we did have Aaron Donald retired today. Let's keep the football conversation going. Top 10 best defensive tackles of all time. Do any Cowboys crack the top 10? And where is Aaron Donald? That's next on the Fan.
We do have the top 1. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. We are. Little brisket delivery here in studio. A little a barbecue therapy for you on a Friday. Segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Here he is, Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. Our buddy Tim just texted and said, holy crap, did Wooly Bully just say Aaron Donald retired? Yes, he did. Aaron Donald announcing his retirement today. So we will have the top 10 best defensive tackles of all time.
Who's 10 years, 10 Pro Bowls. Only he and Barry Sanders. Every year, Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
I'm so surprised when guys step away who are still dominant like this, but they know. You know, they can feel their body starting to break down. They're like, oh, no, we want no more of this.
Sure.
If it gets worse from here, I got my bag. We're done, Steve.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. The size of the bag these days, it's like I don't have to play 15 years. I mean, he's been making a ridiculous amount of money for quite some time now. So,
in the last couple of years, he's been contemplating it. I mean, we kind of heard maybe is he actually going to retire? Well, he did.
I just thought that was a negotiation, to be honest, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I did too for a little bit.
Oh, he doesn't want to retire. He's still dominating.
Yeah, you're still the best defensive tackle in football. Now that's Chris Jones. Chris Jones might be happy today. He's moved up to number 1.
Yeah, that's for sure. And he got granted the highest paid as well.
Absolutely.
So Mozzie Smith probably doesn't move up any spots.
Maybe
I think when the number 1 guy leaves, everybody moves up a singular spot.
At least Mozzie's up a spot.
Okay, you're right.
Maybe Ose is moving
but
up
he's still the caboose.
Spot.
Until the draft, at least.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. We do have news. We mentioned Jimmy G, maybe a reunion with the Patriots. Instead, he's going back to the NFC West. It's the Rams. The Rams are signing Jimmy Garoppolo to back up Matthew Stafford.
Dude, hey, I think that if you're Jimmy Garoppolo, I think that's the ideal landing spot.
Absolutely.
You get another awesome coach who can help you the same way Kyle Shanahan was able to help you in different ways, but still get the most out of you, you would think. And there's a good chance Matthew Stafford is missing time due to injury at this point in his career.
Absolutely. He is definitely proven, and he's tough as hell, but he's proven not to be able to stay healthy. And then we have Mike Vrabel. Did find himself a job as well. Browns are actually hiring former Titans head coach Mike Vrabel as a coaching and personnel consultant, according to Field Yates and Adam Schefter. Vrabel returning to Ohio, where he was a standout linebacker there at Ohio State. So a couple NFL news of note for you there.
I saw Robert Mays say that the plan here is for the Browns, just basically Vrabel acts as a sounding board for head coach Kevin Stefanski, but also as a resource for a coaching staff with a lot of youth and turnover. So, I mean, it's kind of an interesting idea.
It is. And we also, it seems as though Darren Waller, we've been waiting for his decision. He hasn't officially made it, but there's reports that he is expecting to retire.
Wait,
the National Football League.
Can I see who's the account that you're getting? Who's
just the rumor mill?
Just the rumor. Now. Okay, I just you don't want to get got by that wet. Yeah, Steinberg.
Yeah, I unfollowed him. I'm not looking at. I don't. That dude will ball sack.
He's a professional ball sacker.
Yeah,
I think there is an actual journalistic company that pays him to ball sack.
Yeah, it seems as though everything that he puts out there is like you're getting hoodwinked.
You unfollowed him? Oh, go ahead, bro.
No,
I did.
You want some of this barbecue, Lucius?
I'm about to get some.
Okay, come on.
I've been eyeing that, bro. What you talking about?
Yeah, absolutely.
Get up in here.
Hey, so you unfollowed him?
Yeah, I did.
Did you let him know? Unfollow.
No, I didn't let him
know. Hashtag unfollow.
That hurts. Yeah, that hurts.
I just was like, man, I can't put myself at risk anymore.
Too many ball sacks.
It's just you see something, you want to run with it. I can't let that happen. All right, let's get into the top 10 here. Yeah. Top 10 best defensive tackles of all time.
Jeff Zganina.
That's what number?
Number 1.
Number 1 in your hearts.
Dallas Cowboys new D-line coach.
Best all time? I'm just thinking best all time.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how Aaron Donald will definitely be in the top 10.
Dude, Aaron Donald's got to be number 1.
I'll tell you what. Did you guys ever see Jerome Brown play?
So Jerome Brown is honorable mention.
Okay.
Jerome Brown is listed.
I didn't get to witness that.
He is.
I was sitting. How about the guys like Alan Page?
Alan Page certainly, I think, is going to crack the top 10. He is number 10 on this list.
This should only count for like 90s and up, dude. I can't do it when you're a defensive tackle and the guy opposing you on the other side is 230 pounds.
Yeah.
Like we can't talk about it when offensive linemen were 230 pounds.
It's like what Randy White and Bob Willie did just doesn't count.
Just for this particular conversation.
What year exactly does it start getting real, Brian?
I think
78, 84. What are we talking?
Well, the merger was in 70, and so I would say it started really getting real about 19. And you could go. It's tough because to me
there were individuals that could crush.
Yes,
right.
Yeah,
but not.
But when you start, there's some offensive linemen in the 70s that were really good.
Yeah, it's not like these 70s defensive tackles were just towering above the offensive linemen.
No, but
they're all about the same size.
I would have to say when we got to about 1980, I think that's when things started kind of turning around.
So we've got Dan Hampton was an honorable mention, 1985 Bears defensive tackle.
Yep.
Cortez Kennedy,
Seattle
Seahawk. Alex Karras.
That would be Detroit Lions. He got suspended a year for gambling.
Mm-hmm. Calvin Ridley.
Carl Eller.
Carl Eller was part of the Purple People Eaters.
Carl Eller wore number 81.
81.
Didn't we try to interview him a couple of years ago?
We did. Holy crap. That was... Yes, we did.
He had his Hall of Fame jacket on that day, right?
Carl Eller was, he got
Alan
wheeled over.
Page, one of his teammates. Gary Marshall was on that line too, as well.
Deacon Jones.
That's a Ram from back in the day.
Yeah,
I remember thinking
in the top 10.
I remember thinking, why did they bring this guy to interview? And then I was like, oh.
I knew I recognized Carl Eller's name. And I was like, you're so right. That was a sad moment.
Ooh, 903. Vince Wilfork.
And Vince Wilfork is number 11.
Really?
He's number 11.
Vince couldn't crack
just outside of the top 10. Number 10 is Alan Page for the Purple People Eaters.
There you go.
We're number 88.
Wilfork. We could do a sports names that connote like food or like eating.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. Wilfork, I think, would be in the mix.
And
there.
Spoon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Merlin Olsen.
That was B from the Rams from
number 9.
He
Little House on the Prairie?
Yeah, that's him. Yep.
Awesome actor.
Part of the Fearsome Foursome.
He actually was with Dick Enberg on NBC for a long time, too.
Yeah, good announcer.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that, Chuck?
I did not. Number 8 is Warren Sapp.
Really?
Yeah.
Even that, I mean, I guess there's so many good ones.
Warren Sapp was pretty damn dominant.
No, I'm saying, like, I'm thinking he would be higher.
You think 8 is an upset there?
I don't know. I feel like Warren Sapp is an absolute savage animal.
Warren Sapp definitely one of the best that I saw. No question about that. I don't disagree with you. Number 7 is the Manster.
Yep.
There you go.
Randy White.
He was a linebacker initially at Maryland. Came here, and then they moved him from linebacker to defensive tackle.
Tell you what, you could probably still suit up Randy White, and he'd give you a couple of snaps. I mean, he's still getting it done today.
I'll tell you my issue with Warren Sapp, though, and maybe I wasn't paying enough attention. It just seemed like his teams were loaded. And you know, in the stats, in my memory, it's like, yes, there's a lot of production, but in my mind's eye, as I'm watching him play, he didn't seem as dominant as these other guys.
Sapp?
Yeah.
He was, you're right about his teammates.
Derek Brooks, Simeon Rice.
Everywhere.
Rondé Barber.
Everywhere.
John Lynch.
Edges, linebackers, safeties, corners. Yeah. Like, he literally just had to worry about his guy.
But was he the best one on that defense? I mean, I feel like it was him and Derek Brooks.
Derek Brooks, I'll tell you, people don't give Rondé Barber enough credit.
That's true. Rondé was really good.
I think the one guy that was vastly overrated on that defense was John Lynch.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's terrible that John Lynch is in the Hall of Fame and Darren Woodson's not. Darren Woodson was way better of a player than John Lynch was.
There's so many things you could do with Darren Woodson as opposed to John Lynch, and it's a shame.
I mean, writers don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Warren Sapp.
Because most of them are luscious.
That's right.
Yeah. They drink a lot.
What about our mayor from Philadelphia? Yeah, he's a lush.
He's a lush. I know a lush when I see one.
I know you, Bernie. You're a lush.
I've been a cop for 30 years.
That was the cop. There you go.
I could drink all night, too, if all I had to do was write like 100 words in a newspaper twice a week.
Once or twice a week.
You need a guy
vacation otherwise.
If you're going to do that, get a guy like David Hellman to make sure their words make sense.
We love you, Dave.
96.5 sacks, though, on the career for Warren Sapp.
Yeah.
It's pretty dang.
Yeah, I think if you look at our guy that we're talking about here, a guy from I think he was at 111.
Donald was a man.
Is that how many sacks? Yeah, I think I think Don only had like 111, maybe 119 sacks for his career.
Maybe I'm biased. Warren Sapp's just such a jackass to me.
Am I
He
right
looks
about
horrible in his suits. You know, maybe I'm just holding that against
No, he's
him.
a jerk. I mean, he's a terrible person, and he's just ticking off everybody. But on the football field, he was very, very good.
I mean, in an era that's not the new age passing era that he played in, he had years where it's 10.5 sacks, 12.5 sacks, 16.5 sacks, another 10 sack season.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one Sapp.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll never
he
forget
was getting
him
after
chasing
it.
down. It was Mike Sherman against the Packers post game.
Oh,
Mike
yes.
Sherman tried to like fight each other after a game.
Oh, I do remember that.
That was
I wish
hilarious.
Mike would have got hit then.
Gosh,
You didn't like old Sherm?
he had a punchable face. He did. Him and Mike Martz both do. Martz has been because I'm trying to catch up on this Dynasty Patriots show. It's pretty good, but honestly, I do feel like it's too soon. Like all this is just we just watched all this happen. We could have given this another 10 years to really appreciate it. But Mike Martz is kind of a D-bag. Number 6 is Bob Lilly.
Look at that,
Mr. Cowboy,
back to back.
I don't know, man.
Not better, man.
So you think Randy White over Bob?
I would.
The coolest story about Bob Lilly, and I know you know this, he would flick his eyes so that he would never blink. He taught himself not to blink because he didn't want to blink and miss something during a play.
Missed the snap.
Crazy.
Hell of a player. Hell of a player. I mean, but you're talking about guys like him and Carl Eller, Alan Page. You know,
You think better than Bob?
I don't think those guys are better than Bob. No.
If he was really serious about it, he would just cut off his eyelids.
Go like, yeah, that's
There
true.
you go. Let me tell you something.
Instead of flicking yourself and just the pain that goes with that. Number 5 is John Randall.
Oh my gosh,
One of the
dude.
best trash talkers ever. And a lot of these guys are from Texas.
Yeah, he went to Texas A&M Kingsville at the time of Texas A&I.
Only Texas, of course. Bob Lilly, proud of Kevin Turner as well.
TCU.
Buster only
and then
Texas.
Mumford, Texas is where John Randall is from.
Yeah.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
Number 4 is Deacon Jones. We mentioned
David
him.
Deacon Jones.
I thought he was an end. He was a tackle?
I thought he was an end myself. That's why I didn't say his name.
Did you know
I really thought he was an end.
Yeah.
Well, I think him and Carl Eller both might
Versatility,
kick inside
man.
at some point in their careers because both of them did play end at some point. But the term sack was coined after Deacon Jones.
His head slap was, you talk about concussion protocol. He put a lot of guys in concussion protocol with the head slap.
Number 3,
It's iconic, dude.
the pride of the North Texas Mean Green. It is
Joe Green.
Mean Joe Green coming in at number 3.
There you
Another
go.
Texas guy. We got 3 Texas dudes. Number 2 is indeed in honor today of his retirement, Aaron Donald. Second best defensive tackle of all time. But number 1 is Reggie White.
There you
Comes in
go.
listed at number 1. Also played defensive end.
Was an end. I never saw Reggie White play defensive tackle.
He's listed at number 1 here.
I saw. That's why I
Top
mentioned
10 defensive lineman of all time?
That's why I mentioned Jerome
This is
Brown.
specifically defensive tackles. Yeah, Jerome Brown was 20 on the list.
That's why
They gave Jerome Brown
Played
some love.
defense. He made tackles. He's on the list. I was surprised when Deacon Jones got in there, but the Reggie White thing is as well is I don't know. Maybe we need to media watchdog the author there of that article.
Yeah, maybe we should just Reggie White's just bogarting both defensive tackle and defensive end. Nobody else can be on here.
That's so funny. I've never saw Reggie White play tackle.
No, it's true. I'm on Pro Football Reference right now, and position is
defensive end, and even lists him.
LDE.
He's listed at defensive tackle and defensive end here.
Deacon Jones was so fast he would spin and
Yeah.
hit you in the head
Yeah.
to get the extra centrifugal motion.
Yeah.
But that dude wasn't free.
He was like a spinning. Yeah, the spinning.
Oh, he wasn't
back,
spinning to get off you. He was spinning so that he could back
spinning
fist
back fist. Yeah, bad Brad Hefton
On the helmet, Dong, just knocking dudes out.
Was he wearing a pad like on his forearm or
Oh,
anything?
they had all kinds of stuff going on their arms.
He was always wearing long sleeves. Who knows what was underneath?
Well, it was that 3/4 jersey too. You
Okay,
never, you never knew what was going
What
on.
was up though with these defensive linemen in like the 60s and 70s? They're all wearing 80s. Like Buck Buchanan's on here in the teams.
86, I believe.
86
Yeah.
with the Chiefs. Like they're all repping the 80s on here.
Yeah, and can't remember what I had for lunch, but I could tell you what number Buck Buchanan was wearing. Curly Culp, 63.
Willie Davis, 87.
87 with the Packers. Yeah.
I guess 80 was the. Oh, Haloti Ngata's down here too. Gosh, Haloti Ngata was a beast. I remember him. Richard
How
Seymour.
about Ndamukong Suh?
Yeah.
I mean, he was
What about the Williams bros,
Fletcher
Pat
Cox.
and Kevin?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Kevin Williams was an absolute monster. Pat was just a big boy.
Icons indeed. Chief, what would you like to do next?
All right, in honor of Mike Modano and the statue unveiling tomorrow at the AAC, do we need to revisit the conversation of the all-time athlete Mount Rushmore in DFW sports history next year in the nation?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. A very robust and interesting conversation. Interrogation abroad is happening there. We'll have to pick that up on air in a little bit. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo's Mount Rushmore segment, I believe.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
I just went to go get something to drink. How did that all start?
Okay, well, I can tell you how it started.
All right. Yeah, here's how it started.
There was a Detroit man that has been arrested after he fell asleep while,
pleasuring himself.
Choking the old chicken.
At a showing of this movie called Love Lies Bleeding, which apparently is about two lesbian bodybuilders.
Okay.
And so he passed out with his genitalia out and then was found by workers at the cinema and was then arrested for it.
Okay.
So then we were talking about they've got Eric.
Well, I was curious if this was like a normal movie theater or one of those particular kinds of theaters.
Right, and it was a normal movie theater.
Oh.
And then we were talking about, how has anyone really been to those other type of theaters?
But we assumed back in Broadus's day, perhaps, when it was more of a
Are
thing.
you kidding me?
Yeah,
Have y'all been on 35?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
they are packed. They stay packed.
Yeah.
Like at all times of the day, dude.
Unbelievable.
But I just never knew how that worked. Like, is it like a normal movie theater layout where everyone else around you is also taking care of it?
Brother sounds like he's a.
I'm an expert at this. I'm an expert at this.
It sounds uncomfortable.
No, this is.
You and John Gruden took on the theater together back in your day.
I'm an expert on this. Hold on.
There were times where they had that theater setting, and then it became individual booths. So you could go in and they had movies and everything that you could buy, but then they had now they have the individual booths. But back in the 80s, they
good
had
old days.
the theater set up.
Gotcha.
And you're just kind of, bumping elbows with the guy next to you?
Yeah, everybody's spaced out, probably. Yeah, everybody's got to think spread out. I went into the
Kleenex down there.
It'd be so packed, bro. Sunday mornings,
Yeah, I went
it's
into
just
the
Johnson
crazy.
and Johnson.
Easy, dude.
The movie, where you could buy the movie part of it that's like a lot of uncomfortable walking around, you're like looking at it.
You going for the movie?
Yeah,
My
like,
turn?
no, you go ahead and take that one. I'll walk down to this
Looks like
section.
you're more ready than I am, sir.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I never went into that theater part of the stuff.
What were the concessions like at that theater?
It was like least expensive. They did
Good deals?
Yeah, you had some good
Shrimp
deals.
cocktail.
Yeah.
Extra butter.
Kind of like the topless bar scene, where you businessman special. No.
Good Lord.
But no,
thank you for that education because we had no idea.
Yeah, that's how you used to VHS movies and stuff like that back in the day.
So
Way back in the day,
This
I guess.
is an interesting segue.
So you would go rent the movies from them, or you'd watch the movies there?
You could rent the movies and bring them back, or you could buy them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank God for the internet.
So Mike Madonna's getting his statue unveiled.
Yeah, he is.
To AAC this weekend. It's gonna be pretty incredible.
Bring your tissues.
Monumental, some are saying.
You're going to get a little surprised if you go on that site that we all talk about.
The hub.
The hub.
I saw that. I saw that story as well.
No, you didn't. You saw it because you went on it and it blocked you. Is what happened.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Banned in America now?
Banned in Texas.
Texas only.
They make you, they're going to make you. They're going to make you sign in, right?
Well, Texas. The story is Texas put a rule out there that says you have to, in the state of Texas, we are going to force anyone who wants to access the hub website to acknowledge that they're 18 years old or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so the hub has decided to go ahead and just say, okay, Texas, if that's what you want to do, we're not going to give anybody in the state of Texas the option for our website.
Yeah.
So I guess they're just being petty.
We've been C-blocked.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So
because the kids that aren't 18 will just hit yes, enter.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I
mean,
think
there's competitors.
I think
the hub is frustrated at the state of Texas for doing
that.
that.
Who the hell does the hub think they is? They're just bogarting all the film.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you the truth. It's really weird though. It's really weird. We just get stuff banned right and left here. Freest country, but least freest country is the way it looks to me.
I'm with you.
It's the freest if you want a gun or if you want 100 guns.
Yeah.
Freest. Everything else, least free. And I want both. I have lots of guns. I love them. I'm not making fun of guns. Please. Get your bleep together, Texas. We're either the most free or not. Okay? You're just a bunch of hypocrites.
All right, give me Staubach, Madonna, Dirk, and Pudge.
Of guys you'd most like to sit next to at the theater?
Well, that would be Emmett.
No, it'd be Emmett highlights on the screen is what it would be.
Next to Pudge every day.
Emmett, look at this video I made for you. Come sit down.
There's a lot of guys named Pudge.
New Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore of dudes you'd most like to go to the theater with. 877-881-1053.
Michael, 'cause that would be a party.
Oh, my gosh.
Hell yeah.
Michael, that would be fun.
Janko seems like a wild animal.
El Blondie.
But I think I nailed it with my Mount Rushmore.
Say yours again one more time. I'm sorry.
Go Roger the Dodger, Roger Staubach. Give me Mike Madonna.
Yes.
Absolutely. I will take Dirk. I think he's a no-brainer.
That's a yes.
The question would be which Ranger would I want, and I think ultimately I'm going to go with Pudge.
So no triplets.
And it was hard not to, but I think ultimately the Cowboy to me that should be on Mount Rushmore, the first quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl, Captain America himself. Roger Staubach.
You want champions. So the easy answer, the clear answer is Dirk and Troy and Roger and Corey Seager.
I was going to say Corey Seager needs to be on this.
Seager, if it was too early or not, but World Series MVP, I'm totally fine with putting Corey Seager on there.
I think there have been players that have had more storied Ranger careers, but in the memory of DFW sport, Corey Seager's chapter is way bigger than anybody else who's played for the Texas Rangers because of what he did last November.
It's tough to argue.
Yeah.
I mean, should we go? I know it's Mike Madonna getting a damn statue, but should we argue for like Brett Hull?
Yeah, I mean,
Eddie Belfour,
Darian Hatcher, Captain
Ken Hitchcock,
Ken. Well, Ken, I mean that statue would be interesting. You got to.
I threw
the neck would have to be huge.
I threw a coach manager in my.
A lot of materials.
I threw a coach manager in my 4.
Did you?
Tom Landry?
No, I went Darren Woodson.
Okay.
Mike Madonna, Dirk. I went Bruce Bochy for my baseball guy.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Respect, dude.
How about that? My man's
Shots fired at CY.
Dawson said, okay.
I'm just busting your balls,
He
bro.
hired it.
Give me a Valdi. You gotta bleep yourselves.
But Dawson said, give me a champion. Give me a champion. Give me a guy. Bruce Bochy.
Respect.
Champion. Not only here, other places too.
Yeah, I think if you want to do the thing where, hey, the sort of the face of the first championship for any one of these
He
big
navigated
four.
that thing.
Yeah,
He did.
absolutely.
His head is so big, he probably needs his own mountain, though, Brian. Just to
We'd have to buy part of the
That's
range. We'd have to go into
Everyone else has
South
tiny
Dakota.
Bochy's head would look like
Where's
like
Mount
Shaq
Rushmore
sitting
anyway?
on these sets that he sits next to normal people.
Yes.
You can obviously tell. But, I mean, Madonna's 16 years in Dallas, and he brings the sport here. He's the ambassador for the team and the sport, bringing hockey to the community, I think, is part of the
I got to tell you
argument
what,
for Mike.
when we talked to him last year at the golf event, his energy about Dallas really turned me off.
Well, yeah, but he was.
Yeah, he
I think
had
he
a
was
little bit of
upset.
a
I think he was
falling
upset
out.
with the falling out.
Yeah. He did it. He ended his career with the Red Wings. I think he was actually in the Red Wings front office for a little bit.
Yeah, but he was at the Minnesota. He was with the Minnesota Wild when we interviewed him, right?
Okay, maybe that's what it was.
More of a Stankoven guy myself, but yes, that's an
I do love
accurate
me some
point.
Stanky.
Heck yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Hey, thank you
Always
guys.
enjoy a good update on that Mount Rushmore conversation.
Creative segment.
Thank you.
Back Nation. We got to run. When we come back,
There's more topics on that topic tree than I initially
I
imagined.
thought we crushed it.
Part of being
killed it.
old.
Football's finest is coming up next, though. Back into the NFL. What's been popping?
I got a lot of good stuff for you, including Russell Wilson's new Pittsburgh catchphrase next here in the nation.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I sure hope you're having an amazing day and you're staying dry out there. We did have a 10 or 15-minute rainstorm that canceled everybody's plans for the entire weekend earlier. So I hope you were spared. But in the meantime, we have so much football news going on. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to give you an edition of football's finest. Here's the Chief.
All right, we're about to get to Russell Wilson's new corny catchphrase, Pittsburgh style.
Saddle up, steelheads.
You can continue to send in your suggestions if you're uninitiated to what the facts are now on this particular subject. We'll get to that momentarily, but Jimmy Garoppolo is officially a Ram of Los Angeles. He gets cut from the Vegas Raiders. He's doing the right thing. You pair yourself with a great coach like McVay, like you had with Kyle Shanahan. Maybe you can get the most out of you. Matthew Stafford, twilight of his career, always perpetually banged up. Maybe you get some snaps out there. I mean, you saw Baker Mayfield in like a 48-hour time span go from one team to the Rams and lead a 2-minute comeback victory with McVay. So anything's possible. I think that's a good move for Jimmy Garoppolo. Of course, really the big news of the NFL day is Aaron Donald hanging him up as maybe the greatest defensive tackle of all time. He's an absolute super beast legend. And the Eagles have traded for, believe it or not, Kenny Pickett. And the story behind this I saw from Tom Pelissero. So you have Kenny Pickett being traded to the Eagles, and the Eagles basically just trade down 22 spots from the third round into the fourth round. That's the gist of it. They're not really giving too much up here, but Tom Pelissero is asking, how did this go sideways for Kenny Pickett? And Mike Tomlin had promised, allegedly, Kenny Pickett he'd get a chance to compete. Pickett learned about the Russell Wilson signing on social media Sunday night, and when they spoke, whenever Pickett and Tomlin spoke the next morning, Tomlin told Pickett that Wilson was in pole position and would get the first reps. So Pickett asked for a trade, and now he's an Eagle. So that's how that all unfolded. Kenny Pickett was like, no, I'm definitely a starter in this league. If you're going to bring in Russell Wilson and give him an opportunity to start, I demand you trade me. And now he's the backup in Philadelphia. But Russell Wilson is the man of the hour. He officially signs his deal with the Steelers, and we've been wondering for really the whole week, like, what is his new catchphrase going to be? It used to be "Go Hawks" at the end of every stint at the microphone for Russell Wilson. Then he goes to the Broncos, and it's "Let's Ride," Broncos country, let's ride. And now he's with Pittsburgh. Take it away after signing your deal, Russell Wilson.
What's up, Steeler Nation? Just signed, baby. Fired up to wear the black and gold. Here we go.
Hold on. He just said, here we go. I think that's already been used.
You're kidding me.
Well, what I didn't know, and Lucius, if you could tee up Steelers fight song. Take it away.
Here we go, fight song.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
He is an amazing company man.
Love it.
Pittsburgh's gone to
The Super Bowl.
Here we go.
Cheer the Steelers, black and the gold.
Is that Russ singing?
I'm not familiar with this jam.
He will. He will.
He will.
Yeah, he will. Let him miss a few games. Let him look sloppy out there. He's going to start singing.
After his first win, he's going to do that student section thing like they do, where they do their fight song at the end. He's going to be, like, all the fans are going to gather around. He's going to be leading.
Come on, honey. Here we go.
I'll tell you what, man. Good research on his part.
Yeah, I suppose.
Do you think he Googled that up or someone fed that to him?
You know what?
PR team. I mean, he's got an assistant. Remember, Marshawn Lynch said, if I want to get a hold of Russell Wilson, I got to go through his assistant.
I'm going to say PR team did a good job on this one, kind of figuring it out. I think so.
Well,
you're not going to give it to him?
Nope.
He's Mr. Unlimited, dude.
I'm going to give it to him for being good enough to pay the bills to have people to do it for him. How about that?
Fair enough.
Every once in a while, you have to have somebody good in your corner doing it.
Still think that's a Dak Prescott thing, if you ask me.
Here we go. Lucius does it the best, though.
So do we think Dak maybe took it from the Steelers?
No.
No.
I think that's merely coincidence.
Oh, you know what? Mike McCarthy's from Pittsburgh.
Wow. There's some tie in there.
Maybe there
Don't
is.
you dare.
Mike McCarthy
so gross
planted
now.
the seed in Dak's. How about we do a here we go instead as they're working there in the offensive room.
Secretly paying homage to his head coach's roots.
Maybe Dak Prescott did some research himself.
I think that proves Steeler fans don't give a damn about this. Because Steeler fans and Cowboy fans, we don't like each other. They can go bleep
By the way, do we
themselves.
have a song? Cowboys?
No, we do. There was an old school Cowboy song.
Dallas Cowboys. We are the Cowboys. Something, Super Bowl. Let me find that song, bro.
Yeah. Please, dude. Even though that was pretty damn impressive right there.
That was.
We have a fine selection of fan-made songs. I do
but
feel
I was thinking we Dallas Cowboys football. Dun, 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 dun.
Like the ones from the 50s and 60s. that sounded really,
I think we had a 1960s version of this.
Hey.
Whoa. Yeah, this is better than Here We Go.
This is the Harvey Martin days.
Yeah, it is.
Where's my fur coat? Oh. Here we got to go to the game.
Dallas Cowboys. We are the Cowboys.
Is this Crazy Ray singing this?
Crazy Ray's dancing in the video.
Is he?
I think he is.
Lean hard, hungry, ugly, and mean.
Oh, yeah.
Get down, y'all. Dallas Cowboys. Cowboy football.
That is way better than what the Steelers were doing.
100%.
And they would have complained with Dak's Here We Go thing if they actually gave a damn about that song. They wouldn't have wanted him using it.
Well,
their Super Bowl won more, our song won more Super Bowls than our Super Bowl songs.
Wow, are you trying to fight right now?
Like, why do you have to say that?
It's true.
Why do you
your ass
have to go there right now?
Yeah.
Beautiful Friday, dude.
Yeah. T.O. said a lot of true things too, Brian. It wasn't welcome sometimes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You know, from one star quarterback, big name quarterback, I should say, in Russell Wilson. We let's go around the star quarterbacks and check in on their off seasons and see which one really stands out to you guys by going to all of these current star quarterbacks in the NFL and just cherry picking their latest tweet. We'll start in Buffalo with Josh Allen, who a few days ago tweeted out, "My pants ripped at dinner, laughing, crying emoji.
This is true.
Didn't want cheeks out, ... I love Paris."
Yeah. This is a true story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ripped his pants in Russia.
Yeah. No, this is not a butt crack.
Yeah, it's like a week ago.
I mean, if his pants ripped at dinner, then I guess there is a butt cracking situation.
At a wedding one time?
That was well, yes, I did actually.
Yeah, I didn't rip my pants. We've joked about it.
We've joked about it, but yeah, sometimes I fool myself.
Those pants actually did, I think, end up ripping, but it wasn't at said wedding.
Yeah, mine was absolutely at the wedding. You get involved in these,
We trying to limbo?
groom parties or whatever. No, it wasn't a limbo situation, but it was a getting low situation.
Oh.
Here is Kirk Cousins.
Boots with the first song came on and you had to do it?
Yeah, probably. So we have pants ripping at dinner in Paris with Josh Allen. We have Kirk Cousins tweeting out, excited to be in Atlanta and become a part of this great organization.
He wants to retire a Falcon.
My boys and I are learning the Dirty Bird dance ASAP. Rise up.
Butt crack.
Lamar Jackson tweeting out in the last couple of days.
And
what's your top 5 comedy and action movies of all time? He's just trying to garner up some traffic, I guess. And then you get to Aaron Rodgers' latest tweet, which is, of course, as I'm on the record saying in the past, what happened in Sandy Hook was an absolute tragedy, and I'm not and have never been of the opinion that the events did not take place. This while on a ball-tripping extravaganza in Costa Rica with his bros.
I will eat your ass.
So there's just a little around the star quarterback off season for you.
Quarterback quotables?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did he get Jamal Anderson to come back to teach him that dance, though? Wasn't that his dance? The Dirty Bird?
Yeah. But I think it's
fairly easy.
ingratiated into the Falcon.
Back and forth and got to line up your feet and your elbow. I can't do it, but I mean, if you got
I was going to say, I'm watching you. I was watching. I was watching.
It's so easy. Watch.
Is it the one
Watch
fist?
me not be able to do it. It's so easy.
One fist or two fists? Is it one fist, two fists? What is it?
Usually two.
One, and then the wings out.
Oh yeah,
right?
you got to get the wings.
You got to go one down.
But I think
wing,
you're starting
wing.
with one, going up, and then lateral.
Yeah,
I'll get it figured out here before the break.
Yeah, you got time. You don't have soccer this weekend.
Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, Carter sent me another Dallas Cowboys song too.
Okay, here we go.
I feel like, did the Cowboys play at the State Fair, the Cotton Bowl at some
They
point?
did, back in the day.
It sounds like a
Here we go.
fair song.
I swear this is gonna be good.
Go!
Dallas Cowboys football. Yes.
Now he says it's like 45 seconds of just this song.
Yes.
So I'm going to go.
That's what it was.
Starring Lucille Ball.
Yeah.
Desi Arnaz production. William Farley.
Here we go. With some lyrics.
Dallas Cowboys
stand deep down the field, see the defense reel and watch them fall. Blockers out in front to clear
Oh,
the
boy.
way. Show them how to win.
My grandparents loved this song.
Loyal Cowboy fans stand up.
You and your grandparents
My
just
grandparents,
belting this
They were
out.
belting us out when I was 13 years old.
That's epic, dude. Congratulations to
I like
Travis.
the Charlie Pride version, by the way. Yeah.
I haven't heard that one.
That's the one we played earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that one too. All of them are better than whatever the Steelers got cooking up with that "Here We Go" song. You have Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce collaborating on what appears to be their own steakhouse in Kansas City.
Oh, wow.
And it is called 1587 Prime. So,
Usually restaurants with athletes involved is not a good venture for those guys.
unless you're the GOAT.
Hopefully it works out.
I hear on the menu they're going to have the Pat Mahomes, and it's some level of goat meat.
Is it some type of like steak with ketchup all over it?
Ooh, yeah, that's true. He is one of those dudes.
Hey, how can that man own a steakhouse? That's what I
Well,
want
I'm sure he'll have
Right.
ketchup on the tables.
Yeah, a lot of it. Like,
would you like this Mahomes style, sir?
Yeah, would you like it with buckets of
Mahomes
ketchup on top of it?
It's with half a bottle of ketchup.
I think it is a good bit. I like this athlete restaurant story better than the guys that are down to their last couple $100,000 and they're going to throw in together to start a restaurant.
Yeah.
That doesn't go well. These guys can have their round tripper, lose a couple mil, and then bail by the time their careers are over with more than enough money still in their checking
Usually the old,
accounts.
usually the old steakhouse restaurant for the athlete doesn't work out well. Usually.
It's tough. It's tough business.
Tough business.
Yeah.
Well,
when they figure out people will be stealing from them every minute.
Oh, yes. That is a big problem. My aunt just found one. Been working with her for 20 years.
Yeah.
Figures she's taken over $100,000 out from her over the years.
There you go.
Jeez, I actually saw a story where somebody, some manager at a Wendy's was doing so. A manager at a Pennsylvania Wendy's invented a fake employee and pocketed wages of upwards of $20,000. She was manually clocking in the quote unquote ghost employee in and out of shifts for 128 different times. I mean, that's pretty impressive to be able to pull that off. I feel like.
Yes,
but only getting $20,000 out of it.
I mean, you left some sort of a paper trail. Unfortunately, I can't give you the total A+, but that's pretty good. You know,
with that employee like paying taxes and all that stuff like that.
That's probably where they got them.
That's ultimately yes.
W-2s went out, and they were like, "Wait a minute,
I can do it."
This person doesn't exist.
Wait a minute.
But the hoops you have to jump through to get somebody hired and application processes and making up social security numbers and crap like that, I would imagine. I don't know. But we had another trade that was a little bit weird today in regards to the draft, where the Minnesota Vikings have acquired the Houston Texans first-round pick in this upcoming NFL draft, and the Texans get a second-round pick this year and a second-round pick next year. It's a little bit head-scratching from the Texans side of things. I have seen some like analytical people do the adding of value with picks and saying that the Texans actually make out good here. But there's like a patience factor involved because
you got to wait for that
you
pick next year.
So, but the Vikings are clearly gearing up to have enough assets to try and potentially move up as high as possible in this draft to secure one of these quarterbacks. And so I saw Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks on their Move the Sticks podcast talk about Minnesota and the connection where they have Josh McCown on their coaching staff. I believe he's their quarterbacks coach now.
Yes, he is.
And he coached Drake May in high school. So the connection point is maybe the Vikings. Because at first I was thinking I was seeing a lot of JJ McCarthy. Maybe, JJ McCarthy's team building. I know the Giants potentially interested in him.
Of where they could possibly get up to, right?
Yeah, how high can you go? And I think a lot of people are looking at maybe the Patriots at 3, as you mentioned.
That's where I would
Daniel Jeremiah I also did see, because that's interesting, because you said that, and there might just be, who knows, because it is smoke season. Smoke screen season. So Daniel Jeremiah was just on. It's always smoke season, but this is smoke screen season.
Always.
He was just on with Zach Gelb, and I was watching that during the break. He told Gelb that he's hearing that Washington would be more likely to move out at 2 than New England at 3. which is fascinating.
I know.
He's hearing that New England's going to take a quarterback at 3.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I think the thing I think I do know. Like I say, I used to babysit the GM now in New England, and he knows his roster needs help.
They do. They need a lot of help.
They need a lot of help, and he goes, I don't know if I can fix it all at once, kind of a thing. But
so that would make sense for them to try and move back, maybe get some extra picks.
Yeah.
So there's the connection there. Josh McCown coaching Drake May in high school. Maybe the Vikings are zeroing in on trying to trade up and land him. Pete Prisco, Broadus's buddy there, tweeted out Vikings making moves to go up and get a quarterback, Drake May or J.J. McCarthy. Word around the league is they like May. So maybe that's going to end up being the case there. And here's Pete Prisco. Hey, Pete, what do you think about Caleb Williams?
I don't care about the fingernails. That doesn't bother me one bit. I just don't think you should ever cry after losing a football game.
Okay. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate your analysis there.
Thank you, Chief.
That's rough.
I mean,
that's
Pete is.
He's not crying because he lost a football game. He's crying because he lost equity in the Bears.
Good point. We got to run, G-Bag Nation. It's time to hit the expressway, and you know what time it is on a Friday. Quitting time. What you drinking?
And what you thinking?
At 877-881-1053. We're back with you here in the nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing because